Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 71. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was as dark as ink, with twinkling stars and a ray of dawn just appearing from the east. At this time, when most Marines were still asleep, in the apartment of the East China Sea trio of the guerrillas, Sanji had already gotten up and started his busy day. After pushing open the door and seeing that the other two rooms were still closed, he tried not to make any noise and carefully went into the bathroom to wash up. He scooped up a handful of cold water to wash his face to make himself more energetic. Sanji stroked his face, looked at his perfect handsome face in the mirror, and said narcissistically, "It's another handsome day. I hope I can meet a pretty lady who is willing to date me today." After saying that, he made a few poses that he thought were handsome, imagining that there were countless beauties cheering for him. After showing off for a long time, he stopped, wiped his face with a towel, and walked out of the bathroom. May 17th looked at the two mountain doors that were still closed and there was no movement. He curled his lips in disdain. "Two idiots, they still can't get up. It turns out that I have to make meritorious deeds and become a general as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can only squeeze with them all the time, and I won't even have the space to do things that I want with my girlfriend." As he said this, he imagined the scene of him wearing a handsome suit, wearing a cloak of justice, holding a beauty on each side, and living in a big villa allocated by the division. He couldn't help but laughed obscenely. "Slutty cook, what are you grinning at?" Sanji panicked and quickly denied. "No, I don't think about those shameless things. Your smile is so disgusting, I'm going to chop you to death, woo." Zoro turned over, and the sound of mumbling in his sleep came from the room. Sanji was immediately furious, and his teeth were creaking. "Damn it, that green algae-headed bastard actually wanted to kill me even in his dreams. I'll poison your food one day and kill you." After complaining in his heart, Sanji came to the door of Zoro's room with an unhappy face. He kicked the door twice and shouted, "Get up, you green-headed bastard swordsman!" After shouting, he didn't care whether Zoro heard it or not, and walked to Usopp's door and knocked impatiently. "Long nose, you should get up quickly too. It is not gentlemanly to keep a lady waiting for a long time." In the room, Usopp heard the voice and opened his right eye with great difficulty. He fumbled around the bedside and found a seagull alarm clock. He took it in front of his eyes and looked at it for a long time before he could barely see the time. "Hey, no way, Sanji, it's only 5:20. At this time, let alone Nami, even the people in the equipment department haven't woken up yet. Please let me sleep a little longer." His voice became softer and softer. As the last word fell, his consciousness sank and he fell into a deep sleep again. With his ear pressed against the door, listening to the snoring coming from inside, Sanji's forehead was bulging with a vein, and he immediately slammed the door. "Get up! Idiot with a long nose! Even if Miss Nami hasn't gotten up yet, you should hurry over and wait for me at the agreed place." After his harassment, Usopp finally woke up and couldn't sleep. Okay, I'll get up, please let me go. Hurry up, I want to see you out in 5 minutes. After setting a deadline, Sanji returned to his room and started to change his clothes. He wore a plain white suit shirt and navy blue trousers, and black leather shoes that were polished to a shine. After thinking for a while, he found a seagull brooch and pinned it on his chest to show his identity as a navy. People who didn't know him would think he was going to pick up girls when they saw him dressed like this. But this is indeed Sanji's standard outfit, whether it is daily or in battle. Fortunately, he is now a corporal, and no one cares if he wears this. Otherwise, he can only wear ugly clothes. Marine uniform. When he came out after changing his clothes, Usopp and Zoro had also washed up and were changing their clothes. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. These two were not as particular about their clothes as Sanji, and they were still dressed normally as Marines. But Zoro didn't wear a military cap, and the blue tie around his neck was also taken off. Several rows of buttons on his upper body were undone, revealing his strong chest muscles. On the other hand, Usopp was dressed properly, except that the military cap on his head was replaced with a white seagull-patterned headscarf. He also wore a professional sniper scope on it. Seeing Sanji coming out, Zoro yawned loudly and asked, "Hey, curly eyebrow, what are we having for breakfast?" "Idiot, who cares about you?" Although their apartment has a kitchen, it has been empty because no one has lived there before. Without even the basic pots and pans, Sanji naturally couldn't make breakfast for them. Although he retorted to Zoro, Sanji still went to the refrigerator and searched for a while. Finally, he took out some bread and milk and said, "Come quickly, we'll leave right after eating." "Tisk, is that all?" Zoro reluctantly sat down at the dining table and picked up a piece of bread to eat. Although he disliked Sanji, he had to admit that the curly-browed guy's cooking skills were really good. He missed him after not eating for a few meals. Usopp also came to the table and sat down, but he hung his head weakly and dozed off while eating. After Cook took him to visit the equipment department yesterday, he came back with an immediate burst of inspiration. He was drawing the design drawings all night and was busy until very late before going to bed. After getting up so early today, he felt a sense of emptiness all over his body. He felt as if he would die suddenly at any time. The three of them finished their breakfast quietly, and after each of them washed the cups they had used to pour milk, Zoro and Sanji, who were impatient, said hello and went out. Usopp also went back to the house to get the design drawings and set off to Luffy's villa. Before going to the equipment department, he had to wake up Nami. Walking out of the large residential area, Zoro took the lead and began to lead the way. "This way, follow me." Seeing Zoro walking confidently in the opposite direction of the elite training camp, Sanji cursed with a dark face. "Idiot, you're going the wrong way." Zoro paused, blushing and turning back. "Stop talking nonsense, I just want to go over there to see the scenery." Sanji didn't want to waste time talking to this stubborn idiot, so he turned around and walked in front to lead the way. "Follow me, if you get lost again in such a short distance, I will kill you." He walked quickly while speaking, but Zoro, who always jumped up and cursed at him, suddenly stopped responding. Sanji looked back in surprise, only to see that Zoro had turned around and distanced himself from him without realizing it. "Asshole, even a person with poor sense of direction should at least have a limit for me." Zoro at when? Chapter 72. After wasting a lot of time, Sanji was so angry that he almost tied Zoro up with a rope and took him away. The two finally arrived at the elite training camp. After informing the guard at the door of his ID and purpose, Sanji said to Zoro fiercely, "If you make Chief Instructor Zifa get impatient and stop teaching us, I will kill you first when I return." Zoro felt guilty and snorted twice without refutation. The guard checked the two people and returned the documents to them after confirming that they were correct. "Come in, Chief Instructor Zifa is waiting for you." "Okay, thank you." After saying thank you, the two hurried in. The first thing that caught their eyes was the training ground that took up half of the area of the training camp. At this time, the trainees in the training camp had already started the day's course. They were either practicing the 6 styles against wooden targets or stone pillars, or fighting each other in pairs. Shouts came from the mouths of these elites, and their momentum was much stronger than that of ordinary Marines. "Watching you kick with a storm kick, and me pointing a gun." Not long after, both of them fell to the ground injured and were carried away for treatment. The two widened their eyes, shocked and didn't know how to describe it. Did Luffy, Ein, and the others come from such a place? No wonder they all have such terrifying strength. Zoro couldn't help but sigh. Sanji nodded, but his brows were tightly knitted. Although it was training, is it really okay to use such heavy hands on your companions? What if you accidentally kill your companion? That can only be blamed on his lack of strength. Sanji was halfway through his words when another person interrupted. The two turned around and saw that the person was Zephyr, and immediately saluted and greeted him. Teacher Zephyr 2 nodded calmly, then corrected him. I am only responsible for planning your training plans, you don't need to call me teacher. He said, turning his attention back to the students on the training ground. Since you have become a marine, you must be prepared to sacrifice at any time. This so-called preparation not only refers to fighting with pirates, but also includes training and even being killed by comrades by mistake. The two nodded heavily. They were also prepared to die. This sea is full of dangers. Not to mention them, even the admirals may be in danger at any time. After stopping to observe for a while, Zephyr turned around and called the two to walk to the empty space. After walking a few steps, he paused and turned his head to warn. Let me make it clear in advance that my requirements are very strict. If you can't meet them, I won't teach you anymore, even if Luffy begs me to do so. The two of them also paused, and Zoro looked up and met Zephyr's gaze, revealing an excited smile. It just so happens that I also want to learn from the former admiral's methods. Sanji silently lit a cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and grinned. Just come on over. Looking at the two young men's firm and confident eyes, Zephyr was very satisfied. If they don't even have such courage, then don't waste his time, just go back to where you came from. Nodding, Zephyr was about to turn around and continue leading the way, but suddenly he thought of something and pointed at the cigarette in Sanji's hand and said. By the way, smoking is prohibited here. Ahem. Sanji coughed and looked at Zephyr with resentment. Please, don't say such a spoiling thing at this time. Zephyr laughed and said jokingly in a good mood. Kid, it's best not to touch this stuff when you're young. If you want to smoke, at least wait until you're an adult. Tisk, got it. Sanji responded, stamped out the cigarette butt and put it in his pocket. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Zephyr was even more satisfied with this, and immediately took the two to the open space they had chosen in advance. The three of them stood still, Zephyr rubbed his fists, and his eyes swept over the two of them. Who will go first? Or will you come together? The two looked at each other, and Zoro drew his sword without saying anything. One sword cuts through the 36 troubled phoenixes. A shocking spiral slash flew out from the Wado Ikimonji. After seeing this attack, Zephyr nodded secretly in his heart, then calmly crossed his arms and attached his armament haki, ready to take it head-on to test his quality. The terrifying slash with power comparable to that of a cannonball hit him, but Zephyr easily blocked it with a slight force of his legs. Putting down his arms, Zephyr looked at Zoro with a look of surprise and teased. The name is nice, but the power is just so-so. This stinky old man. Zoro's face darkened, and he thought of his hated captain. Luffy had laughed at him before, saying that he spent all his IQ on naming his moves. He was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword and fight Luffy, but he was beaten so hard that he almost doubted his life. Damn it, then let me do this. Zoro no longer hesitated, bit down on the Wado Ikimonji, and pulled out the Sandai Kaititsuo and another equally fine long sword from his waist with both hands. Oh, three-sword style, this is really the first time I've seen it. I hope you can bring me some surprises. Zeph said with interest. Zoro didn't reply, slowly put the double swords on his back, and squatted down to accumulate power. Three-sword style. Reciting the name of the move in his mind, Zoro's legs were like springs, and he suddenly kicked towards Zephyr. Tiger hunting. The two swords chopped down on his head, and Zephyr also felt the extraordinariness of this move. However, he was still very confident and raised his arms again. Armed iron steel. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and the muscles of his arms were tightly stretched like steel under Zephyr's active guidance. The reinforced iron block combined with the armed color made it impossible for even Zoro's powerful blow to break this defense. Although the attack was blocked, the ground under Zephyr's attack was broken inch by inch under such a heavy attack. Zephyr's feet sank, and his calves were buried halfway into the ground. "Good opportunity, it's up to you," Zoro shouted, and quickly jumped to the side. Behind him, Sanji, who had not made a move, supported himself with his left foot and spun at high speed. Because of the speed, his right foot was actually burning with fire. "You bastard green algae head, I don't need you to remind me. Devil Lanjiao flame shoot." Chapter 73. With a roar, Sanji's body suddenly stopped spinning at high speed. With the huge kinetic energy from spinning to the limit, he raised his right leg and swung it hard. A crescent-shaped slash over 10 meters long, burning with blazing flames, instantly arrived in front of Zephyr. "This brat!" Zephyr had no time to be surprised and could only raise his hand to block it again. The scorching flame slash also failed to break through his defense after hitting him. However, the terrible kinetic energy of the slash pushed Zephyr all the way back, and his legs directly plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. "It's not over yet, 3 swords style 108 Troubles Phoenix." Zoro jumped out again at this time, adding another damage. 3 blue slashes gathered together, forming a phoenix-like sword energy superimposed on Sanji's attack. Instantly, the power of the flame slash became stronger, the scorching flames scorched the earth, and even Zephyr began to sweat slightly. The combined attack of the two couldn't help but surprise Zephyr secretly. But he was the original admiral after all, no matter how exquisite and powerful the two attacks were, he still couldn't be stumped. "Ha!" Zifa shouted, blocking the attack with his left arm, and raised his right fist high. A thick armament haki was wrapped around it, and as the fist fell, it slashed at the flames and released. "Armed with your fists." The powerful fists hit the flaming slash with unstoppable force. The slash was instantly dispersed, and the sparks flew everywhere like exploding fireworks, and finally fell to the ground and dissipated into nothingness. Sanji and the others stared at this scene in a daze, not knowing what to think. This was already their full-strength attack, but it was still easily dispersed by Zephyr. Are they too weak, or is this old man too strong? Looking at the two dumbfounded teenagers, Zephyr slowly put away his posture, with a look of satisfaction on his face. "Let's stop here. I have a general understanding of your strength." After saying this, he paused and looked at the two of them with a serious look. "Have you already started your domineering training?" Zoro reluctantly retracted the 3 swords and nodded. "That is indeed true, but I have not practiced for a long time and I have not yet fully mastered it." "Well, as a swordsman, your swordsmanship is considered exquisite in the headquarters." Zephyr expressed his affirmation to Zoro. After saying that, he looked at Sanji. "You too are able to integrate the 6 styles so skillfully into your kicking skills, your talent is truly rare." Zifa said, taking out a booklet and writing down the characteristics of both of them with a pen. "Okay, let me see your training again, the haki training method that Luffy taught you." Hearing this, Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but look at each other. Then Sanji shook his head and gritted his teeth and said, "The method he taught us was to blindfold ourselves and let everyone beat us up. During the beating, we had to either learn to use armament haki to resist or learn observation haki to avoid it." After hearing this, Zifa's face darkened and he started to curse. "Bastard, what a mess." Taking a deep breath, Zephyr suppressed the urge to grab Luffy and beat him up, and explained. "I don't deny that some people can learn domineering through this kind of training. But the essence of domineering power is the invisible feelings such as momentum, murderous intent, and fighting spirit. It is the embodiment of willpower. Learning domineering is learning how to control willpower. For this, the Navy has long explored a complete and effective training method." Zeph talked eloquently with his hands behind his back, and his words opened another door for the two of them. "Do you know about life return? This is also a move that is circulated among the Navy elite and government agents. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The principle is to infuse the will into various parts of the body, so as to achieve the effect of controlling the body, hair, internal organs, etc. There are a lot of similarities between the two. Once you have mastered life return, learning domineering will be much easier. Life return? Didn't Luffy say that? Isn't that a passive skill? Zoro asked in confusion. Zephyr nodded slowly with a dark face. That's right for him. That kid has a special physique and is born with life return. So he learned Haki very quickly at the beginning. In fact, he mastered Haki by himself in the battle as you just said. Hearing this, Zoro and Sanji's faces immediately turned green. After all this time, it turned out that this bastard was a pervert, so he taught them as if they were perverts like him. It would be strange if they could learn it. But fortunately, there is Zephyr to explain it to them and teach them step by step. The two of them quickly put aside their unhappiness and stayed in the elite training camp to start studying seriously. Of course, Zephyr would not keep them. After a day of training, he told the two of them the direction of the subsequent training, gave each of them a training plan written on the spur of the moment, and sent them away. Despite this, the two still benefited a lot, and sincerely called him Teacher Zephyr when they left. On the fourth day after returning to the headquarters, after getting dressed up, Luffy stood in the largest square in Marineford. Senior naval officers who stayed at the headquarters, such as Tsuru, Zephyr, and Aokiji, attended the event. In addition, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Major General Yukimura, Kade and many other naval commanders came to watch the ceremony. On the high platform in the center of the square, Luffy, Tina, Ian, Cook and other main members of the guerrillas stood in a row in order of military rank. Opposite them was Marshal Sengoku, who was dressed in formal attire and had a serious and earnest face. Delicious. Taking the golden medal from the hands of the Marines beside him, Sengoku came to Luffy and put it on him personally. After that, he straightened Luffy's suit, patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Colonel Luffy, I hope you will continue to work hard in the future. I look forward to awarding you a medal next time. Yes. I will live up to the Marshal's expectations. Luffy stood up straight and saluted in response. After that, he turned around and stepped forward, saluted and thanked all his colleagues who came to watch the ceremony. Immediately, there was applause from the audience. Zhang Guo also smiled and clapped softly. After the applause stopped, he took another medal and began to award the medal to Tina. Colonel Tina, I have seen your performance, keep up the good work. Yes, thank you Marshal Zhang Guo. Chapter 74. After Tina finished her set of procedures, Zhang Guo began to repeatedly award medals and encouragements, and then the next one. Soon, everyone had a golden medal on their chest. But it was not over yet, the next part was the highlight. After handing out the medals, Zhang Guo held the radio Den Den Mushi and announced in front of everyone. Colonel Luffy was appointed as the captain of the Navy Guerrilla a year ago and was ordered to go to the East China Sea. During the East China Sea mission, he severely cracked down on the arrogance of local pirates. He conscientiously completed the task of inspecting the East China Sea Navy issued by the headquarters. He purged the corrupt officers in each branch who had extremely bad influences such as corruption and bribery. Half a month ago, together with the Grand Line Navy G27 branch, he discovered the conspiracy of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to overthrow the government and allied countries. He bravely took the lead and successfully brought the villain Crocodile to justice without fear of danger. Hereby, in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Navy of the World Government, I appoint Colonel Monkey D. Luffy to the rank of Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. After saying that, Sengoku immediately took the lead in applauding. Crane, Zephyr, Aokiji, and others who knew the news in advance also applauded and celebrated. But the others who came to watch the ceremony were dumbfounded. They guessed that Luffy would be promoted after defeating the 7 warlords of the sea. But they didn't expect that Luffy would skip the brigadier general and directly be promoted from colonel to major general. You know, he has only been at sea for more than a year. This promotion speed is too outrageous. Of course, although they were surprised, everyone still agreed with this appointment. After all, Luffy captured the 7 warlords of the sea, the 7 who are known as the 3 major forces in the world. A member of the great pirates of France. In terms of strength alone, the weight of Luffy, a major general, is completely sufficient. Under the applause of the crowd, Luffy stood up again and spoke a set of standard official language. Sengoku didn't care, and handed Luffy the appointment documents and a set of higher standard military uniforms and cloaks with a look of satisfaction. After that, he repeated what he had done before, listing the events of Tina and others one by one, and commended them. Among them, Tina was promoted to Brigadier General, Ian was promoted to Major, Cook, Gavin, Bins and others were promoted to Captain, and others were also promoted. Even Zoro, who was not qualified to go on stage, and Sanji were promoted 2 levels, from Sergeant to Warrant Officer. Nami and Usopp were not so lucky, they were only promoted to Staff Sergeant, still the lowest rank in the whole guerrilla team. But even so, those Marines who didn't know much about the guerrilla team were dumbfounded. Good boy, the whole team was promoted together, right? It's okay that Major General Luffy was promoted for capturing the 7 warlords of the sea. Tina and Ian also played a key role for now. But what about the others? No, we must protest to the Marshal. What? You say the protest is invalid? Then at least let us join the guerrilla team. Attack team. We also want to be promoted, we also want to make progress. For a moment, the faces of all the Navy officers in the square changed. They all stared at Luffy's back on the podium with fiery eyes, and the fiery eyes made Luffy's whole body shudder. He seemed to have become a hot commodity now, and everyone wanted to have a bite. The awarding of honors and promotion activities ended in such a relaxed and happy environment. When Luffy left the square and returned to the Marshal's office, he had a layer of cold sweat on his back. After closing the door, he sat down on the comfortable sofa in the office without hesitation, and said relaxedly, "Phew, it's finally over. Just now it felt like there were a group of ants crawling behind me. My observation Haki kept giving warnings, and I felt like I was about to be torn apart at any moment." Jean Guo smiled and sat down in his office chair, crossed his hands on the table, and said jokingly, "What, do you think being a major general is too stressful? Do you want me to remove your military rank and position, so that you can go home and be a young master who just eats and waits for death?" Luffy rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. "Sure, but Grandpa Jean Guo, are you willing to give it up? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Humph, what is there for me to be reluctant about?" Jean Guo snorted heavily, and then changed to a gloating look, saying playfully, "Thanks to you for recommending Yu Xiao to me. He is quite capable and can fill the vacancy left by you." "Hey!" Luffy sat up in confusion, then clapped his hands in sudden realization. "Yes, where is Uncle Yu Xiao? I haven't seen him since I brought him here that day. Where did he go? What is his current rank?" "Humph." Jean Guo smiled complacently, took out a signed document from his desk, shook it, and said, "You should call him sir now. After my application, the government agreed to promote him to lieutenant general. Just yesterday, I sent him to the New World for a mission." "What? He really became a vice-admiral?" Luffy jumped up and screamed. He didn't expect that Yu Xiao could be promoted to vice-admiral in such a relatively stable period of time. Originally, he just said it casually, thinking that it would be good if the Marshal could make an exception and arrange a major general. After all, Yu Xiao was a newcomer and didn't even have any achievements. Sitting back on the sofa, he slowly digested this shocking news. Suddenly, Luffy realized something was wrong and jumped up from the sofa. "Grandpa, what did you say? He went to the New World?" The captain, haven't even gone yet, how come he went to the New World? Is there something wrong? Jean Guo pretended to be puzzled. Of course not. Luffy retorted loudly, and then counted on his fingers. Grandpa, I was the first one to know Yuxiao, right? Yeah. I was the one who brought him back to the headquarters and introduced him to you. Yes, this is your credit. This is one of the reasons why you were promoted directly to Major General. That's right. Luffy clapping hands, spreading towards the warring states. I brought him here, and it was thanks to my efforts that he joined the Navy. How could you just throw him away to the New World after meeting him once? He should be my subordinate, and he should follow me. Yes, you are right. Jean Guo nodded repeatedly, and then... Then what? He is mine, he should be mine. Luffy argued. Jean Guo shook his head with amusement and leaned back on the chair. After saying so much, you still don't understand one thing. Luffy was at a loss. What? He calmly reached out and poked the table, and said in a serious tone. Remember, I am the Admiral of the Navy. Luffy. Chapter 75. Damn, such a strong sense of déjà vu, how should I respond? Should I say, Sengoku, you will regret this? And then turn around and slam the door? Luffy fell into silence with a confused look on his face. As he stopped talking, the office fell silent for a while. Sengoku was not in a hurry. After leisurely tidying up the documents on the table, he teased his lamb. The lamb bleated a few times under his comfortable touch. It was these two sounds that brought Luffy back to reality from his thoughts. Looking at the leisurely look of Sengoku teasing the lamb, Luffy walked back to the sofa in annoyance and sat down. He lay down and started to mess around. Okay, you are the marshal, you have the final say on how to arrange it. I am just a small major general, I just need to obey orders. After feeding the lamb 2 pieces of paper, Jean Guo raised his head and looked at Luffy, who was listless on the sofa, and said with a smile. Are you unhappy now? If you beg me, I might turn your smile back on. You really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You're kidding me. Luffy groaned twice in annoyance and didn't reply. Seeing this, Sengoku stopped teasing him, took out a document from the table, and said. Okay, when you become a marshal, you can do whatever you want. Now come and see, this is my new task for you. Tisk, it seems that no one cares about you anymore after you become a marshal. Luffy muttered, stood up, and slowly walked to the desk. Taking the document handed over by Sengoku, Luffy read it carefully. The 7 warlords of the sea meeting? The headquarters wants to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy looked at Sengoku in confusion, not understanding why he summoned the 7 warlords of the sea at this time. They didn't go to war with the 4 emperors. Why are you looking at me? It's because of Crocodile. He went too far in Alabasta. Under Cobra's persuasion, the member states put pressure on the government. The government put pressure on us in turn, asking us to give the remaining few a good beating. What about the nesting dolls? The government is messing around, what the hell are the 7 warlords of the sea? Now that something has happened, it's not enough for our navy to clean up their mess, they also want us to do this kind of dirty work. They really don't care about their face. His scolding made Jean Guo's eyebrows jump. After he finished speaking, Jean Guo warned him seriously, asking him to be more restrained outside and not to be heard by anyone with ulterior motives. Luffy nodded in agreement, and after reading the document carefully again, he asked. So Marshal, what do you need me to do? Look at this is your target this time, help me run a trip to bring this guy to the headquarters. Sengoku said as he opened the drawer and took out a familiar bounty and information. Luffy looked closely and saw that it was this guy. The person on the wanted list was Gecko Mariah, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, with an original bounty of 320 million Baileys. Luffy frowned as he looked at the photo, revealing a look of disgust. Why do you want me to pick him up? I'm more interested in the legendary Empress than this guy. You want to pick up Boa Hancock, Sengoku said in surprise. After looking Luffy up and down, he shook his head and denied it. That woman is too dangerous. I don't agree with you picking her up. Haha, I'm going because it's dangerous, otherwise how can I become the Admiral of the Navy? Luffy said righteously, looking like a fool who is going to hell if I don't. Sengoku's face darkened and he looked at him speechlessly. If you want to see the most beautiful woman in the world, just say so, don't act like you are so great. Hehe, this is not curiosity, after all, the title of the world's #1 is not given casually. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. It would be unreasonable not to be curious about a woman who has such a title. Zhang Guo shook his head with a smile. After all, he is still a young man, but he was young once, so he can understand. Okay, I'll give you one chance. But I'll make it clear in advance that even if you die there, Hancock must be present at the headquarters meeting in half a month. Yes, I will complete the mission. Luffy happily accepted the mission and left. Thinking that he would soon meet the legendary Empress, he inexplicably felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. He has so many beautiful girls around him, but if you really say that their looks are the best in the world, no one would dare to admit it. And this is exactly why he is curious about the appearance of the Empress. After all, what you see in the animation is completely different from what you see in reality. Whistling, he left the headquarters building with brisk steps. Luffy did not rush back home, but turned a corner and went to a bar on the commercial street. The bar that can be opened in the headquarters is naturally not a messy place. This bar is not large and is located in a remote location. Usually, it entertains regular customers, but today, this bar is reserved by the guerrillas. Cook and his men, who had just received the Marshal's medal in the square, changed into casual clothes and were pulling 6 or 7 people each, drinking and bragging about how the Marshal liked them at that time. 0. Next to them, the 4 girls of Anne were also sitting together, drinking wine, juice, and watching them play. This cheerful atmosphere continued until Luffy arrived and was noticed by the sharp-eyed team members. As soon as he came in, Luffy saw Cook, who was already slightly drunk and bragging. With a smile on his face, Luffy, who was also happy, walked over quickly. Patting Cook on the shoulder, she picked up an unopened bottle of wine from the table and opened the cap with a flick of her thumb. Come on, brothers, cheers to the Navy, cheers to the promotion. Cheers to the Navy, cheers to the promotion. Never Yon echoed in unison, and then Luffy raised his head and drank the whole bottle of wine in one breath. Everyone applauded and praised Luffy's generous drinking capacity. Cook hooked Luffy's neck, hit him hard on the chest, and said excitedly, "Sure, Luffy, you have become a major general without making any noise. In just 1 year, my classmates have become equal to my father." After that, everyone burst into laughter, raised their glasses to congratulate Luffy, and began to persuade him to drink. Luffy accepted everyone's offer, and soon he drank 5 or 6 bottles of wine. Just when everyone was talking and laughing, it was so lively. Peacock came to him at some point, holding a small box and shaking it at him. Chapter 76. Everyone didn't know Peacock, they just knew she was a friend brought up by Big Sister Anne. Seeing the mysterious little box in her hand, everyone looked at Luffy curiously, wanting to know what he was going to announce. Luffy didn't hide anything, he pulled Peacock in front of him and introduced her to everyone. "This is Lieutenant Colonel Peacock, a friend I have known since childhood and a new member of the guerrillas." No one had any objection to the captain recruiting new members. Everyone was about to applaud and welcome the new members, but they heard Luffy continue. "It's not over yet. Lieutenant Colonel Peacock not only joined the guerrillas, but also gave me a devil fruit. I called everyone here today not only to celebrate my promotion, but also to discuss the distribution of this fruit. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the bar. This is a precious devil fruit, and it was given away just like that. This new lieutenant colonel was really generous. After a brief surprise, Bins was the first to shake his head. I am already a user of special abilities, so this thing has little to do with me. But can I ask, what kind of fruit is this? Hee, anyway, it's better than your dancing fruit. Luffy teased Bins with a smile, and he was so angry that he almost danced on the spot, so that Luffy could experience the power of his fruit. After the joke, Luffy was no longer naughty. He took the small box from Peacock's arms and took out a magical fruit with a yellowish color and a pair of small horns sticking out. Seeing this strange-looking fruit, many people swallowed their saliva. This is a secret treasure of the sea. The starting price at the auction is at least 100 million. For most of them, this is the first time they have seen the real thing. Damn it, are you going to eat a devil fruit that can give you magical powers? If I eat it, can I become a true sea warrior? Usopp said eagerly, and he bumped into Zoro and Sanji beside him and asked them. Do you want to eat this fruit? Zoro crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. Humph, I don't need this kind of thing, the sword in my hand is enough. Not getting the answer he wanted, Usopp had to look at Sanji. Sanji put his hand on his chin and looked at the fruit carefully, then shook his head in disappointment, and said regretfully. This is not what I want. If I don't have that ability, I won't eat any other fruit no matter how precious it is. Hey? What are you talking about? Usopp didn't understand what Sanji meant, but he didn't want to ask any more questions, and returned his attention to Luffy's hand. Although he wanted it very much, he also knew that with so many people competing in the gorillas, his chances of getting the fruit were slim. Luffy saw everyone's expressions, he held up the devil fruit high, and said loudly. I don't know if you have heard that there are two special categories in the animal system. One is the fantasy beast species that can transform into various mythical creatures and master various elements like the natural system. The other is the ancient species that is not so magical, but can transform into various ancient creatures and possess stronger power and recovery than the general animal system. And the one in my hand is the extremely precious dragon fruit ox dragon form among the ancient species. The short words exploded in everyone's minds like thunder from the ground. Then everyone looked at the held-up devil fruit with fiery eyes. Even Bins, who has become a capable person, is no exception. Captain, are you sure you want to give us this fruit? Bill swallowed his saliva and stuttered. Luffy nodded as a matter of course. Nonsense, I am already a capable person, what's the use of this? As he said, he put the fruit down and handed it forward, saying. If anyone wants it, please come forward. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it this time, you may not be able to get such good results next time. Bill was the first to raise his hand. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Captain, I want it. After he finished speaking, the others reacted and almost half of them raised their hands. Of course, there were those who wanted it and those who didn't. Gavin shook his head and took the initiative to walk aside. Bins looked at him in surprise and asked in confusion. Gavin, don't you want to eat this fruit? No, the devil fruit's weakness of being afraid of seawater is too fatal. Moreover, eating the fruit does not immediately give you great power. It will take a long time for the power user to develop it. Instead of adding a weakness to myself and wasting time, I might as well hone my physical skills. You know, Pirate King Roger and Luffy's grandfather Vice Admiral Garp are not power users. Gavin clearly analyzed the pros and cons of eating the fruit. He also used Pirate King Roger and Hero Garp as examples. Many people gave up the idea of eating the fruit. Forget it, I'll give up. I haven't even figured out what haki is yet, and eating more fruits will only distract me. A team member expressed his thoughts, and many others echoed him. Yes, I still believe more in the long sword in my hand. When I become a great swordsman, a mere ability user will be nothing more than that. As one person after another withdrew, there were only 12 people left on the field. Among these 12 people, Cook was also among them. He looked at the Jiaolong fruit eagerly, clenched his fists excitedly, and murmured. The ancient species that can increase physical fitness and recovery ability is a perfect match for me. As long as I eat this fruit, I can truly become an invincible cockroach. By then, I won't be invincible at the same level, but at least I can tire my opponent to death. Mumbling to himself, he immediately asked Luffy with uncontrollable excitement. Captain, just tell me, how are we going to distribute the fruit? I knew this guy would not miss this opportunity. Luffy glanced at him and threw the fruit to him. Cook caught it in a hurry, holding the precious fruit and looking at him blankly. You decide for yourselves, and tell me the result after discussing it. After saying that, Luffy stopped paying attention, turned around, hugged Anne and Tina, and went to the side to drink and celebrate. Chapter 77. On that day, in order to obtain the ownership of this devil fruit, a fierce fight began within the guerrillas. The means of fighting included arm wrestling, throwing darts, rolling dice, guessing riddles, and drinking competitions. In the end, everyone was having so much fun that even Bins joined in. Cook, who really wanted to get the fruit, was under great pressure. In the end, he relied on his luck and unwillingness to admit defeat, and drank everyone except Luffy, and successfully won the ownership of the fruit. Looking at Cook, who was already drunk and couldn't wait to eat the fruit that was even more unpalatable than Xiang, he squatted in the corner and started vomiting. Luffy shook his head, found the owner of the bar, paid the money including the cleaning fee, and asked him to send all the drunks back. Looking at the generous reward in hand, the boss patted his chest and accepted the commission without hesitation. After watching everyone being carried out horizontally, Luffy called the 4 girls home. After returning home and taking a comfortable hot bath, Lu-15Fei came to the living room wearing grey cat pajamas that were extremely inconsistent with his image. As soon as he sat on the sofa, he complained unhappily. Who bought this dress? Can't you buy something a little more normal? I'm a major general after all, don't I have any face if someone sees me like this? At this time, the 4 girls did not quarrel for the first time. Instead, they gathered together, spread a bunch of strange cosmetics on the coffee table, and exchanged their experiences. Nami looked up and saw Luffy's clothes, and she couldn't help laughing. However, she was very unhappy about Luffy's dissatisfaction, and asked with her hands on her waist. This is what Sister Tina and I chose together. Do you have any objections? Yes, and I have a lot of opinions. Luffy said bluntly. Nami made a cross with both hands, stuck out her pink tongue and made a face. The protest is invalid. After saying that, she laughed. The other 3 girls also laughed secretly and chose to stand on Nami's side. Luffy looked at the 4 girls helplessly, put his hand on the backrest, and wondered. No, how come you 2 are so close? Weren't you keeping your distance from each other and not talking to each other last night? This question was answered by Anne, who thought she was the eldest sister in the family. That's because we feel that it's not worth it to make the relationship too awkward for someone. So after negotiation, we decided to get along with each other in a friendly way. At least, that's the case when it comes to matters other than core interests. Core interests? For example. Anne blushed, snorted, and turned his head away. At this time, Peacock took over. For example, we sleep together tonight. As she said that, she moved her body and wanted to get into Luffy's arms. No way. Asterisk 3. The 3 girls retorted in unison, and pulled back the abominable guy who wanted to sneak away. After being pressed back to his original position by the 3 girls, Peacock winked at Luffy, and everything was self-explanatory. Luffy understood instantly, and looking at the four beautiful women in cool clothes playing together, he coughed reluctantly and interrupted. Ahem, okay, stop messing around and let's get down to business. It turns out that the truce agreement signed by the four girls was not in vain. After Luffy spoke, they immediately stopped, sat down on both sides, and waited for Luffy to speak. Luffy didn't keep them in suspense and spoke directly. The Marshal's mission has been given, and the headquarters is about to summon all the 7 warlords to teach them a lesson about the crocodile incident. We have also been assigned a serious mission. We need to go to the Amazon Lily Kingdom in the Calm Belt. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Invite the country's current emperor, the pirate Queen Boa Hancock, to attend the meeting. This time the Marshal has given a death order. Even if we all die there, we have to trick people to the headquarters. As he spoke, the expressions of the women became more and more serious. Nami leaned into Anne's arms with a worried and scared look on her face, and said, "No way, is this Empress so powerful? Even Luffy is no match for her. How can I put this into words?" Luffy rubbed his chin, feeling a little embarrassed. In terms of strength, Hancock is indeed one of the strongest among the 7 warlords of the sea. But the real killer is not this, the most terrifying thing is her peerless beauty that attracts both men and women. Nami opened her mouth and looked confused. What does this mean? What's wrong with being beautiful? I'm beautiful too, what's so great about that? Nami didn't know much about Hancock, so she didn't understand the deep meaning of Luffy's words. But Anne, Tina, and Peacock had heard about it before, and their faces immediately became serious. However, their seriousness was not directed at Hancock, but at Luffy, with a look of vigilance and suspicion. As the woman who knows Luffy best, Anne spoke directly. "Why did the Marshal arrange for you to pick up the Empress? Tell me, is this your own request?" Tina frowned, snorted, and squinted at Luffy with disgust as if he were looking at trash, saying disdainfully, "He must have had his eyes on the legendary world's most beautiful woman and deliberately accepted this task. Pervert, Tina sees through you." Peacock narrowed his eyes and stared at Luffy. He didn't speak at the first time, but after making a small calculation in his mind, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, go ahead. If you can really bring that Empress in to be our sister, I have no objection." Anne and the other 2 looked at her in surprise, and wanted to refute her angrily. But Peacock continued, "But, it's not that I look down on you. It is rumored that the Empress is a very arrogant woman. If you really do it, I will have no objection to you finding any other woman in the future. Even in the future, when you do things with other women, it's okay for me to help you." After she finished speaking, the 3 girls looked at her blankly, not understanding why she was crazy. Luffy also raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, but he didn't rush, and continued to ask cautiously, "Are you making a bet with me? What if I can't do it?" "Haha, you can understand it this way," Peacock chuckled and nodded to confirm. "If you can't do it, it's very simple. You don't need to look for other women in the future. The 4 of us plus that little princess are all we have. You can never have any more affairs with other women." Chapter 78. Well, you bad woman, you have only joined the sisterhood for a few days, and you are already thinking about the future. You actually want to interrupt my plan to build a harem. It seems that I have to find a chance to teach you a lesson. Luffy stared at Peacock with gritted teeth, wishing he could pull down her pants and whip her perky buttocks. His aggressive gaze not only did not scare Peacock, but aroused her perverted psychology. She couldn't help biting her red lips, and cast a seductive glance at Luffy. Seeing this pair of dogs and bitches flirting in front of them, Ian pulled Peacock over angrily, and called Tina and Nami, and the 4 girls gathered together to discuss in a low voice. "Peacock, are you crazy? How can you agree to such a condition? What if he succeeds?" Tina was also dissatisfied. "You agreed to it yourself, it has nothing to do with us." If you want to push your ass in the future, you have to do it yourself. Nami was still puzzled. She is the emperor and the most beautiful woman in the world. What kind of woman is Boa Hancock? Haha, don't worry. Peacock looked relaxed and seemed very confident. Empress Boa Hancock, the emperor of the legendary kingdom of women. I happen to have seen her information from my grandmother before. Legend has it that the Amazon Lily Kingdom is an extremely closed country that prohibits any man from approaching. As the emperor of this country, Hancock hates men from the bottom of her heart. It is said that all men who have seen her up close have turned into stone without exception. In addition, she is naturally arrogant and looks down on everyone. I don't believe that a woman who grew up in such an environment and has such a bad personality would fall in love with Luffy. Anyway, all of you listen to me, let's force him to make an agreement and give up his ridiculous idea of finding sisters for us. Peacock made a confident analysis, and summed it up in one sentence: I have the advantage, I suggest you go all in. Tina leaned back, looking at her in surprise and admiration, as if she really saw the shadow of Vice Admiral Tsuru in her. As expected of that man's granddaughter, her brain is smarter than ours. With a sigh in her heart, she turned her inquiring eyes to Anne and Nami, wanting to see what decision they would make. Nami didn't know much about the Empress, but through the intelligence analysis given by Peacock, she thought this plan was feasible, and she didn't believe that Luffy could really bring back a woman who was suspected of misogyny. Anne had the same idea, although Luffy was incredibly charming in her eyes. But the Empress didn't necessarily look at the face, and it was unlikely that she would be interested in a mere rear admiral. Anne: okay, I agree. Nami: me too. Tina: ditto. The three girls expressed their support for Peacock one after another. Peacock took out the banknotes and drafted 3 copies of the document without hesitation. Luffy, who was waiting patiently, was stunned when he saw this scene. No, Peacock, do you have to be so serious? Peacock wrote quickly and nodded seriously. It's a must, who knows if you will cheat? After saying that, she had already written the document. Then she found the red mud from the villa, and signed and pressed the fingerprints together with Anne, Tina, and Nami. When the document was handed to Luffy, the 4 of them tacitly surrounded him in the middle. As if you dare not sign today, don't even think about leaving. Luffy's mouth twitched, and he took the document in front of him and checked it sentence by sentence. However, Peacock did not play any tricks. She was very confident in her judgment and only wrote one sentence on the paper. The general meaning was that as long as Luffy could get Hancock, they would unconditionally support Luffy in the future, no matter what. On the contrary, if he couldn't do it, he must strictly abide by the terms of the contract, except for the 4 people present. Apart from one person, Vivi, no more affairs are allowed. Luffy read the document carefully several times, and finally picked up the pen and wrote his name under the delighted eyes of the girls. There were 3 copies of the document, one was kept by Luffy, and the other was kept by the 4 girls. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. For the last copy, Peacock decided to buy a safe and lock the documents in it as a backup. Watching her arrange everything, Luffy, who looked down and was still checking the documents, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and revealed a sly smile. This is the handle you brought to your own door. If I don't catch it, wouldn't I be a fool? 2 days have passed since the agreement was made with the girls. Due to the tight time schedule and heavy tasks, Luffy did not want to rest too much at the headquarters, so he quickly gathered his troops and set off to the calm belt. Roar: how is it? Am I mighty or not? On the deck of the warship, a huge monster roared to the sky. The people watching the excitement around were envious and jealous, but they had to applaud. This huge monster was naturally Cook, who ate the fruit and transformed into a bull dragon. In his new form, his head is shorter and thicker, like a bull's head. There are several rows of protruding scales on both sides of his back, his forelimbs are short, and his hind limbs are thick and powerful. Of course, the most notable feature of the bull dragon is the pair of protruding sharp horns above his eyes. Hearing the praise from everyone, Cook couldn't help but become more proud. His huge body, which was 8 meters long and 3.5 meters high, began to twist and turn with his control to make various handsome movements. But his body is too huge now, and the warship is shaking under his chaos. Luffy couldn't stand it anymore, and scolded. Fool, don't you see where we are? If you sink the ship, I'll be the first to kick you into the sea. His words were very effective. After hearing them, Cook's head shrank in a very human way. Sorry, I'll change back now. As he said this, he thought about it, and his huge body began to shrink rapidly. The claws and scales were retracted into the body, and soon it returned to its original appearance. Looking at Cook, whose clothes were intact, Luffy was amazed. Then he waved and called him over, and asked, "How is your mastery of the fruit? What about your human beast form? Let me see it." Cook was immediately embarrassed when he heard Luffy's request. After being silent for several seconds, he scratched his head embarrassedly and whispered with his head down. "Captain, I drank too much that day and slept until yesterday. I had a headache all day. Come to think of it, this was only my second transformation. Get lost." Chapter 79. Because Cook was too outrageous, Luffy's idea of seeing the human beast form of the animal-type fruit was thwarted. After driving the idiot aside in a bad mood, Luffy lay back on the recliner and dozed off with his eyes closed. But before he could rest for long, someone gently woke him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a flattering figure with curly eyebrows. Rubbing his hands with expectation, Sanji saw that Luffy had woken up and asked hurriedly. "Captain, I heard that we are going to the Kingdom of Women this time, is that true?" After the words fell, the whole ship fell silent. Everyone in the gorillas, including Cook who had just left, quietly pricked up their ears. Luffy turned his head and looked around. Seeing him looking at him, everyone lowered their heads and pretended to do the work at hand. But everyone tacitly did not make a sound, waiting for Luffy to confirm. Noticing their little movements, Luffy rolled his eyes in annoyance and sneered. "Oh, why are you pretending? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. To tell you the truth, this time we went to the legendary Kingdom of Daughters. Are you satisfied? Yet, long live the captain. Great, it turns out that the Kingdom of Women really exists. I thought it was just a legend. I wonder if I can find a girl who is willing to marry me in the land of women." 693 Of course there is. There are girls in a whole country, and you can always find one that satisfies you. After Luffy finished speaking, everyone started to discuss excitedly. Obviously, this topic is much more interesting than watching Cook, the idiot, show off. The noise on the deck attracted the attention of Anne and others in the cabin. When they came out and heard that everyone on the ship was discussing the land of women, they rolled their eyes in annoyance. Nami glanced at Luffy who was being harassed by Sanji, and cast a discontented look at him, then walked to the side of the ship, opened her arms and felt the airflow around her. Suddenly, her face changed, and she shouted to Luffy anxiously. "Luffy, we are about to enter the calm zone. Let's go in. Anyway, our ship is equipped with sea stone, so we don't have to be afraid of those sea kings." Luffy replied nonchalantly. However, out of caution, he still turned his observation haki to the maximum, wanting to detect whether there were any dangerous sea kings nearby. "Hey? What is this?" In his perception, about 15 kilometers to the left of the warship, a huge ship was also heading towards the doldrums, and judging from the trajectory of the ship, it was heading in the same direction as them. Of course, this was not the most surprising thing for Luffy. What surprised him even more was the extremely distinctive features of the ship. The ship was actually dragged on the sea by 2 huge sea snakes. This instantly reminded him of a certain pirate group. Isn't this the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates, the Perfume Serpent? How did they appear in this place? With doubts, and the fact that this ship happened to have his own target on board, Luffy quickly stood up and ordered the people who were still laughing. Pay attention, 10 o'clock in the left front, full speed ahead. What's going on? Why are we turning left? Nami hurried over and asked in confusion. Haha, you will know when the time comes. Luffy stretched out his finger and poked Nami's forehead lightly, and said in a riddle. Rubbing her forehead depressedly, Nami snorted coldly, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't want to know. After that, the little girl left in anger and went to help. Soon, the warship turned smoothly, and a pair of outer wheels ran at full speed, driving the warship to quickly leave the sea area. Luffy's observation haki always locked on the target, relying on the small speed of the ship to rush before the 9 snake pirates arrived, blocking their way. To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. From Luffy's perspective, the Perfume Serpent is a very special ship, and it has the style of his hometown in his previous life. The ship is a 2-masted sailing ship, but the main power comes from the 2 huge serpents on the bow and a pair of wooden outer wheels. The deckhouse of the ship is also very interesting, as it is a small 2-story palace. BF. Luffy, who was still sitting on the small broken boat, was envious. Ding 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 ding. Enemy attack. It's the Navy. There was a commotion on the Perfume Serpent. Apparently, they had also discovered Luffy and his crew. However, they clearly regarded Luffy as an enemy, even though there was a big seagull logo on his sail. Instructing the team members to bring the boat closer, Luffy walked to the bow, took out a loudspeaker and started to speak. Boya Hancock, I am Monkey D. Luffy, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Now, on behalf of the world government, I am here to convey to you the summons of the 7 warlords of the sea. Please follow me to the Navy Headquarters, Marineford, to attend this 7 warlords of the sea meeting. Luffy shouted 3 times in a row in a responsible manner. But the person who responded to him was indeed a young girl in a swimsuit, who angrily yelled. Weak fellow, you are not allowed to call Lady Hancock by name. As soon as the words fell, the girl waved her hand, and the little green snake coiled on her body turned into a longbow. The girl also took out feather arrows from the quiver on her back, drew the bowstring and aimed at Luffy. Not only her, but many young girls on the ship did the same. Thin arrows were immediately aimed at Luffy, as if they would attack him the next moment. On the guerrilla team, everyone who was originally excited to see the beauties also restrained their expressions and took out their weapons to point at them seriously. As long as the other party dared to shoot arrows, even if they were women, the team members would take action to deal with them in the first place. Just when the atmosphere was tense and it seemed that a fight was about to break out in the next moment, an older, relatively mature, and plump female warrior walked out of the crowd. She pressed the longbow of the girl who spoke first. Put away your bows. This person seemed to have a certain prestige on the ship. After hearing her order, the girls put down their weapons although they were reluctant. Alan looked at the handsome young navy on the bow of the warship, put one hand on his waist and said loudly. Navy, we haven't received a summons from the government, and it's impossible for Lady Snake to attend the 7 warlords of the sea meeting. Seeing that the person in charge had come out, Luffy waved his right hand and asked the team members to put down their weapons. This is an order from Marshal Sengoku, you can choose to accept or not. If you accept, go and call Hancock out and ask her to go with us. If you don't accept, we will deprive Hancock of his title of Shishibukai. At the same time, we will formally launch a crusade against the 9 Snakes pirates. As he said this, he stretched out his hand to feel the air without a trace of breeze, and smiled. It's already the calm belt, it seems that the new warships can cross the calm belt and it's not just talk. Chapter 80. Alan was shocked. It was only then that she realized that the Navy had mastered the method of free navigation in the calm belt. If Lady Hancock was really stripped of her title of Shishibukai and the Navy sent a large number of elite troops to encircle and suppress her, she could not imagine the consequences. Alan was secretly shocked and did not know how to speak for a moment. Luffy pressed the hilt of the sword with one hand and looked at her quietly. Seeing that she looked at a loss, he said impatiently. Since you can't make a decision, call out the person who can make the decision. Time is limited, I don't want to waste it here. Alan's heart sank, he looked up and looked at Luffy fiercely. Wait. With this short sentence, she was about to turn around and look for Master Hancock. But at this moment, the sound of high heels rang out on the boat. Alan was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and respectfully stepped aside. The other members of the 9 Snakes did the same, standing on both sides, as if welcoming some important person. Seeing their actions, Luffy's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around and said to people shouted. Pay attention, stick to your heart, and don't let your imagination run wild. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what the captain meant. But there was no time to ask more questions, as the real boss had already come out. As the palace gate slowly opened, a woman wearing a crimson open top and crimson slit long high heels slowly walked out from behind the door. Following the voice, even though Luffy kept telling himself to restrain himself in his heart, he couldn't help but look over curiously. At the first glance, Luffy's heart tightened, as if someone had pinched it. Those were a pair of deep blue eyes, revealing an incomparable arrogance and self-confidence. Her eyebrows were slender and elegant, complementing her overall temperament. As she approached, her rosy lips were slightly upturned, giving people a feeling of both sexiness and mystery. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, and seemed to reflect the sun under the sunlight. Light. Luffy's ears moved, and he seemed to hear the sound of swallowing saliva behind him. But he didn't look back, because Hancock had slowly walked to the side of the ship, elegantly and proudly put one hand on her waist, and raised her chin to him. Now the two ships are only 6 or 7 meters apart, and it's so close to take a closer look. Luffy was even more shocked by the appearance of the world's most beautiful woman. Especially when she was facing him, he could clearly see the large round and snow-white area exposed at the opening of her shirt. Gulp. Luffy couldn't help it, and he swallowed his saliva. But in an instant, he reacted with a start. Something is wrong, Anne, Tina and others are all top beauties, and they are in front of me every day. Logically speaking, my resistance to beautiful women should be very high. How could I not be able to bear it after just one look at her? Damn sweet fruit, how dare you ruin my moral integrity? Hancock looked at the young navy who took a deep breath as soon as she appeared, and gave him a disgusted look. Another disgusting man. With a flash of thought, Hancock pointed at Luffy and said arrogantly, like a queen giving orders to her subjects. Navy, go back and tell Sengoku that I like the status of Shishibukai. But I don't want to attend the Shishibukai meeting, so tell him not to bother me. She spoke confidently and flamboyantly, with the calmness and elegance that only a high-ranking person can have, but it sounded sexy and charming when she spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard on the warship. Luffy tilted his head slightly and saw Sanji's eyes turned into hearts, and he fell to the ground like a stone sculpture with a satisfied look on his face. Hey! Sanji, what's wrong with you? Bill shook him in panic, but got no response. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Binz lowered his head in fear, recalled the rumors about the Empress, and explained timidly. Legend has it that anyone who has seen the pirate Empress will be turned into stone. Don't look at her, be careful. Hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat and quickly looked away. Even though the most beautiful woman in the world was standing in front of them, no one dared to look at her anymore. Luffy was very upset when he saw this. He was 100% sure that the Empress didn't use any ability just now, and Sanji was just too excited. Similarly, Hancock also tilted her head cutely, showing a rare little surprised expression. Has the ability of my fruit been developed to this extent? Why didn't I feel it? Because of this little episode, the arrogant queen aura created by Hancock was instantly broken. Luffy also recovered, got rid of the influence of the sweet fruit, and held on to his heart. Taking a deep breath, he looked firmly into Hancock's eyes and said, "Miss Hancock, please don't say such willful words. You should have heard about the crocodile incident not long ago. He, who is also a Shishibukai, attempted to plot to steal the country and subvert the rule of the government's allied countries. Although this matter was discovered and remedied in time. But the reputation of the government and our navy is still damaged because of this. In order to prevent similar bad incidents from happening again, Marshal Sengoku, at the instruction of the government, decided to hold a Shishibukai meeting at the headquarters in 10 days. No matter who the current Shishibukai are, anyone who is not present will be deprived of his Shishibukai status. Even if the 3 admirals are sent to lead the team at the same time, those who do not attend the meeting must be thoroughly defeated. This is not me threatening you, but the original words of Marshal Sengoku." After saying this, Luffy crossed his arms and waited for Hancock's response. Hancock frowned slightly. She didn't expect the Navy's attitude this time to be so aggressive. In the past, the liaison officers would call to inform the 7 warlords of the sea. "You can go if you want, or not." This was the first time that if you didn't go, they would threaten to deprive you of your title of 7 warlords of the sea, or even bring out the 3 admirals. Even her 2 sisters who were nothing like her, Sandasonia and Marigold, who were following behind Hancock, could hear the seriousness of the problem. They took 2 steps forward, their expressions revealing anxiety and anger. For Hancock, this was an extremely difficult answer to choose. On one side was the world government with a deep hatred, and on the other side were Amazon Lily's own people. No matter which one she chose, it was not easy for her to choose. Concubine. Chapter 81. Concubine. Hancock hesitated when she said no. Under the pressure from the 3 admirals, she really didn't have the courage to refuse directly. Luffy also saw her dilemma and knew that some things were too much, so he softened his tone and persuaded her. "Hancock, I know you're in a difficult situation. Let me give you a few more days to think about it. Of course, you only have one chance, so please think it through." Hancock bit her fingernails while thinking. She was struggling, and when she heard Luffy's words, she felt a little relieved, but also very angry. "Rude man, who allowed you to call me that?" Looking at Hancock, who was becoming arrogant again, Luffy curled his lips and said perfunctorily, Okay, Miss Hancock, please think about 037 quickly, the Marshal is still waiting for my reply." Hancock frowned even more tightly when she heard this tone. But a flash of inspiration came to her, and she seemed to have discovered something. She jumped onto the side of the ship and looked down at Luffy from above, raised her snow-white neck, and said proudly, "It turned out to be you. I remember now. You were the one who caught that bastard crocodile. In other words, the reason why things became so troublesome was because of you." Luffy silently withdrew his gaze from the long legs and the slit of the long skirt, raised his head and looked directly into her eyes, raised his eyebrows, and nodded readily in acknowledgement. "Yes, it was me. Thanks to him, I was promoted from colonel to major general. I have to thank him." "Humph, you annoying navy, if that's the case, then I'll take my anger out on you." After she finished speaking, she suddenly attacked, leaped across several meters, raised her long legs, and kicked Luffy's chest fiercely with her stiletto heels wrapped in armed color. "Shit, can you blame me for this?" Luffy exclaimed in his heart, and flashed away before Hancock's attack. But before he left the spot, he couldn't help but catch a glimpse of a touch of pink under Hancock's body. After Hancock kicked the air, she quickly turned around and looked up along the mast. In a flash of lightning, Luffy's figure appeared on the observation deck. But he seemed to be in a bad state at this time. He was covering his nose with one hand in embarrassment, and blood was flowing. "Luffy! *4. Unlike the men who had already hidden away and dared not look directly at Hancock, Anne, Tina, and others had never looked away when Hancock first appeared. They admitted that this woman was indeed very beautiful, and even they blushed and their hearts beat fast, looking at her a little obsessed. However, after Hancock suddenly attacked, they also came back to their senses immediately. Especially when they saw Luffy injured, the four women couldn't help but shout out in worry. "Don't worry, I'm fine." A muffled voice came out through his palm. Luffy looked embarrassed and didn't dare to look at the four people. What the hell is going on? How can he not control his blood boiling in an instant? This woman is definitely poisonous. No wonder even Blackbeard is afraid of the power of the sweet fruit. Like him, Hancock was also talking to herself in wonder at this time. What's going on? I didn't even touch him, so how could he be injured? Has my ability really become stronger? Thinking in her heart, she glanced at Sanji, who was still petrified. Once was an accident, but twice in a row is a fact. It seems that I haven't developed the sweet fruit enough, and I have to study it carefully after returning. Having made a decision in her heart, she taught the Navy bastard a lesson. Hancock, feeling better, decided to let this guy go. After jumping back onto the perfume serpent, she didn't even look over here, and directly ordered the crew to sail away. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After the Empress left, Luffy cleaned up the blood and jumped down from the observation deck. The team members who had been hiding aside before gathered around, looking at Luffy with worry, and were surprised. Having known Luffy for so many years, except for their teacher Zephyr, this was the first time they saw this monster captain injured. Feeling the nervous, worried, and shocked gazes of the crowd, Luffy's face became hot and he called it shameful. He didn't expect Hancock to be so charming, or that the influence of the sweet fruit was so terrifying. This is when Hancock is not deliberately seducing. If she makes a few more seductive poses, not to mention him, everyone on the ship will probably be doomed. Ahem, she is indeed the world-famous pirate queen. Her strength is beyond imagination. She first raised her hand to Hancock, and then she excused herself in disguise. Luffy then waved his hand to let everyone disperse, pointed at the perfume serpent which had sailed some distance away, and quickly had people turn the rudder to follow. After arranging everything, Luffy came to Sanji, who was still lying dead with a black face, kicked him twice in annoyance, and cursed. "Useless thing, you have made me lose face, get up and mop the deck 10 times. After scolding him, Luffy's sharp eyes swept over the others. Cook, Bins, Gavin, Usopp, Bill, all those who were swept by him shrank their heads and dared not look at him. "Look at how you were just now, is that how the elites of this department should behave?" As he said that, he pointed to Zoro, who was sleeping soundly with 3 swords in his arms in a corner of the ship, and scolded everyone. Look at Zoro, even in such a situation, he was still calm and slept when he was supposed to sleep, and he was not affected at all. You are not even as good as this person with poor sense of direction, and you still have the nerve to call yourself elite? Go, practice harder, and don't stop without my order. Zoro? Everyone lowered their heads in shame, and after a muffled response, they dispersed on the deck and began to practice harder. As for Sanji, who hadn't woken up yet, Luffy didn't hesitate, and stretched out his hand to release lightning to give him an electric therapy. What are you doing? Do you really think you are a rock? Get out of here, 20,000 push UPS, not one less. After sending everyone to training, Luffy 4.0 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Anne, Tina, and the other 4 girls finally found a chance to come up. Without waiting for Luffy's consent, the girls pulled him into the cabin, using the excuse of checking, but in fact they were mocking him together. After closing the door, Peacock proudly walked around Luffy with her hands on her hips, making a clicking sound from time to time. After seeing enough, she suddenly hugged Luffy from behind. Feeling the man's strong abdominal muscles through his clothes with her hands, she put her pink-red lips close to his ear and laughed. How about it, do you still have confidence when you meet that woman? You have also seen her arrogance, it is absolutely impossible to take her down. You are not even as strong as her, even if you want to be strong, you can't do it. Chapter 82. Sniffing the fragrance beside his ears and feeling the soft mountain against his back, Luffy was calm and unmoved. Peacock deliberately twisted her waist to tease him, but when he still didn't respond, she pouted and let go. Then she went to Anne again. In front of this nominal elder sister, she proudly straightened her huge body and asked for credit. How about it, my plan is not bad, right? From now on, this man will be our sister's private property. Considering my great contribution, as the eldest sister in the family, shouldn't you give me some reward? Ian glanced at Luffy, who was looking down in loss, and patted his chest heroically, promising. No problem, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. This is what you said, I want. Peacock leaned close to Anne's ear and whispered something. Anne's obedient face flushed immediately. She stepped back 2 steps and looked at Peacock with a look of horror. How could you be such a person? She pointed at her and kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Peacock raised the corner of his mouth, ignored Anne, and continued to look at Tina and Nami, saying. And you are also beneficiaries of the plan, and you must do the same thing as Anne. The 2 girls tilted their heads with a confused look on their faces. They looked at Anne, not understanding what Peacock meant by the same thing. But Anne's face turned red, and he bit his red lips tightly with his pearly teeth. He hummed for a long time and didn't dare to say it out loud. Tina felt a little strange, but seeing Luffy's good mood after being defeated, she didn't think too much and agreed immediately. Okay, Tina agreed. Nami wanted to be cautious, but since Tina agreed, she thought Peacock couldn't hurt her, so she agreed without hesitation. Anne's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled the 2 of them over, whispering anxiously. Don't agree to that. That request is impossible to fulfill. As she spoke, her cheeks were red as if water was about to drip out. She glared at the smiling Peacock fiercely and explained in a low voice. She wanted to see us perform that. Which one? Nami was puzzled. That's it. Anne was so ashamed that she couldn't say it. Finally, she had no choice but to steal a move. Hiss. The 2 women took a breath and turned to look at Peacock with horror and disgust. Just like Luffy said, this woman is a super pervert. The 2 women didn't understand, they are all women, how could she have such a disgusting habit? Is this innate, or is it affected by the devil fruit? Luffy's childhood was really unfortunate to meet such a perverted woman since he was a child. Please take me with you when you perform, I want to watch too. Luffy, who had been eavesdropping with his observation haki, finally couldn't help it and raised his hand to ask. The 3 girls looked over at the same time, with shocked faces. Bastard, it turns out that you have been led astray by her, I misjudged you. Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes. Peacock smiled and agreed. No. I can't agree to it. The 3 girls shouted in their hearts, but Peacock had made up his mind. Anne, you are the eldest sister in the family. I have helped you so much. You should not refuse such a small request. As for Tina and Nami, don't forget what you agreed to just now. Women who love to lie can't please men. Peacock said. Luffy nodded in cooperation, as if that was the case. The 3 women were so angry that their faces turned red and white. They had never seen such a scheming woman. And Luffy, this guy, actually helped the tyrants to do evil, which was a heinous crime. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Ahem, we are still on a mission, let's talk about this after we get back. Ian coughed lightly, and used the delaying tactic with his eyes dodging. Peacock did not force him, but nodded with a smile and agreed. So far, the matter has come to a temporary end. The 5 people gathered together to discuss how to persuade Hancock to attend the 7 warlords of the sea meeting. Although, Sengoku did say that if he did not attend the meeting, he would directly deprive the 7 warlords of the sea, as if he did not care about them. But after all, they are all strong men carefully selected by the government. Even Moria had his own highlights before, but now he has pulled it. So it is best to take Hancock back. Only when he can't persuade her, Luffy will report the situation and let Sengoku deal with it. And now, even if Luffy has moved the title of the 3 admirals, Hancock still hasn't let go. This makes the 4 girls worried, afraid that they can't complete this mission. But Luffy is confident about this. He patted his chest and assured the 4 girls that Hancock would definitely agree. The warship sailed for another day and night, and finally followed the ship of the 9 Snakes pirates to the waters near the Amazon Lily Kingdom. During this period, the warship was always hanging behind the perfume snake. Thanks to the deterrence of the 2 huge snakes, Luffy and his team were not attacked by the Sea Kings along the way. It was just that after approaching the range of the 9 Snake Island, the 2 sides, who had been at peace, suddenly had a dispute. The cause of the matter was also very simple, that is, the government had an agreement with the 9 Snakes Group 577. Even government personnel cannot enter within 3 kilometers of 9 Snake Island. Luffy certainly refused to do so, so when he faced the icy Hancock again, he said, "What does the government and your 9 Snake Island have to do with the rules set by me, a rear admiral?" Hearing this, Hancock was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. After she tilted her head cutely, 3 question marks appeared on her head. "I know every word the Navy said, but why can't I understand them together?" The Tsundere Queen suddenly made this expression, and Luffy was so cute that he almost had a nosebleed again. Luffy took 2 deep breaths and calmed down, then coughed lightly and said, "Let's make a compromise. My team can stay here, but I have to go back with you. No matter what you decide in the end, I want an explanation. Don't even think about it." Hearing that Luffy actually wanted to go to the island, Hancock was so angry that she didn't even care that he called her name. Her face turned cold, and she decided to teach this audacious guy a lesson. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you let him go before. Chapter 83. Thinking of this, Hancock narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, without any intention of greeting, and lightly touched her red lips with her slender fingers, bringing out a huge pink heart. Seeing her action, Luffy secretly thought that it was not good, and quickly turned around to remind her. "Be careful to dodge, don't be hit by her attack." After saying that, he opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and a violent electric current flashed through his fingertips. Hancock didn't care about his actions, and pulled the heart with his thumb and index finger and gently pulled it before letting go. Suddenly, the heart shot out countless arrows like a bow and arrow. Looking at these arrows of love, Luffy didn't dare to be careless at all. He waved his hand violently, and a dazzling blue-white streak suddenly appeared from the palm of his hand. 30 million volts of discharge. As he moved, the fan-shaped area in front of him was suddenly covered by thunder. Hancock's attack was instantly annihilated by the thunder. Because of the strong electric light, Hancock even had to put his hands to cover his eyes, and his eyes were stung. But it was also because of this that Hancock was angry. "Damn man, you've angered me." Putting down her hand, Hancock glared at Luffy like a king, with a flash of scarlet light in her eyes. An extremely terrifying, overbearing and irresistible aura burst out from her body. It instantly pressed down on everyone on the warship. Tina's body sank under the pressure of this sudden aura, and sweat instantly secreted from her forehead. She shouted in surprise. "Conqueror's Haki!" The others were not much better. The moment this invisible force pressed down on them, Cook, Gavin, and other members of the elite camp all changed their faces. They also recognized this move. Nami and Usopp were even more embarrassed. Their feet softened and they fell directly to the ground. Zoro quickly drew his sword to support his body, his whole body trembling slightly. He barely raised his head and looked at the woman in the center of the storm. He was extremely surprised. Conqueror's Haki? That woman. After being with the gorillas for so long, Zoro is no longer the rookie from the East China Sea. He had heard rumors about Conqueror's Haki before, and knew that this was the qualification of a king that only 1 in a million people could possess. At this time, in the Conqueror's Haki under the threat of Hancock's domineering color, he even had an impulse to kneel down and surrender. But Zoro forced himself to suppress this thought. He was the future world's #1 swordsman. How could he be frightened by a mere Shishibukai? If he was afraid of her, wouldn't it be the same as being afraid of that man? How could he fulfill his promise with Kuina like that? Thinking of this, Zoro gradually straightened up. His self-esteem and beliefs would not allow him to surrender to anyone. Originally, a man like him who could withstand Hancock's domineering color was enough to be valued by her. But the Empress's eyes were not on him at this time, but were fixed on Luffy. His eyes changed from disdain at the beginning to cautiousness, until the final surprise. Isn't it just the domineering Haki? Do you really think I don't have it? Under Hancock's shocked gaze, Luffy roared, and a domineering Haki that was the same as hers but more domineering and powerful than hers spread out from Luffy's body. In an instant, it swept across Xijo, not only offsetting her domineering aura, but even faintly suppressing her. Impossible, it's just the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, how can it suppress me, who are you? As Hancock exclaimed, her Conqueror's Haki was completely crushed, and the female warriors on the perfume serpent who were originally watching the show fainted under this momentum. Even Hancock's 2 sisters were pressed to the ground and lost their combat ability under this unprecedented terrifying pressure. Fortunately, because it was just awakened, this momentum came and went quickly. Luffy's breathing suddenly stagnated, and after taking a breath, the Conqueror's Haki also dissipated. "Hoo, that's the Conqueror's Haki, have I finally awakened?" Luffy said to himself happily, looking at his hands. Just now, under the oppression of Hancock, he suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. A feeling of dissatisfaction that you want me to surrender. Then, he felt that something in his body seemed to be about to burst out. So he stopped suppressing it and immediately vented this power. His own Conqueror's Haki broke out. Opposite him, Hancock suddenly softened and sat down on the deck in a daze, still muttering in disbelief. How could this happen? My domineering power is not even comparable to that of the newly awakened navy. Even my sisters have lost the courage to fight under this might. Looking at Sandasonia and Marigord, who were lying on the side, barely conscious and gasping for breath, Hancock looked blank and began to doubt her efforts over the years. Am I too weak? No, this man is too strong. This kind of domineering color is definitely not something that an ordinary rear admiral can possess. Who is he? What kind of ambition does he have? Thinking of this, Hancock raised her head and looked at Luffy, who was still excited, and asked loudly. What's your name? Hearing this, Luffy was stunned, and looked at the Empress, who seemed unusually weak at this time, pointing at himself and asking curiously. Didn't I introduce myself yesterday? My name is Monkey D. Luffy, a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Monkey D. Hancock muttered the name, and suddenly a figure that he often saw in newspapers emerged in his mind. What is your relationship with Iron Fist Garp? He's my grandfather. Why is that so important? Luffy asked in confusion. But Hancock ignored him and continued to mutter to herself. It turns out that he is the grandson of Iron Fist Garp. No wonder he looks so young but has such strength. After a long silence, Hancock finally felt better and slowly stood up from the ground. After she stood up, she returned to her previous cold and willful appearance and said like a queen. I never remember the names of weak guys, but I recognize your domineering attitude. Monkey D. Luffy, I am willing to make an exception and take you to Nine Snake Island, Li Zhao Zhao. However, you can only move around in designated areas and cannot contact anyone other than those arranged by me. You agreed right away. I thought we were going to fight again. Luffy was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Empress to be so easy to talk to. Shut up, you dirty man. It is my freedom to do whatever I want. Even if you are so overbearing, you must obey my arrangements. If you must explain why. Hancock said this, while Luffy was extremely speechless and the An girls looked confused. She lifted her hair, leaned back, and faced the girls with her chin, saying contemptuously. Because I am so beautiful. Luffy's mouth twitched wildly, and he cursed this woman inwardly. I said, you. Ah. So beautiful Miss Hancock, Luffy is for you. Chapter 84. The sudden scream beside him almost made Luffy bite his tongue. He turned his head in disbelief, only to see that Tina, who had been aloof, was about to jump out of her chest. She looked at Hancock with an infatuated look on her face, and her eyes were full of spring, as if she could devote herself to her at any time. Anne, Nami, and Peacock beside her were not much better. They all looked like dogs seeing a goddess, with admiration and obsession on their faces. Damn, you still have the nerve to tell me not to be fascinated by Hancock. After all this time, you are the ones who got caught. Complaining wildly in his heart, Luffy flicked his fingers in annoyance, and a small electric current flicked on the four people. The four women's bodies immediately went numb, and they quickly woke up from their fascination. Tina was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly realized what she had just said. She screamed and covered her face and fled into the cabin. Now she is completely dead in society, and I'm afraid she will be embarrassed to see people for a long time. The other 3 women also blushed, among them, Anne and Nami were shy, while Peacock was excited. She looked at Hancock excitedly, as if she had found a rare treasure. But before she could take a closer look, she was dragged away by the 2 women who also wanted to stay. Hancock stood up and looked at the 4 female Navy officers who were extremely embarrassed by her charm, and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Although they all look good, they are just foils in front of the world's most beautiful woman, my concubine. Thinking in her heart, she looked at Luffy, who had not changed much except for some helplessness, and immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with this man? He was not like this when I saw him yesterday. When she was confused, Luffy was also secretly glad. Since he was fascinated by Hancock again when they met just now, he has always been vigilant in secret, and he has been stimulating brain cells with electric current at all times. Keep the brain in a very clear state. He felt that even if the Empress took off her clothes and stood in front of him at this time, he would not frown. Seeing that the 4 girls had all left in disgrace, Luffy did not want to disturb them at this time. So after giving instructions to the people who were hiding, he jumped to the side of the Empress and left on their ship. After everyone left, Guy walked out from behind the mast. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said thankfully. Phew, fortunately we hid. If I had shouted such shameful words like Vice Captain Tina, I would have no face to stay on the ship for the rest of my life. Bins nodded with lingering fear, yes, and I didn't expect that she is also the owner of the Conqueror's Haki, no wonder she is called the Empress. As he said this, he looked worriedly at the direction where Luffy left, and said nervously. Luffy will be fine, right? He suffered a lot from that woman last time. Now he is following her to her territory. If he is not careful, something bad could happen. Don't worry about him. You don't know his strength. Even if you can't beat him, no one in this world can catch him except Admiral Kizaru. Coop comforted him, then looked around and saw Sanji lying at the kitchen door. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Sanji is really unlucky. He just came out and saw the Empress petrified. Let's go and see if we can wake him up. If not, we can only wait for the captain to come back." The two of them also turned their eyes to Sanji, looking at Sanji who was still infatuated with his eyes full of love. They all felt bad for this kid. Why did it always happen to him? While the people on the deck were rescuing Sanji, there was another scene in the cabin. In Tina's room, looking at Tina who was suffocating in the quilt and was ashamed to see people. Ian and Nami sighed. Hancock's ability and beauty were beyond their imagination. It's okay for men, but they didn't expect that even the women like them could be attracted. A flower of the Navy would actually be fascinated by other women one day. I guess no one would believe it if they said it out. It's so outrageous. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The two women sighed and looked at Peacock and laughed. She couldn't help but chuckle, slapped Tina's butt through the quilt, and teased. "Little Tina, why are you the only one who got hit when there were 4 of us here? You reacted so strongly, you must be a womanizer." Tina, wrapped in the quilt, froze and moved to the bedside, silent. "Hee, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. You're so good, I've slept with you for so long, and I didn't know you were bisexual. If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you, at most we could have gotten what we wanted." "Shut up. I'm moving to Anne's room today." A muffled voice came from under the quilt, and Tina fell silent again after saying this. No matter how Peacock teased and fiddled with her, she didn't react at all. With a complicated look at the bulge in the quilt, Anne stretched out his hand to stop Peacock who wanted to continue teasing her, and said seriously. "Peacock, this is not in line with our plan. The Empress's reaction has changed a lot, and now Luffy has been taken away by her. What if something really happens to them and Luffy succeeds? Are we really going to let Luffy do whatever he wants?" Peacock retracted his hands that were kneading the perky girl, and looked at the two uneasy women with a calm expression, sneering. "What? The contract has been signed and you still want to cheat?" "No, it's just a little unacceptable," Ian retorted in a low voice. "No, but..." Peacock raised her voice and dispelled her messy thoughts. She stretched out her hands and hooked the chins of the two women, lifting their heads to look at her. "Since the bet has been made, there is no reason to take it back. And the outcome is not yet determined, how can you be sure that Luffy can defeat her?" As she said this, she took a deep breath, her eyes were more determined than ever before, and she said. "Believe me, my plan is perfect. Alan is an elite warrior of the Nine Snake Island and a trusted subordinate who has followed the Empress for many years. She has been with Lord Hancock for these years and has seen a lot. She even saw a lot of men she had never seen on the island before when she went out to sea to plunder. But even so, what happened today was still beyond her expectations." Chapter 85. The most beautiful emperor in the world, whom she admired and loved the most, actually brought a Navy man on board. At this time, they were talking in the same room. "Damn it, don't block me, let me see." Alan angrily pushed a sister aside and lay on the crack of the door to try to look inside. But there was a screen in the room blocking her view, and she couldn't see anything except this damn thing. Just when she was angry and wanted to curse, other sisters who were not convinced by her grabbing the position pushed her away. She was so angry that she immediately used the Nailin grip on the nearest sister. The attacked sister did not tolerate her and immediately fought back with the same method. Soon their attacks affected other people, and the affected sisters also joined the battle. In an instant, the scale of the battle expanded to affect everyone. Suddenly, the girls' screams, gasps, and soft hums could be heard outside the door. Sensing the erotic scene outside the door, Luffy's throat felt dry, and he quickly picked up the teacup and poured boiling water. Across the table where he was sitting, Hancock was sitting on a pink and white python, separated from him by a gauze curtain. Her two sisters stood on her left and right like guardians to protect her. She naturally noticed the fights of her subordinates outside the door, but the Empress didn't care about it. She supported her cheek with her hand, leaned on her pet Salome, and said in a very cold and commanding tone. Navy, I want to hear a story. Tell me an interesting story quickly. Luffy paused while drinking tea, then slowly put down the cup. He looked through the pink gauze curtain at the beautiful figure behind him. He was speechless. What does this woman think of me? She even wants me to tell her a story. Does she think she is a 3-year-old child? His silence caused dissatisfaction among His Majesty the Emperor. Hancock frowned slightly, and the volume unconsciously increased. Hurry up, I want to hear something. Oh, okay, let me think about it. Well, let me tell you the story of Snow White and the 7 strong men, the 7 dwarfs. As he spoke, Luffy cleared his throat and slowly told one of the most famous fairy tales in his previous life. Once upon a time there was a beautiful princess named Snow White. To be honest, Luffy's storytelling ability is terrible, but at least it is a story that many children like, and it is told by a Rear Admiral himself. So Hancock listened with great interest. After the story was finally finished, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief and planned to drink some water to moisten his throat. Next one, I want to hear your words. Bang! Luffy's fists clenched instantly, and his face was dark as he stared at Hancock through the gauze curtain. Hancock did not give in and continued to give orders contemptuously. Tell me quickly, or I will kill you. Okay, you like listening to stories, right? Then I'll tell you one you're familiar with. After taking a deep breath, Luffy gritted his teeth and slowly began to tell the story. According to legend, 800 years ago, 20 kings united to form a huge force, which is now the world government. As the founders of the world government, the 20 kings and their descendants have obtained privileges that ordinary people can hardly imagine. As time slowly passed, their descendants evolved into today's celestial dragons. Bang! Shut up, damned Navy! When Luffy talked about the celestial dragons, the third sister of the Boa family, the orange-haired, fat Marigorod, slammed her long-handled guandao on the ground and shouted gloomily. But her scolding had no effect, and Luffy continued to tell the story. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? Seeing that the other party ignored him, Marigorod yelled and tried to attack Luffy. Enough, let him continue. Hancock said. Marigold turned to look at her elder sister in surprise, but Hancock did not explain. She just sat up and bit her nails again, looking very uneasy. The celestial dragons are high and mighty, and can enjoy everything in the world wantonly. They spend money like water, but they can never spend all the money, because there are countless hungry civilians in the world to provide them with food. They are stupid and arrogant, but no one dares to provoke them, because they have the world government and the admirals behind them to protect them. They are tyrannical and cruel, but no one dares to criticize them, because they are born superior to others, and all living beings are their playthings. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But such a high and mighty guy, who regards himself as a descendant of God, was found in his hometown 9 years ago and slapped hard. At this point, Luffy paused slightly, looked up at the blurry figure of Hancock, and then continued. Fisher Tiger, a fishman adventurer, is a true hero. He climbed to the top of the Red Earth continent with his bare hands and sneaked into the Holy Land where the celestial dragons lived alone. He set fire to Marijoa, the headquarters of the world government, and freed thousands of slaves regardless of race or identity. In that world-shaking event, 3 girls were able to escape from their cages. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Asterisk 2. 2 roars sounded at the same time, and Hancock's 2 sisters transformed at the same time, turning into 2 giant pythons, one green and one yellow, and pounced on Luffy. Even Hancock could no longer remain calm, and stood up, looking at Luffy with fear, anger, and murderous intent, ready to attack. Luffy sat firmly on the chair, without dodging, and said calmly. You have it, the mark. As soon as the words fell, the 3 sisters' bodies stiffened at the same time, and a bone-chilling chill instantly flowed through their bodies, freezing their hearts into ice. The secret that had been buried for nearly 10 years was discovered, and the three sisters fell into despair in an instant. Why? How did you know? Hancock yelled at the top of her lungs, her eyes full of anger, but in fact her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Luffy stood up slowly, looked outside the door, took the initiative and walked into the inner room to invite the three people. Come inside and talk. Don't worry, I won't report you to the government. Do you think I will believe it, Navy? Hancock gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. Luffy shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. He turned around and walked into the inner room. Seeing this, the three sisters looked at each other and had to grit their teeth and follow. Chapter 86. When Luffy entered the inner room, the first thing he felt was a refreshing fragrance. Unfortunately, he was a rough man and only knew that the smell was good, but he couldn't tell the specifics. Secondly, the most conspicuous and eye-catching 5-meter-wide bed in the room. Both ends of the bed were engraved with the unique 9 snakes logo of the Amazon lily. Luffy thought for only a second, then walked over without hesitation and sat down on the big bed. Hancock, who followed in, saw this scene and her face sank immediately. She made up her mind that when she returned to 9 Snakes Island, she must burn all the furniture that was stained with the man's scent, including this big bed that she was quite satisfied with. She walked to the chair in front of the dressing table with a cold face and sat down. She stared at the man quietly, and her thoughts became active. After the initial fear, her heart had calmed down a little. After her reason was back online, she immediately had the idea of killing and silencing. As long as she could get the source of the news and the information of all the insiders from this stupid man, she would immediately take action and wipe out Luffy and his men in the Calm Belt. Even if this would anger the Navy or even attract an attack from Iron Fist Garp, Hancock didn't care. Have you figured out how to kill me? Let me remind you, I am the user of the natural thunder fruit, and I have an excellent escape speed. Remember to kill me with one strike, and don't let me escape. Hancock was startled, and her eyelids twitched slightly. But her calm face and contemptuous eyes as if looking at an idiot seemed to tell Luffy that you are overthinking, and I don't bother to do this. Luffy chuckled twice, not caring what she thought, and went straight to the point. Now that it has come to this, I will speak frankly. Hancock, I know what happened to you three sisters in the past, and I am deeply sorry for it. Although I am not involved in the incident, I still apologize to you on behalf of the Navy. After all, our Navy also played an ignominious role in it. Hancock sneered at his fake words. Luffy pretended not to hear and continued, of course, I know you don't believe in the Navy. In this case, I will tell you a secret of mine. As he said this, he lowered his voice and said very seriously. I want to overthrow the government and establish a new order. Ha, overthrow the government? You. Hancock thought he was joking, crossed his arms and looked at him sarcastically, wanting to hear what else he could make up. That's right, it's me. Luffy nodded solemnly. I am not going to preach any great principles to you, because even if I did, you probably wouldn't understand. I will just say one thing, those mentally retarded celestial dragons are too annoying, and I want to kill them. Are you willing to help? Hancock was a little annoyed when she heard Luffy look down on her IQ. But Luffy's bold statement that he would destroy the celestial dragons scared her immediately. For so many years, she has only been trying to avoid those celestial dragons who have brought her deep psychological trauma. She has never, or rather, she never dared to think of confronting them from the beginning. Why does this Marine dare to be so arrogant? Doesn't he know the tremendous power hidden behind the name of celestial dragons? The three sisters had complicated feelings in their hearts, and they couldn't help but look up to Luffy, who dared to say such things, and no longer regarded him as an ordinary Marine. But that was all, and Hancock shook her head helplessly. Impossible, the celestial dragons are not as useless as you think. They have power beyond your imagination. What can you do alone? Do you think that you can fight against the government with a little strength? Stop daydreaming. When did I say that I was the only one left? Luffy smiled proudly. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. To tell you the truth, I have reached a cooperation agreement with the Revolutionary Army. I have also begun to recruit people in the Navy and accumulate strength. In the future, when I become the Navy Marshal, I will borrow the Revolutionary Army from outside and rely on the Navy, the world's most violent organization, from inside. In addition, there are countless ordinary people in this world who are oppressed by the government. I can easily destroy the celestial dragons. Luffy gesticulated and described the story, trying to describe a beautiful blueprint for Hancock. Hancock really bought into it, and soon she was attracted by Luffy's description, imagining a beautiful scene in which the world government was attacked by everyone and finally destroyed. Do you still remember which celestial dragon bought you and branded you with that ugly mark? Remember, the three sisters said in unison with fear in their eyes. Luffy was satisfied and continued to seduce. When I succeed in the future, I will capture all the celestial dragons who treat me as if I were not a human being and torture them. And the guy who hurt you, I can hand him over to you for disposal. You can also brand that trash with the symbol of Nine Snake Island like he did. Listening to Luffy's story, the three sisters' breathing suddenly became heavy. Thinking that they could take revenge with their own hands, they also pressed the red-hot iron on the arrogant fat pig. The three sisters were so excited that they almost fainted. Looking at the three sisters with red faces due to excitement, Luffy suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he just remembered. Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing after talking so much. He looked at Hancock sincerely and said, "Can I take a look at your backs? I might be able to remove that mark for you." The three sisters shuddered at the same time, raised their heads in surprise, their eyes full of hope and desire. "Really? Can you help me and my sisters get rid of that ugly thing?" For some reason, Hancock changed her tone and stopped referring to herself as Concubine 3.0 in front of Luffy. Luffy nodded solemnly and promised the three of them. "Yes, I can help you remove it, although it will still leave some traces, but I know someone who can completely remove it for you with her ability." "That's enough." Hancock could no longer hold back, tears of joy burst out of her eyes. "Great, sister, we can finally stop covering our backs." Her two sisters also hugged her, one on each side, and the three girls hugged and cried together. Luffy didn't interrupt them, he knew that the three of them needed to vent, and he left them enough space. So he turned around and began to look around the room, trying to pretend that he didn't exist. Chapter 87. This outburst lasted for more than 10 minutes before the three sisters managed to control their emotions. After wiping their tears, the three sisters looked at each other. Hancock, the elder sister, stepped forward first, took off her shirt, and whispered to Luffy, who turned his head and looked at something. "Let me go first, please, Luffy." This was the first time she called Luffy's name. Luffy turned his head quickly after hearing the call. But the next second, his nose was hot and he almost bled again. Hancock's face was flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Her deep blue eyes carefully glanced at Luffy, and then quickly lowered it again. The most important thing is that her red top has been taken off at this time, and she is holding it in her hand, carefully covering the important part of her chest. But because of this, her delicate collarbone and smooth waistline are completely exposed to Luffy. "I can't stand the naked Hancock." After hesitating for a few seconds, Hancock walked forward lightly, turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, and lifted up her long black and smooth hair. In this way, her snow-white back and the ugly mark that she least wanted to be seen were displayed in front of Luffy. With the beauty in front of him, Luffy couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch her skin that was not burned. Soft, smooth, elastic, and the skin is very well maintained. But as his fingertips moved down, he touched the so-called hoof of the flying dragon. The hand felt hard, rough, and uneven. Seeing such an ugly scar suddenly left on such a beautiful back, Luffy couldn't help but sigh for her. The distance between the two was very close at this time, and the hot wind carried by his sigh directly hit the skin on Hancock's back. Hancock's body was a little strange because it was the first time she was touched by a man. After being blown by this hot wind, no matter how hard she tried to purse her red lips, she still couldn't help but groan softly and let out a subtle moan. Luffy's arms froze, and a flame suddenly rose in his heart. Staring at her enchanting body curves, he almost couldn't control his desire, and wanted to rush forward and pounce on the woman who was particularly tempting at this time. But at this time, seeing that he had not responded, Hancock blushed and asked in a low voice, "Luffy, can this be eliminated?" After a few breaths of silence, Hancock only heard Luffy take a few deep breaths, and then said in a trembling voice, "Yes." After taking his hand back and patting his cheek to wake himself up, Luffy exhaled a breath and reminded, "I'm about to start. It might be a little painful and numb. Please bear with it." "Well, come on." With her permission, Luffy soon covered his fingertips with lightning, using the current to stimulate the regeneration of skin cells under the skin and soften the scars on the surface. The subtle current flowed through her body, and Hancock instinctively began to tremble, and her limbs gradually became paralyzed. But other than that, the expected pain did not come, and there was only a tingling feeling all over the body, and even a little comfort. However, Luffy didn't know her situation, and put one hand on her smooth shoulders and comforted her. "Hold on a little longer, it will be fine soon." Hancock was paralyzed and could not speak. She could only whimper as vaguely as possible to show that she was fine. The whole treatment lasted for half an hour, until Hancock could no longer bear it and her eyes were wet. The treatment finally stopped. "Okay, you." Luffy had just withdrawn his hand and hadn't finished speaking when Hancock dragged her half-paralyzed body and staggered into the bathroom. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The three people in the room were all stunned. Sander, Sonia and Marigold quickly reacted and hurriedly followed. But when they were about to push the door, they found that the bathroom door was locked. The two had to knock on the door anxiously and ask about Hancock's situation. But Hancock didn't respond at all at the first time. It was not until a few minutes later that she pushed the door open and walked out. "Sister, you're back?" Sander, Sonia asked anxiously. Hancock tried her best to maintain her image as a sister, turned her back and lifted her long hair to cover her face, and asked in a hoarse voice, "How is it? Is the mark still there?" The two women came closer to take a closer look. New skin had grown on the scar from the burn. Although the original mark could still be seen, it was no longer so obvious. If you didn't look closely, there would be no big problem. "Sister, sister! It's recovered, the mark is gone!" Marigold shouted excitedly, and Sander, Sonia burst into tears and couldn't help sobbing softly. "Really?" Hancock turned around and asked happily. The two sisters nodded together, very sure. After confirming several times, and asking the sisters to bring a mirror, Hancock burst into tears of joy. He quickly pulled the two sisters in one hand and ran to Luffy, asking, "Master Fei, please help heal my two sisters, please." Looking at the two white balls jumping up and down in front of him, Luffy finally couldn't hold it in, and his nosebleed flowed down. He quickly covered his nose with his hands, but his eyes were still staring at them without blinking, and he said stupidly, "Damn, who can stand this?" Hancock's expression froze, and she looked down along his line of sight, and then she realized that she had forgotten her clothes in the bathroom. Her face immediately turned red, and she screamed, covering her chest, turned around and ran into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. "Ah, sister, Master Luffy, you!" Sander, Sonia looked at the two people, one of whom ran away shyly, and the other whose nose was bleeding non-stop, and was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. She felt sorry for a while, and Luffy, who had already feasted his eyes, quickly comforted them. "It's okay, it's just a little bleeding, it will be fine in a few seconds." He raised his head and fumbled around the bedside for a while, and touched a piece of fabric that felt very smooth. Without thinking, he picked it up and covered his nose with it. But when he saw the specific appearance of this thing, he was dumbfounded. "Ah, Master Luffy, this is..." Marigold pointed at the black lace panties that Luffy was pressing on her face, stuttering and unable to speak. Luffy's face turned pale and blue, and the nosebleed that had stopped could no longer be controlled and spurted out. "Quick, quick, give me a piece of paper, I can't stand it anymore." Chapter 88. After the three of them were in a hurry, Luffy's nosebleed finally stopped. After taking a breath, he didn't hesitate and immediately began to treat the two sisters. During this period, a female warrior wanted to enter the room to remind the four people that they had entered the Nine-Snake Island. But before she got close, she was scolded by Hancock, who came out of the bathroom with a blushing face. It was not until more than an hour later that the four people who had completed the treatment walked out of the room with a relaxed look on their faces. Alan was stunned when he saw the four people who only chatted for a while when they entered the room and became close to each other when they came out. What did this Navy say to Lady Hancock in there? This is the first time I have seen Lady Hancock smile at a man. Not only her, but the rest of the crew also have this question. But out of awe and purest admiration for Lady Snake, everyone turned a blind eye to her abnormality. They just focused on the charm she exuded in every move and were intoxicated by her beauty. Her appearance immediately aroused cheers from the people of Nine-Snake Island. "Ah, Lady Snake Princess is out. So beautiful, Lady Snake. It's Sandasonia-sama and Marigold-sama from the Three Gorgon Sisters." "Eh? Who is that person standing next to the three adults? I've never seen him before." "Who cares? I only care about Lady Snake." Walking side by side with Hancock on the avenue with snakes as ladders and red carpets, Luffy looked at the cheering crowds on both sides of the road and sighed. "You are really popular. It seems that even women can't resist the charm of the world's most beautiful woman." His praise made Hancock secretly happy. For some reason, since she experienced those things in the room, she began to care about Luffy's every move. It's okay. I mean, I'm used to it." Her unnatural tone attracted Luffy's sidelong glance, and seeing his gaze, Hancock shyly turned her head away and dared not look him in the eye. Seeing this scene, Luffy's heart moved. No way, is Hancock already interested in me? This is too fast. No. Let's wait and see, I don't want to make a mistake because of the three major illusions in life. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Luffy continued to follow Hancock's footsteps and walked into the palace. All the way to the end of the carpet, several female warriors had prepared a sedan chair for Hancock. Originally, Hancock wanted Luffy to ride with her, but Luffy declined because he didn't like being carried by others. Hearing this, Hancock silently kept this in mind and decided to wait until he returned. The custom of sedan chairs should be abolished. Later, she simply gave up sitting and just walked with Luffy to the palace. The female warriors who came to serve Snake Princess were dumbfounded. This strange flat-chested woman not only received the invitation from Lady Snake Princess to ride in the same sedan chair. She even had the heart to refuse. The most important thing is that Lady Snake Princess, who has always been arrogant, was not only not angry, but was in a good mood and was willing to walk back with her. This is simply too abnormal. Among the cheering team on the side of the road, an old woman with grey hair and a petite stature struggled to squeeze through the crowd. She raised her eyes and looked at the two people who were talking and their backs were gradually moving away. When she saw the big word justice behind Luffy, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "Navy!" The female soldiers nearby were attracted by her voice, and when they saw it was her, they greeted her happily. "Granny Nu, you are here too. What did you just say?" No, nothing at all. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The old woman, known as Granny Nu, lied unnaturally and quickly got out of the crowd and chased after Hancock and his group. What was going on? How could Snake Princess bring back a Navy man? She had a bad feeling in her heart and quickened her pace. However, due to her old age and poor health, she still couldn't catch up with the group before entering the sacred palace, and stop the man. Helplessly, she had to find a way to get into the palace and planned to find Hancock to find out the reason why she did so. The palace guards didn't notice her arrival at all. After entering the palace, Luffy was immediately warmly received by the three sisters. At this time, they were gathered in Hancock's boudoir, drinking and chatting together. Hancock, Marshal Sengoku is deliberately trying to warn you this time, so that you won't violate the government's bottom line. As he said that, Luffy took a sip of the white wine and tasted it, and he immediately became energetic. Familiar taste, worthy of being a country with elements of his hometown in his previous life, even his white wine. Putting down the wine glass, he continued. But you don't have to worry, after all, Hancock, you are the emperor, you don't need to learn from some idiot to steal the country. After saying that, the three girls smiled, knowing that he was talking about the unlucky crocodile. After joking, Luffy wanted to talk about something else. But suddenly he sensed something, and swallowed the words that came to his lips. After careful investigation, he smiled and said to Hancock, "There is a guest in your castle, an old lady." Hancock was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly reacted and could guess who it was without the need for observation haki. "Damn, that old woman, how many times have I told you that you cannot enter the palace without my permission?" As she said that, she put down the wine glass angrily, stood up from her pet Salome, and took a step to have the old woman thrown out. But at this time, Granny Nu had already pushed the door open and rushed in. As soon as she entered the room, Granny Nu's eyes quickly scanned the room. When she saw Luffy sitting in a chair, leisurely tasting wine, her face immediately changed and she shouted at Hancock. "Snake Princess, what are you doing? How can you bring a man into the palace?" Ignoring her words, Hancock looked down at the annoying old woman angrily, pointed at the door with cold eyes and said, "Get out, I don't want to see you." "Snake Princess," Nu Granny shouted anxiously. But Hancock remained unmoved. Seeing that she still didn't leave, she was about to throw her out. But Luffy stopped her at this time. "Wait, Hancock, since this mother-in-law has something to say, let her finish." Hearing Luffy's words, Hancock immediately changed her expression, turned around and showed a sweet smile, and softly agreed. "Okay, Master Luffy." Chapter 89. This world-shattering scene in front of her frightened Granny Nu. She opened her mouth in shock, and the crutches that had transformed from snakes fell to the ground as her hands loosened. But she had no intention of picking them up, and her eyes swept back and forth between the Snake Princess and the strange marine. It was as if the world had collapsed in her heart, and she was so shocked that she couldn't recover at all. "This person, is this really the Snake Princess I know? When did she become so gentle? What did she experience during this voyage?" Looking at Granny Nu's funny expression, Luffy couldn't help but want to laugh. Now he was really sure that Hancock had developed a crush on him, just like in the original book. If he wanted, he could probably take down this woman who seemed arrogant on the surface, but was actually very gentle, considerate, and infatuated with him at any time. With a flash of heat in his heart, Luffy smiled and greeted Granny Nu. "Hello, old lady, I am Luffy, the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I am sorry to bother you so much when I come to visit Nine Snake Island." "You?" Granny Nu opened her mouth to say something, but the scene just now was so shocking that her brain was overloaded and she didn't know how to start for a moment. If she didn't say anything, then Luffy would have to explain his intentions himself. "Don't worry, I won't stay in Nine Snake Island for too long. This time, I came mainly to invite Hancock to attend the 7 Warlords of the Sea meeting soon. If you have any questions, you can tell me and I will try my best to answer them. For an old man, he was very patient and easy to talk to. Granny Nu also calmed down slowly under his comfort. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at Luffy curiously and asked only one question. What is your relationship with Snake Princess? Forward, Luffy paused and glanced at Hancock. Seeing his eyes looking at her, Hancock shyly covered her face with her hands and turned her head away. After raising the corners of his mouth and smiling knowingly, Luffy looked at Granny Nu seriously and replied. I guess I'm a friend who's working hard to become a lover. Hey! Ah! 2 exclamations sounded at the same time, one was Granny Nu's cry of disbelief. The other was Hancock's shy and joyful cry. At this moment, her eyes were full of little stars, and she looked at Luffy with eyes full of love. Finally, regardless of the fact that there were still people in the room, she rushed over and hugged Luffy's neck, pressing him hard into her broad chest. Lord Luffy, I want to be your bride. Such a direct attack not only made Luffy feel suffocated, but also brought him a huge shock. Good fellow, you are more anxious than me. You skipped the lovers and went straight to be the bride after just knowing each other for a few days. He took a deep breath of milk with a wry smile, and then patted Hancock's back reluctantly, asking her to let him go. After leaving the soft snow mountain, he hugged Hancock into his arms and let her sit on his lap, and then said to Granny Nu. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hancock's fiancé, Monkey D. Luffy. We are a family from now on. That's great, elder sister. When are you going to hold the wedding? Mary and I will do our best to prepare for you. Sanda Sonia said excitedly, and Mary Gord nodded repeatedly. They were both very happy to see their sister and benefactor together, and sincerely sent their blessings. This made new Granny completely dumbfounded. What was that snake princess doing? She actually took the initiative to get into a man's arms. This. She bent down and picked up the crutches from the ground with a look of seeing a ghost. She was not in the mood to ask some nonsense, and muttered that this was impossible and it was all an illusion. She walked out in a daze and soon disappeared in front of the 4 people. Looking at her leaving back, Luffy looked at Hancock in his arms in confusion, and said in a daze, to read the violent novel, just go to Philo Novel Network. So, what on earth is she doing here? Since Hancock is 191 centimeters tall and Luffy is only 185 centimeters tall. Hancock sitting on Luffy's lap doesn't look as docile as a kitten. Instead, it feels like a big sister bullying her little brother. Looking down at the handsome face of the little brother, he recalled the scenes on the ship. Hancock's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head and attacked directly. Don't talk, kiss me. Her sudden attack startled Luffy, but he quickly reacted, hugged her tightly and started to fight back. Seeing that the two were getting more and more unscrupulous, the 2 sisters looked at each other, smiled secretly and carefully left the room. Luffy really wanted to do more at this time, but considering his age, he could only satisfy his mouth and hands, and finally hugged Hancock to the bed, and talked to each other until they fell asleep. 3 kilometers outside the 9 Snake Island, the guerrilla warships were temporarily staying on the sea. Sanji, dressed in a sick outfit and looking listless, was holding a rose and picking the petals one by one. Can't, no. When he plucked the last petal and saw that it was no, he instantly lost his temper and collapsed on the guardrail, losing all his strength. Damn it, don't I even have a chance? On the deck, hearing his ghostly howls, Cook patted Usopp beside him strangely and asked in a low voice. We finally rescued him from petrification, why is he going crazy again instead of taking a good rest? Usopp, wearing a helmet, carefully put away the small bombs that he had prepared. Then he turned to look at Sanji's lonely back and said nonchalantly. He, ever since he saw the most beautiful woman in the world, has been obsessed with her. But no matter how he divined, well, that should be considered divination. Anyway, he finally came to the conclusion that no matter what, the chances of being with that empress are all oh. Ha, he wants to pursue the empress. Cook seemed to have heard a big joke, and couldn't help laughing. He left Usopp behind, walked towards Sanji, came to him, hooked his shoulders and laughed loudly. I say Sanji, you really dare to think that you want to take down the empress? I have never dreamed of doing such an outrageous thing. Chapter 90. Hearing Cook's ridicule, Sanji hummed twice impatiently without responding. Cook was not angry either. He put his arm around his shoulders and changed the subject to persuade him. Okay, don't keep hanging on a tree. It's just a woman. There are many in this world. When we return to the headquarters, I will introduce you to one. Sanji glanced at him with complicated eyes, shook his head depressedly, and then lowered his head. At this time, Usopp also came up and shook his head secretly to Cook to stop him. Don't mention it. Since arriving at the headquarters, Sanji has confessed to 11 girls, but was rejected by all of them. What? 11? How long have you been in the headquarters? How come there are so many? Cook exclaimed, but Usopp ignored him and started counting on his fingers. The first one was Miss Naya, who was new to the logistics department, but she refused on the grounds that she liked girls. 3, 5, 7. Then he wanted to hook up with Miss Kizai from the elite camp, but she had a childhood sweetheart, and not only was he rejected, he was almost beaten to death by the angry Mr. Zephyr. Later, he found Miss Mary who ran a flower shop, but she disliked her curly eyebrows and rejected him. Others included Miss Amy from the intelligence department, Dr. Nellie from the hospital, and Ms. Mimi who ran a restaurant, etc. No matter who it was, she could always find a reason to reject him in the end. The only one who could talk to him and whose appearance and personality were in line with his wishes was Miss Zini, who was actually a she-male. In short, his popularity with women is so bad that it cannot be described by common sense. Listening to Usopp recounting Sanji's tragic experience one by one, Cook was so shocked that his jaw hit the ground, and his eyes looking at Sanji were even more pity. After a long silence, he sighed, patted Sanji on the back, and left a last word of advice. Go find some powerful gods to pray to, only they can help you in this situation. After saying that, he left without looking back, leaving Sanji alone and sad. Usopp followed closely behind, encouraged Sanji and then ran away. After the two of them left, Sanji clenched his fists tightly, slammed the guardrail unwillingly, and yelled in his heart. Damn it! Is my luck with women really that bad? However, Sanji, who was indignant at this time, had no idea that everything that happened next would be a fatal blow to him. Something's happening. It's the Nine Snakes pirates, the captain is back. With the lookouts shout, the alarms on the warship rang loudly. Everyone put down their work and lined up on the deck, ready to welcome Luffy's return. On the Perfume Serpent, which was coming from afar, everyone on the warship was ready. Luffy also planned to formally say goodbye to his new friends. Sonia, Mary, Hancock, and I will leave first. Well, Master Luffy, I'll leave my sister to you. I wish you a safe journey. Don't worry, Hancock will never be in danger with me here. After saying goodbye to his two sisters-in-law and the Nine Snakes, Luffy turned to look at Hancock, who was looking at him affectionately, smiled slightly, and extended his hand. Let's go. Yeah. Hancock replied softly, as soft as a mosquito. She was shy but did not flinch in front of everyone. She grabbed Luffy's hand. She pressed her whole body against Luffy and held Luffy's arm tightly in her arms. Luffy moved his arms with a smile and rubbed them. Hancock blinked her watery eyes. If there were not so many people watching, she really wanted to throw this man to the deck. After a little teasing, Luffy did not waste time and said, "Hold tight." Instantly, he exerted force with his feet and jumped hundreds of meters with Hancock. Then he stepped lightly on the moon step and disappeared in front of everyone with a few leaps. To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Salome, hiss. What about me? Take me too. Seeing that his master had forgotten about him, Salome anxiously slid into the sea. He desperately twisted his body to chase the warship. As soon as the two landed on the deck, before everyone could see the situation clearly, they saluted as they had rehearsed in advance, and shouted, "Welcome to the 7 warlords of the sea, Miss Boa Hancock." Everyone shouted in unison, with extraordinary momentum, and Hancock couldn't help but look sideways, secretly sighing at the strength of the navy and the power of her man. However, these people soon revealed their flaws, and the elite force collapsed in an instant. There was no other reason, just because these people saw the ambiguous posture of their captain and the pirate queen, and their eyes widened and their eyeballs popped out of their sockets. Ahem puah. Sanji, who was at the bottom of the team and had a low rank, glanced at Hancock through the queue. But with just this one glance, his eyes were bloodshot, his heart tightened and he could no longer hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zoro and Usopp beside him were immediately startled. Seeing Sanji falling limply, they hurried forward to support him. Usopp, hey, Sanji, what's wrong with you? You didn't fall for that woman's trick again. Zoro, why is it always you, and we are not in any trouble at all? Without bothering to answer the two's questions, Sanji was still coughing, and blood was flowing out of his mouth while coughing. Seeing this, both of them were startled, and Usopp was so anxious that he wanted to call a doctor immediately. But Sanji grabbed his hand and didn't let him leave. His mouth kept opening and closing, as if he had something to say. Usopp lowered his head in confusion and put his ear close to his mouth. Then Sanji's intermittent voice was heard. Why, embraced, not me, I want to start a harem. After saying that, Sanji fainted without catching his breath. Zoro was so scared that he shook himself, but Usopp stood up slowly with a calm expression, turned around and ignored him, and advised Zoro. Never mind, let him die. Zoro? The small commotion at the back of the team did not attract everyone's attention. Because at this time, many people's performance was no less than his. Bin slapped himself hard, and even though his face was swollen, he still couldn't believe it. He also pulled Gavin over and slapped him twice. Cook touched his forehead in disbelief, and after confirming again and again that he was not sick with a fever, he suddenly made up his mind. He planned to hang up Luffy's photo when he returned and worship it day and night, praying for a share of the hint of his popularity with women. The most exaggerated one in the team was Peacock. She looked at Hancock, who was flirting with Luffy, in disbelief. While her heart was racing, she also felt a chill. She turned her head carefully and looked to the left and right and behind her. As expected, Ain, Tina, and Nami were staring at her as if they were the murderer of their father. Gulp. It's over, I've become a clown. Chapter 91. Under the gazes of the crowd, some shocked, some envious, and some angry, Luffy carefully pulled his arm out of Hancock's arms. Then he coughed lightly, pretending nothing had happened, and instructed everyone. Ahem, in the next week, Miss Hancock will take our warship and be escorted to the headquarters by our guerrillas. During this period, I hope everyone can stay alert and vigilant. Miss Hancock must not be harmed during the mission. Do you understand? Yes, weakly. Luffy glared and shouted. Do you understand? This shout directly pulled everyone back from their various thoughts. They immediately shuddered and stood up and shouted. Yes. Okay, everyone go their separate ways. Tina, you take care of them. After explaining the matter, Luffy looked at Hancock and took her to the room that had been prepared for her. Looking at the horse fork worm woman who entered the cabin with Luffy, Tina gritted her teeth angrily. He bit it with a loud crunching sound, turned his head and glared at Peacock fiercely, then ordered her. "Lieutenant Colonel Peacock, you take charge of the 16th row here." After saying that, she hurriedly followed. But Peacock didn't have the heart to give orders at this time. She still didn't understand why a woman with obvious misogyny would get along with Luffy. In order to get the answer to the question, she quickly turned around and told Anne. "Major Ian, I leave this to you. I'll go to the cabin to check." "Wait." Ian pulled her back and turned back to give Cook, who was about to leave, an order. "Captain Cook, you take command." "Ah? Me?" Cook pointed at himself with a confused look on his face, but before he could say anything, Ian hurriedly pulled Peacock away. He scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what to do, when suddenly he felt something cold in his hand. After Nami stuffed the eternal pointer to Cook, she quickly said a few words, and ran away in a hurry without caring whether he understood or not. Cook, who was promoted to temporary commander of the Canadian naval officer, looked at the pointer in confusion, and then looked at the cabin where several people disappeared. Finally, he had to look at Binns and Gavin, who were also captains, with hope in his eyes. "You! Get out!" *2. Cook. Out of his respect for Hancock, Luffy specially cleaned up the room opposite his that had not been occupied yet. He also bought new furniture and bedding in advance at the headquarters. Although it was still incomparable to the high-end goods in the palace of Nine Snakes Island, Hancock was already quite satisfied. Even if the conditions were very poor, as long as she was with Luffy, she would not have any complaints. After entering the room and leaving everyone's sight, Hancock immediately couldn't wait to hug Luffy's strong waist. Her whole body also went limp and collapsed in his arms. It is worth mentioning that after learning that Luffy particularly liked her to wear cheongsam, Hancock specially changed into a white cheongsam with a pink nine-snake pattern. As always, the two sides were split high, reaching the base of the thighs. The long legs, as smooth as white jade, tightly locked Luffy's legs and prevented him from moving. It's a pity that there are no stockings on Nine Snakes Island, otherwise Luffy would have tasted the taste of black and white ice cream. Hancock's face flushed, and she twisted her slender waist and rubbed against Luffy's body. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Her eyes were blurred, as if she wanted to say something extremely shameful to Luffy, but she couldn't say it after opening her mouth several times. Luffy was distracted by this, but he had to pull her off his body and said helplessly, "Hancock, we are on a warship after all, there is no need to be so anxious." "But I heard, no, it's in the book, husband and wife should do that kind of thing, so that their relationship can be harmonious, give you a baby." Hancock stammered shyly, which made Luffy frown. "Come on, how old am I and you want to give birth to a child for me? Even if my second brother allows it, the great god Hexy won't allow it." Luffy laughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. "Let's talk about this later. What did you think about what I told you before? Do you mind if I have other women?" Hearing him talk about this topic, Hancock's shy expression suddenly changed, and she returned to her original arrogance. Ever since Luffy told her about this matter when their relationship was confirmed, she didn't take it to heart. "Let them come, I will use my beauty to make them retreat." Bang! Da-da-da! What a big tone, Tina wants to know how you will make us retreat. The door was pushed open, Tina crossed her arms, walked in slowly in high heels with a cold expression. Behind her, the three An girls were not to be outdone, standing with Tina, glaring at Hancock, showing their determination. Looking at the four girls standing side by side, Hancock's eyes swept over their faces and figures one by one. Finally, they stopped at Tina's face and sneered disdainfully. "It turned out to be you, the female 357th Marine who was attracted by my beauty and shouted that she would give Luffy to me. What, you want to go back on your words now? You?" Hearing her talk about this embarrassing incident, Tina immediately pointed her finger at her angrily, her face full of shame and anger. Hancock was disdainful in her heart, and immediately lifted her black and smooth hair, held her cheeks and pretended to be weak and pitiful, and said coquettishly to the 4 girls. "I just want him, can you give him to me?" Looking at the charming Hancock, the 4 girls swallowed their saliva. Seeing that they were moved, Hancock immediately took advantage of the situation, looked at them with a pleading face, and cast a charming wink. "Please." In an instant, the 4 girls seemed to be shot in the heart, and their hearts were captured by Hancock. Okay, I'll give it all to you, and we'll leave now." Tina, who was originally very tough, instantly turned into her loyal liquor. She took the initiative to push the 3 women who were also bewitched out of the room, and even did not forget to close the door. Luffy was so upset that he couldn't help but secretly complain, wondering if Tina had abnormal habits. Otherwise, how could she be seduced by Hancock twice in a row and be seduced away? She doesn't look like a commodore or a cold goddess at all. Chapter 92. Looking at the closed door, Hancock immediately showed a smug smile, threw herself into Luffy's arms, and said happily, "Luffy, I sent them away, and from now on it's just us." As she said this, her eyes sparkled, and she looked at Luffy expectantly, like a puppy that had brought back a bone, seeking praise from its master. Luffy's mouth twitched. He meant that he wanted them to live in harmony, not that he wanted Hancock to drive everyone away and dominate the backyard alone. He sighed with a very complicated expression, rubbed her smooth long hair, patted her on the butt with helplessness and a hint of refutation, and said, "Don't be willful, you are all my family, you have to get along well with them, okay?" Holding her hips, Hancock pouted her red lips with a look of grievance and satisfaction, and looked at him with big eyes full of resentment. Seeing that Luffy's expression was firm and unmoved, she could only hum softly and reluctantly agreed. "Humph, I get it." After comforting Hancock and waiting for her temper to subside, Luffy ruthlessly rejected her request to sleep on the same bed. He walked out of the room and found the 3 women who had recovered and were beating up Peacock. Looking at the Peacock in the room, who was tied up by the 3 women with special ropes, Luffy slapped her face with a playful look, and then asked the 3 angry people sitting beside him, "How about it, is the contract still valid?" Hearing him mention this, Ian angrily glared at Peacock, whose face was flushed and quite enjoying it. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "Humph, don't be complacent. I'll let you go this time, again." Halfway through her speech, Anne couldn't go on. She suddenly realized that according to the terms of the contract, they would no longer be able to control Luffy and could only let him do whatever he wanted. "What else?" Luffy said with a playful smile. Ion stomped his feet in shame and turned his head away from him. Luffy looked at Nami and Tina again. Nami snorted coldly, picked up the whip and gritted her teeth to blame all the mistakes on Peacock, the evil spirit, and began to punish, reward, her viciously. Tina had been controlled by Hancock twice in a row, and she had already lost face. At this time, she was buried in the quilt like a turtle, so she had no mood to talk back. Seeing that the 4 girls were unwilling, but were willing to abide by the agreement in the contract, Luffy was immediately relieved, and with a happy face, he embraced Ion and kissed her on the face several times. He dragged Tina out of the quilt and ravaged her for a while, and finally promised solemnly in front of them, "Don't worry, I'm not a pervert who falls in love with everyone I see. From now on, the people around me, besides you, are Hancock and Wai. There might be one more, 2? Anyway, there won't be too many." Looking at Luffy, who was speaking righteously and telling lies seriously, Anne and Tina looked at each other, suddenly rushed over and pressed him on the bed, gritting their teeth and punching and kicking him. Nami also put down the whip and joined in, and began to beat him up. Only the pitiful Peacock was tied up, with something stuffed in his mouth, and could only whimper aggrievedly, letting them all come at him. Since Hancock joined, the atmosphere on the warship has obviously become wrong. Team members can often be seen gathering together and talking in a low voice. If you listen closer, you will find that most of them are talking about gossip about Luffy and Hancock. They are especially curious about the process of Luffy taking down the Pirate Queen. But none of them dared to ask Luffy, and even dared to hide in the corner to talk privately, for fear of being heard by Luffy. Usopp, hey, have you heard? The Queen just praised the captain for his handsomeness and strength. Maybe that's why she fell in love with the captain. Bill, oh, so that's how it is. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. A few minutes later. Bill, hey, Gavin, come here and listen to me. Gavin, what's the matter, tell me. Bill. I just heard that the Queen was impressed by the captain's powerful strength, so she took a fancy to him and became the captain's girlfriend. A few minutes later. Gavin, really, I'm not lying to you. The Queen likes the captain to be strong. If you don't believe me, go ask Bill. Bins, okay, I believe you. With the spread of this, the original situation has changed beyond recognition. When Cook carefully pulled Luffy to the corner, he was stunned by the first sentence Luffy asked. Luffy, tell me quickly, do you have any secret recipe? Hey? What the hell? Seeing that he was still playing dumb, Cook angrily hit him and said with a sad heart. We have been brothers for so many years, but you didn't even share that good stuff with me. Don't pretend, I know everything. Without the secret medicine with extraordinary effects, how could the Empress be conquered by your big penis and good sex? How old are you today? What on earth did you guys plot about me behind my back? Big penis and good sex, you dare say that? Luffy's face was dark and he cursed in his heart. He was about to slap Cook twice and ask about the matter. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him and Hancock's cold voice. Your name is Cook, right? I really hate your name. Luffy, can I petrify him? Cook's heart sank, he didn't even dare to look back, he just knelt down. Sister-in-law, don't, from now on I will call you Xiao Ku, or Xiao Ke, it depends on what you like. Hancock looked at his trembling back with dangerous eyes, and said in a dark tone. I don't like it, so you will be called Dasha from now on. Cook, oh no, Dasha nodded immediately and changed his name on the spot. Luffy laughed, walked up to Hancock, held her hands, and persuaded her. No need, it's just a bit like that. Humph, I don't care. Hancock turned her head away proudly, and returned to the room elegantly in high heels. All the team members who saw her stepped aside in fear and lowered their heads. They were afraid that they would be turned into stone by the inexplicable fruit ability like someone else. Chapter 93. It took a week for the group to finally get back to the headquarters. As expected, Hancock caused a huge sensation the moment she boarded the headquarters. Everyone who has seen her, regardless of gender, age, or status, has been conquered by her beauty. Even some outstanding naval generals fell instantly when they saw her. This kind of lethality is even more terrifying than the four emperors in some aspects, so much so that Luffy couldn't help but sigh. This is the deterrent power that the 7 warlords of the sea should have. If every 7 warlord of the sea can be at the level of Hancock, perhaps they can really become one of the 3 major forces in the world on par with the Navy and the 4 emperors. While thinking wildly, Luffy was still considering whether to take Hancock to see Sengoku. A female navy wearing glasses struggled to squeeze through the crowd. She stumbled to the group, glanced at Hancock with a blushing face, and said to Luffy. Major General Luffy, the Marshal wants you to go to his office. After saying that, she looked at Hancock, but because of her stunning appearance, she was embarrassed to look directly at him. The head whispered softly. Ms. Boa Hancock, please come with me. The Navy has prepared a high-standard residence for you. Without even looking at the girl with glasses, Hancock was reluctant to look at Luffy and didn't want to be separated from him. Luffy also understood what she meant, so he said to the girl with glasses. Miss Hancock wants to visit the headquarters, and my people will take her around the headquarters later. You don't have to follow. Ah, but... Okay, just do as I say, I'll report to the marshal later. The girl with glasses nodded disappointedly, regretting that she couldn't be alone with Hancock. After handing the reluctant Hancock to the four equally dissatisfied girls, Luffy strode towards the marshal's office. Not long after, he came to this familiar room again. Before he could knock on the door, Sengoku in the room sensed his arrival and directly asked him to come in. With the lesson learned last time, Luffy honestly pushed the door and entered the room. Seeing Sengoku sitting behind the table, he walked over and saluted. Marshal, Major General Luffy has successfully completed his mission and is returning home. I have come to report to you. Well, I know everything. After all, those bastards down there have already made a big fuss. As he said this, Sengoku held his forehead helplessly and sighed. Just now, most of the Navy who were on vacation at the headquarters ran to the dock after hearing the news of Hancock's arrival. Even some Marines who were still at work, after hearing the news, could not resist the temptation to catch a glimpse of the world's most beautiful woman and left their posts. If he, the Admiral, didn't know about such a big mess, then he would be a failure. Hearing this, Luffy just smiled and didn't answer. This is still good. If Hancock hadn't made a statement when she came, let alone this few people, it would not be impossible for the Marines of the entire headquarters to run to watch. Coming back to his senses, looking at Luffy who was still standing, Sengoku, who was in a rare good mood, took the initiative to let him sit down. He asked if there were any accidents along the way. Luffy was not restrained. He walked behind his desk in front of Sengoku, took out a bag of senbei from the drawer, sat back on the sofa and ate it with relish. Well, everything went smoothly. Although Hancock was difficult to get along with at first, after I explained the pros and cons to her, she thought about it for a few days and finally agreed. Well, the new warships do have the ability to stay in the doldrums for a long time. We didn't even have a single Sea King to bother us. Of course, it could just be luck that we didn't encounter one. Zhang Guo nodded and continued. You are indeed lucky. The government has allocated funds to start mass production of this new type of warship equipped with sea stone. However, it will take some time to wait for all the equipment to be replaced. Now the old warships are still the main ones. Hearing this, Luffy's ears moved. He has not forgotten that he wants to change ships. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. So he quickly put down the senbei, sat up straight, and asked for credit to Sengoku. Grandpa Zhangguo, you see, I have been loyal and dedicated to the Navy over the years, isn't it time for me to get a new one? He rolled his eyes at the little rascal, but Zhangguo was not angry, and nodded generously and promised. It's not impossible to give you one. After the 7 warlords meeting is over, you can go to Water City by yourself. The first batch of 10 warships there have been completed and are waiting for us to take them over. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up. Of course, he didn't want this common stuff, so he continued to bargain. Hee, Grandpa, that's not what I meant. I mean, can you give me some military funds? I'll ask the craftsman to build me a better ship. Zhangguo was a little surprised, but he just thought he wanted to modify it a little, so he thought about it and agreed. Originally, ordinary major generals were not qualified to have their own unique warships. But it's not impossible to give you a little privilege. How much do you want? What are your requirements? I'll have someone contact the craftsman in Water City to help you modify it. Not much, just a small change. Luffy rubbed his hands flatteringly, and raised a finger at Sengoku's indifferent expression. 10 million? No problem, I approve. This number didn't bother Sengoku at all, and he agreed immediately. But Luffy didn't stop, but shook his head slowly. 100 million? This is 1/3 of the cost of a new warship. You want so much. Although he said so, 100 million Baileys is just a drop in the bucket for the Navy, a big force. He asked a few more questions at most, and it was approved. But at this point, Luffy still shook his head, indicating that it was not enough. This time, Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore. You little brat, are you kidding me? 1 billion berries can build 3 new ships and more. Luffy still shook his head when he heard this. He didn't keep it a secret and said directly. I want to ask you for 100 billion in funding. Duo Xiao. 100 billion. Zhang Guo was so shocked that his voice changed and he jumped up from his chair. He pointed at Luffy with a trembling hand and kept saying you to him for a long time without saying a complete sentence. With a red face, he took his hand back and paced around the office. Finally, he was so angry that he walked quickly to Luffy and showed him the half bag of senbei that he had not finished eating. Then he panted, stared with red eyes, and asked again in disbelief. Say it again. How much? Chapter 94. Luffy rubbed his ears which were buzzing from the shock and hesitantly reduced the number a little. A little less, 90 billion. Okay, sure, Zhang Guo agreed loudly, contrary to his usual behavior. Then he walked a few steps to the table and took out a delicately decorated den mushi from the drawer. Then he returned to Luffy, handed him a hand, and said fiercely through gritted teeth. Here, you talk to the 5 elders yourself. As long as they allow, I will give you not only 100 billion, but even 1 trillion. Okay, I'll try. Luffy stretched out his hand and was about to take it. Sengoku quickly retracted his hand and slapped him on the back of his head. You really dare to answer it? Rubbing his head speechlessly, Luffy joked. Isn't this what you gave me? If I give it to you, you should take it. I also want you to go back to the recruit camp, are you going or not? If you don't go, I will fire you and kick you back to the East China Sea to pick up trash. Zhang Guo yelled and cursed loudly, spitting saliva wildly, so that Luffy had to block the sofa pillow in front of him to avoid being sprayed with saliva. After he finished cursing, Luffy carefully poked half of his head out and said with a smile. Hey, Grandpa, don't be impatient. Everything can be discussed. I'm just waiting for your advice and bargaining. I am still bargaining. Zhang Guo pointed at his nose in disbelief and asked. Do I look like a vegetable vendor? You bargained and came to the marshal's office? Fine, fine, I'll bargain and give you 1 Bailey. Take the money and get out of here. As he said that, he actually took out a 1 Bailey coin from his marshal's uniform and threw it into Luffy's hand. Luffy almost laughed out loud when he received the small coin. But thinking that Sengoku was still in front of him, he could only suppress it and try to ease the tense atmosphere. No, it's all for the Navy and the government anyway, I think a good ship will make things more efficient. Hearing this, Jean laughed. He turned around and sat back in his office chair, crossed his arms, raised his chin slightly and said. Okay, tell me what you think, and let me see what kind of ship would cost 100 billion berries, so I can broaden my horizons. Luffy was immediately excited when he heard it, and he actually counted on his fingers. First of all, the power system of my ship is not ordinary. My basic requirement for it is pure electricity, which can be controlled with my thunder fruit. And it must be able to fly in the sky and have air superiority that ordinary warships do not have. Hearing him say this, Zhang Guo frowned and became a little more serious. Secondly, a powerful attack system is a must. I need to spend money to research electromagnetic guns and make this kind of good thing that can accurately strike at ultra-long distances. Finally, if a ship wants to be used for a long time, the basic materials can't be bad. Apart from anything else, it must be made of all the treasure tree atom, or a new alloy material from the government's research to be qualified. Of course, these are all the most basic. I still have a lot of ideas I want to try, but I just don't have the money now. As he said, he looked at Zhang Guo pitifully, hoping that the marshal would allocate a lot of funds and directly use money to kill him. Zhang Guo blinked his eyes and looked confused. It must be able to fly, and it must be equipped with electromagnetic guns, and the final material must be high-end goods like base Ho atom. You really dare to think about it? Zhang Guo took a deep breath and gradually came back to his senses from his confusion. Looking at Luffy, who was looking at him expectantly, he thought for a while and said, "Money, I can only give you 1 billion, no more, you have to find a way to get it yourself." Tisk, what can this little money do? Luffy curled his lips in disdain. Zhang Guo frowned and glanced at him, raising his voice and scolding, "To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. You little brat, don't think I don't know that you have been hiding a lot of money in the East China Sea for more than a year. I am the only one who doesn't want to care about you, you really think I am a fool?" Luffy's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but he remained calm on the surface, and even looked at him a little aggrieved, trying to pretend. But Sengoku didn't see the nature of his performance, waved his hand and continued. "Anyway, the money is so much, you can take it or not. For the rest, I can help you apply for the treasure tree atom or other suitable materials from the government. I will have people send these things to the Water City, and you can go there to arrange them after the 7 warlords of the sea meeting is over." Luffy's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Bailey can always be obtained by thinking of a way, but these rare materials are really hard to get without some connections. Even if you go to the black market to buy them like in the original book, you still have to see if there are so many stocks in the black market. Only the government is rich and powerful, and has a large reserve of these things. And as the Marshal of the Navy Sengoku, he can apply for them for free, and the quantity will not be small. Just when Luffy thought that this was the limit of what he could get from Sengoku, Sengoku pondered for a while and spoke again. "You said you wanted to build a purely electric, flying warship. With the Navy's technical reserves, the requirement of pure electricity should be integratable, but if you want the ship to fly, it may be more difficult." He tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Speaking of flying in the sky, the figure of an old rival immediately popped up in his mind. The former member of the Rocks Pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates. That guy once relied on the air supremacy brought by the fruit ability to play their navy around, and they had no way to deal with him. The reason why he changed his attitude drastically and was willing to provide Luffy with funds and materials was to take this opportunity to see if he could really build a flying battleship. If possible, can it be mass-produced in the future and then equipped with naval forces? When Sengoku thought about the Navy, Air Force, being able to fly in the sky to catch pirates in the future, he was so excited that he almost jumped up with excitement. "Marshal." Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Sengoku coughed a few times, looked at Luffy seriously, and gave orders. "Rear Admiral Luffy, I will allocate another 2 billion to you, a total of 3 billion Baileys. I will also provide all the materials needed for shipbuilding. After that, I will contact Vegapunk and ask him to design the blueprints of the ship. Your mission is very important. I need you to give us feedback on the use of the warship after it is built. Analyze whether it is worth mass production. Do you understand what I mean?" Luffy was confused. "What the hell? Why did you take the initiative to give me more money? Oh, you want to use me as a guinea pig? Then you have found the right person. Vegapunk. Grandpa, you want Dr. Vegapunk to design it? That's great. I just want to add some more powerful weapons. Please tell Vegapunk to add all the high-end goods in his laboratory to me. I will help him experiment with them." Chapter 95. After coming out of the marshal's office, Luffy walked with the wind. Turning the villa key in his hand, he hummed a little tune and staggered out of the headquarters building. This time, talking with Sengoku, not only did he find a new warship, even the luxury house that he should have as a young man, Sengoku simply asked people to deal with it urgently and arranged it for him. He was in high spirits and released his observation haki, intending to see what Anne and the others were doing at this time. He wanted to share this good news with them as soon as possible. Soon, he found the target, and also found that the women did not go out, but were gathering at home. This is not a big deal, after all, Hancock's charm is too great, and going out is not a good thing. It's just that Luffy is a little embarrassed. At this time, in addition to the women in the villa, he also felt another familiar breath. Grandpa? Why did he come back? Is it because of the 7 warlords of the sea meeting? Luffy could clearly hear the conversation between the few people, and he was so shocked that he sucked his teeth and took a breath. Is this considered a discovery of the hidden beauty in the Golden House? It always feels a bit embarrassing to go back like this. Rubbing his head irritably, Luffy sighed and muttered. Forget it, I can't avoid it anyway, I might as well admit it generously, maybe the old man will be quite happy. He comforted himself in this way, and a flash of lightning flashed on the spot, and in an instant his figure appeared outside the house. He straightened his suit and put the key in his pocket. Luffy pushed the door very unnaturally and walked into the villa. As soon as he entered, Garp's loud laughter came from the living room. Ha ha ha, so you've never fought before. It seems that you've been slacking off over the years, Tina. But that bastard Luffy actually used that trick on his comrades. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. Luffy paused while changing his shoes and opened his mouth, wondering if he should just run away instead of going in. But how could his actions be hidden from Garp? He just had this thought when he heard Garp shouting. Luffy, you bastard kid, get over here. Alas, I'm here. He responded weakly, changed into slippers, and slowly walked into the living room. Nami and An, who were very nervous in the living room, suddenly flashed with light in their eyes when they saw him coming back. God knows how much pressure they felt when they returned home and suddenly found that Garp was there. Especially Nami, this was her first time meeting Garp. Whenever she thought of the deeds of this great man that she had read in her books, her legs would go weak. Not to mention, this man was Luffy's grandfather, which made her psychologically stressed even more. On the contrary, Tina, Peacock, and Hancock were either older and strong in heart, or they were very familiar with Garp and didn't feel any pressure at all. So when An and Nami were huddled aside and shivering, it was Peacock and Tina who were chatting with Garp. Even Hancock could interject a few words, calling him Grandpa all the time, and she couldn't even call Garp Grandpa. Seeing Garp, who was full of joy and waving at him with a smile, Luffy said hello and walked over. Garp pulled him to his side on the large sofa and sat him down. Then, as expected, he punched Luffy in the head. But this time he didn't use much force, just a light hammer, then patted Luffy's shoulder and smiled at Tina. Don't worry, Tina, with me here, the brat will never dare to bully you again. As he said this, he looked at the girls around him, nodded with satisfaction, and also promised. You too, if this kid dares to bully you, come and tell me, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Hearing Garp's promise, the 5 girls' eyes lit up immediately. The smart girls knew that this was not only Garp's promise. It was also equivalent to a disguised recognition of them, recognizing them as his granddaughters-in-law. Suddenly, the girls who were originally nervous and afraid that Garp would not recognize them all breathed a sigh of relief. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. They immediately complimented and flattered Garp happily, and the old man was in a good mood and laughed all the time. After chatting for a long time, Garp suddenly looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It's already this late, so let's stop here today. You young people, please continue. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As he said this, Garp stood up. Seeing this, the other girls quickly stood up and wanted to see him off. But Garp waved his hand, signaling them not to see him off, and then called Luffy alone and took him to the entrance. Luffy silently took Garp's cloak of justice from the hanger and put it on him. Garp adjusted his tie and said while changing his shoes. Luffy, you really brought me a big surprise. Luffy smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. Garp glanced at him and saw that he lowered his head and didn't speak, so he reached out and patted his back hard, laughing. Ha ha ha, don't think too much, I'm still very open-minded. I won't ask too much about your affairs as a young person. You have grown up and will have your own life in the future. But there is one thing I want to remind you of. Garp suddenly fell silent, reached out and patted Luffy's pocket where he kept the key to his new home, and said in a tone of an experienced person. Remember to be moderate and do less of that kind of thing. When you have a child, you must call me as soon as possible. The name of your grandson was taken by that bastard Long, so the name of your great-grandson must be given to me. Luffy, who had been speechless, finally couldn't hold it anymore after hearing this. His face changed, and he really wanted to pry open Garp's head to see how he could say such an outrageous thing. But before he could take any action, Garp's big hand slapped him heavily on the back. He staggered, and when he steadied himself, the stinky old man had already slipped out the door with a big laugh. Looking at the closed door, Luffy touched his burning back, grinned and said angrily. You wishful thinking, old man. I will never let you name my child. After cursing, he turned around and returned to the living room, muttering to himself. As he walked, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved to see that Garp had no objection to Anne and the others, especially Hancock. Moreover, in the future, he would not have to be sneaky and hide. Seeing Luffy coming back, the girls who had been sitting quietly and not saying a word immediately surrounded him like a pot of boiling water, sandwiching him in the middle. And so, what did Vice Admiral Garp say to you? Does he dislike us? 3.3 Nami, I was almost scared to death just now. Fortunately, you are back. Tina, you heard what Vice Admiral Garp said just now. If you dare to bully us again, Tina will go and complain to Vice Admiral Garp. Hancock, hey, a bunch of cowards. Grandpa is still easy to talk to. He doesn't dislike me for being a pirate. Peacock, that's right. I don't know what you are so nervous about. Grandpa won't eat you. Tina, assholes, you two changed your words too quickly. Nami, yet, we haven't even gotten married yet. Why do you change your words? Hancock. Hey, that's how I want to call you. If you don't agree, come and fight me. Peacock, ha, I've been calling you that since I was a child. If you don't agree, go talk to my grandma. 3 people. Chapter 96. Seeing the 3 women being silenced, Luffy quickly escaped from the crowd of women. After taking a breath, he pulled Anne over and hugged her on his lap, took out the key from his pocket and put it in her palm. Stop arguing and look at what this is. The girls' eyes were instantly drawn to it. When they saw the key in Anne's hand, Tina and Peacock's eyes lit up and they said in surprise. Is this part of the house? That's right. Luffy smiled and nodded heavily. So stop arguing, pack up what needs to be packed, buy what needs to be bought, and we're moving today. Great! Nami cheered, and quickly left everyone behind to go back to her room to clean up. Ian also smiled and broke away from Luffy's arms, and got busy with Tina and Peacock. Hancock looked at them with envy as they left, and sat next to Luffy and leaned on him. Luffy. Luffy hugged her gently and made a nasal sound. Hancock buried her head in the man's chest in a depressed mood and said sullenly. After these 15 meetings, I don't want to go back to Amazon Lily for the time being. Luffy was shocked, looked down at her in surprise, and asked in confusion. What about your subjects? You are their emperor. They won't die without you, but this is a big deal. You should at least discuss it with your sisters and some high-ranking officials in the kingdom. Hancock snorted proudly, nudging Luffy with her little head. No, I am the emperor, I can do whatever I want. Okay, you are the emperor and you have the final say. Luffy rubbed her hair with a smile and comforted her repeatedly. Hancock calmed down and stopped acting like a spoiled child. In this way, the two of them snuggled together and enjoyed the warm time in silence. Just when Luffy thought Hancock had made up her mind and decided to follow him around the world, she suddenly changed her mind. How about I pass the throne to Sonia? Luffy was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is this a trivial issue that can be decided in a few words? You, the Emperor, are too willful. Well, don't say such willful words. If you want to follow me, just follow me. At most, I can go back every once in a while. Oh, that's right. Hancock didn't respond after that. She sniffed the reassuring scent on Luffy's body and gradually fell asleep. Luffy patted her back gently as if coaxing a child. After she fell asleep, he carefully carried her back to the bedroom and covered her with a quilt. Looking at the sleeping beauty falling asleep on the bed, Luffy kissed her forehead gently, and walked out of the room after seeing her smile happily. Standing in the corridor, he rubbed his chin and looked back at the closed door, as if something was missing. Where's Hancock's big snake? Didn't it follow him onto the ship? Where did it go now? At the port, Salome, who had just woken up from a dream, looked at the empty warship, tilted her head in confusion, and 3 question marks appeared on her head. Where's the master? As the time of the meeting approached, the atmosphere at the Navy headquarters gradually became solemn. One by one, the big shots who were only seen in newspapers gathered at the headquarters. In order to deter the unruly 7 warlords of the sea, Sengoku not only kept Kizaru and Aokiji at the headquarters. He also called back the older generations such as Garp and Crane to take charge. And Luffy, as the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the main contributor to destroying Crocodile's conspiracy, was also asked to attend this meeting. In the large conference room of the headquarters, a huge white round table was placed in the middle. 3 less famous vice admirals sat down in a formal and orderly manner, sorting out the documents that would be used in the meeting. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the conference room. Here it comes, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. Upon hearing the sound, the 3 of them subconsciously looked back, and then they couldn't take their eyes off. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hancock, who returned to the room arranged by the Navy last night and was unable to stay at Luffy's house, was in a very bad mood because she had a meeting today. When she came here with her pet snake Salome with a gloomy face, what caught her eyes were 3 stinky men who were staring at her blankly. She frowned, pointed without thinking, and without her command, Salome rushed up and slapped the 3 men with a flick of her tail. The 3 people who were awakened were shocked, and then they realized what stupid things they had just done. They quickly lowered their heads and dared not look at the people coming. Seeing that they took the initiative to admit their mistakes, Hancock snorted and sat down at the seat marked with her name. She wanted to close her eyes and take a nap, but suddenly a sinister voice forced her to open her eyes. Phew, look who this is! The Navy is so proud that they even invited the most beautiful woman in the world. It turns out that the Pirate Queen is also afraid of the Navy's threats and was forced to attend this meeting. Hancock looked at the person who was speaking with cold eyes. He was a blonde wearing sunglasses, wearing a flirtatious pink feather coat, a fancy shirt, cropped pants, and black loafers. He squatted on a chair with a very arrogant look on his face. "Shut up, you rude guy, who allowed you to talk to me?" Hancock, who was already in a bad mood, retorted directly. Doflamingo, who was choked, was not angry, but smiled and watched her close her eyes again. After ignoring him, he looked away. He glanced around and ignored the 3 useless Navy men at the same table. After discovering that the only one among the 7 warlords of the sea, except for the 2 of them, was the blue-skinned fishman, he unexpectedly began to divert his firepower. "Jinbei, you are here too. With Whitebeard as your backer, are you still afraid of the Navy? Or is that old man no longer good enough and even he can't be relied on?" Jinbei. A tall whale shark with 2 exposed fangs, turned his sharp eyes after hearing his words. This is my personal matter and has nothing to do with my father. Doflamingo, this is not Dressrosa, keep your mouth shut. Phew, are you all so angry? Anyway, everyone hasn't arrived yet, why not take advantage of this moment to have some fun? With his unique laughter and an evil smile on his lips, Doflamingo almost wrote "I am a bad guy" on his face. Jinbei looked at him with disgust, frowned, and began to close his eyes and pretend to sleep, not taking him seriously. Seeing that one by one they were giving him the cold shoulder, Doflamingo also felt a little angry in his heart. The fingers on his leg moved, and a tiny thread that was invisible to the naked eye was ready to go, as if it would launch an attack at the next moment. "Stop it, I'm not here to watch you fight and waste time." A deep and magnetic voice suddenly came from outside, and Doflamingo looked back in surprise. Hawkeye, my hawk's figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. With him came Gecko Mariah, who was as fat as a ball and was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He, why should we stop them, Hawkeye? If one of these 2 can die here, my shadow army will have another great general. Chapter 97. The arrival of the 2 immediately attracted everyone's attention. Doflamingo ignored Mariah, fixed his burning eyes on Hawkeye, and couldn't help laughing. Phew, even you are here, this meeting is finally worth watching. Chuckling, he looked at Jinbei, who still kept his eyes closed and said nothing, and silently retracted his action. Hawkeye's arrival also attracted Hancock's attention. Looking at this man's sharp eyes like a hawk, even Hancock felt a sense of oppression and was secretly alert. What a scary man, the world's #1 swordsman is indeed worthy of his reputation. Of course, no matter how powerful a man is, he is not as good as Luffy in her heart. Thinking of not seeing her lover last night, Hancock not only prayed secretly, but also hoped to see him a second earlier. Perhaps her prayers were effective, and footsteps were heard outside the meeting room again. Several people turned their heads and saw a handsome young man in a white suit with his hands in his pockets, yawning and walking. "Come closer, Luffy!" Hancock cheered in her heart with joy. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have pounced on him directly. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Luffy, who had played poker with a few girls last night, looked around. Looking at the old acquaintances, he raised his eyebrows, ignored the gazes of several people and sat down next to Hancock. The 3 vice-admirals opposite the round table who were responsible for recording the content of the meeting and supplementing the information were shocked when they saw Luffy's bold behavior. Another young man who was bewitched by the appearance of the Empress, hoped that because this was the headquarters, that person would not be too heavy-handed. Just when their hearts were pounding, Luffy approached Hancock and whispered without hesitation. "What shall we eat after the meeting? How about we try the headquarters seafood feast?" Hancock smiled and nodded obediently, "All up to you." Lieutenant General 3. Doflamingo and other 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing the Empress approaching the navy and speaking in an unspeakably gentle tone, everyone's eyes widened, and their brains were shocked. Even a cold guy like my hawk changed his expression slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Who is this person? So brave? Several people who didn't know Luffy at the scene had this thought in their minds. But before they could find the answer to this question, the real protagonist of this meeting, Admiral Sengoku, appeared with a luxurious lineup. Behind him, the first to bear the brunt were 2 lazy men, one blue and one yellow. Aoki and Kizaru were not interested in this meeting at all. After coming, Aoki leaned back in the chair, pulled on his eye mask, and began to catch up on sleep openly. Kizaru was not much better. He put the electric tea he brought on the table, and then opened a comic book and read it with relish. Although both of them acted like salted fish who were just waiting to die, Doflamingo and his friends did not dare to look down on them. Only Hawkeye could still sit still, as if he didn't take it to heart. In addition to these 2 people, the evergreen of the navy, the chief of staff Tsuru, and the shameless Garp also followed in. Garp nodded to Hancock as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't see Luffy, and sat down next to Kizaru, snatched the snack from him and started to eat it. Kizaru was not angry about this, and he took out another bag of donuts from somewhere and handed it to Tsuru. Tsuru was not polite. After taking it with his hand, he opened it and savored it carefully. Seeing that his teammates were either sleeping or eating or dating, Sengoku was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he was almost irritated by them and had a cerebral congestion. But the meeting that should be held still had to be held. His teammates were not in line, and he, as the marshal, must grasp the situation well. With 2 light coughs, he looked around and said today's opening remarks. "Thank you for coming to this meeting, you bastards on the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo couldn't help but jump out and interrupted. "Phew, no need to thank you, but your Navy's tough attitude this time scared me." Luffy glanced at Minga and felt that this guy was really arrogant. He was the first one to jump out among so many people. Jean Guo also couldn't stand rubbish like Minga, and snorted coldly and hit back. "To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. If you don't want to be threatened by the Navy, just quit the Shishibukai. We just found a few good candidates, enough to replace you." Phew, forget it, I like the title of Shishibukai. After a few chuckles, Minga stopped talking and finally calmed down for a while. Seeing that no one was interrupting anymore, Jean Guo started talking about business. "I called you here, I believe you can guess why. Just over a month ago, that bastard crocodile tried to overthrow the rule of the allied countries and was arrested by the Navy in front of him." Seeing Sengoku talking about himself, Luffy stopped talking with Hancock, smiled and nodded to everyone present. Several people were slightly shocked. They didn't expect that crocodile guy would be defeated by such a young navy. Sengoku looked back and forth between Luffy and Hancock with a strange look. Strange, why does this kid seem to have a good relationship with Hancock? The thought flashed through his mind, and Sengoku shook his head silently in his heart, thinking that this was impossible. After coming to his senses, his expression did not change, and he continued to speak. "I don't want the same thing as Rockdale to happen to you. At the same time, as a warning, after discussion, our Navy and the government have decided to add the following restrictions to the Shishibukai. First, it is forbidden to attack member states at will, and to harm the lives and safety of the kings and royal families of member states. Second, it is strictly forbidden to hide important government-wanted criminals and prohibited items. Third, it is forbidden to attack government and Navy personnel without reason, and to cause damage to government facilities. Fourth, it is forbidden to attack the government and Navy personnel without reason, and to cause damage to government facilities." Sengoku talked about a lot of irrelevant issues, and the Shishibukai all treated it as a joke. Few people would really follow it. It was at this time that Luffy realized how wise it was for Kizaru to bring tea and snacks. Because this shitty Shishibukai meeting was too boring. Zhao Lihao. He only listened for more than 10 minutes, and his eyelids began to fight, and his head was nodding and he was almost falling asleep. Doflamingo was not really interested in Sengoku's chatter. His bored fingers played with the silk thread, and his eyes hidden in the sunglasses scanned the people present. Finally, he set his sights on Luffy, who was about to fall asleep with his head propped up by his hands, giving him a big surprise. "I'll choose you." With a slight curl of his lips, he flicked his right finger, and a transparent invisible silk thread shot towards Luffy. Except for Moria and the 3 Navy officers who were just there, everyone present was a master of observation. How could Minga's little movements escape their perception? Hancock, a professional husband protector, was furious when she found out that Doflamingo, this bastard, dared to attack Luffy. Chapter 98. She stood up quickly, lightly touched her red lips with her finger like a pistol, aimed at Ming Ji and fired. Instantly, a small pink heart hit the attacking silk thread, petrifying it while attacking Ming Ji with unabated momentum. Ming Ji chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a silk thread shield to block the attack. Seeing the shield petrifying from the center, Ming Ji raised his mouth and asked with a smile. Fu, can I ask you something? What is your relationship with him? Hancock's face was extremely ugly. She put her hands in a heart shape and mobilized the power of the fruit. Bastard Firebird, you actually wanted to attack my husband, go to hell. Sweet and sweet wind. After the words fell, a heart-shaped light wave spread out and directly enveloped Minga. Minga was obviously stunned when he heard her answer. He didn't expect that they were actually a couple. But when the light wave was approaching, he didn't have time to think so much. He stepped on the seat and jumped behind Jinbei, who was eating melons on the side. Hancock didn't give up. She turned her body and even Jinbei was included in her attack range. Sweet. Minga reacted quickly. Before Hancock could make a move, he opened his hands and used his 5 fingers to create a thread that grabbed Hancock. 5-color thread, 700 swish. The thin thread invisible to the naked eye passed by, and everything it touched was easily cut. Jinbei, who was out of the attack range of the two, quickly stood up and dodged to avoid being affected. Seeing the thread cutting through the conference table and attacking him, Hancock's expression turned cold, and the sweet wind was immediately activated. All objects illuminated by the light wave turned into stone in an instant. The thread also broke away from Minga's control in an instant, and shattered under inertia and scattered all over the ground. Facing Hancock's attack, even Minga, who was very confident in his own strength, did not dare to take it head-on. He had to jump sideways again. Hancock stepped forward, and wanted to reward him with another fragrant kick. But at this time, a strong hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, and Luffy, who had woken up at some point, stood up. Looking at the angry Hancock, he pulled her back with a smile and comforted her. Okay, leave it to me next. With his words, Hancock immediately calmed down and stopped moving. But she still glared at Minga, and put this bastard on her must-kill list. Things happened so fast that the 3 Marines who were still taking notes only reacted now. They stared blankly at the 2 people holding hands, and recalled what Hancock had just said, and their hearts suddenly felt sour. Kizaru's expression was also very interesting at this time, his old face wrinkled into a ball, and his mouth opened into an O shape. King Z also woke up from his sleep, pulled up a corner of his eye mask and looked at his little brother in surprise. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his face was incredulous. Letter. The expressions of the others were also quite interesting. Sengoku's face turned red and white, and he was happy and worried. On the one hand, he was happy that Luffy had the ability to trick the Empress into his hands. On the other hand, he was worried that the young man would not be able to control himself, and would be blinded by the beauty of women and do something impulsive. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed and lowered his head to eat donuts silently. Thinking of her stubborn granddaughter who insisted on Luffy, she felt helpless. But what could she, an old woman, do? She could only let go and let the young people make trouble. Garp, zzzzzzz. After calming Hancock, Luffy turned his head and shifted his gaze to Doflamingo. Hey, you are very brave. First you hit me, and now you want to hit my girlfriend. It seems that you don't take me seriously at all. Hearing his words, Brother Ming didn't take it seriously. He put his hands in his pockets arrogantly, laughed strangely, and asked back. Phew, how enviable. He actually won the heart of the most beautiful woman in the world. Hey, boy, what's your name? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Looking at Minga, who acted like the boss of the world and he was the second in command. Luffy kept silent for a while, then suddenly grinned and said. I am, BFCC, your father. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into lightning and instantly appeared behind Brother Ming. His right hand, which was full of lightning, pressed against his back, and a violent electric current instantly gushed out from his palm. Minga was stunned when he heard Luffy's answer, but before he could get angry, Luffy had already teleported behind him and launched an attack. Damn, it was lightning! Minga cursed in his heart and reacted very quickly. The silk thread in his hand bounced and stuck to the wall of the conference room. He pulled it hard again, trying to avoid Luffy's attack in this way. Do you think you are faster than lightning? The cold words came out of his mouth, and Ming Ji's feet had just left the ground. 100 million volt discharge. Violent lightning shot out from his palm in an instant, covering Minga's whole body. The dazzling white light, the noisy thunderstorm, and Minga's uncontrollable wailing, immediately echoed in the conference room. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. Minga, that arrogant guy, finally got into trouble. The high-voltage current continuously poured into Minga's body through Luffy's arm. Minga only felt a burning pain all over his body, and his nerves, blood vessels, brain, etc. were like being repeatedly pierced by tens of thousands of needles. The pain almost made him lose his mind. Move, move, my body! He shouted frantically in his heart, but his body paralyzed by lightning didn't listen at all. The order of his master. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't even move a finger. He could only be electrocuted under Luffy's strong control, and was almost cooked by electricity. Listening to Doflamingo's shrill wail, Sengoku, with a frown on his face, breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, this is to teach these bastards a lesson. They dare to be so arrogant in front of the Navy headquarters. Do they really think that our Navy is made of mud? However, it is refreshing, but seeing that Luffy is still releasing lightning and has no intention of stopping. Sengoku was afraid that this kid would not be gentle enough and really kill him. So, he quickly spoke up, pretending to be careless and said slowly. Stop it, a little lesson is enough. Hearing this, Luffy pouted unhappily and retracted his palm from Minga's back. The lightning slowly dissipated under his control. Just after retracting his power, the black humanoid creature, whose body was charred and whose feather coat was burned, fell to the ground with a thud, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground in embarrassment. Enduring the severe pain from all over his body, Minga gasped in fear. Under the broken sunglasses, his sinister and resentful eyes turned to Luffy with effort, as if he wanted to firmly remember this man who embarrassed him. It's on the shelves. Chapter 99. Seeing that he still seemed unconvinced, Luffy, with his arms crossed, raised his eyebrows and turned to Sengoku and said, Marshal, if I remember correctly, our Navy caught a spy named Virgo a few years ago. He seems to be inseparable from Doflamingo. Speaking of the name Virgo, Sengoku's face instantly fell and became very ugly. Former Rear Admiral Virgo, a young man with good strength, brains, and a warm heart. Sengoku had originally considered promoting and appointing him. But because of an accident, Luffy's anonymous report, his identity was exposed, and Sengoku knew for the first time that there were spies sent by pirates in his navy. Sengoku was stunned at the time and thought it was a shame for the Navy and a joke. It has always been the Navy that goes to the pirate group to act as spies. Since when have pirates been able to send spies into the Navy? This as soon as the incident happened, it directly triggered the sensitive nerves of the Navy's top brass at the time. It was the first time they had seen someone so arrogant, and the Navy officers who were very good at interrogation tortured him all night. They pried Doflamingo's name out of Virgo's mouth at all costs. But the matter ended at this point. Without the government's permission, the Navy had no right to touch the 7 warlords of the sea. They couldn't even make Virgo's crimes public. They could only find an excuse for leaking Navy secrets and execute him secretly. Otherwise, he would most likely be executed by Doflamingo using the excuse that the Navy couldn't capture the members of the 7 warlords of the sea. Take him back. Thinking of the frustrating thing that happened at the beginning again, a cold light flashed in Sengoku's eyes when he looked at Minga. At that moment, he had the idea of killing this guy. After Luffy said Virgo's name, Minga's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Virgo of Heart, one of the highest cadres of the Don Quixote family. He was an important chess piece and family member planted in the navy in his early years. But he suddenly disappeared a few years ago and could no longer be contacted. He also used his connections to find the other party, but he only got the news that he died in the battle with pirates. For this reason, Doflamingo he was sad for a while. But he didn't expect that the real situation was that his conspiracy was discovered, and Virgo was also arrested by the navy. Moreover, he didn't control his mouth and exposed himself. Considering his own behavior, it was no less than shitting on the navy's head. Even an arrogant man like Minga was alert for a while, fearing that the navy would ignore the rules and get rid of him in this navy base. With his charred and cracked arms, he tried to support himself on the ground and slowly stood up. Minga's body shook, and after looking at Luffy with resentment, he barely controlled his body, took a step back and sneered. "Hey, Zhangguo, you have to think it over. I have a good relationship with those 5 old men. If something happens to me, your navy won't have an easy time either." Listening to Ming Ji's veiled threat, Zhangguo sneered disdainfully. "Tian Yasha, I haven't said anything yet, are you scared already?" Fu, I'm just stating a fact." Minga, who used the 5 elders as his backing, seemed to be confident again. He pushed his badly damaged glasses, and put on the role of the villain again, laughing strangely. Luffy's face was completely gloomy at this time. Because he noticed that Hancock's body trembled obviously and her pretty face turned slightly pale after hearing Minga talk about the 5 elders. Suddenly, he had the idea of killing Minga here, but he was interrupted just as he was accumulating strength and had no time to act. "Ha! Hey, kid, you dare to bully my grandson and granddaughter-in-law in front of me? Do you really think that I am too old to swing my fists?" Ming Ji was shocked and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. "What? That little devil!" Before he finished speaking, Garp's fist wrapped in domineering power instantly appeared in his sight. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He didn't even have time to react. He was hit in the face by the punch, his nose was broken, and he spat out a few bloody teeth, and flew backwards heavily. The huge force directly pushed Minga to smash the wall of the conference room. After smashing through several walls in a row, he flew out of the building and fell heavily on the open space in front of the building, scaring the passing marines. He raised his fist as big as a sandbag and blew on it. Facing everyone's gaze, Garp grinned, scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I woke up and saw this black guy. I thought I saw a ghost and I accidentally hit him too hard." As he said this, he didn't care about the surprised and horrified eyes of the people present. He waved his hand and shouted to Luffy and the others. "Hey, Luffy, Hancock, it's too boring here, let's go home." Looking at Garp who stood up for her, Hancock's eyes sparkled and she nodded repeatedly with a moved look on her face. She took Luffy's arm and hurriedly followed him. When he came to Garp, Luffy complained in a bad mood. "Hey, you are more arrogant than me, Grandpa. Before doing this, you should at least tell Marshal Zhangguo first." "Shut up!" Bang! Garp punched him on the head, pointed at the big hole in the wall, and cursed at him. "Stupid boy, next time you meet a guy like this, just don't hesitate to beat him up. How can I trust you to hand over Hancock if you are so timid? I said, I am your grandson, right? Did you say the opposite?" Luffy complained in a low voice, but was glared at by Garp again. Luffy had no choice but to surrender as he was not the opponent yet. He pulled Hancock and walked outside under the surprised eyes of everyone. When passing by Sengoku, Luffy seemed not to notice his dark face like the bottom of a pot, and smiled and waved his hand and said, "Marshal Zhangguo, this meeting was rich, lively, and interesting, and I benefited a lot. Please don't ask me to attend next time." Chapter 100. After saying that, he quickly followed Garp's footsteps, and the three of them left while talking and laughing. This arrogant attitude made Moria and Jinbei in the room dumbfounded. Sengoku was so angry that he almost fainted. "Assholes, you two stop right there. Boa Hancock, you come back here too." The three of them were selectively deaf to Sengoku's impotent rage. They even quickened their pace a bit, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Looking at the three people's backs as they slipped away, Kizaru's heart moved, and he stood up and raised half of his butt to follow suit. But in an instant, Sengoku turned his head and stared at him with red eyes. Kizaru's body stiffened, and after maintaining the posture of preparing to leave for more than 10 seconds, he sighed helplessly and sat back down. "I really envy Keipo-san, I also want to go home and catch up on my sleep." With a sigh in his heart, he opened the comic again and read it with little interest. Beside him, Qingji secretly cried out in regret when he saw this, and reluctantly put down the blindfold, put his hands on the back of his head and soon began to snore softly. Looking at the messy meeting room and his subordinates who were more unreliable than each other, Sengoku sighed heavily, sat back in his chair with a sense of loss, and even lost interest in continuing the meeting. "How can we run a good navy with these insects? Retire. I must retire." Luffy didn't care about how Sengoku was troubled and distressed. He followed Garp and quickly left the headquarters building. But as soon as he came out, he paused, looked at the three people who seemed to have been waiting here with surprise, and asked in confusion, "Why are you three here? Are you here to see me?" In front of him, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stood at attention and greeted them immediately after seeing them. Vice Admiral Garp, Captain Luffy, Miss Snake *3 looking at the three young and energetic young men, Garp waved his hand in a friendly manner and also greeted them. Hancock nodded slightly because they were Luffy's subordinates, barely returning the greeting. Luffy rubbed his chin, looking at the three people, or rather Zoro who was eager to try among the three, seemed to understand something, and asked with a smile, "Are you here to challenge Hawkeye? Do you want to see the strength of the world's greatest swordsman?" Zoro nodded heavily in acknowledgement. "Well, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." "Then you better think about it, this is not the opponent you can face now." After being taught by Luffy and others, Zoro already understood the level of his own strength. But even so, he still did not back down, nodded with a firm look, and said seriously while pressing the Wado Ikimonji on his waist, "Captain, I finally have a chance, I just want to see how big the gap is between him and me." After he finished speaking, Luffy pondered for a moment, pretending to be entangled, and said with a hint of testing, "I'm not trying to discourage you. You haven't even mastered Haki yet, so you can't be that man's opponent. You can wait 2 more years until you are stronger before coming to him." But his deliberate belittling did not discourage Zoro's determination. He nodded stubbornly and said seriously, "I know, but I must try." Seeing that Zoro was determined, Luffy nodded secretly in his heart and stopped persuading him. This is the Zoro he knows. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. If he loses the courage to challenge because he knows that the opponent is stronger than himself, then he will not be the future Zoro. Ha ha ha, you are such a difficult young man. Come on, I have faith in you. Garp laughed happily and patted Zoro's shoulder. Zoro grimaced, his eyes full of resentment. Luffy found it funny, and stepped forward to pat him on the other shoulder, encouraging him, and then said, "Okay, then you guys wait here. But you'd better go find a doctor now and be on standby. In case of any accidents, you can get immediate treatment." The three nodded and saluted respectfully. Luffy and Garp said nothing more, nodded and said goodbye to them. After watching the three people leave, Usopp said something to the two and ran to the hospital alone to ask for a doctor. Zoro and Sanji didn't know when the meeting would end, so they simply sat cross-legged on the side of the road, quietly waiting for Hawkeye to show up. After waiting for a long time, looking at Zoro, who took out the Wado Ikemonji and carefully maintained it with a cotton swab. Sanji supported his chin with his hand and asked boredly. "Hey, green algae head, I see that among your 3 swords, you value this one the most. Is there any story behind it?" Zoro carefully applied sword oil to the sword body and did not answer. Seeing this, Sanji pouted unhappily and turned his head away to ignore him. The atmosphere fell into silence. Sanji thought that this guy would ignore him, but after a few minutes, he suddenly said, "This sword carries the dream of my best friend and my promise to her. One day, I will take this sword with me and ascend to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. I will spread my name and the name of Wado Ikemonji to heaven and tell my best friend." "Heaven? Your friend? Sorry, I spoke too much." Sanji was surprised at first, but then he quickly realized what was happening and apologized. Zoro was wiping the sword vigorously with cotton cloth. After hearing Sanji's apology, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he teased. "Can Kappa apologize? I thought your brain was underdeveloped and you didn't have these words in your head. What did you say? You bastard green algae head, I just feel sorry for you. If you are defeated later, don't cry and ask me for comfort. I have no interest in taking care of a swordsman with poor sense of direction." Sanji pointed at Zoro and cursed angrily, but Zoro was unmoved. It was rare that he didn't get angry and cursed at him. Because he suddenly felt that a sharp and unstoppable breath was approaching. This compelling momentum made the kaititsu on his waist tremble slightly, as if he couldn't wait for the upcoming battle. Chapter 101. Zoro pressed down on kaititsu, turned his head and stared at the corridor, his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. "Here comes the most powerful swordsman in the world, the man that all swordsmen dream of defeating, Hawkeye Jorakol Mayuk." As soon as the words fell, a man wearing a black hat with fluff on it and a burgundy-patterned shirt inside, a black windbreaker, white trousers, black short leather shoes, and a hawk-like gaze slowly walked out of the corridor. In addition to these, the most eye-catching thing about Hawkeye is the huge cross-like weapon on his back. This sword is the Black Blade Knight, which has the same title as his master and is ranked among the 12 supreme great swords. Zoro stood up excitedly, looking at the newcomer with fiery eyes. But Hawkeye didn't even look at him, and walked straight past him with big strides. Zoro's joyful expression froze, but he didn't get angry about it. Instead, he turned around and shouted with full fighting spirit. "Wait a minute, Hawkeye!" My Hawk paused slightly, turned his head and glanced at him, and said in a calm tone. "What's the matter, weakling of the 16th Marines?" Ignoring the contempt in his words, Soran excitedly invited him to a duel. "Fight me, in the name of swordsman." "Humph, boring." Hawkeye snorted disdainfully and was about to refuse. But when he saw the Wado Ikemonji in Zoro's hand and the Sandai Kaititsu on his waist, he changed his mind. Turning around, he crossed his arms and looked into Zoro's fiery eyes for a while before finally agreeing. "Nice eyes, but unfortunately you are too weak, so you can only use it as a way to kill time." As he said this, he reached out and took off the small cross on his neck. Under Zoro's surprised and angry eyes, he opened the lid, revealing a small knife that was not even as long as a finger. Holding the knife between his 2 fingers, Hawkeye apologized in an extremely annoying tone. "I'm sorry, I don't have any knife smaller than this." "Asshole, stop looking down on others." Zoro, who had always been calm, was really angry this time. He put his military cap on his head backwards. He bit the handle of the Wado Ikemonji with his teeth, held the Sandai Kaititsu and the unknown longsword in his hands, and rushed towards Hawkeye with his feet. Sengoku, who had just come out of the corridor, stopped when he saw this scene, showing a rare expression of surprise. Crane, Aokiji, Jinbe, Mariah, who were a step slower, also stopped. Looking at the young man who challenged Hawkeye, some were surprised, admired, or disdainful and contemptuous. It has been a long time since the Navy has had a young man who dares to challenge Hawkeye. Who is this boy? Does anyone know him? Zhang Guo turned around and asked the people behind him, his words full of praise. Crane and Yellow Monkey shook their heads silently, indicating that they didn't know him. Only Qing Ji scratched the back of his head, thought for a long time, and suddenly remembered something, and said, "Oh, I remember now. This green-haired guy and the guy with curly eyebrows over there are both subordinates of Luffy. I remember his name was Zoya? Or Noron? I can't remember clearly." Listening to his explanation, Sengoku also remembered. Some time ago, when the gorillas were awarded medals, although this boy did not go on stage, he had seen his photo. He remembered that the boy was called Zoro, and was brought back by Luffy from the East China Sea. Zephyr once mentioned this child to him, as well as the yellow-haired boy with him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. According to Zephyr, these two are both talented and outstanding Marines with a promising future. It was the peculiar curly eyebrows of the yellow-haired boy that made Sengoku raise his eyebrows, and he always felt that he seemed a little familiar. While the few people were talking, Zoro had already started fighting with Hawkeye. But with what happened was different from what Zoro expected, even drastically different. Originally, he thought that he could more or less withstand a few moves from Hawkeye, and even because of the opponent's underestimation, maybe he could get a slight upper hand unexpectedly. But as soon as the two of them fought, Hawkeye seemed to see the loophole in his moves at a glance. While easily resolving the attack, he stabbed Zoro's chest with a knife in his backhand. If he hadn't reacted quickly after special training and immediately stepped back, he would probably be injured now. After taking a few breaths with lingering fear, Zoro looked at Hawkeye in surprise, who was at ease, holding the knife casually, and watching him with interest. He was shocked and even unbelievable. "It's impossible, how could the gap between us be so big? I don't believe it. Even the world's greatest swordsman shouldn't be so different. Is this all you have? To me, this is not even enough to move my hands and feet." Hawkeye looked at him with contempt, waved his knife and said provocatively, "Come on, please me with your swordsmanship, weakling." Hawkeye kept calling Zoro a weakling, which completely angered Zoro. He didn't care about the huge gap between the two of them, as he had already made plans for failure in advance. The worst that could happen was death. "Open your eyes and watch, my swordsmanship is not that simple." Zoro made up his mind and rushed towards Hawkeye. He crossed the two swords in his hands, turned his head 560 to the right, and slashed at Hawkeye with three swords in a cross shape at the same time. Three swords flow demon slash. This was a blow he was determined to win, but he didn't expect Hawkeye to just slowly push the knife forward. He accurately found the center point where the three knives crossed and steadily blocked the blow. Damn it! How could it be? Zoro, who couldn't accept it in his heart, gritted his teeth and swung the three knives wildly, attacking Hawkeye's vital points in a dazzling manner. But in the face of such a fierce attack, Hawkeye still strolled leisurely, using the knife in his hand to dodge and move his body. Not only did he dodge and block all of Zoro's attacks, he even had enough strength to hit Zoro on the back of his head with the handle of the knife. Zoro, who was hit hard, staggered forward a few steps, and his head was dizzy and he almost fell. He stepped hard on the ground with his feet, gasping for breath and forcibly stabilized his body. "Ha ha ha, this is the strongest in the world, it turns out that I can't defeat him now." Hearing Zoro's mumbling, Hawkeye said expressionlessly, "Are you scared? If you want to admit defeat, I can kindly let you go." Chapter 102. Admit defeat? Haha, you think too much. Zoro turned around with a smile, his eyes like a beast, looking for someone to eat. Even Hawkeye was surprised. "I'm so excited right now. Three sword style, 108 trebled phoenix." With a loud roar, a phoenix slash flew out. Hawkeye was slightly surprised, but he still swung the knife in front of him without haste. He swung a large and exaggerated slash, easily crushing the phoenix, and slashed towards Zoro with undiminished power. Zoro crossed his two swords in front of his chest, and was pushed back by this force for more than 10 meters before he stopped. Obviously, he was completely crushed by Hawkeye, but he heard Hawkeye's praise. "It's amazing that a young man like you can swing such a fierce blow. Tell me your name, I recognize you." "Haha, it's really unpleasant." Zoro gave a reluctant smile and raised his two swords in front of his chest and began to spin. "Roronoa Zoro, the man who will surpass you in the future." Looking at him with admiration, Hawkeye put away his knife and drew out the black knife from his back for the first time. "Young Marine, to show the etiquette of a swordsman, I will use this strongest black sword, Knight, to take your life." Zoro's eyes were firm, and he said calmly, unmoved, "Thank you very much." After saying that, he began to accumulate strength. Hawkeye also held the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands and put it to his side, ready for the final blow. Sanji looked at the scene in front of him, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He wanted to speak up to stop Zoro, but when he thought of the serious look when he wiped the Wado Ikimonji, the words of dissuasion turned into encouragement. "Come on, Green Algae Head, you are the strongest swordsman I have ever seen." Others like Sengoku, Aoki and others were also sweating for Zoro. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that Zoro was bound to lose, but they couldn't stop the battle. This is the pursuit of ambition and dreams by young people, and they, the old guys, cannot be disturbed. Don't die, young people, your era is still waiting for you to open the curtain. Hearing Sanji's words, Zoro smiled in his heart. Seeing that I am about to lose, he still said such things. Is this guy trying to embarrass me on purpose? At this time, he still didn't forget his tsundere. Then he gathered his mind, and his expression became extremely serious and earnest. No matter what happens next, it all depends on this attack. The secret of the three swords style is the 3,000 worlds. Shouting in his heart, he took the initiative to charge towards Hawkeye. And Hawkeye also stepped lightly on his feet and confronted him head-on front. The moment the two figures crossed, Zoro's mind suddenly went blank. It was as if he had a pair of eyes in his heart, allowing him to see things that he had not noticed before. Even the slashes swung by Hawkeye seemed to have traces to follow, and he could see the trajectory of his sword clearly. Unfortunately, although his eyes saw it, his body could not react at all. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the two crossed each other. Zoro, who maintained the sword-swinging posture, took 2 steps forward, and a long and narrow wound suddenly burst out on his chest. The nameless long sword in his left hand also shattered at this time and turned into a piece of iron. I lost, this is the gap between me and him, the strongest power in the world? With emotion in his heart, Zoro, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, slowly put away the Wado Ikimonji and Sandai Kaititsu. Turning around, he opened his arms to Hawkeye, grinned and asked, "If you want to kill him, please cut him in the front. Scars on the back are a shame for a swordsman." To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Hawkeye, who also turned around, heard this and curled up a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes. As soon as the words fell, a sharp and fierce blade flashed, and the black knife slashed across Soran's chest, leaving a huge gash. Zoro! Sanji screamed with bloodshot eyes, and then he rushed forward without control. He stepped high into the air, spun his body in mid-air, and finally kicked Hawkeye with his heel. Hawkeye calmly put away his sword and jumped back, avoiding the attack. The ground where he was standing before was kicked into pieces by Sanji's angry attack, forming a large pit with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. After missing the attack, sad and angry Sanji took another step and wanted to continue chasing. At this time, a weak cough was heard. Zoro, who was not killed by Hawkeye but was almost killed by Sanji's kick, coughed repeatedly and complained unhappily. Bastard, you almost killed me. Zoro. Turning his head excitedly, Sanji quickly ran over and held the back of Zoro's head. Looking at Sanji with red eyes and a glimmer of crystal, Zoro forced a smile and apologized. Sorry, I brought shame to our gorillas. Asshole, who cares about that kind of thing? Sanji wiped away his tears with his sleeves and cursed angrily. Zoro smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Hawkeye with difficulty, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Hawkeye was also looking at him at this time. When he saw him looking at him, he crossed his arms and said seriously. Young man, it's too early to think about death now. See yourself clearly, know the world, and work hard to become stronger. I will always be waiting for you at the position of the world's strongest. Surpass this sword, surpass me. Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye's speech shocked the whole audience. This was the affirmation and encouragement of the challenger by the world's strongest swordsman. Not to mention the many marines who came over after hearing the sound, even Kizaru, Aokiji and Jinbe were impressed by this young man who was recognized by Hawkeye. Sengoku was even more pleased and directly threw aside the previous unhappiness of King Lee. He praised Luffy in his heart and praised this hero who brought such a talent to the navy. And Zoro also gave his response. He tremblingly raised the Wado Ikimonji. I heard you. I will keep working hard and keep getting stronger. I will not lose again. I will never lose again until I defeat you, the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye. Hearing his determination, Hawkeye was very satisfied. He put down his hands and turned to walk towards the port. I'll wait for you. When the words reached his ears, Zoro's heart was once again stirred with surging fighting spirit. But his body no longer allowed him to say anything. His hand softened, and the Wado Ikimonji fell directly to the ground, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 103. Seeing this scene, Sanji immediately called out anxiously. Hey, hold on, Zoro. Sengoku also came back to his senses from his fantasy of the navy becoming more and more powerful. His face changed and he quickly called out. Hurry, take him to the hospital. At this time, Usopp arrived late with a doctor and several nurses. He walked through the crowd and saw Zoro lying on the ground with blood all over his chest. His heart skipped a beat and he rushed over and threw himself on Zoro, crying and wailing. Zoro, wake up quickly, you must not die. As he said this, he grabbed Zoro's shoulders and shook him. Zoro, who was originally dizzy and about to fall asleep, was awakened by the pain and cursed Usopp. You bastard, you're shaking me to death. Let go. Oh, Private Marseille. Usopp let go of his hand belatedly, wiping his tears and apologizing. After saying that, he quickly pulled the old doctor who had just run over and was still panting to Zoro's side and began to treat him. Looking at the three young people who were united and friendly and had deep feelings, Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. With these outstanding young people around, I can retire with peace of mind. Kizaru also nodded and said as a matter of course. Indeed, the young people nowadays are so strong, it is time for me to make room for them. Aoki, Tsuru. On the way to the commercial street, Luffy, who had separated from Garp, silently retracted his observation haki and showed a satisfied smile on his face. His abnormality was immediately discovered by Hancock, who was holding his arm and half of her body was pressed against his chest. Gently shaking his arm, the sexy beauty asked coquettishly. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Luffy happily kissed her on the forehead. Nothing, it's Zoro and the others. The result of his battle with Hawkeye is out. As expected, he lost miserably. Hancock tilted her head in confusion and asked. Then you are still smiling so happily. Haha, although he lost, this, BFDH, guy also saw his own strength and had a clearer goal to catch up with. Of course I have to be happy for him. Hancock nodded, not knowing whether she really understood or pretended to understand. Anyway, as long as Luffy was happy, she would be happy too. The two of them snuggled up to each other and strolled on the street, sometimes whispering in each other's ears, and sometimes seeing something new. Hancock pulled them closer to observe. Everyone who saw them, whether they were navy, businessmen, or others, showed expressions of shock and doubt about life. Then they cast a look full of envy, jealousy, and hatred at Luffy. They all wanted to replace her and hold such a beautiful woman in their arms. Luffy didn't care about these looks, and even enjoyed them a little. After all, their unattainable goddess was now held in his arms like a docile cat. Hancock was very annoyed by the way these stinky men kept stealing glances at her. If she hadn't taken Luffy into consideration, she would have used her ability to petrify them one by one. But even so, after walking for a long time and seeing more and more people watching, she could no longer suppress her unhappiness. When passing by a clothing store, she dragged Luffy in without saying a word. Then, without waiting for the store owner to react, she forcibly closed the door. The confused proprietress looked at the newcomer in confusion, but when her eyes swept over Hancock, she fell in love with her in an instant. She immediately threw aside the nonsense about hindering business, and quickly ran around the counter and came over to greet him personally. "This, beautiful lady, what can I do for you? Whatever I have, I will give it to you for free." Luffy hadn't recovered from Hancock's series of actions yet, and was speechless again when he heard the words of the proprietress. This is the disadvantage of bringing Hancock out. No matter whether the boss is a man or a woman, as long as she sees her. Even if Hancock wants him to take over the whole store, the other party will not hesitate at all. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When dealing with outsiders, Hancock still maintains her arrogant queen style. She raised her head and faced the visitor with her nose, snorted disdainfully and did not answer. She turned her head and looked around the store, wanting to see if there were any fun things in this store. But after just a few glances, her face turned a little unnaturally red. Luffy also found something wrong at this time. Looking at the pink decoration in the store, the thin clothes with few pieces of fabric displayed on the hangers, and the various small toys on the counter, he opened his mouth and was stunned. Damn, it's actually a family affair / going to the store, doesn't the headquarters care? Luffy, who didn't have much experience, was shocked for a moment. Looking at the uniforms and underwear of different styles, his body froze in place, and he almost couldn't even walk. The thought of what would happen if Hancock or Anne could wear one of these clothes. He almost burst into a nosebleed with excitement again, and his heart was beating wildly. Hancock, who was close to him, naturally noticed his change. Although she didn't know much about that, she looked at the various diagrams on the walls of the store. Even though she was a novice, she understood what these clothes and props were used for. With Luffy's rapid heartbeat at this time, Hancock seemed to suddenly understand, and blushed and let go of her hand. She walked to the boss lady and whispered something. The boss lady nodded and did as she asked, and immediately turned around and ran into the back room to work. After everyone left, Hancock shyly pulled Luffy aside and sat down. Then she walked around the store happily, and under Luffy's increasingly bright eyes, she added the attack speed bonus suits one by one into the shopping bag. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Luffy forced himself to turn his head and stop looking at her. But the more he didn't look at her, the more he thought about it. Especially when he thought of the girls in his family wearing these clothes and surrounding him, his mouth suddenly became dry and his throat was so dry that he almost spit fire. Hancock, why did you buy these clothes? Are you really going to wear them back home? Chapter 104. Hancock paused as she stretched out her hand towards the bunny girl uniform. After hesitating for a few seconds, she boldly put away the uniform, turned around and looked at Luffy, who was shaking his legs nervously and expectantly, and stammered. Of course, I also dress like this in the land of women. Is there anything wrong with that? Her voice was trembling, and she didn't even realize that she had changed back to calling herself a concubine when talking to Luffy. Luffy's mind had drifted away since she admitted it, and he didn't notice her abnormality at all. He just thought that the atmosphere in Nine Snake Island was open, and they naturally liked these light clothes. Thinking about it this way, he felt that it made sense. After all, from what he saw and heard in the land of women, the women there didn't seem to have much clear understanding of the things between men and women. They didn't care whether the clothes were exposed or not, and even the citizens of all Nine Snake Island, in daily life or in battle, she only wears a thin bikini, and at most a cape. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly understood. After all this time, it turned out that his thoughts were too dirty. Snake Princess was simply picking ordinary clothes that she thought were beautiful. Amitabha, I was just obsessed. After chanting a Buddhist mantra in his heart, Luffy suddenly understood. Luffy was naturally happy to see her like this, but only in private, when there were no other men around. He had very strict requirements on the clothes his women wore when they were outside. Ahem, Hancock, you don't dress like this when you go out next time, okay? It's better to wear a cheongsam like today. Speaking of cheongsam, Hancock's eyes were fixed on a set of cheongsams in the store. Unlike the normal cheongsam with a hem on her, this one in the store is not only shockingly short. What surprised Hancock even more was that it was actually a hollow lace design. How hollow is it? Very sleek, very sleek. Since Luffy liked the cheongsam so much, Hancock took it without hesitation. After doing this, she replied. Okay, I'll listen to you. Luffy finally breathed a sigh of relief, then relaxed, crossed his legs, and looked at Hancock's selection of clothes with the eyes of a normal person. From time to time, he would give a few words of guidance, and when he saw something he liked, he would ask Hancock to take 2 more sets as backup. This is a good place, and when the proprietress comes back, I must ask if it can be customized. Speak of the devil will appear. Luffy was about to discuss it with the proprietress when she came out pulling a huge box. Seeing this, Hancock hurried over and asked in a low voice. Luffy wanted to eavesdrop. But when he thought that there might be surprises in it, he put away the idea. The unknown is a beautiful thing. Looking forward to it, Luffy waited until the two of them finished whispering, then he got up and walked to the proprietress. Sister, I wonder if you accept custom orders. The proprietress turned her head and looked at the annoying guy who came in with the goddess. After a moment of envy and jealousy towards him, she nodded coldly and said. Sure, what kind do you want? Luffy didn't decide on the spot. He would think about it after he got home. He just exchanged phone numbers with the boss lady, made an appointment with her to talk when he was free, and then stepped aside again. Hancock put the pile of clothes he had just picked into the box and ordered the boss lady, to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Please help me deliver these things to Villa 122 in Area A of the living area. Be careful when delivering them, don't damage my clothes. In response to Hancock's order, the proprietress changed her previous cold attitude towards Luffy and agreed to it with enthusiasm like a dog. She even thought it was not enough and wanted to give Hancock the whole store just to win a smile from the beautiful woman. However, Hancock didn't care about these at all. She just asked for a veil to cover her face and ignored her. Shaking his head and walking forward, Luffy took out his wallet and took out a stack of Baileys and was about to pay. But the proprietress seemed to be greatly stimulated, and directly opened his hand, staring at Luffy fiercely and angrily. What are you doing? These are my gifts to this gentleman, you are not allowed to insult them with money. Luffy was stunned after hearing this. Not only did she not want the money, but she also scolded him. This was the first time he had seen Hancock being affected so seriously without deliberately using her ability. Seeing that the boss lady dared to hit and scold her man, Hancock immediately scolded angrily. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to treat my man so rudely? The lady boss was frightened by her scolding and quickly bowed to apologize. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I know I was wrong. Hancock snorted coldly and took the bailee from Luffy and handed it to her. Take it, just keep the things Luffy gave you. The proprietress raised her head with a smile on her face and took bailee with both hands, and replied respectfully with a hint of excitement. Yes, I will follow your orders. Looking at the two women singing the same tune, Luffy was confused. No, what are you doing again? Are you doing some new play? I also a part of your play? Luffy was confused and couldn't figure it out until he was pulled away by Hancock. And he couldn't know that he really predicted it successfully and became the key to their play in the future. Today's Shishibukai meeting ended successfully overall. Of course, the Navy called these busy people from all over the world, so naturally it would not end with just a few simple words. The meeting lasted a total of 3 days. Marshal Sengoku not only made them understand the rules set by the government, he also issued orders to each of them. A certain amount of tasks, basically just catching some pirates, not too troublesome. Although everyone is unhappy that the Navy forces them to issue tasks, they are either afraid of the Navy's strength, or they need the status of Shishibukai to protect their country, or avoid some troubles. In the end, even if they are unwilling, they can only hold their noses and let the Navy command. There is only one exception among these people, that is Ming Ji, who was beaten up by Luffy and Garp on the first day. Chapter 105. I don't know if it was because Minga was embarrassed to be beaten in front of his colleagues. Anyway, after the first day of the meeting, this guy left without even notifying them. Sengoku didn't say much about this. After all, the main purpose of calling them over was to deter. Minga was beaten so badly, the deterrent effect must have been achieved. However, it was precisely because he was beaten so badly that he lost face. Minga was full of anger, and his resentment towards Luffy was even deeper. Damn Navy, damn Thunder Devil, just wait for me, one day I will send you all to hell. Thinking of this, he took out the Den Den Mushi and called his good friend Teacher Kai. Phew Mr. Kaido, I have a deal to discuss with you. 327. The fourth day of the 7 warlords meeting. As the meeting was over, almost all the 7 warlords who didn't like the Navy left the headquarters yesterday. Of course, there was an exception, that is, following Luffy, they almost regarded the headquarters as their own. Hancock of Luffy's house. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, with a crisp click, Luffy's door was carefully pushed open a crack. Hancock quietly looked through the crack of the door. After confirming that Luffy was not woken up, she took Salome and walked into the room quietly. Looking at Tina, who was sleeping soundly in the bed with Luffy, she quietly walked forward, touched Salome's head and pointed at her. The pink snake nodded obediently, indicating that she understood. Then it twisted its snake body flexibly and climbed onto the bed. While Tina didn't react, it directly wrapped her body around her. Here, Salome is said to be a female snake, and tightly strangled her mouth, and quickly and silently fled outside. The moment she was tied up, Na woke up. She looked at Hancock with wide eyes in surprise, and kept whimpering in anger. But Hancock didn't mean to pay any attention to her at all. After she was taken out of the room, she quickly lifted the quilt, swiftly got into the warm bed, and entangled Luffy with her hands and feet. Feeling the smooth skin in his arms, Luffy opened his eyes helplessly and pinched her with a little blame. Why do you always like to bully Tina? Don't you admit that you are good sisters? Hancock, with spring in her eyes, grabbed his hand that he wanted to take back. After putting it back to where it should be, the domineering snake princess said proudly. Sisters are sisters, but there should be competition. You have 24 hours a day, at least spend 10, no, 12 hours with me. Pulling her over, he pecked her delicate lips hard. Luffy rubbed her charming face in annoyance and taught her. You are too greedy. If I spend so much time with you, won't Tina and the others rebel? Humph, I don't care. Since I am stronger than them, they must obey me. Hancock stiffened her neck and said as a matter of course. But just as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Anne, Tina, Nami, and Peacock rushed in aggressively. Seeing the stinky woman lying on the bed and taking her place, Tina pointed at her angrily and said, "You rascal, don't go too far. We clearly agreed to spend the night together, why are you disturbing me? Sly snake? How dare you call me that? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Hancock got up from the bed in anger, pointing at her and also very angry. "Listen to me, little pink-haired girl. Among the sisters present, you are the only one who has no right to yell at me. If you must tell me why, it is because you care too much about me. I am a deadly poison to you." Looking at the arrogant Hancock, Tina stepped back several steps in panic, blushing and quickly turned her head to the side. "Damn you, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean you are my poison? You are a little too narcissistic. Also, Tina is older than you, don't yell at me like a disrespectful person." Hancock covered her red lips with the back of her hand, and laughed contemptuously like a villain. "Oh, ho ho ho, a woman who can't even look me in the face, what right do you have to speak so arrogantly here? Get out of here quickly, I want to sleep with Luffy." "You! Damn it!" Tina was so angry that she couldn't say a word. She was so frustrated that she wanted to hang this scoundrel up and beat him. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Anne quickly stood up to support her good sister. "Hancock, you've gone too far. You agreed to the rule of one night per person. You are an emperor, don't you even have the most basic credibility?" Looking at Ian, who was forcing himself forward, the unreasonable Hancock lifted her hair, intending to use her charm to make them retreat on their own. But the few people had planned for so long and had been prepared for this. Before Hancock was about to take action, the four women took the lead in launching an attack. Nami immediately took out a short stick from her chest, grabbed it in her hand, and after a quick rotation, released a large number of small bubbles. Peacock also took out a small whip from his chest in the same way and whipped the quilt fiercely. The whipped quilt seemed to come alive, and instantly wrapped around Hancock's calves, and went up until it wrapped her whole body. "Damn it, how dare you!" Hancock was tied up tightly, twisting her body in anger. Originally, she could easily break free from this kind of quilt made of fabric with her strength. But this was Luffy's quilt after all. She loved everything around him, except the four girls, so she was reluctant to damage it. Just now, Nami's moves were ready. In an instant, countless phantoms of four people appeared in the room. The reality of the phantoms was so real that even Hancock could not tell it without using her observation haki. Soon, the phantoms became more and more, gradually filling the entire room. Seeing this, Hancock immediately became alert and quickly turned on her observation haki to see what these guys wanted to do. But as soon as she turned on her observation haki, her face changed. At the same time, a white and tender palm wrapped in purple-red strange flames passed through the phantom and slapped her arm lightly. Chapter 106. Hancock's body was shaken instantly, and she felt as if she was wrapped in an invisible energy shield. Under the pressure of the energy shield, her body was shrinking rapidly. Luffy, who was leaning against the head of the bed and watching the show with relish, sat up straight after seeing this scene. This is it. Under his excited and expectant gaze, Hancock's body quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, he turned back to his childhood appearance. "Hey! What's wrong with my body?" Hancock, a 13-year-old girl, touched her severely shrunken chest in shock. Looking at her thin arms and legs, even though she was so proud, she panicked at this moment. No, how could Luffy's favorite body become like this? She exclaimed, looking at Ain, who was revealed after the illusion disappeared, and shouted fiercely with anger in her eyes. "Damn it, what on earth did you do to me? Hurry up and bring me back to health." Hancock, with a childish face and a clear voice, did not look like a cold queen at all. Seeing her cute face puffing up subconsciously when she was angry, Nami proudly poked her cheek with her new weapon and deliberately frightened her. "Stop yelling, little sister. Ian's ability is irreversible. If you want to change back, you can only grow up slowly." What? Hancock's brain was stunned as if it was hit by a hammer. She couldn't imagine the expressions of the people on Nine Snake Island after seeing her with such a small body. She was even more afraid that Luffy would not accept her current appearance and leave and abandon her. Thinking of that scene, a trace of fear and terror appeared in her eyes, and she screamed loudly in disbelief. "How is it possible? You are lying to me, aren't you? You'd better recover me soon. At worst, I will admit defeat and acknowledge you as my elder sister. I will never compete with you again." Seeing that she actually begged for mercy, the four girls felt relieved. But she was so arrogant at ordinary times. It was not easy to catch her this time. How could they let her go so easily? Nami stuffed the weather stick into Hancock's clothes. She hadn't reacted because of the short contact time before. After a long contact, Hancock suddenly found that she had no strength. The ability that she wanted to use secretly was ineffective at this time. Sea stone. Hehe, you got it right. Nami smiled triumphantly. Her new weapon was indeed mixed with some sea stone. Although not much, it was enough to suppress the ability users and prevent them from using their abilities. At this time, Peacock also released his ability. The quilt slowly fell down along Hancock's body, exposing her now petite body to everyone. Looking at the little kid who was curled up in loose clothes and was not even as tall as her chest, Tina smiled maliciously. He, who is the girl now? After saying that, she tied up Hancock's limbs with iron rings under her horrified eyes. Hancock completely lost her ability to resist and could only struggle to turn her head, looking at Luffy with tears in her eyes for help. Facing the pitiful eyes of the lowly version of the Empress, Luffy was slightly distracted, but soon reacted. In Hancock's surprised eyes, Luffy sat up from the bed, hugged her and looked at her for a while. Seeing the little girl's pink face and cherry-like small lips, he couldn't help but smack her directly, then happily touched Hancock's head, nodded to Anne with satisfaction. To read the violent novel, just go to Philo Novel Network. Not bad, I seem to have discovered another wonderful use of your fruit ability. Anne hit him unhappily. Seeing Hancock relax and not enjoying herself in Luffy's arms because Luffy not only did not dislike her but liked her quite a lot, she snorted angrily and stretched out her hand to forcibly pull the stinky girl out. "Damn it, we are punishing you, behave yourself." After saying that, she lifted up Hancock's short legs and kicked around, and left the room without looking back. The other three women couldn't wait to teach Hancock a lesson. Without even saying hello to Luffy, they followed Aine out in a hurry. Seeing that the bedroom, which was just bustling, was suddenly left alone, Luffy sighed helplessly. Then he jumped out of bed in a hurry, put on some clothes casually, and went to watch the fun. After a round of punishment and yelling, Aine finally established the authority of the eldest sister in front of Hancock. Although a certain beautiful snake was still clamoring for revenge, under the joint pressure of the four women, she could only stop and temporarily entered the stage of keeping a low profile. Time passed quickly, and after lunch at noon, one man and 5 women cleaned up the dishes together, and then each of them collapsed on the sofa in the living room. At home, Luffy was simply wearing a nightgown and reading a newspaper. On his left and right were Aine and Nami, and outside were Tina and Peacock. As for Hancock, who had recovered as a loser, she was directly squeezed onto another sofa. At this moment, she was biting her fingernails, secretly angry. Nami rested her head on Luffy's legs out of boredom. Under her bright yellow lace nightgown, her long legs, as smooth and round as white jade, were resting on Peacock. She tilted her head to read the newspaper with Luffy while shaking her tender feet. Her 10 toes, which were of different lengths and as big as cardamoms, rubbed and scratched Peacock's thighs from time to time. Sometimes, she would even playfully lift her feet and step on Peacock's soft hemisphere, as if she was playing with some new toy. Peacock didn't care about it. She smiled and let her fool around. She turned her head to look at Hancock, who was still sulking, and asked, "Little snake, didn't you see someone send you a big box of stuff before? What did you buy? Take it out and show it to your sister." Hearing the voice, Hancock and Salome, who was lying at her feet, looked up at the same time. "Calling me, *2. Peacock tilted his head and shook his head slightly at Salome with a smile. Seeing that the woman was not calling him, Salome lowered her head with relief, curled up again and continued to sleep. But Hancock was very unhappy. "Who are you calling little snake? You should call me Lady Hancock, or Lady Snake." Chapter 107. Okay, little snake princess, can you tell me what you bought?" Peacock asked again in a perfunctory manner. As she spoke, she snorted and scratched Nami's soles in annoyance, warning her not to go too far. Hancock gritted her teeth secretly, and wanted to use her ability to seduce and teach her a lesson. But Peacock was a very special existence among the girls. She was the only one who was not afraid of her fruit ability, and was even addicted to it, and really wanted to do something to herself. In order to avoid being entangled by this sticky candy in the future, she also thought that those things had indeed been bought but not tried yet. Hancock snorted proudly, left a word to wait, and then got up and walked upstairs with her long legs and walked into the room. Peacock rubbed Nami's smooth calves, staring at Hancock's graceful back with fiery eyes until she disappeared. She had sneaked into Hancock's room and checked the box. Since she knew what was inside. The only reason she said it was that she wanted to see how this beautiful woman looked in those clothes. Although she didn't dare to go too far with Luffy as a stumbling block. But it was okay to feast her eyes a little. At the side, Luffy, who looked expressionless on the surface, was actually very happy in his heart. Ever since he bought the things, he has been looking forward to when Hancock could wear them for him to see. But who knew that after coming back, Hancock seemed to have forgotten about it, and there was no reaction for a few days. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to find Hancock alone. But he was so lucky today. Peacock actually took the initiative to mention this matter, which immediately surprised him and filled him with expectations. With gratitude, he turned to look at Peacock. But Peacock happened to look over at this time. The two of them, their eyes met, and Peacock was stunned for a moment, then she came back to her senses and threw him a coquettish look, and said silently with her red lips, "You're welcome." Luffy couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and at the same time, he felt a little touched to meet a soulmate. Among the women in his family, although Peacock's habits were a little strange, she really understood him the best. Seeing that he was satisfied, Peacock was also very happy. She had decided that from day one, she would play the role of Luffy's confidant. She would think of ways to help him seek benefits and gain advantages, and win his favor. She didn't ask for anything else, she just wanted to drink some soup while Luffy was eating meat. At the very least, if she made him angry one day, she could use this layer of favor to prevent Luffy from being too harsh on herself. Praising her own cleverness in her heart, Peacock happily said. Nami slapped her butt. The little girl twisted her waist and stepped on her mountain in retaliation. Time passed by in the anxious waiting. In the expectation of the two old perverts, the sound of high heels finally reached their ears. In an instant, the two of them perked up and looked up at the stairs. On the stairs, what caught my eye was a pair of jade soldiers wearing white ribbon high heels and tightly wrapped in knee-length white silk. Perhaps the owner was a little nervous, and the 10 pink toes curled up slightly. It gave people a special pity, but also the urge to play with it. Further up, there was a white lace cheongsam with almost no hem, except for 3 points, which was almost completely transparent. The cheongsam was very simple in workmanship, and there was no pattern decoration except for the important parts. The only function was to shape the body tightly, outlining the beautiful figure of the owner of the clothes more exquisite and eye-catching. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In addition, Hancock is also very good at wearing a pair of white lace gloves that are longer than the elbows. 10 beautiful, slender fingers with distinct joints are intertwined and entangled, hanging down on the lower abdomen. Judging from their constant rubbing movements, the owner seems to be very uneasy. Under the fiery gaze of Luffy and Peacock, Hancock slowly came to the sofa, put her hands behind her back and tried her best to show her beautiful body curves. She blushed, lowered her head and did not dare to look at her lover, but whispered softly, "Luffy, does my outfit look good?" Anne, Tina, and Nami were already stunned when Hancock arrived. They stared blankly at Hancock, who was wearing such a bold outfit. While their hearts were shocked, their body temperatures began to rise rapidly. Tina, who couldn't stand the temptation, kept swallowing her saliva. Even a trace of red slowly flowed down from her nostrils. But Tina didn't bother to wipe it off. Instead, she stood up and walked towards Hancock with her limbs stiff. Under Peacock's envious eyes, she hugged Hancock's willow-like waist and slowly moved her head closer. "Go away, you pink-haired pervert." Seeing that the pervert was bleeding from her nose and wanted to force a kiss on her, Hancock reached out and pushed her head away with a look of disgust. But Tina still refused to give in, and hugged her even tighter with both hands. While avoiding her palms, he still tried to kiss her. Luffy silently watched the 4 white balls constantly changing shapes under the two people sticking, and suddenly his nose tip felt hot. Puff. No, if I keep watching, I will be the one with a nosebleed. Damn, this little girl Tina, she is always the one who gets hit, and she still doesn't admit that she is a lesbian. Pressing the bridge of his nose and taking a few deep breaths, Luffy got up and walked to the two women and forcibly separated them. After pressing, "Good money," Tina back to the sofa and helping her plug the bleeding nose with paper. He put his arm around Hancock, rubbed his broad palms on the cheongsam for a while, and felt the smooth fabric. Luffy praised her with joy. "Your outfit is really beautiful, I like it very much, keep up the good work and try to come up with more styles in the future." Hancock blushed and nodded. As long as her lover liked it, she was willing to try anything. After praising her, Luffy waved his hands at the women who were staring at Hancock in a daze, as if they were bewitched, coughed heavily, and forced an explanation. "As you know, the Amazon Lily Kingdom is full of women. They usually wear this style of clothes, so don't take it too seriously." Chapter 108. Nami shook her head vigorously, trying to stop thinking about Hancock's hot body. Listening to Luffy's nonsense, she rolled her eyes in disdain and muttered with contempt. "If you want to see it, just say so. What nonsense are you talking about?" Luffy pretended not to hear and continued to talk to the girls. "You have to know that the Amazon Lily Kingdom is an ancient civilization with a long heritage and rich humanities and history. There are many things in this country that are worth learning and exploring. In order to better understand their culture, I decided to start by studying their traditional costumes. In the future, you should also try similar dressing styles more often to contribute to the study of customs and culture." After the words fell, the whole audience was silent. Anyone with a sound mind basically knew what he was up to. But even so, it still couldn't dispel the enthusiasm of some people. The Peacock, who had had enough of the sight, couldn't wait to be the first to raise his hand to respond to the call. "Report to the captain, I will work hard to complete the task and contribute to the research cause." "Contribute your own strength." Luffy nodded in satisfaction, clapping and praising. "Okay, Peacock is very conscious. Come to Hancock's room later, and we will discuss the research direction together." After saying that, he looked at Anne and the other two, as if it was your turn to express your opinion. Under his expectant gaze, Tina slowly raised her hand. She glanced at Hancock with a flushed face and said righteously, Captain, in order to better learn the customs and culture of foreign countries, I apply to move to Hancock's room. What the hell are you thinking? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Luffy glared at her fiercely and refused decisively. The application is invalid. I will consider it when you have studied the traditional costumes. Tina said sullenly, and her face fell. Nami gently reached out and pushed Ian. Her dressing style was bold, and she didn't take this request seriously. But she still wanted to see Ian's decision. After all, she had to give the big sister some face. Ian had long gotten rid of Hancock's charm, but her eyes were still fixed on the two of them. With a frown, she stared at Luffy's big hands around Hancock's waist, and a sour and unwilling feeling surged in her heart. Since this woman came, she could clearly feel Luffy's love for her. This had never happened to the four girls before, and it even made her feel a sense of crisis that she would be abandoned. It was because of this that she gradually became anxious. Especially after Hancock changed into this outfit, she could clearly feel Luffy's excitement and love. This immediately increased her sense of urgency. In order not to be abandoned or out of favor, she finally made up her mind and looked at Luffy with a firm gaze. I like this kind of clothes the most. Please tell me where you bought it. I want to buy a few more sets when I have time. Seeing that the traditional and conservative Anne actually agreed, Luffy was overjoyed and stepped forward to hug her in his arms. In fact, if he had to rank the girls in his heart, no matter how the other girls changed, Anne would definitely be the first in his heart. The reason was simple, just based on the deep feelings they had cultivated over the long time they spent together for more than 7 years. Finally, with Luffy's full mediation, the girls all agreed to his selfish request. For a while, Luffy was in a good mood, and he called the proprietress of the clothing store that day. He asked her to bring all the inventory in the warehouse. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Let the girls choose until almost all the goods were sold out. The proprietress was also very happy about this. This transaction not only made her a lot of money, but also allowed her to see the goddess she had been thinking about day and night for the past few days again. For a while, don't mention how happy she was. Looking at the various goods brought by the proprietress. Even Luffy, who had been baptized by the blockbuster movies of the island country in his previous life and thought he was knowledgeable, couldn't help but be dazzled for a moment. Suddenly, he became interested in this proprietress. The fact that she knew so many tricks showed that she was also a talent. While the women were choosing clothes, Luffy called the proprietress to sit down by the sofa and made her a cup of tea. During this time, Luffy looked at her carefully from the corner of his eye. The proprietress looked well maintained, like a girl in her 20s. But from the inside out, she revealed a unique young woman's style of a mature woman. With a gorgeous red hair shawl, her appearance was slightly inferior to that of several beauties in her family. But her chest, which was white and round, bigger than Luffy's 2 heads, perfectly made up for this small shortcoming. Perhaps it was because she was running that kind of store. She knew how to seduce men's eyes. The elegant black suspender hip skirt not only exposed her exaggerated northern hemisphere and smooth white back to his eyes. It also outlines her round, plump, and voluptuous buttocks, making them particularly attractive. In her lower body, the tight and thin black stockings made a clear arc on her plump thighs. Inside the black crystal fish-mouth stiletto heels, the 10 toes wrapped in black stockings and painted with bright red oil paint, playfully buckled and loosened, making Luffy drool. Fortunately, the proprietress's attention was focused on Hancock at this time, and she didn't notice anything unusual about him. But after admiring him for a long time, Luffy was afraid that he would be discovered if he continued to look at him and be mistaken for a pervert. So he had to swallow his saliva and reluctantly looked away. With a soft cough, he crossed his legs and asked seriously. It's been a long time since we met, but I still don't know your name. If it's convenient, can you tell me your story? The proprietress held a teacup in her hand, her eyes still fixed on Hancock in the distance. When she heard Luffy's question, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze like a pervert. Then she looked at the young naval commander in front of her. Looking at Luffy, envy flashed in the proprietress's eyes. She has taken the trouble to find out about the people and things related to the goddess these 2 days. She also learned that her goddess is one of the legendary 7 warlords of the sea. And the man in front of her is the grandson of the naval hero, Iron Fist Garp. The recently famous naval star, Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 109. Of course, his fame is not because he defeated the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. This incident had already attracted a lot of attention and was known to many people. The reason why he became so famous this time was entirely because someone spread the news of his relationship with Hancock. As a result, there are people on the sea who are clamoring to kill him every day and snatch the world's most beautiful woman into their own hands. To put it bluntly, someone is jealous of him and can't bear to see him being favored by the Empress. Although the proprietress also envies Luffy, she is not a fool and will not have any inappropriate thoughts. Mr. Luffy, my name is Ackerman Olivia, I am a fashion designer and also a famous scientist. Scientist. Luffy sat up straight and became interested. Olivia nodded and admitted, yes, I have done some research on weapon manufacturing and improvement. I was also employed by the Navy headquarters in my early years, but was later fired due to some accidents. Can you tell me about your research and why you were fired? No problem, I don't care. Olivia didn't think it was presumptuous and agreed readily. Then, she told Luffy about her experience. In her early years, she was a noble lady who lived in the New World and received a good education. Because she showed a good talent for learning since she was a child, her noble parents used their connections to send her to a government educational institution for training. Originally, she dreamed of returning to her country to become a respected scientist after completing her studies. Unexpectedly, just as she left the academy and was about to return to her hometown on the ship, she met the love of her life. Speaking of this, she looked nostalgic, as if the scenes at that time were still in front of her eyes. She was the strongest and most heroic navy I had ever seen in my life. I still remember her broad chest, full pectoral muscles, and sweet voice that was totally inconsistent with her strong body. And her sexy red lips, strong and powerful arms, she... Wait. Luffy quickly reached out and interrupted her chattering. Wait a minute, let me first. Luffy's mind was a little confused. After taking a deep breath, he counted on his fingers. Strong, heroic, with a sturdy body but a sweet voice? And what about those sexy red lips? Is your sweetheart a man or a woman? Why can't I understand? Luffy asked in confusion. This description is talking about a man. Olivia rolled her eyes in annoyance and said indignantly. That's what I'm going to say next. She continued to talk about the past. When she met that man, she was young and naive. She was completely attracted to him. Regardless of her parents waiting at home in her motherland that she had not returned to for a long time, she resolutely boarded the warship that was originally supposed to escort her back home. She lowered her status and begged the man to take her to the Navy headquarters. She originally thought that as long as she was sincere, the other party would always wake up and change his mind one day. For this reason, she even joined the Naval Research Institute, just to get closer to the other party. Unfortunately, even if she used all her means, the man didn't even look at her. She once angrily found the other party and asked her why she turned a blind eye to her. That ruthless guy just told Oli calmly. Olivia. My sexual orientation is very normal. I only like handsome and strong men. That's right, although her lover is a Barbie doll, he is a normal woman. At that time, Olivia collapsed when she heard this answer. She was so desperate that she drank all day and did not go to work. After the Navy knew her situation at first, they also gave her a certain amount of rest time as appropriate. But later she was always immersed in sadness, and the Navy, which gave her several chances, had no choice but to fire her. At this point, Olivia turned her head and looked at Hancock and the other girls with mixed feelings. In an instant, she felt a lot more comfortable, and then she continued, to read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. I was in a state of despair for about 2 or 3 years, and I was too embarrassed to go home to see my parents. It was not until I had used up all my money and had no place to live that I came to my senses. While changing my original aesthetic, I started looking for a job again to make money to support myself. Later, when I had some savings, I suddenly had an idea to open the current store. I design new clothes every day, tease the female customers, and make a little money. After work, I will go to the bar opened by like-minded people to have fun. There are all kinds of beauties there, and life is much happier than hanging on a tree. Olivia smacked her lips as she spoke, and seemed to enjoy it. Luffy, who had heard her story, had a lot of black lines on his forehead, and he didn't know where to complain about her. This woman was a talented but love-brained lesbian idiot in the early stage. She was abandoned in the middle stage and became a self-destructive waste. In the later stage, her personality reversed, and she evolved into a socialite with a wide range of friends. Luffy shook his head after hearing this experience, and he didn't know how to evaluate it at all. Forget it, I'm not interested in your emotional problems. You should tell me about your research results. Olivia didn't care about his attitude, raised her chin and pointed at the products selected by the girls. Haven't you seen what I've researched? They're all there. Luffy looked up blankly. When he saw a stick-like object, the corner of his mouth twitched and he asked tentatively. The weapons you're talking about aren't just those electric batons, are they? Do you think I'm a fool? How could the Navy research such things? Olivia chuckled, covering her red lips and explaining to Luffy with a smile. It turned out that when she first joined the Navy, her research topic was to create a natural disaster weapon that could cause earthquakes. It is said that this is a new topic proposed by the government after seeing the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. It's just that the scientists of the Navy have been researching for a long time and have not come up with anything. On the contrary, Olivia, through the experience accumulated in the laboratory, invented a high-frequency weapon stick with a vibration ability far exceeding all similar products on the market, and became famous in one fell swoop. It attracted countless single female Navy to rush to buy it, and the best-selling products were sold all over the world. The patent fees she collects in a day are enough for ordinary people to achieve financial freedom. Luffy. Chapter 110. He was really silenced this time. You call this woman a genius, but all she invented were those kinds of shit. You call her a genius, but this thing actually helped the female Navy in need. She also made a fortune and became a winner in life early on. This made Luffy, who originally thought she was a talent, make a decision instantly, and he slammed the table and invited her. Ms. Olivia, I would like to invite you to be my personal clothing and weapons designer. I wonder if you are interested in this. Private designer. Olivia frowned and muttered, not wanting to agree. She was already so rich, why should she work for a little brat like you? But she soon changed her mind, pointed at Hancock not far away with shining eyes, and said excitedly. If I agree, can I make custom clothes for Lord Hancock? Any kind. Of course, I'm inviting you to do this. Luffy smiled and nodded in agreement, and then without him saying anything, Olivia took the initiative to extend her white jade palm. Luffy stretched out his hand to shake hers, feeling the smoothness, and his thumb rubbed the back of her hand. In an instant, Olivia withdrew her palm like a frightened deer. Hiding her hand in the deep ravine in front of her, squinting and looking at him warily. In an instant, Luffy was embarrassed. Today, he was first stimulated by Hancock, and several women fiddled with various novelties in front of him not far away. He had been angry for a long time, but he was just suppressed by force. Who knew that he would break out when shaking hands with Olivia, and subconsciously did that kind of action? Seeing that the equipment researcher who had been finally pulled in was wary of him, Luffy hurriedly wanted to speak to save the relationship between the two sides. But before he could speak, Olivia took a deep breath, rolled her eyes at him charmingly, leaned forward and leaned into his ear, exhaling like orchids. "Little brother, although I don't like men, as long as you are willing to give Lady Hancock to me, I don't mind satisfying some of your excessive requests." As she said that, she suppressed her disgust, took the initiative to kiss Luffy's earlobe lightly, and then quickly retracted it. Feeling something strange, Luffy shuddered and almost peed. He looked up at Olivia in surprise. He didn't expect that she would go to such an extent to get Hancock. And she was obviously a lesbian, how could she be so good at seducing men? Facing his gaze, Olivia cast a coquettish look. Then she raised her chin and gestured in the direction of Hancock, and put her long legs in black stockings on the sofa. In front of Luffy, her fingers gently slid from the solace of her feet to her thighs, and then from her thighs to her chest. Her meaning was very clear. She wanted to seduce him in exchange for a chance to have an intimate relationship with the goddess. And would Luffy agree to this tempting proposal? The answer is of course impossible. Although he is very shy, he never treats his woman as an item of trade. Even if the woman he is trading with is also a great beauty, he will not do this. After closing his eyes and suppressing the throbbing in his heart, he opened his eyes and looked at Olivia, solemnly and resolutely dispelling her idea. "Don't even think about it. Hancock is my family, and I won't give it to you no matter what I say." Olivia pursed her lips tightly, still holding on to a hint of luck and temptation, and said, "Think about it again. I can give you money. How about 100 million Baileys?" Luffy frowned and his tone became even colder. "I warn you again, I will never do that. To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. If you say such stupid things again, I can only say sorry, you are not welcome on my ship." "Well, okay, I won't say anything." Olivia waved her hands repeatedly, not wanting to miss the opportunity to get close to Hancock. After she finished speaking, she pouted like a bullied wife and muttered unhappily, "Really, it was you who touched me first, why do I seem to be the one at fault in the end?" Hearing this, Luffy's momentum stagnated, and after laughing twice, he quickly stood up. He walked forward and clapped his hands, attracting the attention of several women. Turning around, Luffy waved and called Olivia over, and then formally introduced her to everyone. "Let me introduce you to Ms. Olivia. From today on, she will be your personal fashion designer." Such a sudden announcement caught the girls off guard. They all looked at Olivia, who was standing with a big thunderbolt. They wondered if Luffy had taken a fancy to her again and just made up an excuse to get her on board first. Olivia didn't care about the looks of the others. She walked to Hancock's side openly, took her hand and pretended to be serious. "Miss Hancock, from now on, your clothes will be left to me. I will definitely design the most beautiful and eye-catching clothes for you." As she said this, she turned her head and glanced at Luffy, and the hint was quite obvious. Originally, Hancock was a little unhappy to see that she dared to hold her hand without her consent. But when she heard this, she quickly swallowed the scolding back into her stomach, shook her hand gently with satisfaction, and said in approval, "Very good, I admire you very much." Olivia was delighted when she heard the compliment, and she immediately invited Hancock back to the room to chat in detail. Luffy saw that she actually wanted to pick up his woman in front of him, so he coughed and warned her, "Don't try to take advantage of my Hancock with this excuse. From now on, whenever you come into contact with my woman, you must have someone else to follow and supervise you." 3.8. After he finished speaking, Peacock's eyes suddenly lit up. Only then did he realize that this was also a fellow traveler, and he quickly raised his hand to apply to be a supervisor. Luffy glanced at her lightly, "Why are you so happy? You will be supervised in the future, too." Peacock's mouth shrank and he almost cried. Olivia looked at her sympathetically, not expecting that there was a poor person who shared the same suffering. For a moment, she couldn't help but step forward and hold Peacock's hands. The two looked at each other with a look of mutual sympathy, and they almost swore brotherhood on the spot. Through Olivia's various actions, the women also saw her unusualness. While they were relieved that there was one less competitor, they also hurriedly stayed away from her, for fear of being targeted by her. Chapter 111. Luffy didn't care about the two people who met too late, and he didn't give any advice on whether they would spark love. What a joke, he is a grown man, but he is afraid of being robbed of his wife by a woman. Well, it's hard to say. Cough cough cough, what are you two doing? Peacock, come here. Oh, here I come. As soon as Luffy called, Peacock immediately abandoned her newly recognized good sister and came to his side. Holding her slender waist and pulling her into his arms, Luffy instructed the girls. We have stayed at the headquarters long enough. Tell the brothers to get ready. We will set off to the Water City the day after tomorrow. Are we going to Water City now? Our new ship should not have been built yet. Ian asked in confusion. Luffy shook his head, not caring at all. No matter whether the work has started or not, let's leave the headquarters first. At least we have to give the marshal the illusion that we have started to work seriously. Everyone was speechless. It turned out that 16 wanted to run outside to continue to hang out. Okay, I'll go through, I nodded and agreed. After hesitating for a moment, Nami slowly raised her hand and said. Well, Zoro is still lying in the hospital. Is it really okay to go out to sea now? It's just a minor injury. He won't die. When we get to Water City, I'll arrange a luxurious ward for him so he can enjoy himself. Oh, okay. The other girls also raised their hands and asked some trivial questions, and Luffy made arrangements one by one. Soon after everyone said that it was okay, Luffy directed everyone to start packing the things they were going to take away. And let Hancock's pet, the python Salome, complete the moving work. Not to mention, this more than 10-meter-long python is quite useful. It usually carries Hancock as a means of transportation. When needed, tie a basket to it, and it will turn into a qualified porter. Salome, who was loaded with a lot of clothes and cosmetics, hissed and cursed and left. Even a snake, if you want to squeeze them, you are nothing. In the morning, at the port of Marineford, Ian got up early and rushed here. Today, she wore a white sleeveless shirt on her upper body, and the full hemispheres of her chest made the clothes bulge high. The tight blue shorts on her lower body wrapped her hips tightly, showing that they were more perky. The black pantyhose on her thighs are not only transparent and thin, but also reflective and shiny, which looks very textured. Paired with slender white high heels, she instantly established her heroic, sexy, and mature female secretary image. With the tapping sound of high heels, many eyes around were attracted by her. They all looked towards her. She frowned slightly, as she really didn't like being stared at by other men. So, she quickly put on the cloak of justice on her arm, and only then did she feel a little better. She walked past warships of varying sizes that were stopping and resting at the headquarters. She came straight to the smallest warship in the headquarters and stood still. Compared to other large warships that could easily carry thousands of soldiers, this small boat of their guerrillas could only carry 70 or 80 people, even without supplies. Compared with the huge ships around them, their own small boat seemed very mini. Anne was in pain. He shook his head with a smile. Thinking back to the beginning, their guerrilla team was hastily established, and it was Zephyr who shamelessly asked for this ship from the Marshal. But now, the guerrilla team has become famous in the Navy. Their captain, Luffy, defeated one, and then seduced another, and conquered a total of 2 Shishibukai, and thus became famous. And they will soon upgrade their weapons after this voyage. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. They own the Navy's first, and currently the newest and most technologically advanced aerospace battleship. A battleship that can fly. I must choose a room with windows that can directly see the outside. Ian, who was in a good mood again, boarded the ship quickly. It was still far from the scheduled gathering time, and Ian only planned to come early to prepare. But she didn't expect that when she boarded the ship, many people were already gathered in twos and threes. While inspecting the ship, they talked and laughed while sharing what they had seen and heard in the past few days. There were also people like Gavin who started training on the warship early in the morning. Just looking at his clothes soaked with sweat, you can tell that he has been training for a long time. Speaking of Gavin, this guy actually has a very strange quirk. As long as he can, he never trains when the sun is shining during the day. He only likes to exercise alone at night or in the early morning when there is no sun. Because of this, his skin is as white as a woman. Even at the beginning, even Ian suspected that he was not normal. Fortunately, after getting along with each other, the misunderstanding was resolved. This is just his personal hobby. Everyone knows his hobby, so no one comes up to disturb him. But after noticing Ian's arrival, Gavin took the initiative to stop training. Picking up the towel on the ground, after wiping off the sweat, he walked forward and asked curiously, "Why are you alone? Where are Lu-167 and the others?" Nodding and greeting him, Ian rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "That guy disappeared early in the morning without saying where he was going. As for Tina and the others, they fought too late last night, so they are probably still sleeping now." Gavin's mouth twitched, and he whispered secretly, "I knew that with so many women getting together, something bad would happen." Luffy thought things were too simple. Seeing him mumbling, Anne narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms and said calmly, "What are you talking about?" No, it's just hot today, so I'm complaining a little bit." Gavin made up an excuse to get away with it. Ian looked at the sky, which was still dark, and felt the cool breeze blowing around him. He snorted coldly and said nothing more. Gavin smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, after hearing the news yesterday, Zoro ran out of the hospital overnight. Now he is training again without recovering from his injuries. I am afraid his body will not be able to bear it. This guy has a stubborn temper and we can't persuade him. Besides, he just fainted during training and was carried back to the room by his brothers." Chapter 112. That guy. Anne lowered his head and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. "Forget it, Zoro has such a stubborn temper that even Luffy can't persuade him. Let him practice on his own. When he has vented his resentment, he will adjust himself." After saying that, she thought for a moment and added, "You should keep an eye on him more often, and have Taylor, the gorilla ship doctor, keep an eye on his condition. If he really can't stand it anymore and still wants to train, knock him out and let him have a good sleep." "Well, that's all we can do." Gavin smiled bitterly, feeling that Zoro was a tough guy. He couldn't help but admire his hard work. Zoro was only 15 years old, but his daily training volume was shocking even for a 23-year-old like him. Thinking of how hard his junior worked, he couldn't be lazy as a senior. So after saying something to Aine, he immediately threw himself into the sweaty, comfortable, and exciting training. He turned his head and looked away. Before Luffy came, Aine took over the command and began to make the final preparations before departure in an orderly manner. Time passed slowly, as the agreed time for the gathering got closer and closer. Cook, Bins, Sanji, Usopp, Tina, Nami and other girls came to gather one after another. Until all the team members arrived, everyone waited and waited but still did not see Luffy. At 7:53 in the morning, there were only 7 minutes left until the agreed time. Just when Ian couldn't wait any longer and was about to call and ask him what was going on, Luffy finally arrived late and appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing him, Ian immediately put his hands on his hips and complained dissatisfiedly. "What are you doing? Everyone is waiting for you to leave." Sorry, I was delayed by something. Luffy apologized, but his eyes quickly scanned the ship. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he immediately asked. Where's Zoro? Call him over, I have something for him. After saying that, Zoro, who had just woken up and started training again, slowly walked out from the rear deck, raised his hand and responded. I'm here. Turning his head to look at Zoro, who was sweating and pale, Luffy frowned and shouted. Come here, I have something for you. Zoro was about to ask as he passed through the crowd, panting, but his words were instantly blocked by the long sword that Luffy handed to him. After holding it in for a long time, he could only utter 2 words. What is this? Luffy stuffed the knife into his arms and said nonchalantly. This little gadget was requested from the Logistics and Equipment Department. It was forged with the latest government technology and mixed with a bit of sea stone. According to the people in the Logistics Department, this sword is much more sophisticated than a sharp sword, and only 5 have been forged so far. In the previous duel with Hawkeye, Zoro's sword just broke. He was still worrying about where to find a replacement, but who would have thought that Luffy would take the initiative to help solve the problem? Excitedly pulling out the sword and trying it out, Zoro looked at the cold light that flashed across the blade and thanked Luffy with great satisfaction. Thank you, Captain. I will accept this knife. Although Luffy said it as if it was nothing, in fact, this knife is of very high quality. Its most outstanding feature is that its hardness is comparable to that of sea stone, and its sharpness is also extremely exaggerated. To read the exciting novel, just go to Falu Novel Network. Even an ordinary person can easily cut through steel with it. He took a lot of effort to borrow it from the Logistics Department with coercion and inducement. Seeing that Zoro was satisfied, Luffy was relieved. The code name for this weapon is Tsunami, and since it is the first of a batch of knives to be produced, we might as well name it Tsunami. Tsunami, stroking the handle of the sword wrapped in snow-white unknown animal leather and the azure scabbard made of solid wood, Zoro raised his lips and agreed. Okay, it's decided, Tsunami. Seeing Zoro happily get the new weapon, some of the team members on the ship who also used swords turned their eyes to their captain. Luffy scratched his head and said awkwardly. I'm sorry, I only got one of these, but when we have more in the future, I'll buy one for each of you even if I have to rob you. After receiving his promise, everyone smiled. They flattered him without paying, calling him awesome. After enjoying the flattery from the team members, Luffy pressed his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. After everyone stopped, he searched his body again, took out a booklet, and threw it to Cook. This is the manual for the development of the ancient seed fruit that I asked for through my connections. It was written by a senior Navy man who also ate the ancient seed dragon fruit. You can learn from it, and it should be of great help to your fruit development. After taking the booklet thrown by Luffy, Cook flipped through a few pages and suddenly showed a happy expression, and hurriedly thanked Luffy. Luffy shook his head and told him not to care about these trivial matters. After sending all the things out, Luffy stopped writing. He immediately ordered the warship to set sail and let Nami guide the course to the shipbuilding holy land of Water City. In a dark alley full of sewage, several mice who went out to forage were clashing for a bite of food. Suddenly, a crisp and somewhat panicked sound of footsteps sounded in this deserted alley, disturbing the mice who were fighting. The unknown creatures that came inexplicably scared these little guys. They squeaked and fled everywhere, and at the same time, they became agitated because of the bloody smell coming from the creatures. Unfortunately, the uninvited guest was too powerful to be provoked by the weak. They could only cower in the corner, and only dared to cautiously stick their heads out after the beast had passed. They rushed into the fresh blood left by the other party to fight for this delicious bite. Khalifa covered her severely injured and bleeding lower abdomen with a pale face. This was the 3rd day of her escape. In these 3 days, she not only did not eat or drink even a drop of water, but also had to drag her seriously injured body to avoid the pursuers from the government. Holding on to the disgusting and dirty wall covered with moss, she greeted the revolutionary army and her former boss Spondum for countless times in her heart. Chapter 113. The damned revolutionary army, why did they come to Water City for no reason and expose our identities? And the damned Spondum, not only did they not come to support us, but they also took the blame for us and attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. Damn it, I must survive and settle accounts with these bastards. The reluctance of mission failure, the confusion of being separated from her companions, and the anger of being betrayed by her superiors intertwined, making Khalifa's brain a mess. This made her face, which was already seriously injured, even uglier, and her body began to sway, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. But her hatred for Spondum made her insist on holding on. After stumbling for a while, she finally arrived at her destination. In front of a dilapidated wooden door, Khalifa used her last bit of strength to hit the wooden door. The wooden door, which had been in disrepair and rotten for a long time, was easily broken, but her too weak body fell heavily to the ground. The already serious injuries were made worse. Regardless of the severe pain from the bursting wound, Khalifa's vision had already begun to blur. She had to hold on to her last breath and perform simple 497 first aid before fainting, at least to stop the bleeding. With her consciousness dazed, she used her hands and feet to crawl towards the only wooden bed in the hut. She dragged her rag-like body closer and closer, a distance that she could normally walk in 4 or 5 steps. It took her nearly 10 minutes to crawl to the end. She gasped heavily, and the cold sweat that fell down soaked her torn women's shirt, revealing the snow-white skin underneath. Her hands and feet gradually became cold and numb. She knew that if she didn't stop the bleeding, she might really die here. Gritting her teeth and stretching her arms to grope under the bed for a while, she soon touched a hard object. She pulled it out with joy, and what caught her eye was a first aid box covered with spider webs. After opening the box and rummaging around to find gauze and bandages, Khalifa sat up from the ground with difficulty. Leaning on the bed, she gasped heavily. She was almost at her limit and shook her head vigorously to regain some consciousness. Almost there, hold on. She encouraged herself in her heart and looked down at the clothes that had been stained with blood on her lower abdomen. She gritted her teeth and carefully unbuttoned her clothes, took off her shirt, and exposed the white rabbit wrapped in a black lace bra, and the bloody wound that was still oozing blood. This was a puncture wound as big as an adult's fist, and the punctured intestines and other organs were faintly visible under the wound. If she hadn't had a strong physique far beyond that of ordinary people, she would have died by now. As her consciousness gradually blurred, she didn't care too much and randomly poured various powders and liquids in the first aid kit on the wound. Her eyes suddenly widened and she let out a shrill wail from the burning pain. But it was also this stimulation that made her brain clear up a little. After her body recovered from the trembling, she quickly applied ointment on the gauze and hastily bandaged the wound. Then she used a convenient automatic syringe to give herself several injections of anti-inflammation, infection, tetanus and other medicines. After everything was done, she breathed a sigh of relief, climbed onto the bed with difficulty, and slowly closed her eyes. Water City, also known as the Seven Water City. This is a prosperous island located in the first half of the Grand Route and is very famous all over the world. The residents of this island are mainly engaged in the shipbuilding industry. The developed shipbuilding industry in Water City has not only attracted a large number of nobles, adventurers, and pirates to come and customize ships. Even the ships of the Navy and even the world government are mostly purchased from Water City. In addition, the tourism industry in Water City is also extremely developed. Every year, a large number of tourists come from all over the world to play and visit, especially to experience the unique water transportation here. When Luffy and his party came here, they were immediately stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of them. Looking at the magical city that looked like a huge fountain, even Hancock, who had seen many wonders and beautiful scenery, was temporarily fascinated by its dreamlike nature. With a veil covering her face and wearing a purple cheongsam, Hancock, who showed her mature and elegant demeanor, clasped her hands together and fantasized with sparkling eyes. If Luffy and I have a child in the future, I will definitely settle here. Tina, who was wearing a sun hat, a white shirt and shorts, dressed like a tourist, heard this and crossed her arms and said disdainfully, "You should go home and be your emperor. A pirate not only shamelessly stays on the warship, but also speaks such nonsense. Tina despises you." Glancing at Tina, he was secretly annoyed that she ruined his good mood. Hancock turned to face her, took off his veil, and sneered, "To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Pink hair, if you have the guts, look at my face and talk to me." As she said this, she walked forward and leaned towards her. Suddenly, Tina's face flushed, and she turned her head away with her heartbeat speeding up, not daring to make eye contact with her. Seeing her embarrassment, Hancock immediately laughed so hard that Tina kept stealing glances at her and swallowed her saliva. Putting on the veil again, Hancock thought he had mastered this pink-haired girl. She gently lifted Tina's chin with her fingers, looked at her red face, and sneered. "Do you think that if you provoke me, I will pay more attention to you? Don't be so self-righteous, it's just a child's trick." Tina didn't know whether she was guilty or angry. She slapped her hand away and warned her fiercely. "You stinky snake, what are you talking about? Tina would never do that, I just don't like you. Stop lying, you just want to attract my attention." "No. That is. No. That's it." Seeing the two women fighting on the side of the boat again, everyone on the boat had no expression on their faces, indicating that they were used to it. If these two didn't quarrel a few words one day, they would suspect that they had taken the wrong medicine. Luffy didn't care about it. Although these two quarreled fiercely. But in terms of relationship, they are the best sisters in each other's hearts. Maybe Tina really wanted to get closer to Hancock by fighting with her all day long. But in fact, Hancock herself also enjoyed it. It seems that she likes this noisy way of getting along that she has never experienced before. Chapter 114. Taking out the map of Water City, Luffy waved and called Nami over. "We will enter directly from here, and then follow the waterway to the most important dock number 1 of Carrera Company." Nami nodded and gestured OK, and quickly took the map and began to give orders. On the small round table next to him, Peacock put down his coffee cup elegantly and asked Luffy in confusion. "Why don't we go shopping in the city first? I'm quite interested in shopping." Beside her, Olivia, who boarded the warship as Luffy's employee, was talking to Anne non-stop. Anne nodded in agreement from time to time, and it seemed that the two of them were chatting quite happily. Hearing her question, Luffy walked to the round table and sat down, supporting his chin with his hand and said indifferently, "If you want to go shopping, you can go there by yourself when you get to dock number 1. I want to meet the mayor here first, Bing Shan, to ask how the preparations for the new ship are going. It's still early. Maybe Dr. Vegapunk hasn't even finished drawing the design yet." Ian, who had just finished talking to Olivia, interrupted. She estimated that they would have to stay near Water City for at least 3 months before the new ship could be completed. "You underestimate Vegapunk." Luffy shook his head and disagreed. "The space battleship may be a little troublesome for others. But for the world's most talented guy, if he wants to, he can make it in a day or 2. Is it true? Is Vegapunk so powerful?" Anne asked doubtfully. But this time, Luffy didn't need to explain. Olivia took the initiative to speak. If it was him, Luffy was not exaggerating. "I had heard of Vegapunk before when I was at the Naval Research Institute. For a job like this, where the government already has the relevant technology and only needs to integrate and optimize it, it would be easy for Vegapunk to do it." Seeing that Olivia, who was barely considered a half-scientist, admired Vegapunk so much, Ian nodded in understanding and believed what they said. Under Nami's control, the ship quickly turned and entered the Water City. Hancock and Tina also ended their quarrel at this time and walked over together. As a big customer of the Water City, as soon as the Navy warship appeared, someone took the initiative to approach on a strange sea beast named Blue. When they learned that their target was Dock Number 1, the guide said nothing and enthusiastically guided them to the target smoothly. Looking at the guide who turned around and left without asking for money after helping, Luffy couldn't help but sigh that the Navy really had face in the Water City. And when they really entered Dock Number 1, this was further confirmed. Barry is one of the 3 current foremen of Carrera Company. When Luffy and his party just arrived, someone tipped him off. Hearing that the visitor was from the Navy, he immediately threw away his work with joy and excitedly went to greet him. The subordinate who came to report hesitantly stopped him and whispered awkwardly, "Brother Barry, they are the Navy. They are government agents, along with Lucci and his men who were undercover at the dock. Do you think we should?" Before the subordinate could finish his words, he was interrupted by Barry. "Stop talking nonsense, the Navy is the Navy, and the agents are the agents. Do you know how many orders the Navy places in our company every year and how much remuneration it pays? If we annoy the Navy, we will all have to beg for food. Come on, stop talking nonsense, follow me to greet these gentlemen who are sending money." After saying that, Barry didn't care what his younger brother thought, and ran away quickly. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say, that is, he owed a large sum of Bailey's from gambling recently. Now he hopes that the Navy will place more orders and purchase a few big ones so that he can have money to pay off his debts. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When he saw Luffy and his companions being warmly entertained by the boatmen from a distance, he didn't care about the shameless clothes of the women around him. He hurriedly greeted them, squeezed the boatman's younger brother, and greeted Luffy, who was obviously a big shot, with a smile. "Welcome, all the friends from the Navy are welcome to visit Carrera Company. I am one of the foremen here. If you have any questions or needs, please feel free to tell me." Looking at the man in front of him wearing goggles and a blue work suit, Luffy had a vague impression of him. He smiled and stretched out his hand, thanking her politely. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Foreman. We will not disturb you too much since this is a workplace. Please arrange for someone to take me to meet with Mayor Bing Shan. I have something to discuss with him about the new warship." "The new warship is great." Barry clapped his hands excitedly. After seeing Luffy's surprised look, he smiled and quickly added, "I mean, it is my honor to contribute to the justice of the Navy. Don't worry, once the drawings are finalized, I will personally lead people to expedite the production for you. I will ensure that the quality does not decline and the ship is built for you as soon as possible." Luffy admired his attitude very much, shook hands with him with satisfaction, and thanked him. "Thank you very much, Mr. Foreman. I will also ask for more orders from you in the future." As it should be, as it should be. When Barry heard that there were more orders, his mouth stretched to the back of his ears. It turned out that these Navy masters were easy to talk to. Just flatter them a few times and the future salary would be settled. "I am so capable, Mr. Iceberg should at least give me a bonus." Just as Barry was imagining a bright future, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Luffy also noticed the problem, and the two of them looked towards the place where the commotion occurred, wanting to know what was going on. Outside Dock Number 1, a group of guys in black suits, who were not polite and dressed like gangsters, blocked the entrance of the dock. The leader was a shabby purple-haired man wearing a weird mask and with his right hand tied in plaster and hanging around his neck. Spondam has been in a bad mood in recent days. Not only because his plan to steal Pluto's blueprints was destroyed by the Revolutionary Army. More importantly, he failed to catch the original CP9 members headed by Rob Lucci. Every time he thought about the fact that he failed to eradicate the roots, he might be targeted and assassinated by those monsters at any time. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep all night, and he was even so timid that he had to bring dozens of government agents with him wherever he went. Chapter 115. He was tortured by the fear today and decided to take the initiative to go back to the place where Lucci and Keiku had lived for a year to look for clues. Although his men had searched dock number 1 many times before, Spondam thought that these guys were all useless and would never search as carefully as he, the government elite and CP9 leader. But before the great Lord Spondam could show his skills, something that made him angry happened. "Bastards, you lowly boatmen, do you want to rebel? How dare you stop an honorable government official? Believe it or not, I will shoot you directly, and then arrest all your family members as traitors and members of the 393 party." Looking at the boatmen in front of him who were blocking him from entering, Spondam cursed angrily. At the same time, he became more and more certain in his heart that there must be a secret in the dock. It is even possible that the reason why these boatmen stopped him was to cover for Kalaxai and others. With this in mind, he carefully retreated slowly, and at the same time secretly made a gesture to his men, asking them to be ready to attack at any time. Although the boatmen did not see his little move, they saw the aggressive look of the agents. They soon surrounded them with various weapons in their hands, as if they were going to fight them to the death. Just when the gunpowder smell between the two sides was extremely strong, and it seemed that any spark could start a fight, a disgusted voice sounded from behind the boatman and reached the ears of everyone present. "Look, who is this? Aren't these my good colleagues? How come you, a bunch of sewer rats, are here too? Are you out here to get some sun?" Luffy smiled and pushed through the crowd, walked up to his old friend Spondam, waved and greeted him. "Hey, you shameless rats, hello." Luffy's words made the team members behind him, especially those from the elite camp, laugh. Usopp looked around in confusion, pulled Binz's arm, covered his mouth and whispered, "What are you laughing at? Who are these people?" Binz raised his lips and introduced loudly without lowering his voice. "These scumbags are government agents, specializing in sneaky and disgusting things. If you meet them outside in the future, don't worry about what they are doing. It's absolutely right to beat them up first." As soon as the voice fell, the elite camp disciples led by Cook, Bill, and even Ian and Tina began to rub their hands. As long as Luffy gave an order, they would dare to rush up and start. Things happened so quickly that Spondam didn't react for a while. He blinked his eyes and looked at this stranger who didn't know where he came from. When his eyes swept over Luffy's cloak of justice, he instantly understood and immediately came back to his senses. They, Navy and CP agents, are both agencies under the government. They should have worked together and helped each other outside. But the fact is that people in these two departments don't like each other. They have been fighting openly and secretly, and scheming against each other for many years. Seeing that the person coming was a Navy, Spondam's eyes suddenly became fierce, and his uninjured left hand pointed at Luffy, and opened his mouth and scolded, "To read violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Bastard Navy, do you know who I am? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I might let you go. Otherwise, what else?" Before he could finish his words, Luffy grabbed his fingers and twisted them hard, causing him to scream out in pain. "I don't care who you are. If you have no strength and dare to point your finger at others, I might as well cripple both of your hands." As he said this, he twisted his arm, and there was a crisp sound of bone breaking. Spondam's left index finger was broken on the back of his hand, and a heart-wrenching scream came out of his mouth again. "Yama!" Luffy kicked him hard in the chest, kicking him and the people behind him out. Seeing this, several other agents rushed to check on their superiors. The rest immediately pulled out their pistols from their waists, pointed them at Luffy and were about to pull the trigger. But before they could act, someone was faster than them. The ultimate special chili pepper. Usopp, who had just been instilled with strange knowledge by Binz, immediately took out a new metal retractable and deformable slingshot after seeing that several people were planning to take action. He fired dozens of projectiles at a very fast speed. The projectiles hit the agents' faces accurately and exploded, turning into a pool of fiery red chili oil that smeared their faces. In an instant, the agents whose eyes were burned by the chili oil had fire in their eyes and wailed in a mess. 3.9 Looking at the trash who had been defeated, Luffy turned his head and gave Usopp a thumbs up. Usopp smiled and couldn't help but smugly, rubbing his nose with his fingers on his hips. Although Barry didn't know why the two groups of people under the same government would fight. But Luffy and his friends helped the boatmen solve a problem after all. In addition, they were originally their own super VIP customers. For a time, his perception of Luffy and others rose in a straight line. Chapter 116. He ran to Luffy and thanked him several times. Barry decided to be Luffy's guide and take him to find the iceberg. Before leaving, when passing by the agents who were still struggling on the ground, the gorillas kicked them viciously and sent them to sleep. As for Spondum, the leader, Cook stepped on him hard without any hesitation. It is unknown how many bones he broke. On the way to the headquarters of Carrera Corporation, Luffy disbanded the team members and let them move freely. Then he followed Barry alone to find the iceberg, and at the same time curiously asked about Spondum and his group. "Barry, what's up with that group of agents? Why would they break into the dock for no reason?" I don't know much about this matter." After a few seconds of silence, Barry slowly told Luffy about the 16 water cities, or the series of changes in the Carrera Company. It was about 10 days ago. A group of guys who looked like the Revolutionary Army suddenly broke into the dock. They identified Rob Lucci and Keiku, who had just joined Carrera Company for a year, as government agents. Then they started fighting in front of us. However, they did not capture Lucci and the others on the spot, and let them run away. After that, they fought again in the city and destroyed several houses. By the time we reacted, the Revolutionary Army, Lucci, Keiku, Mr. Iceberg's secretary Khalifa, and Bruno, the owner of the tavern in the city, were all missing. Then a large number of government personnel rushed over, searching for Lucci and the others all day long. "You mean, those guys didn't look for the Revolutionary Army first, but instead looked for their own people?" Luffy asked in confusion. Barry nodded, looking puzzled. "That's true. It's not the first time that a situation like today has happened. Those men in black suits have come here many times before, but they returned empty-handed every time. Really, I don't know what they are thinking. We all know that Lucci is an undercover agent, so how could they still protect him?" Barry complained about the agent's train of thought, and Luffy nodded, thinking that he was not lying. But on second thought, although the boatman thought so, with the experience level of Lucci and his men, as long as they disguised themselves well, they might be able to fool their eyes. In addition, they have been lurking for a year, so if they are careful, they won't reveal any flaws. He shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. What happened to the guys from CP9 was none of his business. He was more interested in the Revolutionary Army. He had guessed that the Revolutionary Army followed his reminder and came to destroy the government's plan to snatch the design drawings of Pluto. But he didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to act so quickly and finish the job in just a few days. After talking to Iceberg, maybe I can try to find out if there are any people from the Revolutionary Army left here. Having made up his mind, Luffy quickly quickened his pace and urged Barry. Barry had no objection. He hoped that Luffy would finish talking to Iceberg as soon as possible so that he could get to work as soon as possible. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. What Luffy didn't know was that his actions had attracted the attention of all parties. Not to mention the government agents who were beaten up by him, there were two other groups who secretly took note of him. In a corner of dock number 1 that was difficult to be found, a small surveillance den Mushi transmitted the previous image back to a hidden basement somewhere in the water city through radio waves. The bored girl yawned in front of the surveillance screen that was divided into dozens of pieces. When she saw a familiar figure suddenly appear in the screen, she jumped up from her chair in shock. "Is that Luffy? He's also in Water City." After shouting, the orange-haired girl thought she had seen it wrong. She quickly put her face close to the surveillance screen and carefully identified it. It was not until Luffy in the screen turned around and his face was captured that Kurla finally confirmed it and excitedly clenched her fist and shouted. Yada! We actually met here, it turns out that we are destined to be together. Kur 910, with a flushed face, quickly turned off all the surveillance. After turning back to the house to pack up her things, she was about to go out to find Luffy. But before she left, she stopped and thought about it, and felt that it was not safe. After thinking it over again and again, she went back to the room and put her things down. Then she took out the Den Mushi and dialed a number that she hadn't contacted for a long time. On the commercial street, a group of 3 very dazzling beauties were walking shoulder to shoulder on the busy street. Suddenly, the Den Mushi in the pocket of the blue-haired girl rang. The girl didn't think much about it, she picked it up and answered it directly. Moses. Ahem, little seagull, do you still remember me? Hearing this familiar code name, Anne immediately paused and his face changed. Wait for me. Chapter 117. Even though she was talking to Kurla on the other end of the phone, she was also talking to Nami and Hancock who were with her. The 2 women stopped and turned around in confusion. But Aine only left them with a hurried back. He went into an alley and disappeared. What are you doing? You are so mysterious. You can't answer it here. Nami pouted her lips unhappily. After she finished speaking, her eyes turned and a cunning look flashed across them. She turned around and hugged Hancock's arm. She smiled slyly and said seductively, "Why don't we go over and eavesdrop to see what little secrets Anne has?" Feeling that her arm was only the size of a steamed bun, Hancock chuckled and bent down. Nami was delighted and thought she agreed. But Hancock suddenly changed his expression, pinched her cheek with a cold face, and pulled her arm out rudely. "Cunning little girl, I will never do such a despicable thing. You'd better put away this little idea, otherwise I will report you when Anne comes back." Nami, whose cheek was pinched, let out a strange cry. She angrily tried to slap Hancock's hand away, but was dodged in advance. "If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. What's the big deal? I shouldn't have invited you and let you continue to be entangled by Olivia, that pervert." The little girl's complaint attracted another punishment from Hancock. But what Nami didn't know was that Hancock, who seemed to be playing with her at this time, had actually drifted to Anne with the unfolding of his observation haki. What's the matter of eavesdropping? Can it be called eavesdropping on the affairs between sisters? Fortunately, Nami didn't know about her little trick, otherwise she would definitely be so angry that she would jump up and down and scold her for being shameless. In the alley, Anne carefully confirmed that there was no one around, then picked up the microphone and asked in a low voice. "Little Flame, is that so?" Kurla on the other end of the phone was very happy to hear that Ian had not forgotten her, and nodded her head repeatedly, saying happily, it's me, Sister Anne. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. Can you guess where I am?" Anne looked around blankly for a while, and a guess emerged in her mind. "You don't mean to say that you are also in the Water City now, do you?" "Bingo, Sister Anne, you guessed it right, I am indeed in Water City. Not only that, I also know where you are, I will come to find you later," Kurla said as he ran to the monitoring room, turned on the monitoring again, and searched for Anne and the others. Hey! Are you coming over? Then what is your identity?" Controlling the machine, Kurla smiled nonchalantly. "What's the relationship? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who knows my identity?" To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. And Luffy invited me to become one of you, and the leader agreed. "You mean dragon?" "No," Ain was so surprised that she called out the name directly. But she reacted quickly, covered her mouth and looked around carefully for a while. After making sure that there was no one around, she lowered her voice and confirmed in shock. You said Luffy invited you to board the ship, and his father agreed? Is this true? Have you met Luffy? Hey? Didn't he tell you? That time in Alabasta, after he defeated Crocodile, Sister Robin and I met him. Not only did he tell us a lot of important information, he also invited me. I was just a newcomer at the time, and I could only ask the leader after I went back to decide whether I could follow him. But fortunately, the leader finally agreed, and I will be able to infiltrate the Navy and become an undercover in the Navy in the future. Hearing that Kurla dared to say anything carelessly, In was so upset that he really wanted to pull her out of the Den Den Mushi and spank her. The Den Den Mushi they are using now are specially made to prevent eavesdropping. Otherwise, if these words are heard by outsiders, they and Luffy will be doomed. Okay, then come over, I'll wait for you here. Yeah, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Anne sighed heavily. Thinking of Kurla's beautiful and pure face and lively and cheerful personality, she felt that if nothing unexpected happened, they would become sisters in the future. Damn, I didn't expect that in Alabasta, in addition to Vivi, he also hooked up with Kurla. Fortunately, Robin didn't get on the ship. If she got on the ship... Stamping her feet angrily, Ian walked out of the alley indignantly. Seeing the two people waiting for her on the street, she took a deep breath and walked towards them. At the same time, her brain was working fast, thinking about what kind of reason she could use to tell them about Kurla. Just when she thought of a good idea and decided to fool the two of them like this. She paused slightly, looking at Hancock who was staring at her with complicated eyes, and had a bad premonition in her heart. Finally back, let's go, I still have a lot of things to buy. Nami turned around and saw Anne coming back, and hurriedly urged Daowu. Chapter 118. Taking his eyes off Hancock's face, Ian pursed his red lips, smiled stiffly and made an excuse. Wait a minute, don't rush to go shopping. My friend just called me, she said she is also in the Water City and wants to come to see me. Your friend? Is he also in the Navy? Not yet, but Luffy once invited her. Oh, wait a minute then. Nami nodded and didn't take it to heart. Soon she was attracted by the tourists coming and going in the waterway, and observed the different styles of clothes from all over the world with curiosity. While she was not paying attention to this, Ian quietly approached Hancock, with a stern face, and asked in a mosquito-like voice. You heard it, right? Use your observation Haki. Hancock's expression was very strange, but she didn't seem as shocked as expected. Nodding, she whispered in amazement. I heard it, but I already knew that he had cooperated with the 257th Revolutionary Army. But I didn't expect that Luffy was actually the father of that man. After hearing this, Anne was slightly relieved, and then her expression became more complicated. She didn't expect Luffy to tell her all this. Humph, don't look at me like that. Although I don't want to admit it, I can see that Luffy cares about you. I don't want to monopolize him either. Hancock seemed to see through her thoughts and put aside her pride and said a few words of comfort. However, her awkward tone made Ian want to laugh. She gently took his hand and said seriously. Thank you, Hancock. Nami turned around and looked at the two people holding hands. A few question marks appeared on her tilted head. Why do I feel like I'm isolated in another world? Under Barry's leadership, Luffy successfully arrived at the door of Iceberg's office at the headquarters of Carrera Company. Knock knock knock. President, there are guests from the Navy who want to see you. After knocking on the door gently, Barry opened the door without waiting for an answer. After entering the office with Barry, Luffy noticed at a glance the drunk Iceberg lying on the sofa. What's going on? Drinking so much in the broad daylight, what kind of blow did this guy get? Barry was also shocked to see his president like this. He hurriedly ran forward, picked up the bottle of wine on the table and looked at it, and said in surprise. So hi. President, even if you are in a bad mood, there is no need to drink such a strong drink. He put down the bottle and wanted to help Bing Shan. But he was a rough man who only knew how to build ships, so how could he do such a job of taking care of people? He hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to start. Fortunately, after hearing his voice, Bing Shan sobered up a little. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. In addition, he had already slept after drinking, and he was a little more energetic. Covering his dizzy and swollen head, he slowly sat up, shook his head, and asked Barry with a confused look. Barry, why are you here? Is there something wrong with the dock? Seeing that Iceberg was fine, Barry was relieved. He stepped back a few steps and led Luffy to him, and took the initiative to introduce Iceberg. President, this is Mr. Luffy, the Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. He wants to discuss with you about the new warship. New warships? The ones with sea stone installed. Bing Shan frowned and said in a dull voice. After that, he reached out and searched the coffee table in front of the sofa, which was full of drawings and documents. Damn it, where did I put it before? I clearly remember it was right here. Irritated, Bing Shan searched for a long time but couldn't find what he wanted. He immediately collapsed on the soft sofa like a deflated ball. Damn, it's really inconvenient to not have a secretary to take care of chores. Seeing that Bing Shan was getting annoyed and started pulling his hair, Luffy quickly spoke up and interrupted. Mr. Iceberg, I think you misunderstood. I came here for a Thunder Boy. Raiden Boy? What an idiotic name, why don't I remember this? The drunk Iceberg said anything without scruples. When Luffy heard this, his mouth twitched and he started cursing in his heart. Raiden Boy was the codename given by Sengoku to the aerospace battleship project. Maybe Luffy blackmailed him and made him very unhappy. So Sengoku, who occasionally lost his temper, specially gave Luffy this name to disgust him. Haha, if I say Vegapunk, can you think of something? Vegapunk? Raiden Boy? Marines. Bing Shan didn't know what he was thinking of. Suddenly his body shook and he sobered up. I remember, it's that one. Barry looked at the two people playing dumb in confusion, and was about to ask which one it was. But Bing Shan waved his hand and asked him to leave first. Although he was curious, he was not the kind of person who liked to ask too many questions. After greeting the two of them, he happily went back to work. Chapter 119. After Barry left, Bing Shan awkwardly tidied up the messy documents on the coffee table and threw them on the desk. Then he went to the wine rack nearby and took out a bottle of rum. At the same time, he took out a thick stack of drawings from the secret compartment of the wine rack. He took out 2 empty cups and filled them for himself and the familiar Navy man. Bing Shan spread out the drawings as if they were treasures and exclaimed. When you, the Navy, told me that the new warship would be able to fly, I thought you were joking. It was not until I saw this drawing designed by Vegapunk himself that I believed that such a ship could be built with current technology. At this point, he smacked his lips in amazement at the deep technical reserves of the world government. Without waiting for Luffy to speak, he eagerly flipped through the drawings, took out a few of them and handed them to Luffy, saying, "But there is one thing I don't understand. To get such a big ship into the air, the power required must be extremely exaggerated. But on the blueprint, Vegapunk only designed a power storage system, and then equipped it with a small generator that is completely useless. Can such a spacecraft really fly?" Looking at the blueprint pushed in front of him by the Iceberg, which is full of graphs and numbers, and he can't understand it at all. Luffy shed a drop of cold sweat, moved aside without leaving a trace, and laughed dryly. Maybe the person who contacted you before didn't explain it to you clearly. The reason why the warship is designed to be powered by electricity is because I am a natural thunder fruit user. This amount of power consumption is not a big deal to me. Nature? That's really rare. With a sigh, Iceberg dug out a few more blueprints and asked Luffy all kinds of questions. Luffy didn't understand most of them at all, and could only make excuses while sweating. The two of them talked about irrelevant things for a long time, and Iceberg knew that he was just a complete noob. Helplessly, he put down the blueprints, raised his glass and changed the subject. "Mr. Luffy, regarding Raiden boy, do you have any other requests? If everything is okay, we can actually start manufacturing. There are only a few other weapons that we cannot produce. We need to wait for the government to manufacture and deliver them before we can install them." Luffy rubbed his chin and pondered for a while before he spoke. "I would like to ask about the specific data of this ship, such as the number of people on board and the speed. As for the data, the estimate is as follows." Iceberg turned the drawing back to the first page and introduced it to Luffy one by one. "First of all, the total length of the ship is about 360 meters, the ship is about 90 meters wide, the draft is 9 meters, and the displacement is 120,000 tons. If it is sailing on the water, the theoretical maximum speed is about 40 knots, which is about 74 miles per hour. And it can sail continuously for 3 months to April. If it is sailing in the air, the theoretical maximum speed is about 150 km per hour. Full power can continue to sail for about 15 to 20 days. At the same time, the ship can accommodate about 1,000 marines and is equipped with multiple restaurants, gyms, entertainment rooms, conference rooms, and other facilities. An advanced exhaust gas purification system is also installed, but we can't do it. We have to wait for the government to make the finished product before installing it. In addition, the ship's weapon system is also a laser weapon provided by the government. I don't understand this, and it still requires the cooperation of government scientists to debug." Iceberg roughly talked about the parameters of the battleship, and Luffy nodded repeatedly, quite satisfied. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Compared with his current small broken ship, this is not a shotgun for a cannon, but a shotgun for a nuclear bomb. Yes, this is already perfect. I just have a small request. I hope you can help me build the interior of the ship as luxurious as possible. Looking at Luffy's fingertip space gesture, Iceberg was a little confused, and at the same time he remembered an important thing. This request is nothing, but Mr. Luffy, your navy has not paid the deposit yet, and the cost of this ship is obviously high. When Bing Shan said this, Luffy immediately understood. He waved his hand generously, as if he didn't care about money at all, and said, "Don't worry, the 3 billion berries specially approved by the Marshal are on the way. Just build it, and I will make up for it if it's not enough." 3 billion. So much? Iceberg was shocked, and then overjoyed. You know, the Navy has already prepared the materials and the drawings, and he doesn't need to provide them himself. The only thing he has to do is to build the ship according to the drawings. The biggest expense is the labor and electricity costs of the machines. Excluding the subsequent decoration and other messes, he conservatively made a profit of 2 billion. Iceberg stood up immediately, stretched out his hand to Luffy with a happy face. "Mr. Luffy, our Carrera company will definitely complete this commission perfectly." Luffy also stood up, smiled and stretched out his hand to shake his hand. "Of course I believe in your company and your strength, Mr. Iceberg. Besides, we have been working together for so many years, there is no need to say so many polite words. Yes, the Navy and I are old friends." Chapter 120. Iceberg replied with a smile, inviting Luffy to sit down and drink. Luffy did not refuse, and after sitting down, he chatted with Iceberg about all sorts of things. As they talked, the two talked about Iceberg's drunkenness. After taking a sip of the sweet and strong rum, Luffy asked casually, "Mr. Iceberg, I heard that the government agents have been making small moves recently, which has caused you a lot of trouble. You were also worried about this before, right? If you don't mind, I can help you deal with it. After all, I don't like them very much." I was already drunk, and now I drank a few more glasses of wine. Iceberg's brain was already 197 dizzy. No, it doesn't matter. The undercover has been found. The trouble that has been bothering me for many years has disappeared, and I feel a lot more relaxed. Luffy raised his eyebrows and put down the wine glass that he raised to his mouth. His powerful observation haki scanned the entire office bit by bit, and after confirming again and again that there was no wiretap den mushi installed here, he turned to face Bing Shan and asked seriously. Have you hidden the design of Pluto? Iceberg, who was half asleep and half awake, was instantly soaked with cold sweat when he heard the word Pluto. He was shocked and instantly became alert to Luffy, secretly annoyed that he had drunk too much and talked nonsense. Pretending to be drunk, he spoke in a big tongue. Hiccup, you, what did you say? What king? Looking at his performance, Luffy shook his head in amusement and pointed at his heart. Stop pretending. I heard your heartbeat quicken just now. And I can probably guess that you must have reached some kind of secret deal with the Revolutionary Army. As soon as he finished speaking, even Iceberg's forehead began to sweat. He suspected that the Navy in front of him was a government agent in disguise, in order to catch him and get the whereabouts of Pluto's design from him. Just when Iceberg was struggling with whether to fight to the death or continue pretending, Luffy's next words made Iceberg, whose heart had fallen into the abyss, see the light again. Luffy didn't know what Iceberg was thinking. He poured wine for both of them. Then he picked up the wine glass and shook it, and smiled at Iceberg, whose face was uncertain. Don't be afraid, we are family, whether from the standpoint of the Navy or the Revolutionary Army. Iceberg looked up in surprise, looking at Luffy with a confused and surprised look. Wait, what on earth do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Luffy put the wine glass in his hand, then put his arm around his shoulders and whispered in his ear. Long live the Revolutionary Army! Iceberg Sigma! Damn it, he is just a navy, why does he dare to hit me? Does he know who I am? I am the chief of CP9, and my father is a senior official of the world government. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Spondum, who was wrapped in bandages with only a pig head exposed, was shouting angrily on the bed in a high-end ward. Beside his bed, several ordinary black-clad agents listened to the curses of their useless chief expressionlessly. One of them took the opportunity when Spondum was breathing after being tired of cursing, and said in a flat tone. Sir, as far as I know, the person who injured you is the new Major General of the Navy headquarters. Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of Vice Admiral Hero Garp and disciple of former Admiral Zephyr. Spondum's breathing stagnated on the hospital bed, and his mind quickly calculated who was more important, his father or Iron Fist Garp. But the agent hadn't finished speaking yet. He continued to report. Not only that, according to our in-depth investigation, Major General Luffy is also the heir to the Kingdom of Alabasta and the fiancé of Princess Vivi. He is also the chief of staff of the headquarters, the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the boyfriend of Colonel Peacock. Even Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is said to have an ambiguous relationship with him. Spondum. Well, there is no need to think about it now. He can't win in the first place, and with so many identities, what else can he do? Ah! You bunch of losers, why didn't you come up to protect me when I was beaten? When I return to Judicial Island, I will send all of you to Impel Down. Seeing that his background could not compete with others, the idiot commander began to take out his anger on these minions. Even these agents who have undergone rigorous training and lack emotions than ordinary people are a little angry. Just then, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in the room. 4.2 Hat, do you think you can still return to Judicial Island alive? The agents were startled and quickly reached for their waists and looked in the direction of the voice. At the window of the ward, one of the windows was opened at some point. A sexy woman with smooth blonde hair and glasses squatted at the window, looking coldly at Spondum, who was unable to move on the bed, and her murderous intent was released without any concealment. Shpondam, who was lying on his back with his neck fixed in a neck brace, could not see the person coming, but felt that the voice was very familiar. Who is cursing me? Chapter 121. Seeing that he had been beaten so badly, but still hadn't changed his arrogant and domineering character, Khalifa sneered and said with disdain, "You will know when you go to hell." After saying that, she disappeared. The agents who had just drawn their guns lost their targets for a moment and could only look around in panic, not knowing what to do. Khalifa suddenly appeared behind one of them, raised her right leg in high-heeled leather boots, and kicked the man and several people in front of him away. The other agents reacted quickly and turned around to shoot. But Khalifa's figure was like a ghost, moving quickly among the crowd. The agents could only shoot randomly based on their feelings, but not only did this fail to injure Khalifa, but it also accidentally injured other companions. In just a few breaths, these elite agents all fell to the ground wailing and lost their ability to resist under Khalifa's dance. Hearing the screams in his ears, Shpondam turned his head in horror, ignoring the pain in his neck and wanted to see who was coming. Khalifa, who had dealt with all the enemies, turned around at this time and met the eyes of the terrified Shpondam. Seeing this, the charming woman made Shpondam's pupils shrink and his heart stopped for a moment. This was one of his nightmares for many days, his former subordinate, the defected CP9 member, Khalifa. Suddenly, Shpondam ignored his seriously injured body and struggled to escape from here like a maggot. Khalifa was very satisfied with his frightened and terrified expression at this time, but did not choose to kill him immediately. Instead, after looking around the bedroom, she locked on a long knife with ivory placed at the end of the bed. With an elegant step, Khalifa came to the end of the bed and picked up the knife. Looking at the sharp ivory on the handle, she couldn't help but touch the wound on her lower abdomen that had not healed completely. At that time, Shpondam used this knife to sneak attack her when she let her guard down. As a result, a big hole was poked in her lower abdomen by the ivory, and she might be left with ugly scars in the future. Thinking of this, her eyes turned cold, and she played with the long knife and said slowly to Shpondam, "Sir, do you think it will listen to you, the original owner, or me, the new owner?" Shpondam was so frightened that he had guessed what she wanted to do. His lower body was so hot from the shock that a stream of fishy urine soaked the bed. Seeing that this waste was actually scared to pee, Khalifa frowned and gnashed her teeth with hatred. Which member of CP9 has not undergone arduous training? They have strength far beyond ordinary people and master a lot of knowledge and skills. It is just such a waste that can rise to the top and climb above them because of a good father. When they are useful, they are made to work hard, and when they are useless, they are kicked away, and even stabbed in the back of their hands, almost letting her die in hatred at the hands of her own people. Thinking of all this, Khalifa couldn't help but be furious, and with new and old hatreds, she directly drew out her long knife and shouted, "To read violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Frankfurt, kill him." With a command, Shpondam's beloved elephant sword obeyed Khalifa's order obediently in front of his horrified eyes. The blade suddenly stretched out and turned into an elephant and rushed straight towards him. "Stop, Frankfurt, I command you, ah!" As Shpondam screamed, the sharp elephant trunk knife pierced his chest. Under the impact of the huge elephant's body, he was pushed and smashed through several walls. He stopped only when his body was torn into two pieces by the long knife and then trampled into rotten meat by the elephant's feet. "Come back, Frankfurt!" Khalifa called out, and the elephant sword that had just caused huge damage immediately shrank back like a good child. Khalifa put it back into the scabbard, pinched the handle and threatened fiercely. "As punishment for hurting me, you will be my weapon from now on. Be good. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will definitely tie you up with 567 stones and throw you into the sea." The elephant sword trembled quite humanly, and the elephant tail on the handle swayed uncontrollably, both in fear and in a humble attempt to please its new owner. Khalifa patted it with satisfaction and hung it on her waist. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the ward. Suddenly, the door of the ward was kicked open, and a team of fully armed agents rushed in. Looking at the messy ward and Khalifa standing alone, they didn't need to think to guess that their leader might have met with an accident. The team leader's heart sank, and thinking of his own leader's background, his brain suddenly lacked oxygen. It's over, and when I go back, Chief Spandine will never let me go. Thinking of the consequences, his eyes were red, and he raised his musket and roared and ordered. Shoot! Shoot! Avenge the officer! Chapter 122. After that, a series of gunshots rang out. Khalifa cursed inwardly, it's so fast. She quickly turned over and jumped onto the ceiling, then swung her slender thighs wrapped in black silk stockings, ready to release the storm kick. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, and her movements became deformed. She kicked the wall crookedly, leaving a several-meter-long scratch on the wall. Damn, the movement was too big and it tore the wound. Khalifa secretly said in her heart that it was not good, and quickly landed and used life return to try to stop the wound from bleeding, then turned around and rushed to the window without looking back. The captain, who was startled by the storm kick, saw that the attack was off-center and judged that Khalifa's condition was definitely not good. Seeing that she wanted to escape after failing to hit the target, he immediately gained confidence and quickly directed his men to shoot. Under the dense bullets, Khalifa, who successfully reached the window, groaned and was immediately injured. But she didn't bother to check the wound, and quickly turned over and jumped out of the window. The team leader rushed to the window with his men and pulled the trigger repeatedly at Khalifa, who was jumping on the roof. He did not stop until he ran out of bullets. Looking at the woman who was about to fall but was still quickly escaping from their sight, the team leader hammered hard on the windowsill and roared with gritted teeth. Chase! Chase! If we don't catch her today, we will all die. After saying that, he roughly pushed his men aside and rushed out first. Others followed his footsteps and took out Den Den Mushi to contact the scattered teams and started a joint search. The huge noise coming from the direction of the hospital frightened many people around. Later, the continuous gunshots made many people mistakenly think that pirates were causing trouble again. For a time, residents and tourists near the hospital fled everywhere. Even the Tina, Peacock, and Olivia teams who were playing across the street were affected. On the bench by the roadside, Peacock was holding an ice cream and resting his head on Olivia's chest, feeling the tall and straight Peacock. After hearing the gunshots and commotion, he rubbed his head in confusion and said strangely, What happened? Olivia stroked Peacock's back like a gentle elder sister and said softly, I don't know, but the blind pirates are causing trouble. Tina, who was sitting next to them, looked at these two shameless women who were hooking up with each other and snorted coldly. You two should stop it, this is a street, please pay attention to your naval image. Well, I see it, I just want to be hugged by Sister Wei. Peacock acted like a little girl, nodding her head, making Olivia laugh. Looking at this pair of dogs, Tina secretly spitted, stood up and stamped out the cigarette butt. Then you guys play by yourselves, Tina goes to see what happened. Yes, please, if you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, just call me and I'll ask N to help you. Bah, shameless little bastard, you are in such a hurry to get me out, you want to go to a hotel together, right? Wait, Tina will call Luffy and report you. Thinking viciously in her heart, Tina snorted, looked in the direction where the sound came from, and wanted to step on the moon step to check the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as she raised her head, a black shadow appeared in her sight. She was startled and thought someone was attacking her, so she jumped back and dodged. And the hidden weapon fell to the ground with a plop after she dodged it, attracting Peacock and Olivia's surprised gazes. The wound on her lower abdomen was torn, and her back was hit again. After being shot 3 times, Khalifa struggled to stand up with her hands on the ground. However, due to her severe injuries and the heavy bleeding, her already partially healed body had reached its limit. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. With a thud, her hands softened and her face hit the ground heavily, and her vision gradually blurred. Is this the end? But it's okay, at least that piece of trash has been dealt with. Just as Khalifa was thinking this, she wanted to close her eyes and fall asleep with a sense of relief. A pair of milky white high heels appeared in her sight. Khalifa used up the last bit of her strength and looked up with difficulty. All I saw was a blurry figure wearing a white short skirt, fishnet stockings, and a white cape, and then I fainted. Damn, it's the Navy. Peacock squatted down, put his finger on the nose of the thing that fell from the sky, turned around and said to the two people. She is fine, but she is bleeding too much. She needs to be treated quickly. Olivia straightened her clothes and walked over without caring. But when she saw the pale but sexy beauty lying on the ground, her face changed instantly and she shouted anxiously. Hurry, hurry, send her to the hospital, don't let her die. As she said this, she quickly took out her den mushi and made a call. Hey, curly eyebrow, where are you and your green-haired best friend? My sister met a seriously injured person. Chapter 123. Okay, I understand. Tell the doctors there and ask them to arrange surgery immediately. Tina picked up Khalifa and looked at Olivia, who was very anxious, and asked in confusion. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you know this girl? After hanging up the phone, Olivia urged the two to catch up, and then answered while running. I don't know her, but I can't bear to see such a beautiful lady die in front of me. Tina. Peacock laughed softly, stroking Colifane's black silk legs that were shaking up and down as she ran, and said in full agreement. Indeed, it would be a pity to let such a beautiful woman wither away. Two lewd women. Tina cursed in her heart and reminded them. I say, this woman may be related to the riot just now, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Impossible. Olivia shook her head firmly, her expression very serious. Such a beautiful girl must not be a bad person. Peacock nodded in agreement and continued. Even if he is a bad guy, it's okay. It's just right for me to let my sister scream. 413. Olivia's eyes lit up instantly. You want to play prison? Imprisonment? I have handcuffs and chains, which can come in handy. Okay, let's go together. Looking at the two people who arranged the unknown woman clearly in a few words, Tina mourned for her for 2 seconds in her heart. Then she asked about the rules of the game with great interest, curious about what methods they had. Then, the two of them talked to her non-stop, and Ziobai exclaimed again and again, and unknowingly opened the door to a new world. After declining Iceberg's invitation to have lunch, Luffy left Carrera Company with the other party's warm farewell. He had gained a lot from this trip, and was considering whether to find the Revolutionary Army first or date his girlfriends first. Anne's phone call directly helped him make a decision. When they arrived at the agreed meeting place, Gag, Luffy was about to say hello, and the lively Kurla trotted into his arms, jumping and saying happily. Luffy, we meet again. After a hug, the girl let go of Luffy's hand before he could feel it carefully. Hehe, you are surprised, right? You didn't expect me to be here. Looking at the girl with her hands behind her back and a bright smile on her face, Luffy was also infected and laughed. Yes, I thought we would have to wait until we reached the new world to meet, but I didn't expect to meet in the Water City. Hehe, I will tell you slowly later. Now I have something to ask you. What? You say? The little girl took out an envelope from her bag seriously, and handed it to Luffy with smiling eyes and sincere hands. Luffy took it and looked carefully. The cover of the letter was written with 3 big words: Job Application Letter. Luffy opened the envelope with a smile, and joked while reading the letter, to read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. You are quite serious and you know how to write a special cover letter. Kurla rubbed his nose and said with a little pride. Of course, I am a professional. Luffy smiled, he put the letter back into the envelope, and patted Kurla's head gently. Did the professional Miss Kurla ever think that our navy is not a company or a chamber of commerce? A job application letter is not as useful as running a few laps on the playground. Touching his forehead with a silly look on his face, Keela was stunned for a moment, then pouted his lips in dissatisfaction and said. You can't blame me for that. I can only say that your navy's system is too backward. Yes, I will report this to the marshal later. Luffy agreed and jokingly put the envelope in his arms. Then he stretched out his hand and sincerely welcomed him. Miss Kurla, welcome to join the navy. From now on, we will be comrades on the same front, in every sense of the word. Kurla held back her laughter and shook hands with him. The word comrade is currently basically used by the Revolutionary Army. She always found it funny when it came from a navy's mouth. What, I'm a navy too. That's fine. Looking at Luffy who was talking and laughing with the wild woman, Hancock crossed her arms with a little jealousy and coughed heavily. Seeing that Luffy was attracted to her and looked up at her, Hancock turned her head away very proudly. If you don't coax me well, I will ignore you for 3 minutes, no, 1 minute, no, 20 seconds. With such annoyance in her heart, she secretly glanced at Luffy and saw him walking towards her. Hancock was delighted and quickly put on a stern face and pretended to be very angry. Luffy did see that she was unhappy and was about to go up to coax her. Nami suddenly ran over and hugged his arm. Luffy, I'm hungry, let's go eat, okay? Okay, but... Great, I just saw a restaurant that looks pretty good, I'll take you there. Chapter 124. Nami said, not caring whether Luffy agreed or not, she pulled his arm and walked away. At the same time, she did not forget to call Ain and Kurla, but she did not call Hancock. Not only did she not call, she secretly turned her head and made a face at her. Ah! Damn yellow-haired girl! You wait for me! Hancock stomped her feet angrily, called Salome and hurriedly chased after her. Seeing Hancock catching up, Nami pretended to be surprised. Hey, Sister Hancock, weren't you looking at the scenery just now? Why don't you continue looking? Humph, what do you care? As she said that, she hugged Luffy's other arm and started a staring contest with Nami. Following behind, Kurla tilted her head cutely and whispered in Anne's ear. Hey, I never thought that the rumored cruel pirate queen would be like this in reality. Ian was about to answer, but Hancock suddenly turned around and glared at them. His eyes stayed on Kurla's conspicuous orange hair for 2 seconds. Shut up, you evil orange-haired brat! Nami! Hey, what do you mean, do you look down on orange hair? Hancock! Hey, so what if I look down on you? Anyway, Luffy likes my black hair like his. Nami ba, stop talking nonsense, when did Luffy say that? Now, Luffy, tell me, what color hair do you like? Luffy, I like them all. Hancock, no, you have to be specific. Luffy. Looking at Luffy who was stuck in the middle and looked embarrassed, Kurla burst out laughing. She hugged Anne's arm and whispered in her ear. It seems that I was right to join you. At least I won't be bored every day. Ian smiled and put his hair back, tilted his head to look her up and down, and smiled strangely. I'm afraid that you will become one of them in the future, and then you won't be bored anymore. The smile on Keela's face froze instantly, and her body froze and she stood there. Is it too late for me to quit now? Meanwhile, in another high-end ward in another hospital, Khalifa, who was also wrapped in bandages and not much better than Spondam before, slowly opened her eyes. When she just opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, she didn't react. After being stunned for a few seconds, her dormant brain started up again and slowly started to work. Where is this? Am I going to assassinate Bondum again? How come I am here? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. No, it seems that I succeeded in the assassination, but my injuries relapsed and I escaped from the hospital. Then, Before Khalifa could figure out the whole story, a burst of girls' laughter suddenly interrupted her train of thought. Hee, sister, you are really interesting. You can tell so many things from just looking at your hands. Then you can see when I can find a boyfriend. A petite and cute little nurse in a nurse's uniform was held in Olivia's arms and said naively. Olivia pretended to grab her little hand and fiddled with it for a while, then shook her head and sighed regretfully. Oh, forget it, you will never have a boyfriend in your life. Ah? Why? I'm so cute, how could I not have a boyfriend? The little nurse blinked her big eyes and looked aggrieved. Olivia felt itchy and couldn't help but kiss her little face and whispered in her ear. Since you have a girlfriend like my sister, you naturally don't have a boyfriend. Hee, it's so itchy, sister, you're so bad. The little nurse, whose earlobes were numb from the hot air, blushed and shyly pushed Olivia gently. Seeing that she was not angry, Olivia was overjoyed and smiled. Sister, I have something worse. I'll show you now. As she said that, she tickled the little nurse's waist with her hands, causing the girl to exclaim repeatedly. The slender waist kept twisting, and the fullness that should not be underestimated made Olivia exclaim that she had made a mistake. Just when the two were having fun, the door of the ward was pushed open, and the expressionless Tina and the smiling Peacock walked in together. Seeing that Olivia had taken down the nurse so quickly, Peacock immediately raised his eyebrows and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Tina didn't bother to pay attention to these two silver % horse fork insect women, put down the medicine that the doctor had just prescribed, and walked towards the bed. After taking 2 steps, she saw Khalifa's big eyes open, and Tina paused, slightly surprised, and said, Hey? Are you awake? Her words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Peacock, Olivia, and the nurse all looked over. Khalifa opened her mouth to speak, but the nurse suddenly screamed, quickly broke free from Olivia's arms, and ran over on her high heels. Are you okay? No, are you feeling uncomfortable? You have a very good physique. Most people would have died long ago after such a serious injury, so how could they wake up so quickly? Does the wound still hurt? The anesthetic should still work for a while. If you can't stand it later, here are 2 painkillers. Chapter 125. Listening to the little nurse chirping like a chicken, Khalifa felt like her head was about to explode. She waved her hand impatiently to get rid of her, and tried to sit up with her hands on the edge of the bed. Hey, what are you doing? The nurse was anxious to push her back, but Khalifa was much stronger than her even though she was injured. She easily pushed her aside, but because she pushed too hard, the wound on her lower abdomen seemed to crack again. She paused in pain, holding her stomach, and cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Humph, you like to show off, right? This is the result of not listening to the doctors and nurses. Peacock walked forward and said sarcastically, and then she hugged the aggrieved little nurse and asked her about her well-being. The little girl, who had just entered the society and didn't know the treacherous hearts, blushed, and her heart beat fast, and her eyes gradually misted. Gritting her teeth and enduring the pain from the wound, Khalifa raised her head and looked at Peacock twice, her pupils contracted instantly, and she exclaimed in a low voice. Navy. Hey? Knowing that we are from the Navy, why are you so excited? It should be said that Tina is worthy of being called such a experienced person who has been trained in the branch for many years. She noticed something was wrong just from Khalifa's subconscious emotional changes and immediately began to question her. Khalifa pursed her red lips and glanced at the 4 people in the ward inconspicuously. Although the perverted woman was the only one wearing the cloak of justice, from what the pink-haired woman said, she and the other busted woman were probably also from the Navy. There are only 5 of us in the room now. Excluding the nurses who don't have much combat power, my chances of escaping successfully are not small. I have to leave here quickly while they don't know that I'm a government fugitive. Having made up her mind, Khalifa, who was sitting on the bed, subconsciously looked at she glanced at the window in the ward. Tina noticed her gaze, and she immediately blocked the window with a razor. At the same time as she moved, Khalifa jumped up from the bed as she had judged. But she was very cunning, and the casual glance just now was just a deliberate act for Tina to see. After she blocked the window, Khalifa immediately rushed to the door swiftly. She was about to break open the door and escape. A thin whip swung over at a faster speed and flexibly wrapped around her waist. While preventing her from escaping, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen again. Olivia also pulled out her rifle at this time and aimed it at her head beside her. Hee, although my sister has not been in the Navy for a long time, I can still recognize the Six style. Tell me, who are you? Olivia said with a smile. Khalifa's heart tightened and she immediately wanted to deal with her first. But the next second, Tina, who was briefly led away by her, appeared behind her. The long legs swept through her body and put a circle of solid iron ring around her. What? With a cry of surprise, Khalifa gathered her strength and tried to break free. But the iron ring was strong, and she was injured. As a result, she not only failed to break free, but also showed signs of tearing her wound. She trembled in pain and fell to the ground helplessly. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After easily restraining her, Tina walked forward and picked up the iron ring that tied her hands. She walked to the bedside and threw her back on the bed. Signaling the nurse to check her quickly, Tina lit a cigarette slowly, took a deep breath and said in a faint tone. She wears all black and likes to play some dirty tricks. It's obvious that she must be a little mouse from CP. Peacock pulled the whip excitedly and walked to the bed with a perverted smile. Really? Really? Are you a member of CP? Tell me now, I love making friends with the good kids of CP. Khalifa, who was kicking her legs on the bed and unwilling to cooperate with the nurse's examination, glared at the two of them fiercely and shut up without saying a word. You're really tough, I guess I have to resort to some tricks. Olivia stroked her face with one hand and smiled foolishly, and reached into her chest with the other hand, casually touched it and took out a. Come on, baby, don't move. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Khalifa blushed and couldn't help but screamed before Olivia was about to make a move. But Olivia turned a deaf ear to her and just said to Peacock lightly. I prepared this for you, but now it's hers. You don't mind, do you? Oh, of course not. Ah. Woo. With a seductive moan, the nurse covered her mouth in surprise. Her big eyes stared at the two people's movements, and her white silk legs suddenly came together and rubbed back and forth. Just as she was watching with great interest, a big hand covered her eyes. Tina, with rapid breathing and bright eyes, watched intently and warned the nurse. You go out first, this is not something a child should watch. The little nurse puffed up her lips in anger, and tried to argue with Tina's big hand. But with a snap, Tina slapped her hard on her little butt. The little girl trembled instantly, her eyes blurred and her bones softened. Chapter 126. After sending the reluctant nurse away, she stood by the bed and watched with interest for a long time. It was not until Khalifa cried out in pain and excitement that Tina smacked her lips and dissuaded her. Well, she is still seriously injured, don't play with her. Olivia and Peacock also stopped at the first taste, happily went to the bathroom to wash their hands, and then returned to the bedside and began to interrogate Khalifa. Name, age, measurements. Khalifa, 21. I said measurements. Emphasis. Silence. Ha, it seems that you haven't seen the situation clearly yet. Okay, sister is playing with you. Peacock sneered and took out the whip and shook it. Khalifa, who had lost focus and was in a daze, finally reacted after seeing her movements from the corner of her eye. She bit her lower lip tightly with her pearly teeth, her face flushed, and she shouted unwillingly. 99, 61, 92. Hee, that's good. After patting his head and praising him, Peacock did not put away the whip and continued to ask. Are you a member of CP? What is your mission in Water City? There was silence again. Peacock frowned and was about to whip her to teach her a lesson when Khalifa spoke. Not anymore. I've been abandoned by my superiors and I'm now a fugitive of the government. If you want to kill me, come on. Hey, it's still a poor thing. Peacock was more interested now, and like a gentle big sister next door, he stroked Khalifa's golden hair and comforted her softly. My dear, how could I bear to kill you? Khalifa, right? Tell me your story, maybe I can help you. Under Peacock's gentle persuasion, Khalifa, who suffered double damage physically and mentally, couldn't help crying and told what happened that day. 10 days ago, she always played the role of Iceberg's secretary. While completing the work assigned by the boss, she carefully collected various information, and didn't even miss every word Iceberg said. She thought that another day would pass like this. Who knew that her companions who were also lurking in the Water City were suddenly attacked by the Revolutionary Army, sent her a warning, and hoped that she could call for support. Khalifa knew that the matter was urgent, and she didn't bother to wonder why the Revolutionary Army knew their identities. She quickly called her superior Spondam and reported the situation. Who knew that Spondam agreed well at the time, but the speed was delayed again and again. When he came, her companions had been defeated. During this period, Khalifa also went to support, but the Revolutionary Army led a powerful team. Leader. She happened to be the weakest in CP9, and as expected, she was beaten and almost captured alive. It was Lucci, the real leader in their hearts, who lured the enemy away for her and gave her a chance to escape. But after that, she could no longer contact her companions. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. She could only hide in the city, waiting for her superiors to lead people to support her. But as fate would have it, she did wait for a large number of government agents brought by Spondam. But these people were not here to help. Instead, they became her pursuers after she went to Spondam to report the situation and was seriously injured in a surprise attack. In this way, she fled for 3 days before she finally got rid of them and returned to the safe house to save herself hastily. Today, she had just recovered a little, so she thought about coming out to look for the traces of Lucci and others. Fortunately, when she sneaked into dock number 1 to search for clues, she happened to see Spondam being injured by Luffy and sent to the hospital. Then, she wanted to take revenge on him first, and then the previous incident happened. As a result, she was unlucky enough to become a captive and toy of the 3 women. Oh, what a poor little thing, come and let your sister hold you. Olivia climbed onto the bed, opened her arms and hugged Khalifa tightly. Khalifa, who was immersed in sadness, didn't react before her whole face was immersed in the fragrant, soft and fleshy white basketball. For a moment, Khalifa almost moaned in comfort. Before she could react in time, she closed her eyes and struggled and twisted in Olivia's arms in shame. Ugh, you damn big cow, let me go, you are harassing me. No, sister, this is not star harassment, this is real star invasion. As she said this, Olivia was about to tear off the bandages on Khalifa's body. Hey, come on, don't go too far. Tina couldn't bear it anymore and quickly grabbed her shoulders to stop her. Olivia originally just wanted to scare Khalifa, but when she saw her face turn pale in fear, she smiled and grabbed her little mouth and gave her a sweet kiss before leaving reluctantly. After getting off the bed, Tina took her and Peacock to a corner and talked in a low voice. What should we do? How should we deal with this guy? Chapter 127. Peacock played with the ends of his hair, looking at Khalifa, who was lying on the bed with lifeless eyes, as if she had been played with, and said as a matter of course. Of course I have to take her back. Are you going to just leave her here? Olivia nodded seriously and said righteously. That's right, little Khalifa is so pitiful. As Navy officers, how can we turn a blind eye to it? It is our duty to help others. Tina really wanted to spit on the faces of these two little cousins. Since you have made such a high-sounding statement about your selfish desires, it would be a pity for you two guys not to go to marry Joaquin to be the leader. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, Tina poked her finger at the huge breast of Olivia and warned. You, don't forget that you have been expelled from the Navy and are now just an ordinary person. Olivia grabbed her white and tender little hand that she hadn't had time to retract, and said with a smile. I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you. Before I went to sea, I found the leader of the original research institute and donated 1 billion Baileys of research funds. Now not only have I been reinstated, but I have also been promoted to the honorary deputy director of the Naval Research Institute under the appointment of Marshal Jean Guo, with the rank of lieutenant colonel of the headquarters. Tina. Peacock, oh. Damn it, has the Navy fallen to this extent? A lieutenant colonel can actually be bought with money. Tina despises you. She cursed unhappily, pulled back her hand with force and snorted, and simply ignored it. No one objected, so Peacock and Olivia naturally decided to take this little cutie back to the ship happily. After telling Khalifa the good news, they began to boldly explore each other from inside to outside in the name of inspection. It was not until Khalifa shed tears of humiliation and the sound of den den mushy sounded in the ward that the two stopped. Leaning against the stern, looking at Li Fa's delicate, tender, and charming feet painted with pink nail polish. Tina's face was still flushed, and she picked up the microphone with a lazy tone and answered. Hello, what's up? Luffy on the other end of the phone thought her voice was a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. I have finished talking to Bing Shan, and now I am planning to go to dinner with Anne and the others. How are you guys having fun? Why don't you come and join us? Touching her belly, Tina, who was indeed a little hungry, agreed decisively. Okay, then you guys order first and we'll be right over. She glanced at Khalifa and added. Remember to order some lighter dishes, I'm afraid our new friend won't be able to handle it. Luffy? New friend? Who is it? Keep it a secret. Luffy mischievously kept it a secret, and he didn't ask any more questions. After telling her the location of the restaurant, he hung up the phone. Putting away the den den mushi, Tina looked at the prison foot in front of her, and stretched out her hand as if possessed by a ghost. She grabbed the white sole of the foot and stroked the smooth sole without a wrinkle with her thumb. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Khalifa, who was already in a daze, instinctively shrank her legs, waking up Tina. Thinking of her subconscious behavior just now, her face turned red and alarm bells rang in her heart. What did I do? How could Tina become like this? Looking at Tina with a stiff expression, Peacock laughed out loud. She lay on the bed, supporting her head with one hand, playing with Khalifa's, with the other hand, and laughed. What's wrong? How come our serious Brigadier General Tina also likes women? Olivia fanned the flames on the other side. Stop talking, look how embarrassed our Brigadier General is, his face is red. The two of them were talking back and forth, making Tina so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Shut up! Don't use your dirty thoughts to speculate about your superiors. Peacock okay, blushing Brigadier General. Olivia I understand, bitter Vice Captain. Tina. After catching the weakest Olivia and spanking her butt until it turned red, Tina felt a little better. After tidying up her messy clothes, Tina turned around and took out a set of hospital gowns from the closet in the room and threw them on the bed. Then, after removing the power exerted on Khalifa, she walked out without looking back. Help her change her clothes, I'll wait for you outside. Olivia, with a look of unsatisfied emotion on her face, covered her perky buttocks and climbed out of the bed, and helped Khalifa sit up. Peacock didn't waste time, and quickly picked up the clothes to help her. Li Zhao, put them on. Soon, a set of light blue long-sleeved and long-trousered pure cotton hospital gown was put on Khalifa. Olivia found slippers, helped Khalifa put them on, and looked up and asked, "How is it? Does the wound hurt? Can you walk by yourself?" Khalifa nodded stupidly, then shook her head. Although the effect of the anesthetic wore off, and she was still slightly stinging from the wound after all the torture. But these were nothing to her. Instead, the soreness from her lower body was the most uncomfortable thing for her. It was as if all the bones in her body were pulled out, and she couldn't exert any strength. Chapter 128. After a long pause, Khalifa opened her dry mouth and tentatively expressed her opinion. "You guys go by yourselves, I will definitely not run away if I stay here." Olivia smiled slightly, took a glass of boiled water from the bedside, sat beside her and persuaded her. "We are not afraid of you running away, but we are worried that this place will be found by the agents, and then you will be in danger." As she said, she gently handed the cup to her mouth. Khalifa was also very obedient, and she raised her head and cooperated to drink the whole glass of water. After she finished drinking the water, Peacock took the bag of medicine. He came to Khalifa's right side and took one of her arms with Olivia, and led her out of the ward. Outside the door, Tina leaned against the wall with her head down, thinking about something. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, she looked over. Seeing that Khalifa's face was still a little bad, but she was fine, she handed the mask in her hand to her. "Wear this, you'd better keep a low profile outside." Without Khalifa doing anything, Peacock reached out and took the mask and put it on her. 753. Tina looked her up and down, and after confirming that there was no problem, she nodded and turned to lead the way. "Let's go, let's meet up with Luffy." "Wait a minute." Khalifa stopped the two people who were holding her and restraining her, and asked, "Have you seen my knife? And my glasses? Wow, I didn't expect you to be a girl with glasses." Peacock smiled excitedly and helped her continue to follow Tina. "Your eyes were broken and I threw them away, but we have kept all your other things. I will take you there now." Hearing this, Khalifa was slightly relieved and followed the three people without any mischief. In a bright and elegantly decorated private room, Luffy and his companions sat down around the round table. Time passed slowly, and after the fifth glass of lemonade, Nami, who was almost full, could not help but complain impatiently. "Why haven't they come yet? I'm starving." Ain carefully wiped the tableware for the others. After hearing Nami's complaint, he whispered to comfort her. "Be patient, they should be here soon." "But I'm really hungry," Nami said aggrievedly. But Ian had no choice but to silently pour her another glass of lemonade. Hancock was bored and propped up his chin with his hand, looking at Kurlaw who was teasing Salome with an unhappy look. His already bad mood was made even worse by Nami's noise. "If you are hungry, go out and eat some meat. Don't make a fuss here and disturb my mood." Nami, who was also in a very bad mood, was like a pile of firewood poured with oil, which would catch fire at any time. "Humph, you pretentious old woman, do you still think this is your palace? Why should I listen to you? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Nami's words were like a sharp sword piercing Hancock's heart. She held her forehead in disbelief and almost fell down. You are so rude, how dare you make fun of my age? You are only 11 years younger than me, what's so arrogant about that?" As she spoke, Hancock's mouth drooped and her words became tearful. "Wow, she's 11 years younger than me. You really deserve to die. No matter what stage you are in, age is a taboo for women. Especially after being fucked by a yellow-haired girl who is so much younger than herself." Hancock couldn't hold it anymore. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into Luffy's arms sadly, wanting to ask for comfort. Luffy also gently stroked her back and kept saying nice things to calm her down. Nami looked at Hancock, whose acting skills were terrible, and curled her lips in disdain, knowing that she was taking advantage of Luffy again. Just when she couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to denounce Hancock's despicable behavior. The door of the room was gently pushed open, and Tina walked in slowly under the guidance of a waiter dressed as a maid. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes were locked on Hancock, and she opened fire on her. "Humph, you are becoming more and more shameless, pretending to cry and begging for a hug, things that even a 3-year-old child would not bother to do, and you can do it. Don't think that you can really become younger by pretending to be young." After saying that, she looked at Nami, who was secretly laughing, and scolded her mercilessly. "And you, Nami? Are you proud of your young age? Look at you, you have no breasts and no buttocks. When you have a child in the future, you may need to borrow milk from your sisters." After the words fell, Hancock and Nami both exploded. "Pink-haired old lady! Say it again if you can. You bastard, you lowly cow, don't talk about my figure, I'm still growing. Oh, I heard you guys saying bad things as soon as I came. Looks like I'll visit you one by one tonight." Cold words came from the door, and Olivia, with veins bulging on her forehead, walked in from behind Tina. Her unfriendly eyes ignored Hancock's charm and swirled back and forth between the two. As the oldest and the bustiest, she was furious at this moment and wanted to find someone to vent. Chapter 129. Seeing that the person who came was a designer tool who was very much to his liking, Hancock snorted arrogantly, as a way of giving her face, and stopped talking. Nami looked at her exaggerated size with envy, and also tilted her head and snorted. Seeing that a big battle was successfully resolved, Luffy quickly stood up and asked a few people to sit down, and urged the maid sister to hurry up and serve the food. Olivia took a deep look at the two women, turned her head and shouted to the door. "Peacock, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and bring our new friend in." Luffy then remembered that they also brought guests, and quickly cast a curious look. Under Peacock's hostage, Khalifa walked in reluctantly. To her, this was just a gathering of a group of hateful Marines, and she was unwilling to participate. Just after entering the box, she glanced around the room casually, and she immediately found a guy who shouldn't be here. Suddenly, her pupil shrank, and she pointed at Kurlaw excitedly and shouted. "It's you!" Kurlaw pointed at himself in confusion, not understanding why this guy in hospital gown was so excited to see him. "Who are you?" Khalifa took off her mask with a distorted expression. After seeing her face clearly, Kurlaw's expression also changed drastically, and he stood up from his seat. "It's you! Quick, catch her!" *2 The latter sentence was shouted by the two of them together, pointing at each other and anxiously shouting to everyone present. Looking at the two women who seemed to be mortal enemies, the women looked at the strangers brought by each other curiously. Only Luffy felt that Khalifa looked familiar, and felt uneasy. He stood up and went to the door to disperse the people outside, and then closed the door. Kerala pointed at Khalifa with trembling fingers and shouted excitedly to the women. She is a CP agent, how did you bring her here?" Anne and the other girls were shocked, and Hancock stood up and cast a vicious look at Khalifa. Seeing this hateful woman dare to complain first, Khalifa became more and more angry, pointing at her angrily, and shouting loudly without suppressing her anger. "Even if I am a CP agent, I am also a member of the government. You are a villain of the Revolutionary Army, and you dare to sow discord and appear in front of me. Navy, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch her. Click, it's bad. *3. The little hearts jumped suddenly, and this thought flashed through Kurlaw and Hancock at the same time. As they expected, Tina and Peacock, who met for the first time, immediately became alert, looking at Kurlaw hesitantly, and vaguely showing a fighting posture. Seeing this, Khalifa felt refreshed, although she became a prisoner of the navy unexpectedly. But with the surprise of Kurlaw, her previous suffering was not in vain. The bastards from the Revolutionary Army, I didn't expect to meet them here. Tell me, how are my companions? Kurla, whose identity was revealed, was panicked. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. She was still young and not mature enough, and she didn't know how to answer Khalifa's questioning. Fortunately, Luffy stood up at this time. He walked behind Khalifa, who thought she had won, and pinched her neck with his palm. "CP woman, you are too arrogant, it is not your turn to give orders here." Kerala Luffy. Surprise. Khalifa, you guy. Frightened. The women who don't understand the situation, hey? Rubbing his forehead, Luffy was now in a state of great headache. He had never expected that Tina and the others would bring him such a big surprise and trouble. If this matter is not properly resolved today, not only will Kurla's identity be exposed, but Luffy might also be kicked out of the navy and become a wanted criminal. Thinking of this, Luffy, who didn't know that Khalifa was being hunted by the government, couldn't help but increase the strength of his hands, thinking of silencing her. Looking at Luffy's uncertain expression, Tina's heart sank, knowing that they had done something wrong. Olivia was faster than her. She grabbed Luffy's arm and said very quickly, "Wait a minute, she has been abandoned by the government, and just now she killed her own superior." Luffy paused slightly, and relaxed his grip a little. Khalifa felt the fatal feeling on her neck disappear, and then she turned back cautiously, looking at the man in horror and confusion. Why? Luffy was in no mood to care about her at this time. He had a headache and didn't know how to explain to the women who gathered around him. After all, this matter was still to blame Khalifa and Tina who brought her here. Luffy glared at the three troublemakers and pushed Khalifa into Tina's arms with force. "Keep a good eye on her, I'll settle the score with you later." Tina's face fell, and her unfriendly eyes turned to Peacock and Olivia, who insisted on bringing the person back. But at this time, the two turned their heads and whistled. It was as if everything had nothing to do with them. Chapter 130. Damn it, just wait for you, Tina. I will take revenge on you just as Luffy did to me. Ahem, don't get excited, everyone, listen to me. Luffy's brain was working fast, thinking about how to explain to everyone. At this time, Ain took the lead and raised his hand to confess to the sisters. "I already knew about Luffy and the Revolutionary Army, and I was even in charge of the communication with them. I am the same." Hancock raised her hand and looked around at everyone with pride. "Luffy told me a long time ago. Before this, only I knew about it." "Tisk, what's so great about that?" Nami secretly complained. Then she quickly raised her watch to show her. "I don't care about the military, as long as I can be with Luffy, that's enough." Seeing that half of the 6 girls supported him in an instant, Luffy was delighted and very moved. Seeing that the 3 girls over there had expressed their opinions, Olivia's eyes rolled, and she immediately decided to make up for her mistake and raised her hand. "Boss, you know me. I am just a small employee under you. You are free to do whatever you want. I will not interfere and I will definitely not say anything wrong. You can rest assured." "Me too, Luffy, you know me, I am usually the most obedient and listen to you the most." Peacock also started to act like a spoiled child, looking like he was following Luffy's lead. Seeing that these 2 teammates changed their tone so quickly, Tina cursed them in her heart. Shameless horse forkworm watch smash, they all kept silent when being scolded, and showed their loyalty faster than each other. "Don't you know to bring Tina along?" "Luffy, Tina, after Tina peed her pants because of your electric shock, she decided to follow you. I absolutely believe in you." Okay. After saying 3 okay words in a row, the haze in Luffy's heart instantly dissipated. "You are all my confidants and beloved family members. I feel relieved to hear you say that. Come here, I will give you a reward." He laughed and pulled in Hancock, Nami, and the other 6 people to him one by one, and rewarded them with a kiss. Khalifa, who was standing aside, had been stunned for a long time. She stood there stupidly without running away or shouting, as if she had seen a ghost, with a messy head. And Kurla patted her big chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Khalifa with a proud look. Humph, these are all my people, let's see how you fight me. After bragging for a while with her hands on her hips, Kurla hurried over. She hugged in from behind, rubbed her smooth skin face to face, and said excitedly, "Sister Anne, you are so nice. I admire you so much." After saying that, she let go of her hand and wanted to hug Hancock. However, Hancock pushed her head from above and she failed. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kurla did not force it, and turned around to hug Nami. After a while of friction, she came to the 3 girls of Tina, whom she met for the first time, stretched out her hand with a bright smile, and introduced herself. "3 sisters, I am Kurla from the Revolutionary Army, and I will also be a member of the Navy in the future. Please give me your guidance." Same, sister likes the Revolutionary Army the most." Olivia said the nonsense without blushing and shaking hands with Kurla enthusiastically. Peacock also wanted to catch up and show his favor to Luffy. Unexpectedly, Tina got angry and pushed her to the side with her hips. She took the lead in shaking hands with Kurla and said, "Welcome, welcome. Tina will protect you on the ship from now on." Finally, Peacock pursed his lips and shook hands with Kurla, introducing himself. Looking at the 7 girls who were so happy and looked like good sisters in a family, Luffy clapped his hands to attract the attention of several people. He first asked the girls to sit down, and then held Khalifa with one hand and pushed her to sit on the chair next to him. Since his relationship with the Revolutionary Army had been exposed, he no longer concealed it and spoke openly. "As you can see, Kurla is a member of the Revolutionary Army. I also have a close relationship with the Revolutionary Army, which I will tell you in detail when I have time. The reason why the Revolutionary Army came to Water City this time is actually related to me. It was me who reminded them that there were CP agents in Water City who were coveting the design drawings of the ancient weapon, Pluto." Khalifa raised her head suddenly. "It's you." It turned out that 0.9 had been here for a long time, and the man in front of her was the one who hurt her so badly. "What, do you have any objection?" Luffy asked calmly. Khalifa was choked. Considering her current state and the opponent's strength, she could only grit her teeth and lower her head, not daring to say anything. Nami opened her mouth in surprise, covered her mouth and said in disbelief, "What? Pluto actually has a design. Shouldn't that thing be destroyed?" Chapter 131. The other women also had solemn expressions. They had heard rumors about ancient weapons to some extent. They could not imagine what the world would be like if this thing was made. "Where is the blueprint now? Did the government or the Revolutionary Army get it?" Hancock asked anxiously. If it was taken away by the Revolutionary Army, she could accept it. But if it fell into the hands of the government, the future would be uncertain. "Don't worry, we didn't get it." Kila was a little helpless, but he spread his hands without caring much, and said casually, "Originally, we wanted to get the consent of Mr. Bingshan, who was in charge of the blueprint, and then take it to the Revolutionary Army headquarters for safekeeping. But Mr. Bingshan's junior, Frankie, thought that this was a treasure entrusted to them by their teacher. No matter what, he couldn't give it to outsiders. In addition, he later learned that there were so many CP agents lurking around Bingshan, and he almost got into danger because of the blueprint. In a fit of rage, he simply burned all the blueprints." "Burned? That bastard actually burned such an important thing." As soon as Kurla finished speaking, Khalifa stood up and started to curse as if she was provoked. But before she could finish her words, a murderous aura enveloped her, blocking all the words she was about to say. Golden hair, I have tolerated you for a long time. You are just a captive, so just shut up and listen to me. When I ask you, you will be qualified to speak. Faced with the famous Shishibukai, Boa Hancock's warning, Califa was terrified, but she still gritted her teeth and whispered. Sorry, I'm just a little excited. But I have another question, can I ask it? No. Hancock wanted to say this. But Luffy waved his hand and said. Ask, I will consider answering as long as it is not too much. After saying thank you softly, Califa looked at Kurlaw with hatred. I want to know the whereabouts of my friends and whether your revolutionary army has harmed them. Kurlaw looked at her without showing any weakness and said honestly and generously. No. Califa breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could completely relax, Kurlaw added. However, they have all been caught and should be on their way to our headquarters now. Looking at the cute little girl with a sly smile, Califa was struck by lightning and was completely stunned. Taking CP9 agents to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is a one-way trip, basically a doomed end. Thinking of Lucci and his men being imprisoned in the dungeon and being subjected to harsh and cruel torture every day, Califa was extremely anxious and clenched her fists in anger. Seeing her expression change, Kerala angrily slapped the table and said indignantly. Hey, 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 you seem to be thinking of something rude. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Don't think that our revolutionary army is as dirty as your government, we are very humane. After saying that, Kurlaw's eyes rolled around, and suddenly he thought of something, and he covered his mouth and laughed. Oops, sorry, I forgot that you are no longer a member of the government. You are now a poor creature abandoned by the government. You even just killed your superior and are now wanted by the government. Califa's originally pale face turned even paler after hearing this. Yes, she has fallen to this point now, so why should she care whether she is a revolutionary or not? She should first find a way to escape from the hands of these navy. Thinking of this, she quietly raised her head and looked at the person in charge here. Luffy was also looking at her. When he saw her looking at him, he immediately showed a kind smile from the bottom of his heart. Gulp. Forget it, I'd better think about how to survive first. Looking at Califa, who lowered her head and turned grey in an instant, Luffy smiled and summarized all the information in his mind. The current situation is that the Revolutionary Army successfully blocked the government's plan and prompted the Iceberg Brothers to destroy the Pluto blueprints. They also exposed the identities of the CP9 people, captured everyone except Califa, and successfully escaped. On the world government side, not only did the mission fail, but the elite agents were thrown out to take the blame. 553 also caused an important official to be retaliated and died tragically at the hands of his own subordinates. From this point of view, the government lost both people and money, and it was a complete loss. Although the Revolutionary Army did not get any benefits, it did not let the world government's plan succeed, which was the biggest victory for them. In addition, Lucci and others were captured. If the Revolutionary Army is capable enough, it may be able to absorb a few more talents. As for Luffy, he just moved his lips, disgusted the government and helped the friendly forces. He also got a good toy unexpectedly, which is a big profit no matter how you look at it. Luffy, in a good mood, hurried out to call the waiter to serve the dishes, and specially ordered a few more bottles of good wine to enjoy happily with the girls. Everyone sat together and chatted about various topics. Kurlaw was also very lively and quickly integrated into this big family. But after Luffy heard about Olivia's spending money to buy an official position, he was not feeling well. Chapter 132. What? You donated 1 billion to the Navy. He slammed the table and stood up angrily. It's outrageous, it's really outrageous. He was heartbroken and condemned it fiercely. I have a second-generation man with a great background and deep connections in front of you, but you don't bribe me. You go and bribe a shitty director you've never heard of. If you give me this 1 billion Baileys, I can get you the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, not to mention Lieutenant General. Looking at Luffy, whose face was red and neck was thick, and who felt sorry for the money, Olivia took a sip of red wine elegantly and said in a calm tone. Okay, I'll give you another 1 billion Baileys, please help me get the rank of Vice Admiral, Lord Luffy. Luffy's breathing stagnated, and after a few seconds of silence, he quietly sat back in his original position and lowered his head to eat the food on the plate. Damn, you took my boasting seriously, you deserve it for being big-breasted and brainless. Ignoring Luffy, who was silent, Nami's eyes flashed with the light of Bailey. With a gentle tone that she had never had in her life, she said softly to Olivia in a pretentious manner. Sister Olivia, you are so amazing. You actually have so much money. Can your house still accommodate it? Do you need me to help you share a little? Or, you can teach me some ways to make a lot of money. I also want to be an independent, young, and promising new age strong woman like you. Nami's flattery seemed to be free of charge, which made Olivia very happy and raised her red lips in pleasure. However, she still ruthlessly rejected Nami's small request. Don't even think about it. My sister's money belongs only to Master Hancock. I will never give a single cent to a little girl like you. No. Nami puffed up her cheeks angrily, and a kitten-like purring sound came out of her throat. Hancock felt secretly happy. This was the first time she had met such a generous licker. Seeing that the bad woman was thinking about her Hancock again, Tina secretly felt jealous and said sourly. How can you, a person who only sells sticks, get so much money? Are you just bragging? Ah, little Tina, are you jealous? But that's true, you don't have a big chest or a big wallet. Apart from watching me win the heart of Master Hancock, you can only say some sour words. After puffing out her huge chest and mocking Tina in a yin-yang tone, Olivia didn't wait for her to explode, and immediately continued. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't just sell sticks. I'm also involved in clothing, toys, supplies, etc. Even small umbrellas are sold all over the world. It can be said that as long as it is related to that business, my sister will do it. Even in Happy Street, there is a Lily bar opened by my sister. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Everyone in the box was dumbfounded, although Olivia said it lightly. But everyone could see the shining golden Mount Bailey behind her plain words. Kurla swallowed her saliva, thinking of the exploration of the Golden Country that was going on at the same time on the other side of her family, and couldn't help but compare the two. A gold mountain with only so much gold that will be gone when it is used up, compared with Olivia, an old hen that can lay golden eggs all the time. She instantly felt that the Golden Country was so weak. Of course, this is just her personal fantasy. Before the exact amount of gold in the Golden Country is explored, no one can say how amazing the wealth is. But that is all for the future. At least now Luffy regards Olivia as more important than the Golden Country. If it weren't for his remaining rationality pulling him back, he really wanted to sell Hancock in exchange for all the wealth of this rich woman. Why should I sell Hancock? Just look at her licking dog look. Hancock hooked her finger, wouldn't she obediently hand over the money with both hands? Luffy suddenly grinned and had a bold idea in his mind. Not only him, but everyone, including Hancock and Khalifa, looked at Olivia with a different look. A bold idea came up in everyone's mind. Only Olivia herself slowly lowered her head, and the corner of her mouth curled up a smile of success. Licking dog? As long as I lick everyone once and then throw money at them again, then I am not a licking dog but a sea king. The meal was finished with everyone's ulterior motives. After finishing the meal, no one was in a hurry to leave immediately, but followed Luffy's arrangements and received their respective tasks. Tina, Peacock, Olivia, hello, King, you three are the ones who brought this trouble back. You must keep a close eye on her and don't let her run away. At the same time, you must continue to treat her until her injuries recover, and then find a place to lock her up. The three women looked at each other, and Olivia and Peacock's eyes flashed with excitement. Khalifa seemed to remember something bad, and she shrank her neck and objected in a low voice. "Can you change some people? I don't want to stay with them." Suddenly, Olivia and the other two girls cast unfriendly eyes at her. But Khalifa still looked at Luffy, hoping that he would change his mind. Chapter 133. But how could Luffy agree to this? "You're just a captive and you want to make demands. I'm lucky I didn't kill you. It's decided. Can you three do it?" "Able. I guarantee that the mission will be completed." Olivia and Peacock answered loudly with a solemn oath. Then they looked at Khalifa with a smile and a playful look, and they were already thinking about how to deal with her. Tina sighed slightly in her heart, and nodded to Luffy to show that she would look forward to them. With Tina's guarantee, Luffy retracted his gaze with confidence. Then he looked at Nami and Hancock and arranged. "We will stay in the Water City for a long time. Go and see if there are any villas for rent, or other suitable houses or hotels." After getting the affirmation of the two women, he finally looked at Anne and Kurla. "Keela, you just joined today, so just follow Anne and have some fun. 860, by the way, let her introduce you to the rules and some important matters of the Navy." "Okay, Captain, I promise to complete the mission." Kurla saluted playfully. Thinking of her identity as a revolutionary, everyone felt weird and wanted to laugh. After making the arrangements, Luffy stood up from his chair and asked everyone to go outside. When he passed by Olivia, he added in a low voice, "Be careful, don't break that girl, or I'll ask you to pay for it." Olivia smiled and made an okay gesture, then she and Peacock took Khalifa away. The others also waved goodbye, leaving Luffy alone to pay the bill at the front desk. "Sir, the total cost of the meal and drinks is 160,320 Baileys. 7 bottles of red wine, 688,000 per bottle, a total of 4,816,000 Baileys. The total is 4, BJFB, 976,320 Baileys, which is 4.9 million for you. Do you have any questions about the price?" "Luffy, how much?" At the same time, on the sky island of Arpayatu, Robin and many soldiers of the Revolutionary Army looked at the city made entirely of gold in their sight, their eyes widened, and they were speechless with surprise. Is this the legendary Golden City of Shandora? So much gold, it turns out that the adventurer Rolando really didn't lie." A small cadre of the Revolutionary Army said in astonishment. He couldn't even imagine what an astronomical figure it would be if the gold here was exchanged for Bailey. After recovering from the shock, Robin looked at this ancient city in amazement, and said with a smile of joy, "This is all thanks to the information provided by the little leader, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten such a big bargain." The little leader she mentioned was naturally Luffy. Since Luffy's identity was revealed by Dragon, many middle and high-level cadres in the Revolutionary Army knew about it. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Because of the information he provided, they had a great liking for him. In order to prevent accidents, Betty, the captain of the Eastern Army who came with Robin, took a deep puff of cigarette after hearing this. After exhaling the smoke, she said with a complicated expression, "When Koshiro first told me that he wanted to recommend a Navy man to me, I thought he was crazy. I didn't expect that I was wrong and almost missed such a big treasure. Hehe, how could I miss him? He is the leader's son anyway, and he will have contact with us sooner or later." Betty's deputy, the deputy captain of the Eastern Army, Ahiru, saw that she was a little scared, and hurriedly comforted her. Fortunately, Betty was not the kind of person who complained about herself. Besides, Luffy had already started to cooperate with them. What else did she have to worry about? Let's go down and take a look. I don't think a city of this size can be built entirely of gold." Robin left a sentence and hurriedly ran along the island cloud with his small bag on his back towards Shandora. A group of revolutionary soldiers hurriedly chased after him, and one of them said in disbelief, "Hey, Miss Robin, what do you mean? Is this golden paint?" Betty's face darkened. She could never have imagined that there was such a stupid guy among her subordinates. "Idiot, what she means is that this city is just gilded on the surface." "Well, gold plating is fine, even if it is gold plating, we will not have to worry about money in the future." The man nodded awkwardly, and then smiled contentedly. His silly look made Betty so angry that she really wanted to kick him down from this 10,000-meter high altitude. Robin also turned his head with a smile and reminded, "Although there is a lot of gold here, don't forget to give half to the little leader. Otherwise, we won't be able to get such accurate intelligence in the future. Well, we are all working hard to change the world, so it is only right that we share half of it, although I am reluctant to do so." Ozilla muttered softly, earning a glare from Betty. Chapter 134. Don't be silly, after all, we are still just a cooperative relationship. Plus, they have helped the Revolutionary Army so much, we must pay them a penny more. I know, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you." Ashilu agreed with a wronged look on her face, earning another cold snort from Betty. Soon they arrived in the city. When they ran to the center of the city, Robin ignored the magnificent buildings around him. Instead, he looked around, as if he was looking for something. In the crowd, a revolutionary from the North Sea did the same. After looking around the city, he took out a storybook in confusion, and compared the content in the book with the storybook and said curiously, Where is the golden bell that is the symbol of Shandora and guides Rolando? Why can't I see it? Golden bell? What is that?" Some members who didn't know much about Rolando's story gathered around and asked curiously. The golden bell is said to be a huge bell made of gold. Its sound is like the sound of nature. Whenever it is struck, the sound of the bell will resound through the sky. It is the symbol of Shandora. Robin answered for this person. After that, she looked around for a while. After searching in vain, she lowered her head and pinched her chin to think. In my expectation, something as important as the historical text should be placed together with the equally precious golden bell. Now there is no trace of the golden bell. Either it has been hidden or it was discovered and taken away long ago. After a moment of silence, she turned to Betty and said, "Regardless of which of the two situations it is, let's search the city first to see if there are any clues." Betty trusted Robin's analysis very much. Turning around, she waved her hand and immediately ordered her subordinates. "Look for them all, don't miss any corner, and make sure to find the original text of history." "Oh!" Everyone responded and scattered to conduct a large-scale search in the city. However, just as everyone turned around, a cold voice came over. Robin smiled strangely and reminded casually, "Be careful of the cultural relics here. If they are damaged, I will be in trouble." Gulp. Everyone felt cold on their backs and swallowed stiffly. Thinking of the torture methods of this white-cut Black Queen, they hurriedly fled and remembered her words deeply in their hearts. Smiling and watching them leave, Robin happily took out glasses and paper and pen from his bag, looked at Betty and Ashilu, and said with curved eyebrows, "I'll leave the guarding job to you. I hope there won't be any scary monsters disturbing us here. Betty, Ashilu, could you please stop being such a pessimist, please?" The task of searching for the historical text was in full swing. But even though everyone turned Shandora upside down and dug out some treasures buried deep underground, they still didn't see any trace of the golden bell. To read a very exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. If Robin hadn't confirmed the existence of the golden bell through the murals and records left behind, they would have suspected whether the story of the golden bell was made up by later generations. But despite this, they still had no idea about the whereabouts of the golden bell. They could only think of a way to dispose of the gold they found, and then slowly search for it. Time is like your vacation, it's gone before you have time to enjoy it. 2 months later, the guerrillas who used Water City as a temporary base received an exciting piece of good news. Early in the morning, they were taken to the more remote wreck island by Luffy. The perfume serpent of the 9 Snakes pirates was docked here at this time. Sister, I have brought 500 sisters who are proficient in domineering from my country according to your order. On the coast, Hancock's sister, Marigold, said. Well, thank you for your hard work. Luffy has prepared a welcoming banquet and some supplies for you. You can take them back later. Hancock said to her sister with a smile. Then her expression changed, and she turned to look at the warriors of her kingdom and said sternly. From today on, my husband, Luffy-sama, is your captain. You must obey all of Luffy-sama's orders and treat him the same way you treat me. Do you understand? Hi Lady Snake *, a group of girls shouted in unison. They looked at Hancock with love in their eyes and had no objection to any of her orders. It was only at this time that Luffy stepped forward and greeted Marigold. Long time no see, Mary, thank you so much this time. Luffy-san, Marigold waved and greeted him happily. Then he stood up straight and saluted Luffy with his hand on his chest. Your Majesty, on behalf of all the people of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, I express my respect and loyalty to you. After saying that, she raised her head and winked at Luffy in a teasing way, and then pursed her lips towards Hancock. Chapter 135. Hancock put her hands on her hips, looking proud. Luffy was a little annoyed. After all, why did you have to call me queen when there were so many other names for me? Why did it sound so uncomfortable? Despite thinking so, he nodded gratefully to Marigold. Then he walked to Hancock and pecked her on the cheek unceremoniously to thank her for her support. His action immediately caused the female warriors to exclaim. Some of them covered their mouths with excitement. Some were indignant, secretly hating that they were not the ones kissing Lady Snake. Others rolled their eyes, their gazes darting back and forth between Luffy and the more than 49,630 creatures that he brought with him that looked like men, brewing their own little thoughts. The female warriors were looking at the gorillas, and the gorillas were also looking at them. In the team, Sanji looked at the coolly dressed older sisters opposite him and swallowed like a pervert. Captain, you are so handsome. You are worthy of being the man I want to follow for the rest of my life. After hearing his words, the others did not laugh at him. It was really Luffy's amazing operation that surprised them. They never thought that Luffy did not ask the headquarters for people, but instead dug up so many young girls from 9 Snake Island. Especially these girls are proficient in domineering and good at fighting. They are simply the best soldiers in the world. Taking a deep breath, Cook stared at the female warriors with fiery eyes, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She was a girl with fair skin and a baby face, but with abnormally strong and developed muscles. At just one glance, he saw her in the crowd and was deeply intoxicated by her. It turns out that hanging Luffy's photo in the room can really bring you peach blossom luck. Thinking in his heart, his good brother said. Gavin, Bins, I seem to be in love. The two of them nodded without blinking, and said in unison, I understand, we are too. The three of them looked at each other and smiled sunny, obscene, at the same time. After greeting Marigold, Luffy called all the gorillas over. Hearing the captain's call, everyone ran over quickly. His eyes swept over everyone's faces, taking in their excitement. Luffy coughed heavily and said with a warning. Be careful, don't embarrass me. Everyone nodded obediently, and Sanji even puffed out his chest. He tried to show his most handsome side, which made Zoro roll his eyes. Seeing that they had put away the pig statues, Luffy looked at the female warriors. In front of you are my most elite warriors. Later, I will divide you up and assign you to their teams, and they will lead you in training and carrying out missions. Of course, I know the rules of your 9 Snake Island. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. If you think your captain is too weak, you can challenge him at any time. As long as you can defeat your captain, you will be the new captain, and they will obey your orders. Hearing Luffy's arrangement, the female warriors were in a commotion again. But this time everyone was very satisfied with his arrangement, so the commotion soon subsided. Luffy was satisfied with their discipline, when suddenly someone's bold question almost sprained his waist. Luffy, what the hell if I become the captain, can I ask the team members to have children with me? Puff. Cough cough cough. Luffy was choked by saliva and coughed repeatedly, almost choking out of breath. His expression became complicated as he looked at the excited male team members who seemed to nod and help right away. He waved his hand with a dark face and said unhappily, "As long as it's not forced, and not a casual relationship, the rest is up to you." After getting permission, there was a cheer from both sides, which made Luffy's head big. He knew that the girls of Nine Snake Island were ignorant of the world, so he specially asked Hancock to call out the strongest among them. Luffy saw that it was an acquaintance, and it was Alan, a member of the Nine Snake Pirates who had talked to him before. Calling her to his side, Luffy whispered, "You often go out to sea with Hancock, so you must have seen a lot of men. Remember to teach your sisters well, don't let them mess around, and also let them be careful of men's sweet talk." Alan looked at him and his own lady snake strangely, thinking, "Aren't you talking about yourself?" "Yes, I will tell them." Luffy was relieved after seeing this. However, he decided to have a good time with the male team members after returning to make them sober up and not do stupid things. "Okay, stop standing here like an idiot. We have already arranged a place. Let's call the girls to join the party. Actually, you can figure it out with your ass." A group of women who have never seen a man and are very curious about this legendary creature. What will happen when they meet a group of men who are extremely hungry and single since birth? Chapter 136. In the open-air banquet venue, there were at least 5 girls surrounding these idiots, who were so happy that they couldn't think straight. Luffy, who was sitting far away and making a barbecue, couldn't bear to watch any more. Seeing how stupid they are, I don't know whether it is good or bad to let the 9 snake warriors join. What does it matter? One wants a man, the other wants a woman. It's just right for them to get what they want. Peacock said indifferently, his eyes swept through the crowd from time to time, looking for a target that suits his appetite. The sisters Hancock and Marigold had an inexplicable confidence in their sisters. They patted their chests and promised solemnly that they would not do anything stupid. Olivia, like a person who had experienced it, comforted them. "Don't worry, they will be quite excited in the first 2 days." "Really? But I think before that time comes, a new life will be born on our ship." Ian looked at a fool who was drunk by a female warrior and whose pants were almost taken off. He quickly stood up and ran over to stop him, kicking the drunk unlucky guy hard. He kicked him awake, and the girls were amazed and exclaimed that men were amazing. Seeing this scene, Luffy was even more speechless. He turned his head to look at the Hancock sisters who were full of confidence just now, but now lowered their heads to eat meat and didn't speak, and sighed helplessly. "Take your time, there has to be a process." Olivia, please prepare some more umbrellas, don't let these idiots really kill anyone." Just when several people were sighing and lamenting that the team was difficult to lead, Tina came over with Khalifa, who looked unhappy and wore a mask. What was even more surprising was that the mayor of Water City, Iceberg, was also with them. Looking at this pair of former superiors and subordinates, who are now not enemies but definitely not much better, walking together, everyone had an indescribable weirdness on their faces. As soon as Iceberg arrived, he was stunned by the chaotic banquet in front of him. As the mayor, of course he knew that these were people from the 9 Snakes Pirates. But he didn't understand why pirates and the Navy could hook up so openly. And looking at this situation, are they trying to have a secret party? With doubts, he came to Luffy and his group. Before he took the initiative to ask, Luffy twisted his butt to make room and greeted him. "Mr. Bing Shan, you came just in time. We are hosting a banquet. Let's sit down and have a drink together." Bing Shan was not polite and sat down beside him. The women also moved aside to leave some space for the two to talk. After taking a sip of wine, Bing Shan glanced at Khalifa, who was silent and wearing a mask. Although her face was covered, she had been his secretary for a year, so how could he not recognize her? "Brother Luffy, what on earth is going on?" Luffy sighed and asked with some distress, "To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network." "Which one are you asking about?" "If you're asking about those girls, they are the warriors I asked Hancock to transfer from Nine Snake Island. They are also a group of crazy women who have never seen a man. If you want to ask Khalifa, I can only tell you that she is now my prisoner." Opening his mouth, Bing Shan's thoughts became more confused. He didn't understand why the Navy wanted to recruit people from the pirate country. He couldn't understand how Khalifa, a government agent, could become his prisoner. He was stunned for a moment and even forgot what he was going to say. Luffy didn't care about his emotions. At this time, he was worried about how to explain this to Sengoku. After all, he got the person here, but whether Sengoku would agree or not was another matter. "That, Luffy brother." Bing Shan rubbed his temples and put aside the messy thoughts in his mind. "I came here to tell you that your new ship is almost finished. If nothing goes wrong, it will be officially launched and tested in 3 days. So fast, I thought it would take another month or two." Luffy was very surprised, but Iceberg just smiled and shook his head. "This is not fast, considering that I only built this ship for 390. I have suspended the production of all other orders. Even with the help of the Navy and the government, this is already considered slow." Luffy shut up and stopped talking. He forgot that some things in this world cannot be viewed according to common sense. With the help of some black technology and abnormal ship workers, it is understandable that the shipbuilding speed is faster. "That's great, I just happen to have recruited enough crew members now. When the new ship is launched, I'll take them to familiarize themselves with it, and then we can set sail for the new world." Looking at the female warriors who were trying to strip the men's clothes like crazy not far away, Bing Shan laughed dryly. "Then you have something to teach me." He made a small joke and quickly changed the subject. "But before that, you have to think of a name for the new ship. It would be best to send some more people to learn how to operate the new ship. After all, that thing is quite different from ordinary warships." Chapter 137. Chapter 138. Well, you are abusing your power for personal gain so blatantly, right? Wait for me, I will go to Luffy to report you now." Seeing Sanji's rapid change and envious expression, Gavin felt secretly happy, but he also knew that he should not provoke him. With a light cough, he took out a list and blamed the East Waterway. "Don't say that I don't take care of you, brother. There are a few bastards here who are too greedy. Try to snatch some people from them." Sanji suppressed his anger and took the list to read it. He was shocked when he saw it. On the list, the bastard tailor, the ship's doctor, took away more than 30 big sisters by himself. Does his broken infirmary need so many people? He don't even care about his face. And Bill, the idiot, he himself is Sanji's kitchen assistant, but he dared to take away 20 people. You are tired of living, right? After receiving the list, he didn't care about condemning Gavin. He said something quickly and turned around and ran out, ready to fight to the death with these insects. Looking at Sanji's leaving back, Gavin slowly sat down. He went back to his chair, and took a sip of the black tea leisurely. "Haha, go ahead and make a fuss, you bunch of idiots. What's the point of fighting over it now? In the end, Luffy will still have to make the final decision." I was smart and reported to Luffy directly, and intercepted the man in advance. Thinking of this, he quickly put down the teacup, turned around and started chatting and laughing with Amy. From time to time, he told a few jokes, which made Amy laugh, and he felt full of happiness while feasting his eyes. Sure enough, it was right to learn from Cook and hang up Luffy's photo. Otherwise, I would not get such a good thing. I must treat Cook to a good meal some other day. Under his subordinates while the old pervert was fighting over the cute newcomers. Luffy was racking his brains to think about how to explain this to the marshal. Logically, these girls should join the Navy after boarding his ship and become a member of the Navy. But they were very stubborn, thinking that they became his guards because they recognized Luffy's identity as the Emperor's husband, and they didn't want to be Navy. In addition, they were originally from a pirate country and naturally didn't like the Navy. So these girls can only be regarded as non-staff personnel at best. This kind of thing has never happened before even in the 800-year history of the Navy. So he didn't know the war either. What is Sengoku's attitude towards this matter? Will he refuse or even worse? After pondering for a long time, he was worried and decided to make a phone call to ask first, to test Sengoku's attitude. Inside the Navy headquarters, Sengoku frowned as he looked at the den mushi that suddenly rang. The situation in the New World has become even worse in the past 2 days, and he is worried about it. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When a call came at this time, he was really afraid that there would be bad news again. But as a marshal, this is his duty after all, and he still has to answer the phone. Taking a deep breath, picking up the microphone, he said in a dull tone. Hello? This is Sengoku. Moshi, Master Zhangguo, BJCC, how are you doing recently? Hearing the familiar voice coming from the microphone, Zhangguo's heart sank to the bottom. This brat usually comes to the temple for no reason. Did he call this time to find out that he killed another naval officer or a Shishibukai? I heard that the CP guys have been making a lot of trouble in the Water City recently. Could this guy have clashed with them? Thinking of all the bad possibilities, Zhangguo became even more uneasy and hurriedly tried carefully. What did you do again? Who is it this time? Is the person still alive? Zengakuo's 3 consecutive questions confused Luffy. He thought about what he had done recently. Apart from training his teammates and dating in Water City, he didn't seem to do anything else. Grandpa, I didn't do anything. I just called to ask how you were doing and to check on your situation. Stop it. Hearing him say that, Zhangguo immediately scolded him, and at the same time, he became more panicked. When did you do something bad outside? You didn't say this. Tell me, what trouble did you cause me this time? I warn you, if you kill a naval officer again, I will throw you into the recruit camp and train you again. It's not that serious, I've always been obedient, okay? Muttering to himself, Luffy stopped being naughty and started talking about the 9 snake warriors. Well, you also know the relationship between Hancock and I. My new ship is about to be built, but there are still a lot of vacancies on board. So Hancock felt sorry for me and secretly recruited a 500-man escort team on 9 Snake Island without telling me. Of course, this escort team completely obeys my orders and accepts my command. However, they are unwilling to join the Navy and only recognize me as their leader. So I called you this time to ask you if this is in line with the rules of the Navy. Chapter 139. On the other end of the phone, Sengoku was silent for a while, and as Luffy got nervous, he raised his voice slightly and said, You mean, Boa Hancock formed a 9 snake guard for you? Yes. Is it what I thought, the one who is proficient in domineering? His voice began to tremble uncontrollably. Yeah, that's right. Then can you recruit again? He suppressed his excitement and asked expectantly. It should be possible, but after all, they are Hancock's people, and I don't want to embarrass her. Bang! Zhangguo slammed the table and said loudly in excitement. Very good, that's enough. You did a good job. Luffy was startled by his sudden excitement, not understanding what the marshal was crazy about. Zhang Guo excitedly stood up from his chair and began to pace back and forth. After circling the desk for more than 10 times, he calmed down a little, picked up the microphone again and praised. "Well, kid, I thought it was already amazing that you could seduce Hancock. I didn't expect that she would be so devoted to you. You know, the government and our navy have been coveting the Amazon Lily Kingdom, where everyone is domineering, for a long time. If you can mediate in the middle, slowly induce, assimilate, and pull them into the government camp. I will definitely go to Marijoa to ask for your credit immediately, and guarantee to help you apply for a vice admiral." "Fuck, you really dare to think about it. They are a standard pirate country. It's good enough that they don't cause trouble for you, but you want to absorb them into the government. You wouldn't do this even in your dreams." Luffy complained in his heart, and after he said wait a minute, he got up and went out to Hancock's room. At this time, Hancock had just got up and washed up, and was cleaning Salome's body. Seeing Luffy's sudden arrival, she looked up in confusion and was about to ask. But after Luffy made a gesture to silence her, he said to the microphone with some embarrassment. "I say, Marshal, you are thinking too well. With my identity as a future king's husband, it will not be so easy for Nine Snake Island to join the government. This is not only a complaint to Sengoku, but also a reminder to Hancock to tell her the whole story." Sure enough, after hearing this, Hancock immediately became alert, mistakenly thinking that Sengoku wanted to annex Nine Snake Island. She hurriedly left Salome, who was taking a bath, tiptoed to Luffy, and listened quietly. Sengoku was separated by the Den Mushi, so naturally he didn't know the situation on his side. After calming down, he knew that he was too impatient, and he could understand Luffy's difficulties. So Sengoku thought about it and said what he thought. "It doesn't matter. I don't need you to bring Nine Snake Island into the government right now. You can talk to Hancock more and try to convince her." After a pause, Zhang Guo felt that persuasion alone was not enough, so he offered some more chips. "How about this? Nine Snake Island is short of supplies and often needs to go outside the calm belt to plunder. You can tell her that if she is willing to join the government, I can guarantee to provide them with all the supplies they need for life. Even if they really want to join, I can try to persuade the 5 elders. Let the Amazon Lily Kingdom become a member of the government without paying Tian Shangjian. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. All you need is for her to agree to regularly provide the government with soldiers who master domineering power." "Hiss, your words are indeed very convincing." Luffy took a breath of cold air in pretended surprise. Then he hesitated for a few breaths, as if he was hesitating. Sengoku did not rush him and waited patiently for him to make a decision. Finally, Luffy gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh to accept the task. "Okay, I'll go and test her attitude later. But it's impossible to get her to agree directly. I think we can give her some benefits in advance and try to improve the relationship between the two sides. When the time is right, we can consider further matters." "Well, I'll do as you say. I'll leave it to you from now on. We'll contact you if there's any new progress." "Okay, wait for my news." After discussing some details, the two hung up the phone. As soon as Luffy put away the Den Mushi, Hancock grabbed his arm and said excitedly. "Luffy, why did you agree to him? You know clearly that I will never cooperate with the government." As she said this, her big eyes were misty, and her expression was full of confusion and grievance. It was as if Luffy had committed a big crime and hurt her heart. Knowing that she had misunderstood, Luffy quickly reached out and hugged her in his arms, patted her back, and comforted her repeatedly. "Don't cry, don't you still believe me? If I really wanted to do this, I wouldn't have come to your room specially. Wouldn't it be better to just secretly make a deal with Marshal Sengoku?" After being comforted by Luffy, Hancock felt a little better. She was really scared just now, she really couldn't imagine it. If Luffy really made a deal with her people and the government, how should she view him, and how should she face her compatriots? Chapter 140. After sniffing her delicate nose, Hancock buried her head in Luffy's arms like a little girl. Luffy stroked her hair with amusement and breathed in her faint fragrance. With his other hand, he patted her butt lightly. Good on you, so in your heart, I am a scum who has done all kinds of bad things and harmed his own wife. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for such a great injustice? Hearing Luffy's teasing, Hancock didn't dare to look up. She lost her mind all of a sudden because it was related to her lover and country. Otherwise, how could she not see Luffy's obvious reminder? 620 After all, she is the empress of a country. Burying her head in his arms like an ostrich, Hancock's cheeks flushed, and she apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry dear, you've been the best to me, I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Her voice was soft and sweet. If you didn't look at her charming face and mature and sexy figure, Luffy would really think that the one apologizing to him was a cute little girl. Facing Hancock in such a state, Luffy suddenly stood up for some reason. And Hancock seemed to feel something, her face became even more rosy. After raising her head and blinking at him innocently, she slowly lifted her hair and gathered them behind her head. Hiss. 10,000 words omitted here. Anyway, 2 hours later, Cook rushed into the bathroom anxiously, covering his mouth. Luffy, with a melancholy look on his face, took out a pack of cigarettes from somewhere, and held them in his mouth without smoking. Oh, the first time was gone just like that. I had decided not to do that before I was 16, but I couldn't resist Hancock's charm. Sighing inwardly, he made up his mind not to let the other girls, especially Ain, know about this. If they knew, jealousy would be a small matter. I was afraid that the girls would complain about unfairness and exploit their good friends. After thinking about it for 10 minutes on the bed, Hancock shyly moved out of the bathroom slowly. Salome, who was locked in the bathroom at the beginning, followed her feet. The poor big snake hissed at Luffy as soon as it came out. Because of him, not only did he not finish his bath, but he was also locked in the bathroom by his master for 2 hours. Unfortunately, before it could vent its emotions with curses, Hancock opened the door and ruthlessly dragged it out. Seeing the door slammed shut, Salome's snake eyes immediately shed tears of grievance. Unwillingly, it patted the door with its tail, trying to make its owner change his mind, but got no response. It had no choice but to leave the hut in despair and wander around other people's mobile homes. It was not until Olivia found it that it was taken in. Salome, why are you running around outside by yourself? Where is Lord Hancock? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wow, my master has been seduced by a bad guy. I will be a lonely snake from now on. Although I don't know what it is hissing about, it seems that there is a good opportunity to find Hancock openly. Olivia will definitely not let it go. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. She smiled and stretched out her hand, wiped the skull decoration on Salome's head, waved and greeted it. Come, follow me, I will take you to find Mr. Hancock. Hiss, okay, better get rid of that stinky guy. In the room, when there were only the two of them left, 0. Hancock's heartbeat gradually quickened, and she even regretted driving Salome out. She slowly walked to the bed, climbed onto the bed, and pressed her pretty face against the man's hard and strong chest muscles. Hancock's face flushed red, and she didn't know what to say to hide her shyness. Luffy was not much better. He gently stroked her white gauze skirt, but he didn't have any desire at this time. He just felt a little weird in his heart. He never thought that the two of them would do such a bold thing. The weird atmosphere lingered for a long time. In the end, Luffy, as a man, spoke first and found a topic. What do you think about cooperating with the government? Of course, I don't really want you and your people to work for the government. But it's totally fine to pretend to be obedient and get some benefits from it. Hearing him break the silence first, Hancock also calmed down a little. Looking up at him with eyes full of love and trust, Hancock agreed decisively. I will listen to you and I trust you. 3.8. You can't say that. After all, this is your country and your people. I'm just making some suggestions. It's up to you to decide whether to agree or not. Luffy poked her forehead with amusement. He held her delicate face and rubbed it for a while. Hancock waved her fists and protested and hit her repeatedly. But the strength was not controlled well, and Luffy's mouth twitched. Stopping playing around, he began to formally ask Hancock some questions about Nine Snake Island. Chapter 141. How many people are there in the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Where do the newborns in your country come from? Hancock, whose face had just turned red from being rubbed by Luffy, sat up angrily. After pressing Luffy onto her thigh with her backhand, she said nonchalantly. The resources on Nine Snake Island are scarce, and the environment in the doldrums is quite harsh. Therefore, the population of our country has always been small, even though I often take the 9 snake pirates out. However, the supplies we can supply can only keep us around 5,000 people. 5,000 people? Is this the only population of 9 Snake Island? Luffy shouted in surprise, looking up to see Hancock, but his view was blocked by 2 high mountains. Looking down, the girl pinched his nose in dissatisfaction and said fiercely. What, do you look down on us Amazon lilies? Even if there are only 5,000 of us, all of us have mastered Haki. Even the government 20 or the 4 emperors dare not look down on us. Luffy pouted, they have mastered it, but I guess most of them can only use it in the most basic way. If you say that the 4 emperors are afraid of you, you must be bragging. Luffy is not talking nonsense. The current 4 emperors, whether it is Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido or Red Hair who just became one of the 4 emperors this year. Any one of these 4 people has the strength to single-handedly defeat the 9 Snake Island. After all, in the eyes of a strong man of that level, the female warriors who have a superficial grasp of Haki are not much different from trash. Even with a domineering color, it is estimated that most of them can be killed. Damn it, you dare to look down on us, I will show you how powerful the 9 Snake Island warriors are. Hancock was furious, and pulled his nose hard in a rare moment of anger. Ah, it hurts, I'm wrong, isn't that enough? Although it didn't hurt much, Luffy still acted like his nose was about to be torn off. Hancock still felt sorry for him, and stopped immediately when he heard him cry out in pain. She also kept kneading his nose gently, blaming herself. Her cute little appearance made Luffy so cute. Ahem, it's okay, let's get on with the serious stuff. After checking again and confirming that he was fine, Hancock continued to speak. Because of the hundreds of years of rules on 9 Snake Island, almost no man has ever set foot on our island. In order to give birth to a newborn, we usually take the citizens who want to be mothers out to sea. Then after getting pregnant overseas, we come back. I don't know why, as long as the children are born on 9 Snake Island, they will always be girls. Sometimes, we will also bring girls without parents back to 9 Snake Island, and the female warriors will voluntarily adopt and take care of them. But because of the lack of supplies, we rarely do this. And this situation only applies to baby girls who don't remember anything. After Hancock finished speaking, Luffy nodded in understanding. In other words, you are not opposed to outside children joining. To read the novels of Bao Shuang, go to Philo Novel Network. It's just that the conditions do not allow it, and you are not able to raise too many children. Yes, after all, the only ones who can enter and exit the calm belt normally are the 9 snakes pirates dragged by the water snake. It is difficult to support too many people with such a small number of people. At this point, Luffy already had a plan in his mind. So if there are enough supplies, are you willing to adopt a large number of children? Without him saying much, Hancock had already guessed what he meant. She held Luffy's face in her hands in surprise and lifted him up from her legs like pulling a carrot. She looked into his eyes and said in surprise, "Do you want the government to provide supplies for 9 Snake Island, and then we can use these supplies to train a large number of warriors?" Luffy's face was held in his hands, and his mouth was pouted. Hearing the question, he could only reply vaguely, "Yes, that's what I thought. And I think we can also ask the government to help adopt baby girls from all over the world and send them to 9 Snake Island for training. This can also save a lot of trouble." Thinking about the feasibility of this plan, Hancock's eyes became brighter and brighter. But he was still worried and asked again, "Will the government agree to this? They are not that stupid to spend their own money to expand the pirates' power. Aren't I, my grandfather, Marshal Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru still here? As long as the plan seems feasible, they have the energy to push it into implementation. Besides, those 5 old men have been used to being high and mighty, and they are arrogant in their bones. Even if they have doubts, they will do it first, and at worst, let the Navy clean up the mess later." Hancock was completely relieved after hearing this, and cheered with joy. She pressed Luffy's head against her chest, almost suffocating him to death. After a lot of effort and struggling to get free, Luffy discussed with Hancock, and then called Sengoku again. Sengoku had been waiting for Luffy's reply, and he answered the call immediately when he saw it. "How is it going? Did the discussion with Hancock go smoothly?" Chapter 142. Facing Sengoku's urgent question, Luffy did not answer but handed the microphone to Hancock. "Humph, Sengoku, you may not be thinking too well. I don't care about the government's member states. It is impossible to ask the 9 snake warriors to work for the government. They only belong to my husband." Hearing that it was Hancock who was speaking on the other side, Sengoku was not surprised but happy. Because in his opinion, this was proof that Hancock was willing to talk and discuss with the Navy. And she didn't say it too absolutely. "For Sengoku, what's the difference between these warriors belonging to Luffy and belonging to the Navy or the government? Luffy is the child he watched grow up, and he firmly believes that this child will not betray the Navy." Straightening himself up, Sengoku slowed down his words a little. "Hancock, I don't mean to force you to join the government. If you feel uncomfortable joining the government or the Navy, then just follow Luffy's orders for the time being. I simply want to enhance the communication between the Navy and the Amazon Lily Kingdom. I hope we can start some cooperation." Sengoku's words were already quite polite. Hancock tilted his head to look at Luffy, and when he saw him making a gesture of pressing his hands down, his attitude softened a little. "Well, I also heard it from Luffy. If the government is really willing to provide us with enough supplies, I can agree to send 300 more elite warriors to join us." Zhang frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied with this number. But before he could speak, Hancock continued. "You should know that we have only such a small population in 9 Snake Island. 300 people plus the previous 500 people are already close to 1/6 of our country's population. If there are more, the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be paralyzed." Sengoku pinched his brows and remembered this. Indeed, the Amazon Lily Kingdom is the only powerful country in the world where all its members master Haki. But the most fatal weakness of this country is that it has too few people and cannot meet the Navy's needs for suppressing the sea. Alas, this is fine, it's just supplies for more than 5,000 people. In exchange for such a powerful force, what am I still hesitating about? Just as Sengoku comforted himself in his heart and was about to agree. On the other end of the phone, Luffy took the microphone and said tentatively. "Well, Grandpa Zhanguo, I was thinking that the government has opened a large number of orphanages around the world. Instead of waiting for them to grow up and be taken away by the government to be trained as agents, it would be better to bring all the young girls and send them to 9 Snake Island. After being trained by the 9 Snake Warriors, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated in the future." Zhang Guo's heart trembled, and he did not rush to answer, but asked back vigilantly. Did you or Hancock come up with this idea? Do you know what it means to do this? I know, I came up with this plan. To tell you the truth, I just had a conversation with Hancock. She thinks that the government will provide the materials and she will provide the people, which is a good idea, to read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Halfway through his words, Hancock's angry voice came. Luffy! How could you? Then there was a round of scolding, accusations, and Luffy's helpless persuasion and comfort. Sengoku knew that this was because Luffy had said Hancock's bottom line in advance, causing the couple to have a conflict. He was pleased that Luffy was loyal to the Navy and the government. He also secretly felt guilty, thinking that he shouldn't damage the relationship between the two for a little benefit. But the guilt only lasted for a few seconds in his heart before it dissipated. After all, he is a senior government official and a naval admiral, and he must consider the interests of the government in everything. Although doing so may seem cold-blooded and inhuman. But when things succeed, he will also explain Luffy's achievements to the government and take credit for him. Doesn't this kid want to be an admiral or a marshal? He can't guarantee the marshal position, but he will definitely do his best to become an admiral, even if he has to give up his old face to push this kid up. Let him enjoy being the youngest admiral in history. Just when Sengoku was still thinking about how to compensate Luffy. On the other end of the phone, Luffy and Hancock were winking at each other. I misjudged you. You said you would help me, how could you do this? Hancock shouted heartbrokenly, and then slapped Luffy a few times. Then, she raised her eyebrows and asked, Did Zhao, how is it, did it hurt you? Luffy shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Then he groaned, as if he had been seriously injured. Hancock, you have to believe me. Grandpa Zhang has watched me grow up. He will definitely take care of you like his granddaughter and will definitely not make things difficult for you. Liar! Liar! I won't trust you anymore. Get out of here. Wait, Hancock, listen to me. Roll. Bang. With the sound of the door closing heavily, the two acted as if it were real, locking Luffy out of the door. Chapter 143. After a long silence, Luffy gave a helpless bitter smile and apologized to the Den Mushi who hadn't hung up yet with a hoarse voice. Sorry, Grandpa Zhang, I seem to have messed up. No, you have done very well. It is my fault for not considering your feelings and making you feel wronged. Zhang Guo's voice was choked with guilt. Luffy sighed, shook his head and continued. It doesn't matter. For the government and the Navy, this is what we should do. But Grandpa, you can really consider my proposal. It would be best to convince the government to send some supplies now. If I can see the tangible benefits, I believe it will be much easier for me to persuade Hancock. Well, I will have someone prepare the supplies now. I will also explain your ideas and contributions to the 5 elders later. I will never forget your important contribution. Yes, everything is for justice. Luffy shouted a slogan righteously, which made Sengoku feel relieved and praised him again. The topic was almost over. Before hanging up the phone, Sengoku asked Luffy if he needed anything. If possible, he would try his best to satisfy him. Luffy would naturally not ask for too much at this time and destroy the great and glorious image he had just established in Sengoku's heart. But he was indeed a little busy and needed Sengoku's help. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and vaguely told him about Khalifa. Sengoku was a little strange and didn't understand why he mentioned CP at this time. Grandpa Zhang, the reason why I told you about this person is actually related to Hancock. Before, when this CP woman was running away, she was just caught by Hancock, and then she treated it as a pet. I just had a quarrel with her. I think if I can remove the wanted warrant on that woman, it will also make Hancock feel better. Zhang Guo found it a little funny. Ha ha ha, no wonder you were able to get her, you have a lot of tricks to please girls. Okay, it's just an agent who made a small mistake. I'll help you with this kind of small matter. Thank you, Marshal. I will tell Hancock the good news and make her happy. Jean Guo smiled and didn't care too much. He had also heard about what happened in Water City. That guy named Spondam was really a waste. Even if that guy died, I believe the 5 elders would not feel sorry. He was just going to report the matter of 9 Snake Island, and when the time comes, he would say that it was used to make friends with Hancock. I believe the old men will definitely not refuse. After patting his chest and promising Luffy and encouraging him, Jean Guo finally hung up the phone. Luffy had just put down the phone and hadn't even put away the den mushi when the door was suddenly opened. Hancock, with a cold face, didn't say a word, pulled his collar and dragged him back to the room. Luffy, who was confused, had just stood up when Hancock hit him hard with a pillow. Stinky Luffy! Stinky Luffy! Stinky Luffy! To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. You are still thinking about other women at this time, and you are using me as an excuse. I will beat you to death. Okay, this is indeed a bit unfair. But he helped Hancock so much, so what's wrong with charging some interest? How dare you say he is wrong? Luffy, who thinks he is right, will not tolerate her. After dodging her pillow attack, he bent down to hold her buttocks and picked her up. Then, regardless of her struggle, he threw her heavily on the bed. Where are your stockings? Put them on. I'm going to indulge myself today. This person can't do that. If you don't know, then learn. Come, I'll teach you. Outside the mobile home, Olivia, who had come to find Hancock with Salome, withdrew her hand that was about to knock on the door in confusion. She turned her head and put her ear to the door to listen carefully, and then she suddenly opened her eyes wide. This noise! No way, are they? Olivia was frightened as soon as this thought came up. No, I must not tell anyone, otherwise Luffy will definitely kill me. Olivia's heart was beating non-stop. On the one hand, she wanted to rush in and ask them if they could take her with them. On the other hand, she was afraid that Luffy would worry that she would leak the secret and be hunted by Anne, Tina, and others, so he would just kill her. Olivia didn't know what to do, and she froze in place for a while. Salome, who came with her, rubbed her head with her snake tail strangely, and then gently touched her body. The sudden touch scared Olivia so much that she almost screamed. Fortunately, she reacted in time and covered her mouth hard, so she didn't make any sound. Turning her head and seeing Salome looking at her with a puzzled look, Olivia remembered the purpose of her coming here. But now she couldn't care about this cute big snake. Chapter 144. After making a hushing gesture and waving goodbye to it, Olivia quickly stood on tiptoe, not daring to step on the ground with her high heels, and carefully slipped away. After she was a little further away, she looked back to make sure no one was chasing her. Then she stretched out her long legs and ran all the way back to her residence, closing the door tightly. Leaning against the door, Olivia was panting violently. The 2 full breasts on her chest also rose and fell with her breathing, which was particularly eye-catching. The movement of closing the door attracted the peacock who volunteered to live with her. Seeing her panting and her white shirt soaked with sweat, the peacock was absolutely pleasing to the eye, but also a little curious and asked, "Are you being chased by a monster? Why are you running so fast?" This is much more terrifying than being chased by a monster," Olivia said breathlessly with lingering fear. "Oh? Then what is chasing you?" Forget it, I don't want to talk about it." Olivia opened her mouth, wanting to tell the secret to the beauty who shared the bed with her. But for the sake of her life, she didn't say the rest. Peacock couldn't let go of the secret, and immediately began to ask a series of questions. But no matter how she begged, Olivia still chose to keep silent, and was unwilling to say anything more. In order to prevent Peacock from continuing to ask questions, Olivia quickly found a topic to divert her attention. "Didn't you say you were going to train new people? Why are you back so soon?" Speaking of this, Peacock was indeed attracted and said indignantly. "Forget it, those hateful men who have reached puberty and have excess hormones have snatched away all the newcomers early. Gavin told me that if I want newcomers, I can only wait until they have finished selecting and some are eliminated before it is my turn. Damn, by that time, all the ones left will be ugly. Where are the pretty little cuties for me to tease?" As Luffy's newly appointed warden, Peacock felt unhappy when he thought of his future prison. It was full of muscular women with arms thicker than their waists. Olivia, who had adjusted her mood, saw that her best friend was angry, and hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. "It doesn't matter. Prison guards are secondary. The key is to see what kind of prisoners there are in the prison. If there are beautiful girls locked up, I can also play the role of a prison guard and help you interrogate the prisoners." As she said this, she couldn't help but laugh foolishly. "Humph, come on, I think you just want to satisfy your own selfish desires." Peacock pinched her soft flesh unhappily, and then continued. "But you are right, those little girls who have never seen a man are not as interesting as the vicious and beautiful prisoners. I might as well stop hiring people in my prison. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. How about we transform it into a private paradise that belongs only to us?" Olivia's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded happily and agreed. Okay, I happen to sell wooden horses, iron cages, crosses, etc. I'll call someone to send them over, and then we can secretly go to the prison and install them." As expected of Sister Olivia, she has all the good things. Peacock praised excitedly. Then, full of joy, he pulled Olivia to talk for a long time, and then he was satisfied. Asking for flowers after talking for so long, Olivia, whose mouth was a little dry, went to the living room to pour a glass of water. Her eyes accidentally swept over the various cool clothes on the sofa. She slapped her forehead, then remembered something, and asked quickly. "Hey, speaking of prisoners, where is our dear Miss Khalifa?" She's staying in the house." Kong K spread his hands and said casually. "Now the CP guys are still searching outside, and she has no ability to escape from here. She can only stay in the room with a sad face and scold us to kill time." Olivia became interested after hearing this, and immediately put down the water cup and greeted Peacock. "Let's go and see her." As they said that, the two walked towards the inner room, passed through their bedroom, and came to a small single room. To be on the safe side, Peacock stood in front of Olivia and opened the door. But the expected sudden rush out and attack on them did not happen. In the narrow room, Khalifa, dressed in a black bunny girl, just sat on the bed with her knees hugged. Even when she heard the door open, she just looked up calmly. Then she lowered her head again without interest, pressed her chin on her knees, and continued to be in a daze. The two looked at each other, and Peacock took the lead to step forward and gently shook her. "Hey, little Khalifa, sister is here to see you, aren't you welcome?" Like a lifeless dead person, Khalifa said "oh" blankly, and then there was no response. Olivia also walked forward, took off her high heels and knelt down opposite Khalifa. Chapter 145. Reaching out her hands to hold her face up, Olivia looked into her eyes and asked distressedly. "What's wrong, little darling? Are you sick? Should I take you to see a doctor?" "No. That means you are in a bad mood. Do you want your sister to take you out shopping?" "In no mood." "That?" Olivia asked several questions in a row, but she just perfunctorily denied them. It was not until Peacock rolled his eyes and asked her if she was worried about her companions that Khalifa had a slightly different reaction. She turned her head and a trace of uneasiness flashed in her eyes. I want to meet the woman named Kurla." I want to know the situation of 257 Lucky, Keiku, and Bruno. Hearing this, Peacock sighed and gently touched her hair. Alas, who said that CPS are tools without emotions? She really cares about her companions. After saying that, she took out a den mushi from her chest. After saying to Khalifa, "I'll call Kurla," and then she pushed the door and left the room. Rubbing the bunny decoration she was wearing, looking at the bunny girl costume she designed by herself, which was different from the normal style, very cool and saved fabric. Olivia comforted her very gently. "Don't worry, since Kurla has promised you, nothing will happen to your companions. As for you, you should also consider your future options. Do you want to be imprisoned by us for the rest of your life?" Khalifa's eyelids trembled, and her eyes regained a bit of spirit. She opened her mouth, and her tone was obviously full of expectation. "Are you going to let me go? I can promise that I will never reveal any of your secrets." "Haha, don't even think about it." Olivia smiled and shook her head. In an instant, Khalifa's eyes dimmed and became dull again. "However, you may not have only one way out. You might as well consider joining us. I believe that with Luffy's background, he can definitely save you from the government." Olivia and Luffy thought the same thing, both wanted to keep Khalifa by their side. Of course, Luffy's original intention was to prevent her from going out and talking nonsense. This is fundamentally different from Olivia, an old pervert with impure motives. "Well, that's it. Me? Stay? Join you?" Khalifa asked 3 questions in a row, her mouth suddenly opened wide. "Do you think this is possible? I am a member of the CP anyway. Apart from the conflict between the CP and the Navy, can he safely keep an agent by his side?" "Why not?" Olivia retorted without even thinking. "Don't forget, you have been abandoned by CP9, and now you are just a wanted criminal by the government. Even if you are really mentally ill, you are still willing to continue to work for the government and CP. Do you think we are all decorations? Look at these women around Luffy, which one is not very good, or even outstanding? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. If you want to pass the message out, you have to see if you can escape our eyes." Hearing this, Khalifa fell silent and stopped talking. In fact, let alone Hancock, Tina, and Anne. Even if you pick one from the old gorillas, he is proficient in several 6 styles and is not much worse than her. Surrounded by so many people, if she can still escape or pass on the news. All the gorillas should stop working and go back to the headquarters to clean toilets. When she was silent and didn't know how to answer, the door of the room was pushed open again, and Peacock walked in happily. Khalifa looked up at her eagerly, and Peacock did not let her down, smiling and nodding at her. "It's okay, they are all alive and well. And the Revolutionary Army doesn't seem to want to waste talent, and is interested in winning over your friends. Now they are pulling them together and instilling the ideological program of the Revolutionary Army." Hearing that Lucci and the others were still alive, Khalifa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was separated from her sister when she was young, and was sent to the government for training by her father, who was also a member of CP9. She spent her childhood training with her CP9 partners. If there is anything in this world that she cares about, it must be her partners. Now that she heard that her partners are safe, she is relieved. But when she heard Peacock say that the Revolutionary Army wanted to recruit them, her first thought was that it was impossible. But Peacock's subsequent words made her pupils tremble again. "Kurla said that your companions have learned that you are in our hands. They also warned us not to hurt you, otherwise they will definitely come to kill us. In this condition, they are willing to try to accept the orders of the Revolutionary Army and help them perform some tasks. You are threatening them with me." Khalifa exploded immediately. She jumped up from the bed angrily, glaring at the 2 men fiercely, ready to attack at any time. Peacock took out a remote control slowly and pressed it. Khalifa instantly clamped her legs together, her face flushed and she collapsed. Chapter 146. Shaking the thing in his hand proudly, Peacock said in a playful tone. Little bunny, don't say anything nonsense. This is just their wishful thinking. After all, you guys with dark thoughts will only use the same dark thinking to speculate about others. Oh, I know. I shouldn't have doubted you. Stop it now. Khalifa pleaded with a choked voice. Humph, you have no memory, you have to let me teach you a lesson, right? Or is this all your disguise? You actually like this feeling very much, and you just deliberately irritated me. After teasing her, Peacock turned off the remote control when he saw that she really couldn't stand it. 21 Khalifa's body trembled violently. Suddenly, she pursed her lips tightly, her whole body stiffened for a moment, and then completely relaxed, and collapsed limply on the bed. Wow, you are really sensitive. After teasing her, Olivia touched her black silk thigh with a smile and talked about the topic just now. How about it? What do you think of the proposal? If you agree to join, I can help you talk to Kurla. You can communicate with your companions through Den Den Mushi every now and then. Sister is definitely a man of her words. Hey? What are you doing? Are you trying to recruit her? Peacock suddenly interrupted in surprise. Yes, she knows so many of our secrets. Apart from killing her, there are only two options, recruit her or imprison her until she dies. Killing her is too much of a pity, and imprisoning her is meaningless. It is better to bring her in and try to be our sister. Well, but I haven't had enough fun yet. At least wait until those props I just mentioned arrive and use them on her first. Peacock pouted, feeling a little uncomfortable. All her words were heard by Khalifa. After hearing that she would be tortured by those strange props, her body trembled again, and she couldn't help but curl up her legs in fear. Seeing her little cutie's frightened look, Olivia took Peacock's hand unhappily and patted her palm lightly. What are you talking about? That's a method used against the most evil people. Khalifa is so good, how can you hurt her? Hey, but CP isn't a good person to begin with. It should be okay to try it on her. No, I won't allow you to do this. Khalifa will be our sister in the future. If you do this to your sister, Luffy will definitely punish you. Ah, but I just want to try it. I'm so excited when I think about using this and that method on little Khalifa. Don't you want to try it? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The two of them started arguing with each other. Listening to the terrible words that Peacock kept saying, such as changing beatings, big character restraints, and inch-stop training, Khalifa couldn't help but shudder, not caring about her sore body. She quickly got up from the bed, threw herself into Olivia's arms, and cried bitterly. No, I'll join, please let me join. I promise to be obedient, please don't do that. Looking at the frightened Khalifa who had lost her composure, the two women who had just been arguing fiercely immediately shut up. They looked at each other, and a smile flashed in their eyes. Gently patting her back, Olivia hurriedly whispered to comfort her. Be good, don't listen to the stupid Peacock, I will protect you. Peacock crossed his arms and turned his head away, snorting coldly. Humph, you are lucky. I will let you go this time. But don't let me find out that you have done anything improper. Otherwise, even if Olivia favors me, you will put me in a cage and lock me up. One of them played the villain and the other played the hero. After a round of deception and intimidation, Khalifa immediately became obedient. It's not that she really couldn't see through their tricks. It's that she didn't dare to show it at all. She was afraid that if she did something that didn't make the two girls happy, they would really do some weird things to her. You know, she didn't spend these 2 months in an ordinary way alone in the room. These two perverts have more tricks than the other, and she not only has to suffer physical torture every day. The humiliation in her heart makes her exhausted, and she is a little stressed out by the torture. Just when Khalifa nodded and promised again and again, and the two girls felt secretly happy. A sudden voice sounded in the room, scaring Olivia so much that she shivered. Congratulations, it seems that you have succeeded. Just like Khalifa was scared when she saw her. Olivia turned her head and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in the room, and her body began to tremble slightly. With a warm smile on his face, Luffy turned sideways and closed the door. Seeing his face, Olivia recalled the voice she had secretly heard before, and her heart beat faster and faster. It's over, he is not coming to find me, help me, I'm dead. Chapter 147. Khalifa, who was nestled in her arms, was particularly aware of her abnormality. Turning her head to look at the person who came, her tearful eyes suddenly brightened. A seed called hope quietly sprouted in her heart at this moment. When Luffy first came in, his eyes did not linger on Khalifa and Peacock. Instead, he stared straight at Olivia, making the mature lady shrink in fear. She tried to shrink her head behind Khalifa to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, Luffy grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. I saw it all with my observation Haki. Thank you for sending Salome home. Ah! Olivia's heart skipped a beat. She secretly exclaimed in her heart that something was wrong, and she was sure that she had really been discovered. Damn it! Damn it! Did he come here to kill me after he was done with his business? No, I haven't hooked up with Lady Hancock yet, I don't want to die yet. She kept wailing in her heart, as if she had seen her tragic end. Seeing her scared look, Luffy did not immediately talk about her fate. Instead, he changed the subject and talked about Khalifa. I didn't expect you guys to be so good at taming the former CP agent like a kitten. It seems that I made the right choice to let you, Peacock, be the warden. Peacock raised his head proudly, looking very cute. Khalifa lowered her head in shame, feeling a sense of humiliation and a little excitement that she herself didn't even notice. Soon, she raised her head again, looked at Luffy eagerly, and pleaded in a low voice. Mr. Major General, I really want to be one of you. I don't know if you can give me a chance. If you really want to join, I will welcome you. He nodded and approved her. Before Khalifa could show her joy, Luffy told her a better news. I just spoke to the Marshal. In a few days, your wanted warrant will be cancelled. You can walk freely in the future. Really? That's great. Thank you, I will definitely repay you in the future. Khalifa was instantly ecstatic. She didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Peacock also immediately gave her a hug and congratulated her on successfully escaping the government's pursuit. As for Olivia, she was still trembling. But before Khalifa could be happy for long, Luffy told her another bad news. But in the short term, you must have someone by your side at all times, why don't you just stay with Olivia and the others? No. I would rather die than be with these two perverted women. Khalifa roared madly in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After rejecting the two women once in the restaurant, she was severely beaten up when she came back, and she was even tortured so hard that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. But she still wanted to struggle. Especially at this time, Olivia's abnormal reaction made her more determined. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. No matter what, I have to curry favor with the person in front of me. Only by making him my backer, I can really get rid of the control of those two perverts in the future. Thinking of this, Khalifa said carefully. Mr. Luffy, thank you for letting me join. I don't want to betray your trust, and I would like to recommend myself to be your secretary. Do you think it's okay? Luffy raised his eyebrows, looked at her with amusement, and asked back. You are a government agent who just surrendered, and you want to be my secretary? Have you been locked up for too long and your brain has gone stupid? Have you ever thought that if you secretly leak some important information, I will be the one to be hunted by the government? Khalifa was anxious and tried to persuade him. Mr. Luffy, I am no longer a member of the government. From now on, I will only obey you, please believe me. I can. Belief is not just a matter of words. Luffy suddenly raised his voice and interrupted her next words. Then he glanced at her clothes, which were full of bitterness and obviously made by someone, and said slowly. But it's a pity to leave such a beautiful lady like you aside without asking. Yes, yes, yes. Khalifa nodded happily, looking forward to it. Then, I'll let you be my assistant serving tea and water. It will also be convenient for me to monitor you at all times and test your loyalty to me. Yes, thank you very much. Khalifa immediately showed a joyful smile and thanked him repeatedly. Peacock on the side frowned. She stared at Khalifa with ill intentions, always feeling that she was itching for trouble and was disgusted with herself again. Wangs. Perhaps she noticed her gaze, Khalifa's delicate body trembled, and she quickly turned around and smiled at her ingratiatingly. Seeing this, Peacock raised the corners of his mouth and retracted his gaze with satisfaction. Khalifa pretended to be obedient on the surface, but she made a vicious oath in her heart. Wait, even at all costs, I will gain the trust of this man. When the time comes, I will pay you back tenfold for what you did to me before. Only. Peacock didn't know what she was thinking. If she knew, then this super female pervert would definitely slap her thigh excitedly and say, "There is such a good thing. Don't lie to me." Chapter 148. After accepting Khalifa as the assistant, the matter came to an end. Next, let's talk about the treatment of Olivia. Seeing Luffy looking at her again, Olivia quickly retracted her head. With a cold smile, Luffy first instructed Peacock. You take Khalifa to buy some groceries first, then take her to see Tina. Tina will be her guardian for the time being. What about Olivia? Peacock's eyes swept over him and the frightened Olivia on the bed. Obviously, she saw something and guessed that the two were hiding something from her. Luffy shook his head and said nothing more, and Peacock understood it in his heart and stopped asking. Slip away, if it's another big thing like secretly communicating with the Revolutionary Army, it will be bad. The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Anyway, Luffy won't hurt them. Thinking of this, she said something to the trembling Olivia, and then pulled Khalifa away. Suddenly, Olivia wanted to cry but had no tears. It's 857, this person won't hurt you, but whether he will hurt me, that's not certain. Looking at Luffy eagerly, Olivia immediately admitted her fear pitifully. Sorry, boss, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I'll apologize to you, please let me go. Haha, do you think you can get away with just saying a few words of apology? You think things are too simple? Luffy sneered, not moved at all. Olivia thought about it, and suddenly a light bulb went off. She took out a warm bank card from her chest and respectfully handed it to him. Master Luffy, here are 300 million Baileys. Consider it my gift. Luffy glanced at the card and took it away as fast as lightning. Before Olivia could react, the card in her hand disappeared. It's not enough. Are you worth $1 billion just because you're young? Humph, then you'd better get stuck and give it back to me. Olivia pouted and complained in her heart. She pinched her chin and thought for a few minutes. She carefully stretched out her plump legs wrapped in flesh-colored silk and tried. How about I touch you, and then you can just pretend nothing happened? Oh, who do you think I am? Do you think I am the kind of young man who can't walk when he sees big white legs? Luffy sneered. Just kidding. He just accepted it, Hancock black stockings and so on. You are using this to seduce me now, don't you underestimate me. Olivia was completely helpless now. She counted on her fingers and thought about it for a long time. Finally, she lowered her head unintentionally, and her eyes lit up and she thought of a solution. Holding up the two big pieces of meat, she tried again. Or should I use this? This, to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Well, this Luffy is really unbearable. Hurry up, hurry up. Olivia smiled happily, feeling that she had escaped a disaster. She didn't show any disdain and stepped forward decisively. It must be said that the efficiency of the warring states was quite high. Just 2 days after that phone call, a shipload of supplies was delivered. Marigold happily had the supplies loaded onto the ship, and after saying goodbye to Luffy and Hancock, she happily returned to Nine Snake Island. Hancock also told her about the large number of adopted baby girls. She will also prepare to receive the babies after she returns this time. And after that, she also sent 309 snake warriors as promised and handed them over to Luffy for command. On the other side, Sengoku was also very happy when he heard that Nine Snake Island had kept its promise. He immediately went to find the 5 elders and talked about the plan he discussed with Luffy. Just as Luffy guessed, the arrogant 5 elders were not worried that things would be out of their control. After just a simple discussion, Nine Snake Island was allowed to adopt baby girls who met the conditions in the government orphanage. They even increased their efforts to adopt orphans in war and poverty-stricken areas. Luffy has saved a lot of lives in disguise. Time passed quickly. Luffy attended the launching ceremony of the new ship accompanied by Iceberg, and helped test the ship's power system, engine, and other devices. After spending half a month debugging, he received the good news that Iceberg had completed the debugging and everything was normal. Under the huge blue and white painted metal monster, Iceberg proudly put his hands on his waist and turned to Luffy and asked, "How about this new partner? Are you satisfied with him? This is the most proud child in my life. You must take good care of him for me in the future." Luffy nodded excitedly and was about to answer. Iceberg started talking to himself again. "By the way, I asked you to come up with a name for it. What do you think? If you haven't thought of one yet, I can give you a reference. How about calling it Swift, Bright, Mysterious, Majestic, Heroic, Domineering, Thunderbolt?" Luffy was stunned, frowned, rubbed his chin, and muttered in a low voice. "Thunderbolt? What a crappy name. It doesn't sound like my lightning at all, which is concise and powerful." Chapter 149. Hey, what is the Thunderbolt? I mean the swift, bright, mysterious, majestic, heroic, and domineering Thunderbolt. Iceberg corrected loudly with dissatisfaction. Luffy nodded in confusion and said strangely, "That's right, it's the Thunderbolt." No. It's fast and bright, Thunderbolt." Iceberg roared and emphasized again. But Luffy didn't listen at all. He looked up and admired the handsome and mighty battleship in front of him, and said excitedly, "Lightning, did you hear that? This is your name from now on. Asshole, are you deaf? I told you it was fast and bright, Thunderbolt." Luffy. "Idiot, everyone says your name is too ugly." Iceberg. "What? I built this ship, I should have more say in naming it." Luffy. "What? You idiot, I paid for the ship. Get out of here." Iceberg. "You, percent. Not far away, the gorillas were carrying large and small bags. Seeing the two people arguing over a name, they were all black-faced. It just so happens that the names these two people came up with are worse than each other. They also insist on thinking how good their own names are, and no one can convince the other. If their ships really have these two unlucky names, then they would rather go back to their old broken boats than get on this poor ship that looks handsome but has a ruined name." Ian crossed her arms across her chest and tapped the ground with her right foot. Seeing that the two had been arguing for a long time and still hadn't argued for a suitable name, she turned her head impatiently and ordered Zoro, who was hiding at the edge of the team, away from the new team members. "Zoro, think of a nice name, quickly." "Me?" Zoro pointed at himself in surprise, not understanding why she had singled him out for no reason. But it was just a trivial matter like naming the ship, so he didn't think much about it and immediately said casually, "Just call it Flying Thunder, why does it need such a nice name?" It's not your turn to say this, you are a genius at naming. The people around him were madly complaining in their hearts. But Ian was very satisfied, and walked over directly, blocking the two people who were arguing. Stop arguing. The new ship's name is Flying Thunder. Flying Thunder? I am still flying in the river. That's right, what a shitty name, it doesn't sound good at all. Luffy and Iceberg said in a disdainful whisper, but they each received a glare from Ein. No matter how bad it is, it's better than your idiotic thunderbolt. Stop talking nonsense, get out of the way, we should set off. As she said this, she ignored the two men's muttering, turned around and shouted for everyone to line up and board the ship in turn. Luffy, who was pushed aside, looked at his subordinates who started to board the ship in an orderly manner. He pouted unhappily, turned around and stretched out his palm to the iceberg. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Then, Brother Bing Shan, we will take our leave. Thank you for your help over the past few days. Please also say thank you to the brothers in Carrera Company for me. Bing Shan also extended his hand to shake his, changing his previous irritable attitude when he was arguing with him, and said warmly. Well, I'll bring it to you. Brother Luffy, we'll meet again someday. Well, see you again if we are lucky. After letting go of his hand and waving goodbye, Luffy also boarded the Thunder along the gangway. The Thunder is divided into 8 floors, including the lowest keel. There are thousands of cabins in total, including the power system area, weapons and ammunition depot, crew cabins, and maintenance rooms. The control room is located in the bow and requires more than 30 people to operate at the same time. In brought Nami and the female team members who had received relevant training here. As everyone skillfully started up the various equipment, after everything was ready, In began to give orders. Turn on the engine, release the outer wheel, and enter the sea navigation mode. The thruster team is ready, and after confirming that the engine is normal, start to take off. Hearing her order, several female team members immediately operated on the console. With the pressing of several buttons, the ship shook violently, and then slowly began to move forward. On the deck, Luffy, who felt the thunder begin to move forward, clenched his fists excitedly. Then he ran to the side of the ship and waved again to the iceberg who was watching them. Goodbye iceberg, Water City, and my beautiful memories. At this time, the raging fire in his heart could no longer be released. New World, 4 Emperors, wait for me, I'm coming. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom. Ever since he was humiliated by Luffy and his grandson in Marineford, Mingo has been very unhappy. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the famous underground emperor of the Dark World. Joker. He was humiliated by a young navy in front of so many people. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he continue to stand on this sea in the future? So, as soon as he returned to Dressrosa, he planned a revenge plan. Just wait for that bastard to make him pay when he enters the New World. Chapter 150. But he waited and waited, but he still didn't receive any news about Luffy entering the New World. This made him very puzzled. Logically, such a young and outstanding rising star. The Navy would definitely let him come to the New World to experience the villainy. Why is there no movement for so long? Just when he was puzzled, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. A hunchbacked, sloppy old man wearing a quilt-like cloak walked in slowly with a cane. Coming to his young master, Treble immediately said excitedly. Hey, young master, there is news about the Navy you want us to pay attention to. According to the intelligence from the informant, he has been staying in the Water City recently waiting for the new Army's 237 ship. Now that the warship has been built, he should be on his way to the New World. Quickly finishing his words without waiting for Ming Ge's reaction, he immediately leaned over and asked curiously, very close to Ming Ge. Nay, master, just tell me, what is the grudge between you and this Navy? I have never seen you hate someone so much. The ugly face with snot and missing teeth appeared in front of him. Ming Ji felt uncomfortable with veins popping out on his forehead, but he did not dodge. Instead, he forced a smile and reminded. Fufu Torrible is too close. And do I need a reason to kill someone? You just need to follow my instructions. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer, Torrible took a few steps back with a disappointed look on his face. He didn't have the slightest idea that an employee shouldn't pry into the boss's secrets. After feeling regretful, he regained his spirits and asked excitedly. Are you ready to teach him a lesson? The powerful Don Quixote family has targeted that kid, and he is doomed. Fufu, you can't underestimate him. Seeing him walk away, Ming Ji, who was in a better mood, reminded him and then laughed coldly. Fufu, some time ago, I accidentally contacted a very interesting guy. His research is slightly flawed, but it still opened my eyes. Nanny, who is this guy? Even Dover is amazing, so he must be famous, right? Torrible asked impatiently, and Minga did not hide it and said it openly. If you just talk about fame, you may not have heard of him at all. But he is a member of the original research team MADS. He is now a member of the government science class and a genius whose research attainments are second only to Vegapunk. The mad scientist who is known as the highest authority on weapons of mass destruction, Caesar Courant. After listening to Minga's introduction, Torrible was very surprised. He had heard of the names of MADS and Vegapunk and knew how powerful this organization was. And this Caesar Courant is not only a member of this team, but also second only to Vegapunk. So he must be an amazing scientist. Hey, this guy is so amazing. Which of his research did you take a fancy to, Dover? Speaking of this, Minga laughed excitedly and mentioned a research that Torrible dared not even think about. Ha, I'll tell you, it's an artificial devil fruit. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. I need him to make an artificial devil fruit for me. Nanny. Can devil fruits be made artificially? This is impossible. Torrible was so scared that he almost jumped up. What did he just hear? The young master actually said that someone could make devil fruits. Devil fruits are the treasures of the sea, and they are natural creations that countless people dream of. Can such a magical thing really be made by humans? He has lived for so many years, let alone seen it, he has never even heard of it. Fufu, don't get excited, Torrible. I told you, it still has big flaws. But this still cannot cover up the huge benefits and impacts brought by this technology. As he said, Minga opened his arms and laughed crazily. It seemed that he could already see the chaos that the world had changed because of him. After laughing for a while, he put down his hands, took out a den mushi from his pocket, and threw it to Torrible. I have already contacted Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and he is also very interested in this technology. You should always pay attention to the news of the Navy. Once you confirm that he has entered the New World, call this number. Let the people of the Beast's pirates come to pick up the goods and do us a small favor. Treble carefully took the den mushi and looked at it for a while. He laughed twice and excitedly accepted the task. Leave it to me, young master. I can't wait to see the surprises that our friends from the Beast 2.9 pirates have for us. When Mingo was plotting and trying to harm Luffy, Luffy knew nothing about it. At this time, the Thunder had changed its navigation mode, from sailing on the sea to sailing in the air. It is currently cruising at an altitude of about 1,500 meters above the sea. Luffy and others also entered the Thunder and summoned a total of more than 600 people except for the necessary positions. They were gathered in the empty training ground on the lower deck of the ship. Chapter 151. Standing at the front of the team, looking at the somewhat loose queue, he looked around and said loudly. After this period of time together, I believe you should have established your own team leaders. Now, all the team leaders, please stand out and let me see who they are. After Luffy shouted, there was a commotion in the crowd. Since the gorillas originally had 41 people, not counting Luffy, he formed a total of 46 teams with these 41 people, plus Zoro, Sanji, Tina, Peacock and Kurlaw. Each team has 15 to 25 people depending on their positions and strengths. Among them, special ones like Nami and Usopp are all under the management of Anne. In addition to the above-mentioned people and powerful veteran team members such as Cook and Binz, those standing in front of Luffy at this time. He was also surprised to find that at least 1/6 of the team was occupied by the new 9 Snake Warriors led by Alan, who occupied the position of team leader. This surprised him, and he turned his head to look at Hancock in surprise. Hancock immediately put his hands on his waist, with a proud look that his subjects were not bad. Luffy also admitted and quietly gave her a thumbs up. But when he turned his head, his face darkened. What about the captains who were eliminated? Come out and tell us what you think. You must feel very touched to be squeezed out by the newcomers. At the instigation of the happy girls and the old team members who were not eliminated and gloated over the misfortune. Taylor, Bill, and other 7 former captains came out with red faces. Seeing them burying their heads and not daring to see people, Luffy rolled his eyes in annoyance and said speechlessly. You're still ashamed, weren't you quite active in the fight for the team members before? How come after fighting for so long, you were defeated by the new team members? After a few sarcastic remarks, Luffy immediately pointed his finger at them and started scolding them. Look at what a mess you are. I was counting on you to teach the newcomers the 6 styles. I wanted you to be a good role model and inspire everyone to work hard together. Now, do you think the new team members will listen to the teachings of a loser? When they learn the 6 styles, do you still have room to turn things around? Be prepared to be suppressed for the rest of your life. After mercilessly mocking them and making them blush, Luffy took a few deep breaths in disappointment. Then he turned around and said to the captains and other team members. Whether you want to defeat your team leader, or keep your position and not become the new unlucky guy, you all have to train well from now on. In each team, old and new players will cooperate. Old players will teach the new players in your team how to learn the 6 styles. New players will also teach these idiots how to master domineering. From now on, every month, I will hold competitions between captains, and between players. Those who perform well will naturally be rewarded, and those who perform poorly, don't blame me for being rude. Extra training and toilet cleaning are waiting for you. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. That's all I have to say. Now, disband. After being encouraged by Luffy, everyone ignited their fighting spirit. Whether it was for the reward or to avoid being dragged down by their teammates. Everyone gathered in teams and exchanged learning experiences. In a corner of the training ground, Zoro looked at the 20 girls surrounding him with a look of despair. His team was a standard combat team, and the team members were all relatively outstanding. Among them were the blonde warrior Margaret who appeared in the original work. And the brown-haired Everlandra who was over 3 meters tall and had a big sword tied around her waist, were all his team members. After Luffy finished speaking, the girls surrounded him immediately. They chattered and asked various questions. Captain Zoro, what is the 6th style? Captain Zoro, let me call you Haki, my Haki is the most powerful. Captain Zoro, I want to learn swordsmanship from you, can you teach me? Captain Zoro. The sound of Captain Zoro's voice made Zoro's head explode. He was really afraid of these women, and he couldn't understand why L147FEI recruited them. Now he was pestered by these women all day long, and he didn't even have time to train. Stop arguing and listen to me. His sudden roar frightened the girls into silence. But after a few seconds, they started discussing excitedly again. Yeah, the captain is angry, so cute. Hehe, every time I see the captain getting angry, I find it so interesting. Obviously, the other men are very gentle to the sisters, and it turns out that the captain is the special one. Captain Zoro, Please get angry again. I still want to hear you yell at me. Help, someone come and kill me. Not far away, looking at the green algae-headed man surrounded by many beautiful sisters with good looks. Sanji looked at his subordinates, the burly and strong Barbie dolls, and silently shed tears of jealousy. Chapter 152. Why? Why are people so different from each other? Why is he, a brainless idiot with green algae hair, liked by so many beautiful girls? Obviously, in terms of appearance and personality, I should be the one who is more popular with girls. Hey! Captain Curly Eyebrows, what are you waiting for? Come and train with us. The female warrior whose arms are thicker than Sanji's waist shouted to Sanji to come over. Looking at the group of people under her command, she turned to look at Zoro, Gavin, Bins, and other brothers. No matter who they are, they all have more or less a few beautiful and sexy big sisters under their command. Only myself, and only myself. There are only ugly girls around me. Just when Sanji was burning with jealousy and his whole body was about to burn, Cook came over quietly, pulled him embarrassedly, and interrupted his outburst. Turning his head to look at him unhappily, Sanji was about to spit out sweet words to vent his anger. Cook inexplicably pulled a cute girl with big eyes and big curves in front of him. Brother Sanji, I have something to discuss with you. Cook rubbed his hands awkwardly, his eyes occasionally sweeping over a certain muscular girl with a Lolita face in Sanji's team. He swallowed his saliva and quickly introduced Sanji to the beautiful woman next to him. Let me introduce you, this is Miss Gladys from my team. She is not used to being in my team, and wants to see if she can join your team. Hey! You, me, she. Sanji was confused, thinking he had misheard. He gestured with his hands and stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Cook thought he disagreed, and quickly touched Gladys, asking her to say a few words. Gladys looked a little stupid, but in fact she was not very smart. After Cook's reminder, she finally reacted. She quickly bowed to Sanji as the captain had taught her beforehand, and begged. I'm sorry to trouble you. I hope you can agree to let me join your team. I will work hard and make sure I don't hold you back. Looking at the round northern hemisphere exposed in front of him because she bent over, Sanji's nose felt hot and he almost bleeds. But Cook had long understood his problem, and rushed forward to hold his shoulder, whispering a warning. Hold on. You are a gentleman, don't make a fool of yourself in front of the lady. At Cook's reminder, Sanji took a deep breath and barely maintained a trace of gentlemanly demeanor. He looked at Cook with confusion and expectation. Cook nodded at him, and then whispered. I want Miss Mona from your team, you know what I mean. Feeling his hand gently patting his shoulder, Sanji's face flashed a trace of surprise, and then ecstasy. I understand, Brother Cook, you are my benefactor. Cook nodded with a smile and said. Same thing, you too. The two smiled knowingly, and reached a deal in secret. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After making up his mind, Sanji straightened his clothes and pretended to help Gladys up. He tried his best to control his gaze, not looking at the bottomless ravine, and then pretended to be embarrassed. I would like to accept you, but this kind of thing is not something I can decide. It still depends on the arrangement of Boss Luffy. Gladys was anxious. She didn't know anything before, and she accidentally joined Cook's team responsible for daily patrols and battles. But although she was born in Nine Snake Island, she didn't like fighting. So she asked Cook, hoping that he could help her change to a clerical or logistics position. Cook was already upset that the person he liked couldn't stay in his team. When he saw that someone actually took the initiative to apply for transfer, he immediately became energetic and thought of a good idea. So he fooled her and brought her to Sanji. Gladys was already very interested in cooking, and when she heard that she could work in the kitchen, she immediately followed happily. But now, Mr. Sanji in front of him didn't seem to be willing to take her in. This immediately made the girl a little anxious, and her eyes kept looking at Cook, wanting to seek his help. Cook calmly pressed his hand to her, and then enthusiastically put his arm around Sanji's shoulders and explained. It's okay. Gladys's situation is a little special. I will take the initiative to explain it to Luffy later. You just take her in first and let her get used to you. Sanji was about to agree to it with joy. But he saw Cook winking at him and looking at Mona and his team. He immediately stopped and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. But my team is already full. Originally, the kitchen was run by 2 teams, Bill and I. Now you've added another person, and we don't need him. Chapter 153. Hey, this is easy. Gladys is gone, and I just happen to be short of someone, so you can just find someone to fill the position. Sanji thought about it with an embarrassed look on his face, then nodded reluctantly and said. Okay, I'll ask first. As he said that, he waved and called over Cook's sweetheart Mona. Seeing the captain calling, Mona, who had a delicate face but a hard-to-describe body, came over in confusion. Sanji's mouth twitched, and he secretly sighed that Cook had a unique taste. But on the surface, he remained unmoved, and asked Mona, who was approaching with some embarrassment. Mona, I want you to join Cook's combat team, are you willing? Really? Of course I am willing. Mona shouted excitedly when she heard that she could join the battle team. She was originally sad because she didn't get a place in the battle team. Unexpectedly, now there is a turn of events and she still has a chance. Sanji nodded and took the initiative to introduce Cook to her. That's right, Captain Cook is still short of a vacancy. If you are willing, you can join his team later. Hearing this, Mona turned to look at Cook excitedly, walked up to him quickly, shook his hand, and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Captain Cook, please let me join your team. No, it's my honor that you can join me. Cook was shy and lowered his head a little embarrassedly when his sweetheart held his hand. At the same time, he gave Sanji a thumbs up in his heart. After Mona calmed down and let go, he also hurriedly said to Gladys. It's done, why don't you thank Captain Sanji? He is the only one who is so kind to allow you to join. Gladys' eyes were misty. She didn't expect that the captain with curly eyebrows in front of her would actually give up a strong and beautiful female warrior for a stranger like her. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, so she could only rush over and hug Sanji excitedly, thanking him repeatedly. Kdia, thank you, Captain. Ha, it should be. Sanji's excited nostrils were enlarged and exhaled hot air, and he felt extremely happy. Seeing that his good brother had successfully won the favor of the beauty. After Cook secretly gave him a cheering gesture, he did not stop. He enthusiastically took Mona back to his team. From today on, they will also pursue their own love. In the captain's room. Looking at the job change application jointly submitted by Sanji, Cook, Mona and Gladys. Luffy signed his name on it casually. After signing and putting the document aside, he looked at Tina on his left and shook his head helplessly. Alas, I still haven't done my job well. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Who would have thought that there are girls who don't like fighting on the Nine Snake Island, which is famous for its military power? As the deputy captain, Tina, who also sat behind the desk, rubbed her brows and had a headache. Everyone has different personalities, and there is nothing we can do about it. It seems that we will have to conduct more detailed investigations and inquiries in the future. We must assign the right people to the positions they are good at. The captain and vice-captain, who had no idea of the secret deal between the 4 people mentioned above, could not help but begin to reflect. Picking up the last document and glancing at it roughly, Luffy said in a serious manner. Then I'll trouble you and Ein to pay more attention to this matter. If there are any more difficulties, please inform me in time and I will make arrangements according to the situation. After saying that, Luffy signed the general pen, threw it away, leaned back in his chair, and started to play badly. Sigh finally finished. Sitting in the office is really not my style. Instead of letting me deal with all this mess, I might as well go to the gym to sweat and exercise. Tina rolled her eyes in annoyance, patted the thick file in front of her, pointed at the 3 or 4 pieces of paper on his desk, and scolded angrily. You still have no shame. These tasks are basically done by Tina and Anne. You spend at most half an hour signing documents every day, and you still have the nerve to say you are tired. Faced with Tina's accusation, Luffy felt no shame at all, and spread his hands as a matter of course. Isn't this the case that those who are capable should do more work? You know that I am not good at this. How can I manage it better than you two, the pillars of the Navy? Besides, one of you is my vice captain and the other is my adjutant. Your job is to help me deal with troubles. I am also arranging the work reasonably. Bah, you are so shameless. Tina said with strong contempt, but Luffy was so thick-skinned that he pretended not to hear anything. Just when Tina wanted to scold him and vent her anger, there was a sudden knock on the door of the captain's room. Captain, can I come in? Well, come in. After getting Luffy's consent, Khalifa, dressed in a white suit and hip skirt, opened the door and walked in with a fruit drink. Captain, Vice Captain, please have some drinks and take a rest first. She put the fruit drinks on the table for both of them. Chapter 154. Looking at this trophy she had picked up, now Luffy's assistant. Tina frowned, picked up the drink unhappily, and complained. He hasn't worked for 10 minutes since he entered the room. Why does he need a break? Hehe, mental fatigue is also fatigue. Reading these documents is much more tiring than fighting with pirates. After taking the iced drink and taking a sip, Luffy suddenly felt refreshed from top to bottom. Seeing that he was satisfied, Khalifa couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This kind of drink was carefully prepared by her, specially used to please Luffy. Since the last conversation, she has tried hard to show herself in front of Luffy. She doesn't ask for the other party to trust her 100%, as long as she cannot throw herself to those two demons, she will be satisfied. Putting down the drink, turning over the document and handing it to Khalifa to give it to Tina. Luffy supported his chin with his hand and asked about the situation of the girls in a bored way. After handing the document without seeing the content to Tina, Khalifa took the initiative to come behind Luffy, rubbing his shoulders for him, and answered. Ion and Miss Nami were monitoring the direction in the control room to prevent accidents. Miss Peacock was being trained by Miss Curlaw. As for Miss Hancock, she seemed to have been called away by Miss Olivia. They seemed to be discussing new clothes. Those two guys. Before Luffy could speak, Tina couldn't help but snorted. The others are either working or training hard. Only Hancock and the others are idle every day, playing here and there. They don't even know how to share some of the pressure with us. Well, one is a Shishibukai, and the other is half scientist and half sponsor. I don't expect them to do anything, just stay on the ship and don't make trouble. Unlike the others, they all have formal naval organization. Of the two, Hancock is needless to say, Olivia is the paid lieutenant colonel. Not to mention asking her to work, Luffy is still counting on her to give more rewards. How could he be so blind as to ask her to participate in the work? Of course, this is just one of the reasons. In fact, this woman is mainly busy designing clothes. And Luffy is also envious of her new designs and doesn't want to disturb her. Although what he said was reasonable, Tina still felt that he was partial. Looking at her pouting little mouth, although Luffy didn't know why she was inexplicably angry again. But as a man's consciousness, he still made him speak up to make amends immediately. When you enter the new world, is there any place you want to go? We will be busy working for a long time and have no time to rest. We have been resting in the Water City for so long, why do we need to rest any more? Tina said in a discontented whisper, and then she crossed her arms and thought about it carefully. However, her answer was different from what Luffy thought. Since I'm going to the New World, I might as well go to Vice Admiral Garp's G2 branch. I can also ask him about the situation in the New World. After all, information is just information. It's better for him, an old man who has been stationed in the New World for many years, to know more. You're probably overthinking it. He can only tell you where there are delicious foods. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It's better for you to read the information comprehensively. Luffy, who has a deep understanding of his grandfather's unreliability, said so. It's okay to go to the G2 branch, just to see the old man. As he said that, he picked up the microphone on the table and pressed the number 1 button representing the control room. After a few seconds, the call was connected, and a pleasant female voice asked. "This is the control room. What instructions do you have?" "Tell Sergeant Nami that we are changing our route and heading to G2 branch." "Yes." After the other party answered, Luffy hung up the phone directly. But he didn't put down the receiver, but dialed another number. "Hello, is this the communications room? Tell Private First Class Kurla to contact G2 branch. Tell Vice Admiral Garp to be ready to welcome me." 0. "Yes, let Vice Admiral Garp come to greet us personally," I said. On the Doghead warship, a white-haired old man suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. After sniffing, Garp looked around in confusion and muttered to himself in confusion. Is that bastard talking about me again? Navy G2 branch?" Since Garp was out, Brigadier General Caesar, who stayed behind in the branch, had to temporarily serve as the base chief of the branch. Early this morning, Caesar was still eating breakfast in the office when the Marines at the base reported a piece of news to him. Rear Admiral Luffy of the Marine Guerrillas and his subordinates will come to the G2 branch for rest today. I hope Vice Admiral Garp can prepare for the reception in advance. Upon hearing the news, Caesar's first reaction was that Vice Admiral Garp was not there. Didn't this group of people receive the news? The second reaction was, who is this idiot? He was so arrogant that he even wanted Vice Admiral Garp to greet him. Finally, he felt that the name of this Major General sounded familiar. Chapter 155. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately remembered Luffy's identity. He even met this kid once before when he and Garp returned to the headquarters. "Hey? Are they here to see Vice Admiral Garp?" But they came at the wrong time. Vice Admiral Garp has not returned from the East China Sea yet. Muttering to himself, Caesar shook his head helplessly and said to the Marine who came to report. "Go down and get the soldiers ready. Come with me to welcome Major General Luffy." "Yes." The Marine obeyed the order and gave the order. After the others left, Caesar continued to drink his seafood porridge, but the more he drank, the more uncomfortable he felt. 147 finally put down the spoon, sighed deeply, and said with emotion. "After all, he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. I heard that he is only 13 years old, but he is already a Major General of the headquarters. Compared with him, I am 45 years old this year and have barely made it to the rank of Brigadier General. I am such a failure." No wonder the former instructors always said that sometimes the difference between people and dogs is greater than that between people and dogs. With a heavy sigh, he was not in the mood to eat any more. After hastily cleaning up the dishes, he stood up, picked up the cloak of justice on the hanger, and hurried to the port. At the port, the Marines who received the order had arrived in advance. They were gathering in 2s and 3s, helping each other to dress. They were preparing to show their most energetic side later. They must not let others underestimate their G2 branch. Caesar looked at the scene with satisfaction and pride. He raised his arm to look at the time displayed on the watch on his wrist. He was about to call someone to ask when Luffy and his crew would arrive. He found that the sky suddenly became gloomy, and a huge shadow blocked the sunlight above his head. For the new world with unpredictable climate, this is nothing. Caesar just cursed the damn weather inwardly, and wanted to let the Marines go back to the house to avoid the rain. Anyway, it was raining heavily, and the arrival of the warship would definitely be delayed, so there was no need to stand outside stupidly. But afterwards, the screams and shouts of the Marines pointing at the sky made him feel unhappy. Following the direction of everyone's fingers, he slowly looked up at the sky. He wanted to see what it was that made these elites who had been trained in the New World for many years scream in fear. In the clouds, a huge ship with a blue and white paint job and seagull patterns on both sides of the hull slowly fell towards the island below. Because of the perspective, Caesar only saw the bottom of the spaceship and did not find that it was the Navy's own people who came. He stared at the sky blankly and couldn't help thinking. Such a big ship, if one of them was not good, would he and the Marines around him survive? Wait. Ship? Or a flying spaceship? What? The ship is actually flying in the sky. Caesar didn't look like a base commander at all. He widened his eyes in shock, and his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. He even screamed in terror. No, 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 it's impossible. How is it possible for a ship to fly in the sky? Only a guy 20 years ago could do such an outrageous thing. Zeiss tried to comfort himself, but soon his mind went blank and he broke his own defense. Wasn't that guy from more than 20 years ago the great pirate Golden Lion? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Could it be that Golden Lion is here? To seek revenge on Vice Admiral Garp. But Vice Admiral Garp is not here, and I am only a small brigadier general here. Just when he was confused, collapsed, and terrified and wanted to call for help, the huge monster in the sky slowly flew over their heads, and finally everyone could clearly see the huge seagull pattern on the ship. Look, this is our Navy's warship. Nanny. It's true. When did our Navy have a flying ship? This must be the latest technology of the Navy. Maybe we can also take such a spacecraft in the future. Most of the ordinary Marines are relatively young and have not experienced the era of the Golden Lion. After the initial panic, when they saw the seagull pattern on the Thunder, they immediately let down their guard and discussed excitedly. In a few words, they began to imagine what it would be like when they were on such a handsome warship. Caesar was greatly relieved. Although the Golden Lion also had cases of controlling naval warships to hit people. But this ship did not fall on the head, but came to the sea surface before continuing to fall. It has already shown that the other party has no hostility. But Caesar was also very curious about the origin of this warship. 2.3 He had never heard of when the Navy had such a powerful guy. I don't know which naval general will be on this cool aerospace battleship. Naval general? Coming today? This, could it be Admiral Luffy? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Caesar was certain that he was right. A year ago, when the Sea Tower Stone warship was in the test phase, it was said that Admiral Luffy was also on board for the experiment. Now that there is a new guy, it is reasonable for this guy to test it. Bullshit. Chapter 156. Damn, it's called a test ship, but it's been tested almost all the time. Otherwise, the Marshal wouldn't have let him go to sea directly with such an unreliable ship. I think back to when the news of the Navy's new warship came out. At that time, many generals were jealous of this awesome warship that could cross the doldrums and take a shortcut to the four seas. But those brigadiers, major generals, and even a group of lieutenant generals kept pestering Marshal Jean Guo for a long time, but the Marshal didn't give in. Just when everyone thought that the new ship was not good enough, and the Marshal didn't give it to everyone. Suddenly, a message came out from within the Navy. It said that the new warship had been driven away by a new major who had just graduated from the elite camp. At that time, many people were shocked and suspected that it was a false news. But when they ran to the port and saw it, damn, the warship was really gone. This made many people anxious and immediately ran to inquire. who was so awesome that he snatched the qualification for early experience from so many generals. But as soon as they asked, everyone was silent. My goodness, that's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson, and the disciple that Mr. Zephyr has favored the most in recent years. When seeing Marshal Sengoku and Staff Officer Tsuruga in private, they both directly called him Grandpa and Grandma. What's even more outrageous is that this big shot directly took away all the graduates of the elite camp of that year. Even so, the Marshal still favored him and let him drive the new warship. Is there any justice in this world? People with connections are amazing, right? Because of this matter, people talked about it in private. Fortunately, not long after the new warship was ready for mass production, news came. As of today, some have begun to serve. For example, their base commander, Vice Admiral Garp. He seized a ship from the Marshal early, modified it into his own style, and drove it back to the East China Sea. But despite this, the Sea Tower Stone warship could not meet the needs of many generals at all. Most people are still waiting in line for allocation. It was in this situation that Luffy sneaked away again. They got a big version ahead of them, and drove a more advanced and powerful air battleship. This made Caesar, who was still riding an ordinary sailing ship, almost jealous. He had never seen such bullying. After complaining for a while, Caesar finally calmed down. He looked at the steel behemoth that was about to land at the port with envy. He shouted loudly, so that the Marines who were still watching the show and forgot what they were supposed to do came back to their senses. Quick, quick, line up, straighten your appearance. Show the momentum of our G2 branch. Under Caesar's roar, the Marines quickly lined up in two neat rows. If you look closely, you will find that these guys who seem to be just miscellaneous soldiers of the honor guard are all strong and muscular, wearing cloaks of justice. After the huge warship successfully docked under the guidance of the Marines at the base, they immediately grasped their spears and straightened their backs. When the automatic gangway of the warship was lowered and a figure walked out of it first, they immediately shouted in unison. Welcome Major General Luffy to G2 branch. The full momentum and loud voice made the visitors' eyes light up and sighed softly. After they finished shouting, the sound of salutes was heard not far away. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. However, since Luffy is only a major general, he is not a big name. The salutes only sounded 7 times and then stopped. Hey? It's really grand, much better than I thought. A slightly surprised voice came from the mouth of the man coming down from the warship. The Marines who were close couldn't help but glanced over. When he first saw that it was a young man coming down, he was a little surprised. Then he thought that the other party was the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, and he was relieved after defeating the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. But when he saw the group of people following Major General Luffy, he was completely dumbfounded, with his mouth slightly open and the whole person standing there in a daze. On the gangway, Luffy slowly walked down the ship. His eyes casually swept through the team lined up to greet him. Unfortunately, he didn't see the figure of his own grandfather. What the hell, I informed you in advance, but you didn't even give me this little bit of face. You are such a stingy person. He complained in a low voice, but he didn't expect to attract Anne's complaints. This is normal, isn't it? How can a grandfather line up to welcome his grandson? It's a good thing that Vice Admiral Garp didn't rush out and beat you up after receiving your rude request. After whispering, Anne, as the adjutant, tightened his face, and followed Luffy with a serious and earnest look, maintaining the dignity of the gorillas. Next to her, the Vice-Captain Tina, who was walking side by side with her, seemed much more relaxed and calm than her. She held a cigarette in her mouth, looking around, sizing up this fortress in the New World. As a member of the Navy, she knew the importance of the G2 branch to the Navy. Now, because of the increasingly rampant pirates in the New World, even the G2 branch with Garp in charge is under tremendous pressure all the time. Chapter 157. As expected of a branch in the New World, it is much stronger than the average branch just by looking at it on the surface. Luffy nodded in agreement. It must be, otherwise the navy would have been forced out of the New World by the pirates long ago. They don't have the strength. Unless they unite together, pirates will never be the opponents of the navy. Looking at the three people talking in a low voice in front of her, Hancock, who was following behind them with a veil, couldn't help but feel full of resentment. She thought that she was a dignified Shishibukai, but was squeezed behind by these two hateful guys. Her pretty face under the veil was suddenly as cold as frost. Staring at the backs of the two women, Hancock gritted her teeth and muttered, as if she could stare them to death in this way. After Hancock, there were the captains of the 46 teams. And members with special positions such as Nami, Olivia, and Khalifa. Most of them are more disciplined, and they don't talk nonsense or look around. And then afterwards, the team suddenly became scattered. Because behind them, except for a few, were all young ladies dressed coolly and beautifully. They looked around and pointed at the Marines lined up on both sides from time to time, comparing them with the men on the ship in surprise. If it were in the past, the Marines of the G2 branch would definitely laugh at such a loose team in their hearts. But if the target was a group of beautiful women dressed revealingly and with extraordinary beauty, the situation would be very different. Perhaps it is the nature of men that when they are surrounded by a group of women, pointing and talking, they unconsciously straightened their backs, as motionless as a tall pine or cypress, showing off their elegance. But after keeping this way for a while, they couldn't help but cast their eyes on the girls again. Especially when they saw a few men occasionally mixed in the team. A sour feeling suddenly surged in their hearts, and they were so envious and jealous of them. At the same time, they secretly criticized the commander of this unit, Luffy. You said that it's okay to recruit so many female soldiers, but why don't you let them wear more clothes? Wearing so little and walking in the gods the holy naval base is simply immoral and disgraceful. No, I have to ask them later if they are still recruiting. I must join this force and criticize them from within. Not only the Marines thought so, even Caesar who came to greet them was stunned for a moment, and had the same idea in his mind. So much so that he completely forgot to step forward and take the initiative to greet Luffy. It was not until Luffy walked up to him and coughed twice helplessly that he reacted. He shuddered and shook off all the messy thoughts in his mind. Caesar hurriedly trotted forward, took the initiative to salute Luffy and greeted. Major General Luffy, welcome to the New World G2 branch for inspection. I am Brigadier General Nishizawa, the acting base commander here. I will arrange your visit and rest later. Luffy stretched out his hand and shook his hand. He always felt that he looked familiar, so he asked directly. Brigadier General Caesar, have we met somewhere before? That's true. I didn't expect you to still remember this, Major General. Shaking hands with him happily, Caesar said with a little nostalgia and a little embarrassment. I had the honor of meeting you when Vice Admiral Garp and I returned to the headquarters. But at that time, I was just an ordinary colonel, so you may not have much impression of me. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. As he said this, his face turned red, and he remembered the past. When he met Luffy that year, Luffy was only 4 or 5 years old and had not yet officially joined the Navy. And he was already a colonel at that time. But in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and he has only been promoted to a brigadier general. Luffy started as a major. Then in just over a year, he was promoted to major general like a rocket, directly surpassing him. If he hadn't been following Vice Admiral Garp all the time and knew what kind of person he was, he would really think that Luffy was the kind of rubbish who relied on connections to get to the top. When he said this, Luffy remembered. Oh, I remember, I called you Uncle Caesar at that time. Uncle Caesar, we are all family, don't be so polite, just call me by my name, Wang Ma. Luffy smiled and showed him goodwill, but Caesar waved his hands in panic, asking him not to say that. But despite saying that, he was actually a little secretly happy in his heart, and roared a little happily. No matter if he got in through the back door or not, just based on this call of uncle, I will be a firm Luffy party in the future. The so-called Luffy party refers to some young people in the current navy. A group spontaneously formed due to their admiration for Luffy, the youngest admiral of the navy. Since most of the members of this group are young female navy, they are also regarded as Luffy's fan club. Chapter 158. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, Caesar was finally persuaded to stop calling him Major General and started calling him by his name. At the same time, he also insisted that Luffy not call him uncle or something like that. However, Luffy was just trying to be polite and build a relationship. After hearing what he said, he followed his lead and continued. Nishizawa-san, you just said that you are the acting base commander of the G2 branch. What about my grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp? Isn't he here? That's true. Caesar nodded and smiled at him helplessly. A month ago, Vice Admiral Garp received an order from the Marshal to return to the headquarters. Then he went back to the East China Sea and has not returned since then. I am a small brigadier general, and I am also trembling with fear when taking over such a large G2 branch. I am afraid that something will go wrong in the G2 branch when Vice Admiral Garp is not here. I am too embarrassed to explain to him and the Marshal. Hearing this, Luffy's mouth twitched, and he was even more speechless about Garp's unreliability. Damn it! Such a big branch, you actually said you don't care about it. What if there are pirates attacking when you are not here? Aren't you afraid that all the marines here will die, and Marshal Sengoku will chop you alive? Hey, wait, who is the admiral who has been on duty in the New World in the past few months? Oh, King Z. That's okay, no wonder the stinky old man has the courage to run away. This is to calculate that there will be unlucky people to help him clean up his ass. Seeing that Luffy suddenly stopped talking, Caesar did not urge him, but turned his head to look at the marines who were gradually gathering around to peek at the beauty. Only then did he realize that he had let the other party stand outside all the time, and then hurriedly interrupted his thoughts in a low voice, stepped aside and extended his hand to invite. Luffy, let's talk about it after we get inside. The chefs of the G2 branch have prepared breakfast for you. We can eat and talk at the same time. Coming back to his senses, Luffy also heard the whispers of the people around him. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted Caesar's invitation. With a group of beautiful girls, he entered the G2 branch. At the same time, Garp had just passed through the government-dedicated channel of the Red Earth continent and was now rushing to the G2 branch. Looking at the intelligence just sent by the headquarters, Garp felt a little irritable. Just a few minutes ago, the headquarters suddenly sent a reminder. It said that the Navy's reconnaissance ship had discovered the traces of the beast's pirates in the Sprenger Sea. The Sprenger Sea is very close to the G2 branch. According to the speculation of the reconnaissance ship, the target of the beast's pirates is likely to be his G2 branch. Bogart, what's going on? Have you contacted Caesar? Garp called his adjutant anxiously. Although King Z was in the New World, he was in the G1 branch, and it would take some time for him to rush over. If the G2 branch was captured during this time, and his subordinates had an accident, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Following Garp's call, Bogart slowly walked out of the cabin. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. But his face looked a little strange, holding a document with a frown on his face. Hey, Bogart, what are you looking at? I asked you if you contacted Caesar. Kapu shouted at him unhappily. Hearing his shout, Bogart raised his head and walked over with a complicated expression. The contact was made, but... After a pause, Bogart handed the document to Garp. Lieutenant General, you should see for yourself. What? Why don't you just tell me clearly? Garp took the document unhappily and quickly scanned it, while muttering. At 7:06 this morning, Major General Monkey D. Luffy of the headquarters arrived at the G2 branch. "Hey! Luffy!" Garp exclaimed in disbelief, holding the document in front of him and reading it carefully word by word. He read it word by word with wide eyes, and after confirming that he was not hallucinating, Garp put the document down and said in confusion, "Why did that kid go to the G2 branch? Didn't I hear from Jean Guo that he stayed in the Water City to build his new warship?" Faced with his question, Bogart spread his hands and said that he didn't know. But he still gave his guess. "Maybe the warship is ready, and he wants to visit you after entering the new world. But this is also a good thing, with him around, at least we don't have to worry about the G2 branch being breached in a short time." Calming down his excitement, Garp picked up the document and looked at it. "Ha, you want me to greet him in person? You disrespectful brat, go clean up my mess." Garp said this with full of malice, and he was relieved. However, he did not slow down the warship. Instead, he ordered the ship to deter and wait for the two sides to fight, and then block the retreat of the beast's pirates. "I want to see which brainless bastard actually rushed to attack my G2 branch. When I get there, I will make you pay." Chapter 159. At this time, the people of the beast's pirates did not know that they had been remembered by a petty old man. In the Sprenry Sea, a huge paddle boat similar to the Viking style, decorated with ivory and skulls of unknown animals, was passing through the sea area quickly, approaching the G2 branch. At the bow of the battleship, there was a girl with a ponytail and two pigtails on her chest. A little giant wearing a fur cloak and a pair of huge ivory decorations on his shoulders was sitting on a huge chair. Looking at the rare calm sea ahead, Jack remembered the warning of Boss Kaido before departure. Go to Doflamingo to complete the transaction and help him deal with some minor troubles. It was because of Boss Kaido's order that Jack resolutely accepted Mingo's commission. Prepare to go to the G2 branch and get rid of everyone there. Brother Jack, should we reconsider this? G2 is the branch where the Iron Fist Garp is stationed. We are no match for him. Facing his subordinates who came to him cautiously to dissuade him, Jack's face, which was covered by the metal jaw guard, did not show any expression. He just glanced at his subordinates, who shuddered and took 2 steps back in fear, and then he withdrew his gaze. "Who do you think I am? I am just an old man who is so old that I don't know how much strength he can still exert. Not to mention that he is not in the G2 branch, even if he is, it is just to add a number to my bounty. Don't talk nonsense, pass on my order, speed up, and crush the naval base with me." Yes, I'll convey it right away." The minion responded terrified and turned away quickly. Jack didn't care about his men's alarmist words. He was the boss of the 4 emperors Kaido and one of the 3 disasters under his command. What's there to be afraid of an outdated vice-admiral? Even if the admiral and the admiral were there, he would not take them seriously. If Minga knew that this big fool was so idiotic and stupid, he would never give him the task. He obviously just told Jack about the relationship between Luffy and Garp and asked him to pay more attention to the branch. Because Minga judged that Luffy would most likely visit Garp after arriving in the New World. However, Garp left a month ago for some reason and has not returned until now. So Minga didn't hold much hope. He really just mentioned it casually at the time. Then he quickly sent Jack away from the kingdom of Dressrosa to prevent the navy from discovering his cooperation with Kaido. Who would have thought that this idiot would actually add? He ran at full speed and went straight to the G2 branch. Jack's train of thought was surprisingly abnormal. He thought that as long as all the people in the G2 branch were killed, Garp would definitely come back to check, and his grandson, his own target, would also likely come with him. It must be said that Jack's idea did make sense. However, what was even more surprising was that his luck was really good. He chose to act just when Garp returned. What was even more outrageous was that his target, Luffy, was also a guest at the G2 branch at that time. In the G2 base, Luffy politely had breakfast with Brigadier General Caesar. Caesar originally wanted to wait until after the meal, and then take Luffy and a group of senior members of his guerrillas to have a good tour of the base. Who knew that they hadn't left the restaurant yet? To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Suddenly, a signalman came running in and informed him of the impending invasion of the beast's pirates. What did you say? Kaido, the beast of the four emperors, is going to attack us. Caesar jumped up from his chair in surprise, holding the man's shoulder and yelling. The marine swallowed his saliva, handed the message from Garp to Caesar, and carefully corrected him. Brigadier General, the intelligence only said that the beast's pirates were coming, but it didn't say that Kaido himself was coming. What difference does it make? Even if Kaido himself doesn't come. As long as any one of his three disasters comes, we will still be doomed. Zeiss yelled angrily, and then paced back and forth in the restaurant anxiously. Seeing him startled and lost his composure just by hearing the name of the beast's pirates, Luffy finally understood why he was only a brigadier general after so many years. Sitting at the dining table, Luffy knocked heavily on the empty plate in front of him, frowned and reminded. Brigadier General Nishizawa, now is not the time to panic. Quickly inform the brothers in the branch to prepare for battle. This is what you should do most. Yes, yes, sound the alarm. At Luffy's reminder, Caesar slapped his forehead, stopped immediately, grabbed the signalman, and gave the order. You immediately notify everyone and sound the battle alarm. Have all units quickly gather at their battle posts, and have all coastal defense artillery be activated to prepare for the attack. Oh, by the way, notify all the warships that can still move to leave the port. When the beast's pirates arrive, cooperate with the base to launch artillery strikes. Chapter 160. After a series of orders were given, the arrangements were in good order. From this, it can be seen that Caesar is still quite capable, but his mentality is not good, and he is easily confused. After receiving the order, the signalman immediately turned around and left to convey it. Caesar watched him run out of the restaurant, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Luffy. Major General Luffy, you. Wiping his mouth, Luffy stood up and shook his head. He didn't need to say anything more. I understand. My troops will cooperate with you. If there are any beast pirates officers in the future, you can leave them to me. Caesar looked at him gratefully, apologized, and ran away to make preparations. Tina put out her cigarette, stood up from her seat, and looked at Caesar's departing back. She whispered. He is a very incompetent base commander. It is unreasonable to be in a panic before the enemy arrives. So he is still a brigadier general at the age of 450, and he is on the same level as young Tina. Peacock flattered her at the right time, making Tina raise her chin in satisfaction. While talking, Anne, Hancock, and Khalifa also gathered together. Since the other women were arranged elsewhere, Luffy instructed them. Okay, no more gossip. Anne, go find Nami, and take 10 teams with her to take off on the Thunder and prepare for air support. Tell Usopp that it's time for him to show his skills. Learn. Tina, Peacock, go gather the remaining team members and ask them to help the branch colleagues build a defense line. Hancock, Khalifa, you guys follow me and wait for my arrangements. Faced with the serious Luffy, the girls stopped laughing. After taking the order seriously, they dispersed to prepare. Luffy took Hancock and Khalifa with him and walked towards the port. At this time, the alarm of the base was sounded. No matter what the navy of the branch was doing at this time, they hurriedly put down their work and ran to the designated location to assemble. The broadcast in the base also sounded at this time, informing everyone of the news that the beast's pirates were about to attack. Hearing that the invading pirates were the famous four emperors, many people panicked for a while. After all, their real base commander, Vice Admiral Garp, was not there. If Kaido, the king of beasts, comes, they have no way to fight him. However, they are elite soldiers in the New World, such a dangerous sea. After a brief panic, they quickly began to enter the fortifications under the comfort and orders of their respective superiors. At the same time, various logistical supplies were constantly moved out of the warehouse and transported to various locations. While the Marines of the branch were busy. Soon, a beautiful landscape joined in under the leadership of Tina and Peacock. Seeing their branch Marines looked up in surprise, some even whispered to each other at this time. "Hey, look, aren't those Major General Luffy's subordinates who just arrived today? No way, how can they all be women, and wearing so little? Even if it is the female soldiers of the Haida staff, it shouldn't be like this. Hey, look at them, the snakes in their hands have turned into bows and arrows." To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hey? It's true, but I seem to have heard of this peculiar fighting style somewhere before. Several Marines who were responsible for loading the coastal artillery started discussing in a low voice. A major officer who was in charge of inspecting the fortifications happened to pass by and saw that they were still deserting at this time. He immediately became furious and strode forward and scolded. "Idiots! What are you doing? The enemy is about to attack, and you still have the time to smile and laugh. If you don't want to live, jump into the sea and drown yourself, don't let your comrades suffer." "I'm sorry, sir." *N. After apologizing quickly, the few people didn't dare to say more, and hurriedly began to check the barrel and load the shells. After staring at them for a long time, the officer snorted heavily and ignored them. He continued to supervise the preparations of the Marines in other places. After the officer left, the few people still didn't dare to be lazy. But their eyes would still look at the eye-catching 9 snake warriors from time to time. Until one of them suddenly exclaimed, scaring them. "I remembered it!" A Marine shouted in surprise. His colleagues around him were all startled. One of the Marines holding the shell trembled so much that the shell almost slipped out of his hand and took them all away. The Marine hurriedly hugged the shell tightly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the man who was yelling and was about to scold him. But the man did not notice him, but excitedly clenched his fist and said to his companions. She, they are the legendary warriors of the Kingdom of Women who are all-powerful. Great, with them, our chances of winning are much better than before." Chapter 161. What? The Land of Daughters? Is there really such a country in the world? Hey, please explain clearly. They are all domineering? Are you kidding me? Yes, let's be clear. If that's the case, we still have a chance of winning. Everything I said is true. Seeing that his companions did not believe him, the man quickly told them everything he knew. His companions exclaimed in surprise. Soon, the news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and slowly spread through the mouths of these people. Not long after, all the Marines in the branch knew the news, and their morale soared. Coincidentally, hearing the discussion of his soldiers, Caesar finally understood where these female soldiers under Luffy came from. It was only then that he realized that he had always felt that the masked woman next to Luffy had a strange sense of familiarity. Now that he thought about it, wasn't the other party the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? After figuring it out, he immediately clenched his fists excitedly, and whispered with joy. 24 It's great, there are the pirate empress and Major General Luffy, 2 7 warlords of the sea-level figures. As long as the 3 major disasters are not together or Kaido comes in person, we can hold on today. That is, Luffy didn't hear his mumbling beside him. Otherwise, he would definitely come over with a big slap, grab his collar and scold him. You have only achieved this much, you deserve to be only a brigadier general in your 40s. With 2 such strong forces around them, Luffy is confident that any one of the 3 disasters, Hancock can kill him. The intense preparations lasted until the afternoon, during which time there were reconnaissance ships reporting the movements of the beast pirates to the branch. At the same time, they also confirmed that the attacker was Jack, the drought disaster who had just been promoted to one of the 3 disasters. This also made Caesar breathe a sigh of relief and put down his heart. And Luffy was also happy when he heard that it was the reckless Jack who came. No wonder he dared to directly attack the G2 branch where Garp was stationed. If it was Jack, it would make sense. After all, this is a tough guy who dared to face Sengoku, Crane and a future admiral with a smile. The sentence "Who do you think I am? Pull the boat over." It is regarded as a classic by many One Piece fans and has been talked about for many years. Haha, it's much easier with this guy. Hancock, Khalifa, you just need to support the others later. I'll take care of that big fool myself. Although Hancock recognized Luffy's strength, he still couldn't help but worry. After all, he is one of the highest-ranking officials under the 4 emperors, so let me go with you. Shaking his head, Luffy declined her help, and looked at the black spot that was gradually enlarging in his sight with a firm look. He slowly raised the corners of his mouth and said excitedly, "Let me be willful for once. I haven't used my full strength for a long time. I need a guy like this to test my current strength." Looking at his eagerness to try, Hancock swallowed the words of dissuasion just as they came to her lips. Helplessly, she went forward to hug Luffy, kissed him lightly on the cheek, and whispered, "Be careful, I want to play games with you tonight." Luffy's eyes flashed, and he smiled mischievously, teasing, "To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I didn't expect that you couldn't stand it before I got addicted. Okay, wait for me, I'll show you something new tonight." After saying that, he nodded to Khalifa beside him, told her to be careful, and then he quickly rushed to the coast. Hancock stopped and watched his back with concern. After staring at him for 4 or 5 minutes, she turned around unhappily, raised her chin to Khalifa and asked her to follow, and then walked away. At this time, a hurried male voice came from the radio again. "It's the Beast's pirates. The Beast's pirates are coming. Everyone, please get ready." Without saying anything more, the Marines hiding in the fortifications on the shore have been on full alert, ready for a desperate battle. Now they just wait for the enemy to get close, and then destroy their ship with a wave of artillery fire. Luffy, who came to one of the defensive positions, also used Den Den Mushi to contact the 190 people on the Thunder who were hiding in the clouds more than 1,600 meters above. Let them cooperate with friendly forces and launch an attack after the base opens fire. It would be best to sink Jack into the sea directly and let Kaido come to rescue him. He is similar to the reckless man in Luffy's impression. He only has 1 ship. He has no more than 4 men. 500 Drought Jack just drove the boat straight towards the base. When the enemy was about 3,000 meters away from the base, Caesar took a deep breath and decisively ordered the coastal defense artillery to open fire. At the same time, the 12 triple guns deployed on the north shore of the island fired together, forming a small-scale barrage towards the beast pirates. At the same time, the 7 warships wandering around the island also slowly surrounded them, and launched fierce artillery fire at the enemy ships in a semicircle. In the clouds, Usopp, who observed this scene through a high-power telescope, was immediately shocked. "Wow! It's finally my turn to take action. Look at me, this is definitely a super shocking performance." Chapter 162. As he spoke, he pushed open the periscope in front of him and grasped the operating device that was similar to a racing steering wheel. This is the latest laser weapon provided by the government. There is only one such weapon on the entire ship, and Luffy gave it to Usopp to operate. As he pressed a few buttons, a hatch slowly opened under the bow of the spacecraft. A hexagonal muzzle with various mechanical and electric coils, which was completely different from previous cannons, stretched out. After aiming at the pirate ship below, Usopp decisively pressed the button. In an instant, the young lady in the control room who was responsible for monitoring the energy reserves of the spacecraft saw that the power of the ship was being consumed rapidly. Such an abnormal scene did not panic her, but she calmly reported to Anne. "Colonel, the HJ-1 beam laser is ready and firing." Ian did not answer, but watched the laser cannon accumulate energy through the monitoring Den Mushi in the control room. Under her gaze, a dazzling blue light flashed from the muzzle of the laser cannon. Then a beam of light as thick as 80 centimeters shot out instantly. At a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, it instantly penetrated the clouds and hit the middle area of the pirate ship below. It shot through it directly and even caused a huge explosion. Below the thunder, when the Navy's coastal defense guns began to fire, Jack also issued his own orders. "Don't worry about the shells, just move forward at full speed, rush forward and kill them all." "Yes." Under the heavy gunfire, the minions of the Beast Group took the order reluctantly. Then, for the sake of their own lives, they hurried to the lower level and paddled desperately. At the same time, they secretly prayed to God for protection. They hoped that they would not be killed by the fierce gunfire of the Navy before they could dock smoothly. Above the pirate ship, Jack was still sitting on the bow with a big horse and a golden sword. He did not change his face at the shells exploding around him. Even if there were shells flying accurately towards the ship, his small cotters with some strength would take the initiative to resist. It seemed that he was really as steady as a mountain, with a bit of the demeanor of a general. But he didn't pretend to be strong for long. I don't know why, Jack always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. But he frowned, controlled his observation haki to search the surrounding area, but did not find anything strange. It was not until he felt a tingling pain on the top of his head and his observation haki sent out a crazy warning that he looked up in horror. Then there was a scene where the laser cannon had accumulated energy, and a high-energy beam fell from the sky, penetrating the pirate ship. I don't know if Usopp was lucky, but the laser beam just hit the ammunition depot in the cabin, causing a secondary explosion. In an instant, all the pirates paddling in the boat lost their lives in the explosion. The entire ship was broken into 2 pieces by the explosion. In the sky, Usopp clenched his fists excitedly. Then he quickly picked up the Den Mushi to report his results. "Hey, Sister Anne, did you see that? I blew up that ship with 1 shot." Without him saying anything, Anne also saw the scene of the pirate ship being destroyed below through real-time monitoring. She immediately smiled and praised generously. "Well done, Usopp, switch to low power mode and keep firing, don't let a single pirate survive." "Yes." After arranging Usopp's side, Anne did not stop. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Instead, he immediately sent a message to the team responsible for ordinary artillery, asking them to open fire together. In an instant, a full 40 hatches were opened in the belly of the Thunder. Triple-mounted gun muzzles poked out, looking down from above, and ruthlessly output their firepower. The ship was destroyed, and the pirates who fell into the sea finally floated to the surface and were hit head-on by fierce artillery fire. Especially some minions clinging to the wreckage of the ship, they received special care. Soon they were blown up and cried for their parents, shouting the name of their boss Jack. But Jack was already too busy to take care of himself at this time, so how could he take care of them? After the ship was blown up, he couldn't keep calm and jumped out of his seat. He stood up. Looking at the half of the ship slowly sinking under his feet, although he was a half-fishman and was not afraid of drowning. But as a user of the fruit ability, he could not move in the sea. He could only sink to the bottom of the sea like a stone, waiting for Kaido to send someone to rescue him before he starved to death. As one of the 3 leaders of the Beast Group, King Zhao, he naturally did not want to end up in such an embarrassing situation. He did not hesitate anymore, looking at the coast which was only 2,000 meters away from him, his leg muscles bulged and he jumped into the air in an instant. On the shore, with his hand on his forehead, he looked at the huge figure in the air, approaching awkwardly with unskilled moon steps. Luffy did not make a move to stop him, and shamefully launched the suction, knocking the man into the sea. Putting down his hands, he immediately ordered the marines around him. Evacuate quickly, leave this place to me. Forward, yes. Chapter 163. Looking at the young general who was not too tall in front of him, and then looking at the little giant who was gradually approaching and about to land. After hesitating for a while, the Marines chose to believe him and obeyed the order and left. As soon as he landed, Jack immediately looked back with lingering fear. At this time, the ship he drove all the way from Wano country had completely turned into pieces and sank into the sea. Most of the men he brought with him died in the previous artillery fire. Only a few smart people saw the situation early and jumped into the sea and swam to the shore. A distance of about 2,000 meters is only a few minutes for powerful pirates. Soon, about 100 pirates swam ashore and gathered around Jack. Looking at these embarrassed drowned chickens, the Navy decisively stopped the shelling. One by one, with a hideous smile on their faces, they picked up muskets and long swords and prepared to welcome guests. Damn the Navy, this time they will be taught a lesson by Kaido boss, and laughed at by Brother Jin and Brother Quinn. Just when Jack looked unhappy and didn't know how to explain himself to Kaido and his men, a frivolous and teasing voice came into his ears. Hey, that big fool over there, you must be Drought Jack. Can you tell me who gave you the courage to attack the G2 branch? Turning his scarlet eyes, Jack slowly turned his head with a gloomy face and looked over. A few dozen meters away from him, a young Navy man in a pure white suit and a red tie was smiling at him with his hands in his pockets. Seeing the man in front of him, Jack narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately recognized the man's identity. He took out the photo provided by Doflamingo from his arms and compared it carefully. Jack was delighted, and then he said dully. You are the grandson of Old Man Garp, the monkey Luffy who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Luffy frowned, took his hands out of his pockets, and looked at his actions in surprise. Caa. This guy is coming for me? But I didn't provoke Teacher Kai. Why is he still thinking about me? Although he was full of doubts in his heart, he didn't show any expression on the surface and started to talk to this stupid big guy. Oh? I didn't expect that even the 4 emperors have heard of my name. What? Is it that Kaido wants to recruit me? I heard that he values talents. Humph, trash like you is not worthy of the beast's pirates. He snorted coldly and crumpled the photo into a ball and threw it on the ground. Jack took off the huge ivory decoration on his shoulder and said coldly. Kid, for the sake of my mission, go and die quickly. Tien Yasha is still waiting for my good news. Doflamingo, you have some brains, please. Luffy was also stunned when he heard his words. What the hell is this? I haven't asked you in detail yet, why did you give out the mastermind behind the scenes? Do you really think that you can take down the entire G2 branch and kill people to silence them? Are you underestimating me too much? And what is this Doflamingo doing? Didn't he just beat you up at the headquarters? Why are you so petty? Old Man Garp also beat you up, why don't you seek revenge on him first? Haha, Doflamingo is indeed going to receive good news. He complained silently, and his hands also started to move. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He slowly raised his right fist, and the dark and deep armament haki covered his finger bones all the way to his elbow. Facing Jack, a sturdy and tough ancient ability user, Luffy was already a little impatient. Come on, big fool, I'll use you as a sandbag to hone my haki. Although he said so, Luffy was not stupid enough not to use his fruit ability. As soon as he finished speaking, electricity surged on the surface of Luffy's body, and he quickly rushed towards Jack with a step. Seeing that this arrogant Navy boy actually wanted to use him, the 3 disasters, as a whetstone, Jack was instantly furious. He pulled out 2 strange weapons with straight blades on the lower body and sickle-shaped upper body from the ivory. He swung it down heavily at the attacking Luffy. Don't be so arrogant, kid. I'm not on the same level as the small fry you defeated before. Luffy's eyes flashed red, and he instantly pulled out the big sword Dulyuan that had not been used for a long time. He didn't hesitate to block with both hands, and after a crisp metal collision, Luffy easily blocked the attack. The power is not bad, but you are too slow. He turned sideways and pushed the Dulyuan in his hand to the side. The strange sickle-shaped weapon was immediately swung away by this force. At this time, Jack had already raised his other hand high, ready to drop it at any time. But Luffy was one step faster than him, and the Dulyuan with domineering power was lifted up diagonally, straight to Jack's lower abdomen, and then lifted it a little bit lower. Jack's pupils shrank instantly, and he cursed Luffy for being a bastard and insidious. At the same time, he quickly condensed a large amount of armed color in his lower body, and at the same time, his two swords returned to defense at the fastest speed. This is how he blocked the attack before his friend was cut off. Chapter 164. One of them protected his crotch with two swords, while the other tried to lift his sword upwards, and they began to wrestle with their muscles bulging. The collision of weapons caused a storm on the battlefield centered on the two of them. The Navy pirates who originally wanted to get closer to here and help their Major General/boss had to move away helplessly. They opened up another battlefield and fought each other. Of course, it was mainly the Navy or the guerrillas who were killing each other, and the pirates could only fight desperately. Now the pirates can't escape without a ship, and they are facing a naval encirclement that is several times or even dozens of times their own. They can only resist stubbornly and hold on until Boss Jack solves the Navy boy, then they have hope of survival. It's a pity that they probably can't wait until that time. Tina, wearing a burgundy suit and sunglasses, appeared in front of the pirates. However, she didn't do it herself, but waited until the rows of bikini female warriors behind her finished lining up, and waved her hand coldly ordered. "Shoot! Don't let any of them go." If it were in the past, seeing so many beautiful women in cool clothes, the evil pirates would have whistled and flirted with them, or even forcefully attacked them. But at this moment, looking at the rain of arrows covering their heads, with arrows carrying inexplicable power, they were instantly desperate. A young cotter of the Beast Corps who had mastered the domineering power and had some experience, stepped back in fear and shouted loudly. "No, it's impossible. Warriors from the Kingdom of Women, how could warriors from the Kingdom of Women appear here? Get out of the way. These arrows have, The young cotter shouted as he retreated violently. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, and covered himself with a thin layer of armed color to resist. But at the same time, more than 500 arrows fell, and they were surrounded and confined to a very small area. Even though he tried his best to dodge and resist, it was inevitable that he was shot by 2 feather arrows respectively. He did not have the domineering power to protect his right leg and lower abdomen. The arrows wrapped with domineering power instantly penetrated his body, leaving 2 blood holes on his body. The young cotter paused for a moment, and in this short moment, the female warrior Alan's eyes flashed with cold light, and she decisively released the bowstring. The arrow pierced the air with a swoosh and reached the young cotter. Under his horrified expression, it easily drilled into his eye socket. A big hole opened from the back of his head, bringing out a piece of red and white. After shooting this arrow, Alan did not even look at the young cotter. Continue to draw the bow and string, and cooperate with the sisters to kill the other pirates who were lucky enough to survive. Looking at the pirates falling down like wheat in front of him, Zoro's mouth twitched, and he slowly put the 3 swords back into the scabbard with a dark face. "Damn, they didn't even give me a chance to fight, these bastard women." While his men were successfully clearing out the remaining pirates, Luffy's battle fell into a stalemate. "Woohoo!" A loud and angry elephant cry rang out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. That is it." Zeiss looked at the huge monster that suddenly appeared, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. In the crowd, Cook looked at the figure and secretly clenched his fists. "Is it also an ancient species? It's too big. Luffy can't handle it." To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In the sight of everyone, a mammoth with a shoulder height of 10 meters and a body length of 17 meters appeared on the battlefield. It was covered with thick long hair and had a pair of 5-6 meter long huge tusks. The mammoth neighed and raised its front hooves and stomped down heavily. In an instant, the navy saw what it meant to collapse the sky and the earth. The bricks and stones under their feet cracked and sank, and the whole island even felt a faint vibration. Luffy flashed and retreated hundreds of meters away. Looking at the huge elephant, he looked at it with interest. In particular, he paid special attention to the pair of tusks. "Hey, Jack, would you like to sell your ivory? I think it's worth more than your bounty." At this time, Jack's bounty was not yet 1 billion, but only 720 million Baileys. So Luffy rubbed his chin, pretended to think for a while, and directly made an offer. "Let's make a deal. I'm too lazy to catch you. Cut off your tusks and use them as your bounty. I'll give you another 200 million berries. Use them as the money to buy this pair of treasures." Hearing this, Jack's eyes, which had grown as big as his body, suddenly flashed with anger and gradually became bloodshot. "Want my ivory? I'll give it to you." Roaring, he lowered his head, applied the color of armed forces on his tusks, and started charging with his pillar-like limbs. Looking at Jack rushing towards him like a big truck, Luffy was in a trance for a moment, and thought he saw the Daun car from his previous life. Chapter 165. It's a pity that I have worn it once, and I have a good life in this life, so I don't plan to wear it a second time for the time being. He put away the sword and threw it aside with the scabbard. Luffy took a step forward excitedly, his hands were covered with dark domineering, and he squatted down to prepare for the hard attack. Hancock, who was watching the battle not far away, bit her nails nervously. Seeing that Luffy, this idiot, actually wanted to take the fierce attack from Jack, she immediately grabbed Salome anxiously, and her white jade-like arms suddenly strangled its neck. "Idiot! Get out of the way! You can't be so reckless when fighting with such a big fool! Salome? Hiss 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 347. Help, the snake is dying!" But no matter how anxious she was at this moment, Luffy couldn't hear her at all. He had already focused all his attention on the behemoth rushing in front of him. When the opponent rushed to him, Luffy squatted down to stabilize his center of gravity, then directly met it with both hands and blocked one of his tusks. "Ha! Stop it right there!" The sudden outburst and instant bulging of muscles directly burst the sleeves and trouser legs of his suit. But Luffy had no time to care about these things at this time. He was being pushed back by Jack's unstoppable impact. The muscles in his two thick thighs suddenly bulged and penetrated deeply into the ground to resist the impact. But even so, Luffy was pushed back 700,000 meters. It was not until he felt Jack's strength begin to weaken that he suddenly shouted, exerted force on his waist and sank his lower body, firmly fixing his body in place. Feeling the sudden huge resistance in front of him, Jack was shocked and his eyes widened. "No, it's impossible. How can you have so much strength? Even Brother Quinn can't stop so easily under my impact." Luffy looked up and met his horrified eyes, then smiled. "Doesn't this prove that I am stronger than your Brother Quinn?" As he said this, he shouted again, to the horror and shock of the Marines. The 9 snake warriors, Kurla and Khalifa admired him. Under the admiring and crazy gazes of his girlfriends such as Tina, Hancock, and Peacock. Holding the tusk, he lifted up the mammoth, which was hundreds of times heavier than him, and threw it heavily over his shoulder to the ground. In an instant, a cloud of dust was stirred up in the field, and some people who were close to him couldn't stand firmly and fell to the ground. Jack, who was hitting the ground with his head, was stunned by this. His brain even felt dizzy for a short time. But he was an ancient seed fruit ability user after all, and his recovery and resistance to blows were absolutely impeccable. Just by closing his eyes and opening them, Jack felt that the dizzy trance in his head disappeared. But before he could take the next step, in his eyes that had just opened, a not-so-big fist quickly enlarged in his sight. Zine! Bang! Crack! A heavy punch hit his forehead, accompanied by a loud explosion-like sound and a barely audible sound of the skull breaking. Jack's entire head was smashed into the ground by this blow. The entire ground also began to crack under this blow. Hurry! Run! Seeing the cracks gradually spreading towards him, Caesar swallowed his saliva and turned around and ran, calling out. The other navy didn't need him to remind them, as they had already noticed something was wrong and started to retreat after Luffy hit Jack. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But before they could retreat far, the ground began to crack, and bottomless cracks were chasing them from behind. Seeing this, the guerrillas also began to retreat quickly. Sanji, who was a member of the logistics team and had been standing at the back of the team, saw this scene. While he hurriedly shouted to his teammates to retreat, he had evil thoughts. He flashed in front of Gladys, and without waiting for her consent, he hugged her by the waist and ran slowly with her in his arms. Suddenly being hugged by someone, Gladys subconsciously turned sideways and hugged the person's neck tightly. Because Gladys was tall, at 2.1 meters tall, she followed her movements. The pair of meat mountains inevitably blocked Sanji's sight and blocked his breathing. Ah! Captain Sanji! Gladys exclaimed, and then she realized that it was Sanji who was hugging her. She hurriedly tried to break free from his arms. She didn't want the captain to think that she was weak and a burden that needed to be protected. But before she could say anything, she felt her chest getting hot. Looking down at her chest, Gladys's face turned pale in an instant, and she exclaimed. Team 1.4, your nose is bleeding. Quick, put me down. No, I'm fine. Although his brain was already fuzzy and not quite clear. Sanji was shocked and quickly refused when he heard Gladys wanted to get down from his arms. At this time, there was another loud noise behind them, and the ground began to shake again. Gladys, who was timid, subconsciously hugged Sanji tightly again. Feeling the familiar softness and smoothness, Sanji closed his eyes happily. Chapter 166. At this moment, he seemed to see heaven and the cute little angels who came to greet him. God, my life has been fulfilled. But please wait for me a little longer, let me complete my mission, send Gladys to a safe place, and then take me away. Perhaps the gods heard his words and were moved by his great chivalry. Sanji felt that his vision suddenly became clear. Even though his vision was blocked by the white flowers, he could still see the obstacles in front of him. This ensured that he could continue to enjoy the beautiful touch on his face while seeing the road clearly and sending Gladys safely to the back. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you, unknown god. When everyone began to retreat, Luffy was beating Jack with punches. Obviously, he used all his strength and suppressed Jack so that he couldn't even raise his head. But he just felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. It felt that his domineering aura was resisted and dissolved by the opponent's domineering aura after hitting the opponent's thick skin and flesh. Moreover, his haki was seriously wasted, and he couldn't hurt Jack more effectively. No, it's not that feeling. You have to move, haki should move, and concentrate on one point. He raised his fist irritably, gathered strength and brought it down hard again. Luffy suddenly felt that the haki in his body began to gather towards his fist for a moment. But this situation only happened for a short moment, and it dissipated before the fist landed on Jack's head. Looking at his fist in surprise, Luffy felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was almost able to grasp that feeling. Concentration, or consciousness must be concentrated, you must first make yourself believe that you can do it. Just when Luffy grasped the inspiration of that moment and comprehended it carefully, Jack, who was beaten so badly that he even rolled his eyes at one point, suddenly pulled his head out of the ground. After the huge elephant body staggered and shook for a while, it shook its head and regained consciousness. It hurts, damn it! Damn it! You are just a rear admiral, don't be so arrogant. He roared, turned his head, and swung his long trunk towards Luffy. Luffy jumped back nimbly, supported himself with one hand, and did a few somersaults to distance himself from him. Frowning, he scolded coldly. Stop arguing, I'm busy. Seeing that this damned brat actually dared to ignore him, Jack became even more furious. He ran to Luffy with his hooves, looked at the brat in front of him with his fists raised and his eyes closed, and raised his front hooves high. Go to hell, bastard! With his weight and the terrifying power brought by his increased ability, Jack couldn't believe that this kid could be safe and sound under such an attack. Seeing that the attack was about to fall, Luffy suddenly opened his eyes, took a step, twisted his waist, and swung his right fist high. You should die, idiot! On one side is a huge ancient beast, and on the other side is an ordinary little man who is a little over 1.8 meters tall. No matter how you look at it, the battle should be one-sided, and the little man should be crushed as the ending. But for some reason, Jack, as the person involved, suddenly felt a sense of alarm. Especially when he saw Luffy's small fist wrapped in a layer of strange domineering that flowed like liquid from the corner of his eye, this feeling was particularly strong. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. But who do you think he is? He is one of the disasters under the command of the Four Emperors Kaido, drought Jack. A mere navy, I will crush you to death. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and Jack gathered his strength fiercely and stepped down heavily. Luffy waved his iron fist with excitement and faced the challenge, and collided with his elephant hoof. It was obviously an attack with such a huge difference in size, but the result after the collision between the two was shocking. Boom! Jack, who weighed at least 450 tons, was actually thrown high up by Luffy like a ball, and flew backwards for several hundred meters before falling heavily. Ignoring the severe pain in his left hoof, Jack turned over immediately after landing, looking at the thin man in horror, and said in surprise. How is it possible? This kind of power, can a mere major general really possess it? Jack was a little skeptical at this time. He had killed many major generals over the years, but he had never seen one as outrageous as Luffy. He had even fought against the vice-admirals of the headquarters, but they were undoubtedly not as stressful as the man in front of him. At this time, he was already cursing Doflamingo in his heart. This bastard, he clearly said that he was just going to help a little, but he had to deal with such a difficult guy. When he goes back, he must give that bastard Tenayasha a good beating and vent his anger. Chapter 167. That's right, Jack didn't think he would lose even now. In his opinion, this kid's haki was at most a little bit stronger, and it hurt him a little. Anyway, he was an animal-type fruit ability user, quite resistant and energy-consuming. He didn't believe that this kid could always use such a high level of haki. You know, haki will also be exhausted. With this thought in mind, he slowly stood up, and his body began to shrink into a human beast form. Unlike the general human beast form, his upper body is a human body with a long elephant trunk, while his lower body is still an elephant body with 4 legs. It looks like a centaur, oh no, a half-human elephant. Jack plans to face Luffy in this form and fight a war of attrition with him. Luffy on the other side naturally noticed his movements, but most of his attention was still on himself. Great, that should be the second stage of haki, flowing and releasing. Sure enough, we still have to fight a real fight. It's a pity that he is not Teacher Kai, otherwise I can learn internal destruction today. Luffy, who was feeling very proud of mastering new skills, fantasized about it. But now he only dared to think about it. If Teacher Kaido really came, he would probably teach Luffy a lesson and ask him what kind of king he is. Crossed out. In short, he who has mastered the technique of releasing the haki flow can concentrate the haki, so that the attack and defense power become stronger. He can also release unnecessary armament color from his fists or other places to cause damage. This can effectively prevent him from wasting haki carelessly. It is enough for him to give Jack a good beating. Thinking of this, he rubbed his fists and showed a hideous and evil smile. You have a deal with Doflamingo, right? You broke into the naval base alone, right? You look down on me, right? I'll beat the shit out of you. He rushed towards Jack again, and Jack was ready. He took out his sickle weapon again and started a duel with Luffy. Yi Lei Shen Nu Lei Axe. Imitating the fourth Raikage in Naruto, Luffy covered his feet with lightning and domineering at the same time, and smashed down heavily on Jack's head. With lightning wrapped all over his body, his speed, defense, and nerve conduction speed were greatly accelerated. As a result, Jack's vision color only caught his figure when the attack was approaching. As for defense or dodging, he didn't react at all. A solid kick landed on Jack's crown, and the half-elephant kid's eyes went black and he almost went to see his ancestors. But fortunately, he had no other skills, just one word, tough enough. He just staggered forward a few steps and stabilized his body. Relying on perception, he swung the sickle at Luffy. But when he attacked, Luffy had already dodged and disappeared. When he appeared again, he came directly to a very dangerous position, facing the place where the elephant whip was probably, and kicked him hard in the crotch. Oh! Judging from the sound, Luffy hit the right place. And his armament haki attainment was obviously not as good as Luffy's. He was hit and broke his defense instantly. He clamped his legs and started screaming. Damn, I am not the kind of person who has martial ethics. I will kill you while you are sick. Watch me use my 4 hands. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Originally, Luffy stretched out 4 fingers to poke Jack's anus. But it would be bad if he brought out some surprises from this guy's intestines. He wanted to get close to Anne, Tina, and others today, but he didn't want to have stinky hands. So he changed his target and attacked Jack's hind legs. Because of his large body and inflexible turning, Jack couldn't catch him no matter how hard he tried. Even when he wanted to kick him away while he was attacking, Luffy noticed it early and dodged in advance. The two of them fought and were beaten, and they actually lasted for nearly 2 hours. But after so much time, Jack still didn't use up Luffy's domineering. Just when he couldn't bear the beating anymore and his 4 legs softened, he was about to collapse. Luffy's observation haki caught this opportunity in time. Waiting for now. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy's figure appeared in front of Jack, and his dark fingers pierced into his chest. This level of minor injuries was nothing to Jack. On the contrary, he also thought it was time to fight back. A terrifying murderous light burst out from his scarlet eyes. He swung the sickle in his hand, and slashed towards Luffy's waist as if he had expected it. Faced with such a dangerous attack, Luffy did not panic, but grinned with a mocking smile. Suddenly, electric light flashed all over his body, and a terrifying high-voltage current passed through his fingers and poured into Jack's body. Ah! The violent lightning washed Jack's internal organs, even though he was an animal-type ability user known for his defense and resistance. When facing the damage from inside the body, there is still no good means of resistance. Chapter 168. Thunder Sword. Luffy used a new move before the electric discharge attack stopped. A lightsaber formed by lightning suddenly extended from his fingertips. It went straight through his ribs and internal organs and came out from his back. This time, Jack was hit even harder. His body paralyzed by electricity trembled, and the whole person shook stiffly, and fell straight to the ground. Pulling his hand back a few steps, Luffy looked at Jack, whose body was twitching from time to time and had returned from the beast form to the human form. Silently reaching into his pocket, he quickly took out a 50 Bailey coin. He tossed the coin up and down, and then caught it. Luffy took a deep breath and prayed silently. Sister Misaka, please give me strength. After praying, he looked at Jack, who fell to the ground with cold eyes, and sighed slowly. Really, I don't want to mess with Kaido anytime soon. Why do you have to come here to die? As he said this, he put the coin on his index finger with his thumb and attached the armament haki to the coin to prevent it from melting halfway. Are you ready to die? Drought Jack. After saying that, he flicked the coin high up without waiting for Jack's answer. At this time, Jack also regained some mobility. He raised his head. Although he didn't know what Luffy was going to do, he had already sensed the danger. However, he did not beg for mercy in a low voice, but shouted hoarsely with a ferocious face. Navy! Boss Kaido will avenge me! Luffy answered him with a cold voice. Go ahead, railgun! Instantly, the tiny coin shot out at an exaggerated speed of 3 times the speed of sound, hitting Jack, who was speaking harshly. Jack himself didn't even react before he saw a flash of white light, and then he felt empty in his heart as if something was missing. He slowly lowered his head and took a look. Wow, not only his heart, but his entire heart, including all the organs in his chest, were empty and disappeared. Looking up at the man in astonishment, Jack clutched the sand under him with both hands, very unwilling. Damn, am I going to die like this? Boss Kaido, Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, I'm sorry, I've brought shame to the beast's pirates. With guilt for Kaido and the others in his heart, Jack closed his eyes unwillingly. After another minute or two, he finally took his last breath. Finally dead, damn, are animal type ability users so lucky? I wish I could get an animal type fruit to eat. Luffy said to himself with a little envy. He looked at Jack's huge body, and he had no intention of whipping the corpse. He tore off his suit, which was already tattered because of excessive force. He was only wearing a white shirt with torn cuffs, and his red tie and white cloak of justice fluttered in the wind. He took a last look at Jack's body, shook his head and cursed him in a low voice, "Idiot!" He turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the G2 branch Marines and the guerrillas in a cool manner. Hey, Brigadier General Caesar, call someone to collect the bodies. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. A call came from afar. Caesar put down the telescope with trembling hands, CFCE, swallowed his saliva in fear and admiration. Recalling the scene he just saw, Caesar's eyes were burning, and he murmured in a low voice. Big news, absolutely big news. Luffy, a 13-year-old major general, defeated the most senior cadre of the 4 emperors Kaido, who had been famous for many years. This, am I witnessing history? Maybe next time I see this guy, I should call him Vice Admiral, no, Mr. General. Looking at Caesar, who was standing there mumbling stupidly, a lieutenant colonel of the branch hurriedly reminded him in a low voice excitedly. Brigadier General Caesar. Me, we, Major General. Shit. Hearing his call, Caesar came back to his senses from the excitement and kicked him on the butt in annoyance. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Didn't you hear Admiral Luffy's order? Go clean up the battlefield and save Drought Jack's body. Yes. After receiving the order, the lieutenant colonel was about to execute it excitedly. However, Caesar grabbed his collar and stopped him. Wait. Take a picture first. Where's the cameraman? Take a picture of Luffy's heroic fight against the pirates. Luffy, who was walking towards this side, heard his shout and suddenly stopped. Even Hancock and Tina, who were about to rush over after seeing the battle was over, braked and stopped. Just when Luffy thought that Caesar was a very capable guy and was ready to wait for Grandpa Garp to come back and praise him more, the sound of shutters was heard around him. He turned around in surprise and saw a middle-aged man with a round hat and a big beard with obvious blush on his cheeks, who was excitedly taking pictures of him. When Luffy looked over, the man waved excitedly and shouted. Major General Sang, strike a handsome pose, I promise you will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Chapter 169. Hey! Flame Photographer. Luffy asked in surprise, not understanding the head of the Navy's photo department. In the original work, the culprit who caused Sanji's bounty to be hand-painted, why did he suddenly appear here? However, he still subconsciously crossed his arms and looked forward firmly. With the justice coat dancing behind him, he looked very imposing. The flame photographer excitedly changed several angles and took dozens of photos. Looking at this strange guy who was shouting fire, while taking pictures, Luffy suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He glanced at the camera in his hand and asked suspiciously. "That's your lens cap, it should be open, right?" Flame photographer, what? In a communication room of the Navy's communications department, wearing headphones, Carlyle was listening to the news coming from all over the world. After sorting and confirming, he recorded and classified the news one by one. Carlyle took off the headphones and stretched his body. "Ah, another one is done, I am so tired today." Thinking of this, he looked at the clock hanging in the center of the wall of the room. "It's 5:46, and I can change shifts in 14 hours. Thinking of this, Carlyle noticed that his colleague beside him also took off his headphones. He quickly touched him and whispered, "Bucky, let's go out for dinner later and invite all the brothers along." The signalman named Bucky smiled apologetically at Carlyle's invitation. "Sorry, Brother Kylie, I have a date with my girlfriend tonight, so, you know." "What? You have a girlfriend, when did it happen?" Kylie asked in surprise with a hint of suspicion and envy. Buji also answered all the questions of this big brother who always took good care of him. "Haha, it wasn't long ago. We confirmed our relationship 3 days ago." Looking at his younger brother, who looked so happy when talking about this, Kylie was worrying about when he would be single, and at the same time he also sent his congratulations. After that, the two chatted casually. Looking at the clock on the wall, waiting for time to pass slowly. Soon it was 5:55, and the people who were changing shifts had arrived one after another. Kylie also packed up his personal belongings, and after chatting with the person who came to take over for a few words, he prepared to evacuate as soon as the time came. But before he could get up from the chair, the operating table in front of him suddenly flashed a red light, and an electronic alarm beeped. The person who took over wanted Kylie to get up and let him solve it. But Kylie waved his hand and declined his kindness. Putting on the headphones again, he quickly took out the microphone and started asking. "This is Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford." Before Kylie could finish his words, he was interrupted by an excited voice from the other side. "This is the G2 branch, this is the G2 branch. Important news, the headquarters Major General Monkey D. Luffy, recently killed the highest officer of the Beast's pirates, Drought Jack, alone. Please report to Marshal Sengoku immediately. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network." Repeat, the headquarters Major General Monkey D. Luffy. Kylie couldn't hear the rest of the words clearly. His brain seemed to have exploded, and it was a mess. As the most informed correspondent, he had naturally heard about the conflict between the G2 branch and the Beast's pirates. He also knew that Vice Admiral Garp was not in the G2 branch, and that the branch was likely to be destroyed. But what did he just hear? The highest-ranking officer of the four Emperor's pirates was killed. And the one who killed him was Major General Luffy, who had only recently become a Major General and seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old. This, are you sure you are not kidding? Just when Carlyle was confused and doubting the authenticity of the news, the fax machine on his desk suddenly rang, and several photos were sent over. Carlyle quickly reached out, took one of the photos, and looked at it with wide eyes. After seeing Jack in the photo with a big hole in his chest, lying on the ground and definitely dead, his expression changed immediately and he stood up abruptly. Bang! Because of his violent movement, he accidentally knocked over the chair. Everyone in the room who was about to leave or take over the work was startled and looked over. But Carlyle couldn't care about these at this time. He quickly pushed the colleague who was going to take over his shift to the front of the operating table. Then without saying a word, he pushed through the crowd and ran out. Seeing his anxious look, everyone knew that something had happened. I just don't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, due to the principle of confidentiality and some rules, no one asked much. Instead, they separated with worries. Those who should go to work went to work, and those who should go home went home. Chapter 170. Coming out of the communications room, Kai Lei rushed all the way to the marshal's office on the top floor. Poor him, an old communicator who has been engaged in communications for many years. Every day he just sits in a chair to record intelligence, and has neglected exercise for many years. When he finally rushed to the door of the marshal's office, he was already out of breath. Not daring to delay, Kai Lei hurriedly knocked on the door and tried to regulate his breathing before the marshal opened his mouth to respond. "Please come in." A steady and majestic voice came from behind the back door. Kai Lei ignored the rules and pushed the door open. He excitedly reported to Zhang Guo, who looked up at the desk in confusion. 377 Report to Marshal Sengoku, according to the latest news from the G2 branch. Major General Monkey D. Luffy of the headquarters single-handedly killed the highest-ranking officer of the Beast's pirates, Jack the Drought. This is the on-site photo sent by the G2 branch. After saying it in one breath, Kai Lei hurriedly walked towards Sengoku with the photo in both hands. And Sengoku's body was also shocked, and he immediately became serious. When Kai Lei approached, he took the photo and looked at it carefully. When he saw Jack's body and Luffy's handsome posture in the pose photo, Sengoku immediately said loudly with excitement. He slammed the table heavily and stood up from the chair excitedly. "I didn't expect this kid to have grown to this level. It seems I still underestimated him." Said happily, he took the photos and checked them one by one. But soon, Zhang Guo frowned deeply again and gradually calmed down. Drought Jack is one of the most capable subordinates of the four emperors Kaido. Now that Luffy has killed him, you don't have to think about it to know that he will definitely suffer crazy revenge from Kaido in the future. This child is not Kaido's opponent now, and this matter is also very involved. He has to hold a meeting and discuss it with the generals. In addition, such a great contribution to killing the three disasters must also be rewarded. But how to reward him makes Zhang Guo embarrassed. Holding the photo, Zhang Guo sighed with a hint of worry in his happiness. Jack is not a small fish that can be easily solved. It stands to reason that Luffy killed him and made such a great contribution, and it is not excessive to give him a lieutenant general. But Zhang Guo is worried that he is so young and will lose himself if he climbs so high all of a sudden, which is not good for his future development. Thinking about it, Zhang Guo, who can't think of a good way to solve it for the time being, noticed the signalman still standing in the room, and could only speak to him to leave. "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back first. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Before the headquarters makes a decision, you are not allowed to tell anyone." "Yes." Kai Lei agreed without hesitation. This restriction was nothing to him. As a signalman, he had received strict confidentiality training. He knew what to say and what not to say without being reminded by Sengoku. After leaving the marshal's office, Kai Lei breathed a sigh of relief. After this period of calmness, the excitement in his heart had subsided for the most part. After calmness regained the upper hand in his brain, his keenness to intelligence as a signalman immediately made him see the far-reaching impact behind this matter. The first is Major General Luffy, the great hero of this time. This young general should be careful in the future. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kaido is definitely not a guy who will not report back if he suffers a loss. If the news that Jack, a confidant, was killed reached Kaido's ears, Kaido will definitely be furious, and he may even go after Luffy and attack him personally. This may very well be the fuse for a war between the Navy and the four emperors. The world, which seems to be peaceful on the surface, may see a big turmoil after this. It is not impossible that the world structure will be rewritten. Thinking of this, Kyle shuddered and dared not think about it anymore. What are you thinking about? Even if a war really breaks out, so what? We have Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp and the 3 admirals. Our navy is the strongest in this ocean. Yet, maybe now we have to count one more Major General Luffy. Shaking his head and thinking this funny, I found that he had returned to the communication room unknowingly. His return immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. After seeing everyone's eyes, I said nothing. He silently picked up the things he had packed, said hello to everyone and left. Seeing his attitude, everyone understood, turned around and stopped caring, and continued their work on May 3rd. Compared with the slight ripples caused by the headquarters of the Navy, the news of Jack's death has caused a stir in Wano country. It stands to reason that all the members of the Beast Pirates who attacked the G2 branch were wiped out. Wano country should not have received any news. But don't forget, there is a magical item called Life Card in this world. It was the Beast Group who managed the Life Card who first discovered something wrong. Chapter 171. He hurriedly took Jack's slowly burning life card and wanted to report it to a higher level cadre. But he didn't expect that when he was halfway there, Jack's life card was burned out. This immediately frightened the minion so much that his face turned pale, and he quickly reported the situation to his boss. After learning about the incident, his boss was also horrified and reported the news to one of the 3 big bosses, Jin, the flame disaster. Even Jin was extremely surprised when he received the news. He then quickly reported it to Kaido. Wow, Jack, how did you die? I just asked you to make a deal with Doflamingo. If you die now, what should I do? Jin, who came to report, and Quinn, who heard the news, looked at Kaido who started crying because he was drunk, and felt helpless. Lord Kaido, now is not the time to cry. We still have to avenge that naughty kid Jack. Quinn, who has 2 golden whiskers on his mouth and a golden ponytail on the back of his head, is more than 6 meters tall, but his body is bloated like a ball. He tried to wake up Kaido. But when Kaido heard his words, he just paused, squinted his eyes and leaned over to look at him, then continued to drink while crying and laughing. Quinn slapped his forehead helplessly. No, Boss Kaido is really drunk. It will be difficult for him to sober up in a short time. Beside him, he was wearing a black spiked mask and a black double-breasted leather jacket, wrapping the whole person tightly. Only a pair of black wings were exposed behind him, and there was a flame burning behind his head. Jin folded his hands on his chest, glanced at him calmly, and said unexpectedly. I didn't realize that you, an idiot, actually care about Jack. Otherwise, you should investigate the cause of his death. Shut up, you cold-blooded bastard. Jack is my little brother who I watched grow up. He was one of the 3 disasters who was also a big boss like us. Of course I am sad that he died. Quinn pretended to wipe away his tears, as if he had a really good relationship with Jack. However, he just thought that King asked him to investigate the cause of Jack's death. Not to mention that he was on the same level as King, what right did the other party have to order him? Even if it was the order of Boss Kaido, he would firmly refuse. Are you kidding? Jack is already dead. How can a dead person be as important as his precious research? Since Boss Kaido was still drunk, the 2 major cadres had no intention of taking the initiative to take the lead and avenge Jack. Quinn, who had just come to see the situation, immediately lost interest, said hello to King and planned to leave. Well, I still have experiments to do. Scum Jin, Jack's matter, or Kaido boss woke up, you can tell him yourself. Idiot. Jin said these 2 words calmly and turned to leave. Just as they were about to leave, Kaido, who was still drinking, suddenly stopped. He roared and angrily smashed the wine gourd against the wall, smashing it to pieces. The two top officials stopped at the same time and turned around in surprise. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kaido's eyes were red, full of cruelty and murderous intent. Go find Doflamingo. If he can't give me a satisfactory explanation for Jack's death, Jin, you go kill him. After a slight silence, Jin nodded calmly and took on the task. Quinn was startled by Kaido's sudden anger, and he breathed a sigh of relief after he calmed down after he finished speaking. But before he could finish his breath, Kaido suddenly howled like a ghost. Wivu Jack, you idiot, trash, waste, how can you die? You must be lying to me, right? Come out now. After saying the last sentence, Kaido's body suddenly changed dramatically. Quinn was shocked and had a bad guess. Hey, Lord Kaido, calm down. Jin, come here too, Jin. He was just about to pull Jin to persuade Kaido, but when he turned around, Jin had already slipped away without a word. He looked at Jin, who was only a back figure left, and then looked at Kaido, who was winding up and about to break through the cave. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. Hey, scum Jin, wait for me. After he went out, Kaido, who had completely transformed into a blue dragon, smashed the top of a Nagashima's iconic skull with his head. Staggering in the sky, under the admiring and awe-inspiring gazes of all the members of the Beast's pirates, started a drunken madness. Jack! Where are you? Stop hiding, come out here! As he roared, wind blades spurted out of his mouth, attacking everything around him indiscriminately. The beasts, who had originally admired Kaido, suddenly showed fear and quickly turned around and fled. Run! The governor is drunk again. Chapter 172. The death of Drought Jack instantly touched the nerves of the two major forces, the Navy and the Four Emperors Kaido. While one of them was busy searching for clues and the other was preparing to prevent the other's revenge. Luffy, the instigator of all this, he was not happy. After dealing with Jack, he had just changed into new clothes and had not had time to eat or rest. Caesar informed him that old man Garp would be back soon. Then he was pulled to the port by Ion, Tina, Nami, and other girls to meet their future grandfather. Damn it, I wanted the old man to come and greet me. Why is it that now it's Tien Gang's turn and I'm the one to greet him? I just cleaned up his mess and helped him defeat the enemy and save the G2 branch. If this stinky old man doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll go and report him to the marshal and accuse him of deserting his post. Luffy, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Caesar in front of the crowd, had been muttering non-stop since he arrived at the port. On one side was his superior Garp, and on the other side was Luffy, who had just defeated Jack and saved the entire G2 branch. Caesar naturally didn't dare to say a word about this, and even quietly kept a distance from Luffy, for fear that he would hear something he shouldn't hear. The other women didn't care about this. Nami and Ian sandwiched Luffy on the left and right and pinched his waist hard. Tina was even more dissatisfied and told him to stop talking nonsense and stand still. Even Hancock didn't stand on Luffy's side this time. Ever since Garp forcefully beat Mingo away in front of her last time and let her vent her anger, her favorability towards Garp has increased rapidly. Usually, she calls Garp Grandpa all the time, and calls him more intimately than Luffy. The other women also respect Garp very much. In addition, Garp never puts on airs in front of them, so the relationship between the two sides is quite good. Okay, I won't say anything, all of you are his granddaughters, I am the only one who was picked up. Luffy sighed helplessly and raised his hands in surrender. He really didn't understand why his family status had dropped so low now. In the hearts of the girls, his importance was not as high as that of the old man Garp. While they were bickering, a conspicuous dog-headed warship came into their sight. When the warship docked and they saw the familiar white-haired figure, Luffy just raised his foot to greet him, but the girls were faster than him and surrounded Garp in the middle. Soon, Luffy heard Garp's hearty laughter. After pouting and expressing his strong contempt for these flatterers, Luffy took a step and slowly greeted them. "Hey, Grandpa, you are too shameless." Before he finished his complaint, Garp threw 2 small wooden boxes at him. Luffy was stunned, but he subconsciously caught one with his hands. Surrounded by several women, Garp came up to him with a dark face and snorted. "Brat, don't think I didn't hear your complaints. Do you really think I'm old and my observation is useless? Since you helped me so much, I'll give these 2 things to you. I warn you not to give them away randomly, these are gifts from me to my granddaughters-in-law. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." The girls, led by Anne, didn't care what Garp gave them, and immediately thanked him happily. "What is this?" Luffy muttered subconsciously, then looked at the size of the box and the weight in his hand. His heart suddenly skipped a beat and he had a bold guess. He looked up in surprise and wanted to ask Garp a few more questions. But when he looked up, he found that Garp was gone. Looking back, the old man was happily walking into the base under the care and greetings of the girls. It seemed that his grandson had never existed. "Major General Luffy, let's follow him." Caesar, who was embarrassed to approach Luffy, found Luffy. At the same time, he looked at the 2 small boxes in his hands with curiosity and a hint of inquiry. Luffy curled his lips and said, "Humph, for the sake of these 2 things, I'll let you go this time." Muttering to himself, he hurriedly took Caesar to catch up. But the position next to Garp had long been occupied by Anne, Peacock, and others. His grandson didn't even have the chance to step forward and say a word. "Damn, you like to flatter your future grandfather so much, right? Okay, I remember it all, and you all wait for me in the evening." Fire followed Garp into the base, and the old man finally ended his conversation with the women temporarily. It was at this time that Caesar finally found an opportunity and stepped forward to report some tricky intelligence that had occurred in the G2 branch during Garp's absence. He also emphasized the matter of Jack's invasion. Garp also praised Caesar, his old subordinate. Luffy, who didn't want to listen to Garp's nonsense, looked around for a while and saw Bogart standing in the corner. His eyes suddenly lit up and he went over to him. "Uncle Bogart, long time no see." Chapter 173. It's been a long time, little Luffy. Bogart smiled. If the other members of the G2 branch saw it, they would definitely doubt whether they were blind. In fact, Bogart and Luffy are very familiar with each other. After all, he is Garp's adjutant and is always by his side. Basically, apart from Garp and Luffy's classmates, he is the person who spends the most time with Luffy. And Luffy has always had a lot of little thoughts about this mysterious person who has never been seen. "Uncle Bogart, it must be very hard to follow Grandpa. Would you like to consider changing your work environment and come to my gorillas to experience a new life?" Bogart's mouth corners slightly raised, glanced at Cap, whose head had a cross, not far away, and shook his head to refuse. "Forget about me. If you need someone, I can ask Xize for you. He is quite capable, although there are some minor shortcomings." "Really? Then tell me about him," Luffy asked curiously. Then, Bogart told Luffy about his evaluation of Caesar. Although Caesar's psychological quality is not up to standard, he always makes a fuss and loses his composure when encountering things. But that is all due to the premise of insecurity. As long as he has a strong thigh to hug, he can feel at ease. This guy is the best deputy, manager, and commander of the branch. Even though Garp and Bogart are usually in the G2 branch, most of the affairs of the G2 branch are handled by Caesar. Luffy. In other words, this guy is a coward. He doesn't dare to do anything without the protection of the Big Daddy. But as long as the Big Daddy is there, he is the best assistant in the branch. Yet, forget it, let's leave such talents to the old man. He shook his head and refused. Bogart just shrugged and said nothing more. In fact, in his opinion, Luffy's subordinates are full of talents and there is no need to poach more people. Moreover, this place, CGCE, is the branch of Vice Admiral Garp after all. As his adjutant, Bogart can't really let him poach talents. Chuckles. Quietly wait for Caesar to hand over all official duties. He watched with his own eyes that the old man handed over the official duties to Bogart, and then Bogart handed it over to Caesar. Luffy was speechless. After all this time of relationship, you are just a mascot, and the work is done by your subordinates, right? Then why are you handing over the shit in this case? Why don't you just let Caesar continue to handle it? He had no self-awareness at all, and complained about Garp in his heart. After everything was explained, Garp began to drive people away. Is it possible to meet Luffy and others for the last time? Garp is ready to have a good meal with his family. Grandpa, this is Olivia, a scientist on my ship, a former member of the Naval Research Institute. At the dinner table, Luffy introduced Garp to a new member he had never met before. After Olivia heard him introduce herself, she quickly stood up and greeted Garp. Scientists are good, but knowledge is also indispensable. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Garp said seriously, and took out a big red envelope from somewhere and stuffed it into Olivia's pocket. Because Anne, Nami, and the others had also received red envelopes before. So Olivia didn't hesitate to take it. Seeing this, Luffy introduced him to the next person. This is Kurlaw, she is a fishman karate master, a new member I recruited in the Water City. Oh, you actually learned fishman karate? What an amazing girl! Garp praised with a little surprise. Kurlaw immediately laughed happily, and said carelessly that her level was average, not as good as Luffy said. Then she happily received a big red envelope from Garp. She didn't realize at this time that this red envelope was from Garp to his granddaughter-in-law. After receiving this red envelope, in Garp's eyes, she was his own. Finally, Luffy looked at Khalifa, thought about it, and called her to his side. This is Khalifa, she was originally a member of CP9. However, she was betrayed and attacked by her superiors while on a mission, and was wanted by the government. Finally, I asked Grandpa Sengoku to help her remove the wanted order, and then she joined the guerrillas as my personal assistant. Khalifa was a little nervous and didn't dare to look up and look at Garp. Looking at the blonde girl, Garp did frown at first. But he soon noticed Khalifa's uneasiness and believed in Luffy's judgment. So he took out a red envelope and stuffed it into her hand, and said comfortingly, "It doesn't matter. I should have quit that shitty organization long ago. Now follow Luffy and start a new life. I believe this boy will take good care of you, right Luffy? Please, I haven't taken her into the harem yet, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense." Luffy yelled in his heart, but in front of Garp, he could only reluctantly respond. "Forward, yes." Chapter 174. His tone was only slightly hesitant. Garp's sharp eyes instantly looked over and he shouted loudly. "Haven't you eaten yet? Speak louder. I really haven't eaten yet." Luffy wanted to say this, but seeing Garp's dangerous eyes, he immediately responded loudly. "Yes, I will take good care of Khalifa." Garp was still not satisfied and continued. "Not just Khalifa, you have to take good care of all my granddaughters-in-law, understand?" "Yes." Luffy answered decisively this time, and Garp nodded with satisfaction after hearing it. Khalifa, Tina, Hancock, and Peacock also knew that Garp was criticizing Luffy for them. They were immediately moved and delighted, and quickly stood up to pick up food and pour drinks for Garp, making the old man's face bloom with joy. Looking at this warm scene, Luffy couldn't help but smile. He turned his head and looked at Khalifa, who was holding the red envelope with her head down and silent. His heart softened, and he tentatively reached out and held her soft hand. "Sit down and eat, Miss Secretary." His words made Khalifa's heart tremble, and she looked up at Luffy in disbelief. But Luffy just smiled gently and nodded at her. For a moment, Khalifa was in a very complicated mood, not knowing what to say. She originally just wanted to win Luffy's trust and get rid of the entanglement of two perverts. But how did things suddenly turn out like this? She was inexplicably brought to attend Vice Admiral Garp's family dinner, and was recognized and comforted by the other party. And now Luffy held her hand and told her that she was promoted to secretary and became one of the closest people around him. Should she accept the kindness of the grandfather and grandson? Or should she not accept Luffy as her other half? This question didn't bother Khalifa for too long before she got the answer. Why not accept it? I was originally rescued by his people. He also helped me eliminate the wanted list, so that I don't have to live a life of hiding for the rest of my life. In addition, he is handsome and strong. He is a major general at a young age and has a bright future. I have just obtained the recognition and protection of his grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. Except that he is a little fickle, this is the perfect other half no matter how you look at it. As the original CP, Khalifa was decisive and figured it out quickly. She also dared to love and hate, and immediately held Luffy's hand with her other hand, and said seriously, "Sit down, I'll feed you." Luffy? He looked at Khalifa, who was confused and pushed back to her seat, while Luffy passively accepted the feeding. Garp's mouth twitched, and he also reacted. "Well, you little brat, after all this time you haven't even confirmed your relationship, and you still need me to help you, right? You've had a few more beauties in just a few months, and I don't know how little Anne and Hancock fell in love with you. What a lucky boy." This thought just flashed through Garp's mind. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After refilling Garp's drink, Nami looked back and saw that her position was taken by Khalifa, and she immediately exploded. She decisively returned to defense and started to confront Khalifa. Khalifa didn't tolerate her, and began to make personal attacks on Nami. She was devalued from top to bottom. Nami was so angry that she waved her little fist on the spot to fight with her, but was killed by Khalifa with one hand. Pick them up and beat them up. Looking at Luffy, who was having a headache and trying to persuade them to stop fighting, a drop of cold sweat flowed down Garp's forehead. Sure enough, having too many women is not a good thing. This kid will have a hard time in the future. But looking at Aine and Peacock, who were picking up food for him on his left and right, and looking at Hancock, who had been chatting with him, Garp smiled happily again. Having so many women is not a good thing, but having so many granddaughters-in-law is different. I don't know which of them can give birth to a child first so that I can hold my great-grandson. If there is a great-grandson, I will retire immediately and go home to take care of the child. A happy family dinner ended with Garp smiling and Luffy screaming, two completely different and complicated emotions. Fortunately, Luffy is used to this kind of scene. And although the women quarreled, they were very sensible and could make up quickly afterwards. After eating, he wiped his mouth hastily. Luffy couldn't wait to take out the two small boxes that Garp had given him. Under Garp's proud gaze and the girl's confused, curious and expectant eyes, Luffy slowly opened them. In an instant, the box seemed to have a golden light effect, which dazzled the girl's eyes. Especially Nami, after seeing the contents of the box clearly, her eyes quickly turned into the pattern of Bailey. Devil fruit. 2 of them. Nami called out the names of the 2 things in the box. That's right, in each of the 2 boxes, there was a strange-looking fruit with mysterious patterns lying quietly. Chapter 175. One of them was a pink devil fruit that looked like a butt and looked very unruly. Luffy felt familiar and felt like he had seen it somewhere before. The other one was a strange fruit that was emerald green and square and looked like a shield. Luffy had no impression of it even after searching his mind. Although he had guessed it long ago, Luffy couldn't help but feel excited when he saw these 2 little cuties. He turned to Garp and asked, "Grandpa, where did you get these 2 fruits? You don't need to hand them into the headquarters, right?" Garp folded his arms proudly and snorted. Humph, I found this in the East China Sea myself, what does it have to do with the headquarters? As he said this, he became interested in 700 and began to share with everyone how he found these two fruits. The pink one was found on a tree when Garp led his team to rest on an unknown island in the East China Sea. The other emerald green one was found by him when he went to Rogue Town to find Smoker the Kid. He accidentally found it in the gang's lair while clearing out a gang. By the way, I have already found out the names and abilities of these two fruits. Look for them, they are in the box. In fact, by this time, Luffy had roughly guessed which fruit they were by recalling the original work. But since Garp had already investigated it, he was still ready to take a look, in case his guess was wrong and something unexpected happened. He took out the peach-colored devil fruit and slapped away Nami's eager hand. Luffy quickly found a small note in the box. The slippery fruit is a superhuman fruit. After eating it, the user will become a smooth person. The skin all over the body becomes extremely smooth, and all objects that touch the skin will slide away. The weakness is that it is not immune to impacts such as explosions. Luffy read in a low voice while comparing the note. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Olivia, Kurla, and Nami raised their hands. I want this. Califa was too embarrassed to speak out because she had just confirmed her relationship with Luffy. But when she saw the little girl Kerala shamelessly raising her hand, she quickly raised her hand as well, and me. Tina, Anne, and Peacock, who were already devil fruit users, could only watch with envy. Ah, the fruit that can make the skin smooth, Tina wants it so much. Touching the flawless, smooth, and tender face that seemed perfect to outsiders, Tina was still greedy and said, Humph, appearance is innate. No matter how smooth your skin is, it can never compare to my peerless beauty. Hancock said disdainfully. Her words were full of confidence in her own beauty, and she didn't care about this shitty slippery fruit at all. Okay, don't worry, let me take a look at the next one. To appease the restless girls, Luffy put the fruit back into the box, closed it and gave it to Ain for temporary safekeeping. Then, Luffy looked at the introduction of another fruit. The barrier fruit is a superhuman fruit. It can create a hard barrier of absolute defense that cannot be destroyed by any means. And it can be used to attack. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The disadvantage is that the total area of the barrier released at the same time is limited. Compared to the slippery fruit, this fruit that sounds like it doesn't have many highlights is not so popular. However, after careful consideration, Olivia still withdrew from the competition for the slippery fruit with difficulty and chose this fruit that sounds very life-saving. Boss, I want this one. Seeing that she was the only one raising her hand, Luffy looked around and asked. Does anyone else want this fruit? If no one raises their hand, I will give it to Olivia. Everyone shook their heads and withdrew from the competition. Since no one wanted to grab it, Luffy handed the fruit directly to Olivia. Nami looked at her with envy. She didn't want this kind of ability. She just felt sad to see 100 million Baileys leaving her. However, it didn't matter, as long as the fruit was given to her. Just as she was thinking that, Luffy stopped Olivia who wanted to eat the fruit directly. They decided to eat it together after the other fruit was distributed. Well, this fruit, who wants it? Looking at the strange fruit in Luffy's hand that looked a bit like a butt and a bit like a brain, Nami and Califa raised their hands instantly. But to their surprise, Kurla actually gave up this time. Seeing everyone's eyes, Kurla scratched her head embarrassedly and stuck out her tongue. Haha, I just remembered that I learned fishman karate, and water fighting is what I am best at. Everyone was stunned. You are so brave to say that. You were so active just now. I thought you were going to change your fighting style. Nami also complained about the cute Kerala in her heart. Then she realized that she only had one opponent. As long as she defeated her, she could become the user of the slippery fruit and have super smooth skin. Chapter 176. Thinking of this, she immediately turned her head to look at Khalifa. Then she saw Khalifa frowning and hesitating, as if she was going to give up. Suddenly, she was overjoyed. Great, as long as Khalifa quits, this fruit will be mine. Just as she thought, Khalifa really planned to quit. She just jumped out to fight for this fruit because she was unhappy with Kurla. Since that woman didn't want it, she naturally had no reason to continue fighting. Let's leave the opportunity to the guys who came first. Just when she was thinking this in her heart and wanted to speak out to quit the competition, Luffy suddenly spoke. If it were you two, I'd actually be more inclined to give the fruit to Khalifa. Eh? Why? Ah, for me. Nami and Khalifa asked in surprise. Nami's reaction was the biggest. Seeing the fruit in her hand was about to fly away, she immediately grabbed Luffy's arm in a hurry. Her big watery eyes stared at him pitifully. She looked cute, as if she would cry for you if you don't give me a reasonable explanation. Khalifa also greeted her in confusion. She was very puzzled. She had just confirmed her relationship with Luffy, so why did he give her such a precious gift right away? Isn't this too extravagant and too trusting of herself? Facing the puzzled and inquiring eyes of the two, Luffy smiled slightly, took the fruit in his hand, shook it in front of the two, teased it, and then began to explain. The slippery fruit, although from the description of its ability, it seems to be just a beauty fruit. Well, in fact, it has the effect of beauty. But it is undeniable that its ability is still very powerful. For example, the sliding attack. When fighting with the enemy, the ability user can take advantage of the moment when the enemy's attack is slipped away and counterattack. In this case, Khalifa, who has mastered 6 styles and has more melee means, is obviously more suitable for this fruit. As for you, Nami, asking you to fight the enemy in close combat is not much different from asking you to commit suicide. Listening to Luffy's explanation, Nami pouted unhappily, looking unconvinced. In fact, she has been receiving training from Anne since she joined the guerrillas. But she was originally a navigator, not a combatant. So her usual training is at most the standard of ordinary marines in the headquarters. It is also because of this that she is at the bottom of Luffy's harem. Except that the scientist Olivia may not be her opponent, she is just a pure rookie. Thinking of this, Nami almost shed tears in pain. Woo woo woo, the duck in hand actually flew away. How unwilling. Seeing that her eyes were red with sadness, although Luffy suspected that she was pretending, he still comforted her. Okay, don't stare at one fruit. With your talent and keen sense of weather. To read the novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I think you are most suitable for eating natural fruits related to celestial phenomena. For example, the rain fruit, the wind fruit, the cloud fruit, etc. Natural. Me. As expected, after hearing what he said, Nami immediately stopped crying and asked excitedly while pointing at herself. After Luffy nodded in approval, the little girl jumped off her chair excitedly and ran around the restaurant. Looking at Nami, who was spinning around the table excitedly, Tina lit a cigarette leisurely. Then, when Nami ran past her, she turned around and grabbed her collar. Silly girl, don't be happy too soon. We don't have any natural fruits now. Even if we want to eat them, it will take who knows how long. Nami, who was waving her hands and feet and shouting excitedly, fell silent after hearing this. Yes, after following Luffy to sea for so long, it seems that she has never seen or even heard of the news of natural fruits. So how long do I have to wait for me to eat this pie? Thinking of this, her eyes gradually became dangerous, and she slowly raised her head to look at someone. Looking at Luffy, who turned his head away and whistled awkwardly, she instantly clenched her teeth and began to grind them. Just when she wanted to condemn this bastard and protest against his 380-faced pie-in-the-sky behavior, Garp, who had been silent since just now, suddenly spoke. As for the nature-type fruit, I know where to find it. Everyone was stunned when he finished speaking, and they all turned to look at Garp, wondering if they had bad hearing and heard it wrong. Under everyone's gaze, Garp grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth, and said with a smile. Maybe I don't know other questions, but if you want a devil fruit, I do have a way. The restaurant was silent for a moment, and then Nami was the first to react, struggling in Tina's hands, and asked excitedly. Grandpa, please tell me, where can I find the natural fruit? The other girls also rushed to ask Garp. Garp did not keep them in suspense and directly took out a den mushi from his suit, smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, for this kind of thing, just ask Zhangguo, he will definitely find a way to help you get it. Chapter 177. As he said that, he called Zhangguo under the gaze of several women. As expected, the call was quickly connected. Moshi, Zhangguo, can you hear me? As soon as someone heard the voice of this old bastard, he got furious. Garp, you bastard, you dare to call me? Do you know that because of your absence from duty, the G2 branch was almost captured by pirates? Listening to Sengoku's scolding, Garp restrained his smile and said in a low, self-blaming voice. Ah, I know, it was my fault this time, I am willing to accept any punishment. Zhangguo on the other end of the phone was suddenly breathless. Why is this guy Garp so? Zhangguo was so surprised that he couldn't say anything for a moment. But before he could think about it, Garp returned to his playful and smiling face. Hey, Sengoku, you can judge my crime however you want, but that's for the future. Now I'm here to ask for credit on behalf of my lovely grandson. It's been so long, you should have thought of a reward for Luffy. This. Zhangguo was speechless for a moment. To be honest, he really hadn't figured out how to reward Luffy. If he promoted him to Vice Admiral, he was afraid that he would get carried away and become complacent. If he gave him a sum of money, he felt it was not appropriate, it was too ordinary. After thinking about it, Zhanya came up with a good reward. Seeing that Zhangguo didn't say anything, Garp pretended to be angry and said. Hey, Sengoku, you haven't thought about it yet. This will hurt the hearts of the Marines. Or are you just going to use a few medals to get away with it? I'll be the first to disagree, and all the Marines of the G2 branch who were saved by Luffy won't agree either. Cap, you bastard! Zhangguo narrowed his eyes slightly. Garp, who was always straightforward, suddenly talked to him in a roundabout way, which obviously had bad intentions. Judging from past experience, the best thing to do at this time was to hang up the phone. But his understanding of Garp told him that if he dared to hang up the phone now, Garp would dare to call him continuously 24 hours a day to harass him until he was willing to communicate normally. Alas, why did I run into such a bastard in my life? Muttering a few words, Zhangguo regained his spirits and asked unhappily. Tell me, what do you want to do? Ahahaha, you are worthy of being Sengoku, I really can't hide my little thoughts from you at all. Garp praised Sengoku very sensibly, and received a cold snort from Sengoku. Well, I'll just say it straight. Luffy needs a natural fruit now. Does the headquarters or the government have any in their collection? Hey? Garp, you idiot, are you out of your mind? If the headquarters had such a rare natural item, it would have been awarded to an excellent marine long ago. How could you, an idiot, come and grab it? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Well, don't say it so harshly. Luffy's achievement is real. It was exchanged for merit, how can it be called robbery? Besides, if the headquarters doesn't have it, they can ask the government. They have accumulated it for so many years, let alone one natural system. Even if they take out 10 at a time, I don't think it's strange. Bastard, even if I can get it, why should I give it to that bastard? Instead of giving away a precious natural fruit, I might as well let that kid be a lieutenant general. Zhangguo was muttering curses, and Nami looked lonely after hearing it, thinking that there was no hope. But unexpectedly, after Zhangguo finished scolding the grandfather and grandson, he took a few breaths, suddenly sighed, and said helplessly, "Forget it, I'll ask for you tomorrow. As for whether the government is willing to give, and what kind of money it gives, that has nothing to do with me. Ha ha ha, that's enough. I believe that with your ability, Buddha's warring states, you can definitely pry things out of the government's mouth." Kapu laughed and flattered warring states. Warring states snorted coldly and interrupted directly. "Stop talking nonsense. Where is Luffy? He is by your side, right? Tell him to stay in G2 branch these days. Tomorrow, the news that he defeated Jack the Drought will be spread all over the world through the World Economic News. Kaido will see the news and will probably come to avenge Jack in person. I have already sent Kuzan and Borsalino over, and you also have Hancock. If that bastard dares to come here alone, don't hold back, do your best to stop that bastard." "Yes, I got it, Marshal." After Garp responded loudly with a grin, Zhangguo cursed and hung up the phone immediately. "Ha ha ha, I think I have some skills. Nami, you must work hard after eating the fruit, don't slack off." After Garp put away the den mushi, he immediately began to take credit for it, and at the same time, he did not forget to ask Nami for help. Chapter 178. Luffy and the others gave him a thumbs up. Nami agreed again and again, flattering him non-stop. After hugging his chest and looking proud for a while, Garp stood up and clapped his hands, saying, "Okay, we've finished our meal, and it's getting late, let's all go back and have a good rest." After saying that, he waved to Luffy, called him over, and turned to walk outside. The girls waved and said good night to Garp. After the two left, everyone surrounded Khalifa and Olivia. "Humph, I don't care about a mere para-human fruit. From now on, I will be a noble natural ability user," Nami said proudly with her hands on her hips. The girls who were about to take a closer look at the two fruits suddenly paused. They all turned their heads slowly and scanned her body with scrutiny. 280. Hancock's forehead was unhappy with a cross shape, and he clenched his fist and asked coldly, "What did the Superman department do to you, hey? Brat." Peacock also took out her beloved whip and blocked Nami's back. "Wow, it's great that you can be naturally good. May I ask what your ability is?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot you are not a power user yet." Nami looked at the two women who sandwiched her, and the smile on her face suddenly froze. She turned her head stiffly and looked left and right. In and Tina also surrounded her expressionlessly. In an instant, Nami broke out in a cold sweat, and her hands and feet began to gradually become cold. Hancock, sweet fruit, superhuman type. Peacock, whip fruit, superhuman type. In, backward fruit, superhuman type. Tina, flint fruit, human type. In addition, Olivia and Khalifa are about to become power users. Good guy, she directly offended everyone except Kurlaw with a taunt. "Woohoo, I was wrong, can you be gentler? Girls, what do you think?" Nami. On the other side, Luffy followed Garp to his office. Garp, who had just finished his meal, skillfully took out a bag of senbei from the drawer of his desk and began to eat with relish. This was Luffy's first time in this office, so he curiously walked around the room and observed everything. When he came to a bookshelf, Luffy looked at the bookshelf full of books. The first reaction in his mind was that it was impossible. This old man would never read a book. Sure enough, when he took out one of the books and looked at it, he saw all kinds of food and scenery photos inside. He showed an expression of as expected, "I knew it." Garp paused in eating the senbei, and his face turned black instantly. With a whoosh, the senbei wrapped in the armed color domineering in his hand was thrown out. Luffy casually turned his head to avoid it, reached out to catch the senbei, put it in his mouth and started eating. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Hey? It tastes good. Grandpa, where did you buy this? Remember to give me a few boxes when you leave. Bastard, if you want to eat, go buy it yourself. And you want several boxes? How dare you say such shameless words? Kapu scolded angrily. This brat has become less and less cute as he grows up. Especially this bastard character who wants to grab some of the things he likes. Which bastard did he learn this from? The old bastard Kapu thought so. Luffy, come here. He called Luffy and asked him to sit down on the sofa. Garp skillfully took out a small can of tea from the gap in the sofa. After brewing it skillfully, he poured a cup for Luffy and himself. Hoo slurp, ha what a good tea. After taking a sip, Garp proudly boasted to Luffy. It tastes pretty good, right? I secretly brought this from the Warring States. He probably still doesn't know his precious tea is lost, ha ha ha. Luffy took a sip, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said exaggeratedly. It's rich and fragrant, with a long aftertaste, and it's indeed much better than the garbage you hid yourself. Garp's face darkened, and he grabbed the bastard by the collar. Damn it, I was wondering where my tea leaves went, and it turned out to be you, you bastard. Hey, 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 there's only enough for a few times left. You're too stingy, old man. Nanny, there are so many treasures, but they can be divided into 20 or 30 times to drink. Hey? Really? I was wondering why the smell was so strong. Garp was so angry that he almost started a fight with Luffy in the office. Fortunately, he still had some reason and remembered that he had something important to say, so he barely suppressed his anger. I'll deal with you later. Thinking of this, Garp coughed lightly and officially started the conversation. Luffy, you should have met Ace when you were in the East China Sea. Chapter 179. Well, of course I have met him. After all, he is my brother in name only. Nodding and responding as a matter of course, Luffy turned to look at him and asked in confusion. You went back to the East Sea to see him this time. You suddenly mentioned him to me, did something happen to him? It was just a casual question, but as soon as the words fell, Garp's face gradually became heavy. Luffy was also startled, and he restrained the smile on his face. He sat up slowly with a look of surprise, waiting for his next words. After holding it in for a long time, Garp said with a heavy heart. Asita, going to be a pirate. After saying that, he lowered his head with a painful expression, looking sad and helpless. But he kept this posture for a long time, and did not hear Luffy's expected surprise and shouting. So, Garp raised his head in confusion and looked at him. Beside him, Luffy stared at him with dead fish eyes, as if to say, Are you kidding me? And said mercilessly. Old man, you are not really old and your brain is not working well. I remember Ace told me that when he was very young, he dreamed of going out to sea as a pirate. You should have known this a long time ago, why did you react so strangely? Garp was stunned when he heard this. Then he slapped Luffy on the back of his head with a slap, almost making his eyeballs pop out. Bagamano, this is different from before. In 2 years, Ace will be 18 years old and an adult. If he doesn't change his stupid ideas now, he will really become a pirate when he comes of age. Garp clenched his fists with reluctance and entanglement in his eyes. Luffy rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. Because he knew that in the original work, Ace did not wait until he was 18 years old, but went to sea directly at the age of 17. And he made a name for himself in a short time after going to sea. Even the government invited him, hoping that he would become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But Ace refused and chose to challenge Whitebeard, but was adopted as a son by Whitebeard instead. So, sir, do you have any good plan to make him turn back from prodigal son? Luffy asked with amusement in his heart. Hearing this question, Garp's tangled expression disappeared instantly. He clenched his two huge fists with a grim smile and sneered. Before I left, I beat that bastard up and gave him a year to think. If he still refuses to change his ways after a year, I will personally tie him up from the East China Sea and throw him to Zifa to teach him a lesson. Forward, good idea. Luffy praised reluctantly. Good fellow, by the time you get back, he will have already run away. It's impossible to catch him. Garp didn't know what he was thinking, and was still fantasizing. After Ace has received Zephyr's training and changed his idiotic idea of becoming a pirate, I want to transfer him to your ship. Let you two brothers support and grow together. Luffy scratched his head. I don't mind, after all, it was quite pleasant to communicate with him in the East China Sea. But in this case, why didn't you bring him to the headquarters like I did when he was young? If he grew up in the Navy environment, at least he wouldn't be so resistant like he is now, right? This matter is not as simple as you think. Kapu waved his hand, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and said with a complicated expression, to read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Few people know about this, he is the son of Pirate King Gold Roger. Pirate King Roger. That makes sense. Luffy pretended to hear this news for the first time and said in surprise. Grandpa, you are so brave that you actually adopted the child of the man the government hates the most. But this is not right. I, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, can join the Navy. Ace should have no problem with this. No, listen to me first. Kapu shook his head and said bitterly. At first, I didn't want him to be a sailor, nor a pirate. Instead, I wanted him to grow up like an ordinary person and live his life out. But this child has been very emotional since he was young. After he found out that he didn't have any so-called parents, he kept asking me. Luffy's mouth twitched. So you told him. Garp closed his mouth in silence and stopped talking. Seeing this, Luffy slapped his forehead and was speechless. You are too honest, old man. You really just say whatever people ask. Then, what happened next? Kapu put down his teacup and sighed, and continued to tell the story. Then he began to ask adults about their evaluation of Roger. Needless to say, Roger, who opened the Great Pirate Era, would not have a good impression in the hearts of ordinary people. In this way, under the scorn and disgust of the world for his father whom he had never seen, Ace developed an inferiority complex and his personality became extreme. After a pause, Garp suddenly scratched his head and laughed, changing the subject. Chapter 180. Ahaha, sorry for going off topic, that was all 2 years ago. The reason why I didn't bring Ace to the headquarters was because I forgot that I could do that. When your father handed you over to me, I wanted to take you with me. That kid said he was used to living in Dodon's house, so I didn't bring him back. Plop. Luffy almost knelt down in front of this old man. After talking about this and that for a long time, it turns out that it is because of your unreliability that things have become like this. Faced with Luffy's accusation, Garp smiled awkwardly. You can't say that. At that time, the government was conducting the most stringent searches for 373 and it would not be appropriate for me to suddenly bring a child back. Nonsense, then when you suddenly bring back a grandson that old next year, will you think it's appropriate? Luffy retorted without hesitation, and Kapnana couldn't find an excuse to refute. With a helpless sigh, Luffy knocked on the table and asked the most important question. So far, all of this is your assumption. Ace's dreams, aspirations, and ambitions for so many years. It can't be solved with just a few words or by locking him up in the headquarters for a year or two. Have you ever thought about what would happen if he refuses to obey or his identity is accidentally exposed? By then, he will be unable to escape, and the best outcome would be to be imprisoned in Impel Down for life. Garp's body trembled, and his straight back bent again. Looking at Garp's now white hair and increasingly old face, Luffy sighed, leaned over to him, and gently stroked his back. Grandpa, Ace has his own way to go. And no matter what, I believe that as your grandson, he will never do evil things that harm others or kill ordinary people. It is enough to guarantee this. There is no need to care whether he is a navy or a pirate, or other messy identities. Feeling the care of his grandson, Garp also felt relieved and warm. However, after gently tapping Luffy on the forehead with his backhand, Garp stood up and said unhappily, "Idiot kid, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Do I need your comfort? If you're fine, get out of here. I'm going back to sleep." Touching his forehead, Luffy stared at Garp, who turned his face away from him. His anger immediately rose. "Don't go too far, old man. I'm just trying to comfort you." Garp snorted, turned around without even looking at him, walked back to his desk, took out a document and started writing. After finishing, he picked up the document and shook it at Luffy, motioning him to come and get it. Luffy resisted the urge to beat up this annoying old man in the office. Luffy took the document with an unhappy look on his face. Garp didn't wait for him to take a closer look and said it directly with a grin. "Major General Luffy, defeating Drought Jack is a big news that is worth publicizing. Therefore, I order you to cooperate with the Flame photographer tomorrow to take 1,000 photos of various types for publicity." Hey, hey. Old man, don't go too far. Luffy looked at the documents in his hand, his eyes red with anger. Damn, taking 1,000 different photos, is this something a human would do? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hearing how he addressed himself, Garp frowned and slapped the table in displeasure. "Major General Luffy, I am talking to you about work. Please refer to your position when you are working. Hiss, you stinky old man." Luffy took a breath of cold air and his teeth were clenched. Okay, this is how we play it, right? You wait. Report to the base commander. I am affiliated with the Marine Guerrilla Force and not under the jurisdiction of the Marine Headquarters G2 branch. Luffy gritted his teeth and replied, but Garp did not buy it. "Didn't you hear the Marshal's previous order? You have to stay in the G2 branch for a period of time in the future. As long as you are in the G2 branch, you are under my jurisdiction." Luffy slammed his hands on the table and retorted loudly. "Don't even think about it. The guerrillas are directly under the jurisdiction of Marshal Zhangguo. Unless the Marshal gives an order, I won't listen to you." Kapu glared, stood up from his chair, and argued with him. "This is my branch, and I am the Vice Admiral Base Commander." Luffy was so angry that he trembled all over, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, you will regret this." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left, slamming the door. Listening to the footsteps gradually fading away, Garp slowly sat back in his office chair. He pulled the brim of his hat down to cover the helplessness in his eyes. "Luffy, all this I did was for the Navy, hey?" Garp, who was pretending to be deep just now, suddenly took off his military cap in confusion. Looking at this ordinary hat in the Navy, he scratched his head in confusion and said curiously, "Where did this thing come from? Have I ever worn a hat today?"